Good afternoon and welcome to the show. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly, probably by telephone. I felt compelled to go on the air today to celebrate. Hallelujah. MAGA is triumphant. President Trump and the MAGA movement has entered the fray. Thank God. I do think that there's a hand of God. God is watching over this country. This is almost a miracle, given what we've been up against, what President Trump has been up against for 4 years. The very fact that he survived and the fact that we're all here today. I know it's going to be a difficult road forward. I'm not a utopian. I'm not a perfectionist, but we can at least celebrate our relish, our momentary victory. Thank God. Anyone who'd like, and by the way, I've I've been banned from TikTok, so sorry I'm not there. But welcome aboard. I just welcome Potomatic. Thank God this is a day to celebrate. President Trump is triumphant. The MAGA movement is triumphant. And we have created a moment in history that is unlike any in certainly my lifetime in this country. President Trump, we should remember, was not supposed to be there today. And oh my goodness, this was not supposed to happen. They tried to kill him. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to imprison him. They tried to discredit him and his family. They tried to do everything they could to throw every piece of mud they could come up with. And yet he prevailed, and that he was triumphant. And today he is the president-elect. Hallelujah. Now, I always thought that he would win. The only question was whether or not they would let him win, and I didn't think they would. And I do think they tried to do everything they could to stop it. But they didn't stop it, and Trump probably would have done better had they not tried everything they could, I think, to steal the election. But they were behind the times. They didn't estimate what was going on. Now, President Trump and the Republican National Committee, under the auspices of Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, and they did a wonderful job. They basically embraced the model that was established by Glenn Youngkin of Virginia, who understood the lessons. Mike, here you are. But let me give you the number to call so you can be right in the system here. And I'm giving the same number to others as well. 508-637-5596. That's what you called, and you ended up here. Oh, that's odd.
Well, what number did I reach?
You reached my regular number. So what I'm going to do is maybe hang up and try it again. I'll shut my phone off. That might do it.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Michael Shaw is having a couple of power problems, so that's why we're having some technical difficulties. Oh, I see the problem. SKYPE. I need to put this on. It might help if I actually did things right here. The code in Charles Moscowitz. That would be 535-705. 535-705. Sign in. Here we are. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so basically the situation is such that Glenn Youngkin and the Republican National Committee learned the lessons of 2020. and they realized that they could not allow it to happen again. That being the level of election fraud that took place. So what they did, starting with Glenn Youngkin in Virginia, is that he fielded thousands of volunteers to man the voting booths, to man the counting rooms where they get the absentee ballots, to make sure that there was a Republican there, and he basically put up a staff of lawyers who understood the law and who were prepared to deal with any interruptions in that election and to do so quickly. And the result was that there were very few interruptions, and those that did take place, they were in court within an hour, and they were dealt with. Like if they tried to block access to any of the polling places, or if they tried to inappropriately count ballots or discard ballots, or if they were counting illegal ballots or fake ballots, or those or anything else that we could describe, who knows what. People who saw this would drop a dime, and they would basically let me just see if we can get this thing. And they would deal with it right there. Well, that's exactly what President Trump did, and that's why he won. I mean, he would have won anyway, and he also got such a big vote. But he was able to thwart efforts to steal the election in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and in Wisconsin. There were instances of fraud. Everybody was watching. They tried to, and in Arizona, they tried to keep illegal aliens on the ballot. And they had hid this from the public until it finally came out. They had lawyers there making sure that those votes would be taken off the ballot because they were not legal votes. They were not connected to a citizen. And in some cases, they were not even connected to any person. There were reports that the Gateway Pundit also would be applauded for doing a great job of reporting this. There was, tens of thousands, who knows how many thousands of ballots that were mailed out to bogus addresses. And there were a lot of reports of this. The Republican National Committee caught it immediately. They were sharp as a tack, and they were able to stop it in its tracks. And the result is, look, Trump would have won anyway, and they're still trying to show up, apparently, in Philadelphia and Detroit with boxes of ballots. So it's not like they're not trying. But the Republican National Committee was fully engaged and fully prepared to deal with the problem. So you had, they couldn't pull it off. And as a result, we genuinely had one of the most honest elections in American history. Now that President Trump has won, thank God and hallelujah. I just love saying that. He needs to, I hope that he doesn't just drop the ball on this issue, and I hope that he does pursue broader questions of election reform. I understand that elections are state by state, but if there is a remedy nationally, and that's something that maybe Congress and the new administration can look into, to make these necessary reforms, then let's hope and let's pray that they do it. What is this? Let me see if I can get Mike to call in.
Hello.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Okay, so did you get that numbers thing worked out?
Well, I mean, for some reason, you're not coming in on the computer, but that's okay. We'll just do it this way.
Oh, all right.
No problem at all. So, Mike, we have a lot to celebrate in this country of ours today. I think that the election of President Trump is a miracle. And I also think it is an act of conscious, hard work on the part of the Republican National Committee, which should be applauded, and which prevented the kind of voter fraud. They learned the lessons of 2020, and they followed the example of Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. And I followed this on the Gateway Pundit. They did a really good job of reporting it. That every time voter fraud came up, and by voter fraud, I should be more accurate. Election fraud, ballot fraud, voter fraud is rare. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of unaccountable ballots that were on various rolls in different states. Whenever this came up, the Republican National Committee had thousands of lawyers ready to go and to challenge it in court right down to the hour and get these ballots thrown out. And they did this in Atlanta, Philadelphia, Detroit, and Milwaukee, the key cities in the key states, and in Maricopa County. So this is why President Trump won. He would have won anyway. I think that even if they didn't do it, he got such an overwhelming vote that he probably would have won anyway. What do you think?
Well, here's a darker interpretation, if you will.
Sure.
Yeah, all due credit to Lara Trump, but this also smacks to me of Ronna McDaniel working for the other side, because it's just too dramatic of a difference.
Well, she might, whether she actually was or not, she might as well have been.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't think that they expected such a disastrous result. I think that in spite of the stealing and in spite of the theft and the VOA votes from overseas and all these other things that they tried to pull off, it just wasn't enough to overcome Trump's vote. It was fantastic.
It wasn't enough, and I didn't mean that literally. I'm just saying that by Ronna McDaniel being a rhino and doing business as usual, and being an election fraud denier,
No.
in effect, she was working for the other side.
Yes, and as were all of the rhinos. Mitt Romney and Chris Christie and Paul Ryan, who's one of the worst, who was basically stabbing Trump in the back while he was Speaker of the House. All of these guys, Bill Kristol, not to mention the Cheneys.
All these other factors don't seem to be even as large anymore. I mean, Josh Shapiro could have helped him win Pennsylvania, but that wouldn't have mattered anyway.
No, and it just, the vote was so convincing. I mean, there's still, according to the Gateway Pundit, there are still trucks arriving in Philadelphia and in Detroit with boxes of ballots. They're still doing it, and they're not going to get away with it. The Republican committee is there meeting them at the door.
Well, that's what I was saying, in previous shows, that there's no talent on the other side.
No.
You can't bring up the 1953 playbook and keep using it. It doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the whole thing is so ham-handed and so cheesy. I mean, they're trying to do the same freaking thing they did last time, and they were depending on the media. The media didn't even buy it. I'm sure you watched some of the returns. I mean,
oh yeah,
the liberal media, even like people like what's his name over there, the pretty boy on Channel 5. I mean, the one that tried to screw Trump during the debate. They weren't even buying it. I mean, they all looked crestfallen. Rachel Maddow with a smirk was just off her face. She looked normal almost. The
hardest of the hardcore are still taking the position that despite the result, despite the popular vote, the American public is wrong.
I know, and they're going to lose because of that, because that's why they lost in the first place. One of the reasons, and they're doubling down. I was listening to NPR here in Boston a little bit which is what made me run back home to do this show. But what's his name, Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, and they're doing the same crap. And it's all because they don't like a black woman, right? And they're all, in other words, we're all racists and sexists, and it's just such bull crap. I mean, then the fact that they would be still, I mean, this is, I mean, the one of the ugliest and darkest moments of this whole rotten campaign on their part was that they stooped to calling everybody Hitler and Nazis. And, people are like, no, we're not Nazis. We don't have anything against a woman. This is garbage. We're tired of this.
I mean, this is a great case of sin clouds the intellect. And you've seen this already in the entertainment industry, that with failure after failure after failure, these movies, they attack the audience.
And I just wonder if it's putting aside the fact that it's really a form of mental illness when you do something over and over again and it doesn't work. Who is it that he did a book years ago, back in the 70s, one of these pop books. It's got this book called The Androgynous Zone or something like that. I mean, it was John Dyer. He was a therapist who researched his book by spending a good bit of time in prison and in mental institutions, studying what people's behaviors were. And one of the things that he noticed about people who were mentally ill and institutionalized that made them who they were is that they would keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, even though it didn't work. And they couldn't kind of get out of that. They became like fixated on this action. And that is one of the signs of mental illness. And that's exactly what they are about.
Well, it is interesting because I think what's happening here is the liberal media seems to be composed of people that, I mean, my shorthand for this is the junior high school model UN type, that they have this particular picture of the world, and that's what it's supposed to be. And when you're in junior high, when you're in the model UN, that's great. But then they start getting into real life, and the way they avoid countering this is they're only with like-minded individuals. So you can be in that echo chamber of being in your media center, but the problem is you're selling a product to the general public, and the general public, in a sense, might be wrong. I mean, if you get into specific issues like, was Betamax better than VHS? Well, in some ways it was, but the public didn't think so because VHS tapes were longer, you record more. Okay, and I'm using that as a trivial example, but the point was that sometimes your idealized version of what's supposed to be happening isn't really what's going to sell to the public, and they just don't see it. And the reason that they don't change is, hey, they've been doing this for 50, 60 years, whatever it is. It would be catastrophic for them to admit, I'm wrong.
No, they'd probably, they would melt away. It would be like throwing a bucket of water in the face of the Wicked Witch of the West.
Yeah.
In the Wizard of Oz, they'd melt. All my beautiful wickedness is going down the drain. How could you little brat? It's sort of it's kind of like, except in their case, it's one thing to keep repeating this thing, that this worldview that's not true or that doesn't reflect what reality really, but that the particular worldview that they are pushing is so nasty and so ugly and so defamatory toward others.
It gets more and more ugly the more they cling to it.
Yes.
And by the way, has Harris conceded yet officially?
I think that she's maybe waking up from a drunken evening. I don't know what the hell is going on, but talk about classless. I mean, she sends out this guy who basically makes a quick statement, and then you see if that's at that point I knew it was over, obviously, and then everybody leaves, and at that point I went to bed. It was over.
That was the Hillary Clinton playbook. But I ended up watching Charlie Kirk had a streaming thing, which was just great.
Oh, sure.
I mean, there were these 4 or 5 guys on there that were consulting every possible
website and a Twitter feed that you couldn't possibly do on your own.
Yeah.
And getting these updates and being very conservative in some cases with which states they were going to call, and then they started making fun of Arizona with this. I think it was just total denial on the part of Maricopa. They couldn't bring themselves.
No, they couldn't. They even the media, they couldn't. You know, they were like choking to actually declare the reality of it. I think it was only just a few hours ago that corrupt, rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, who I've been talking about for years, she finally has conceded Michigan. And, you know, it's sort of just they don't want to take that bitter pill.
No, because you see, they were right and everybody else was wrong, and it was going to work out like this. And
it was hilarious to watch it. I mean, it wasn't as funny as 2016. Because then, you know, they really didn't expect anything like it, and they were completely shell shocked.
Oh, right. You're exactly right, because as much as I hate Hillary Clinton, she did at least have some credibility.
Yeah, and I think that was a shock to them. It was a shock to a lot of people. We all were shocked. Yeah. But this time around, I mean, it was kind of known, and they just looked so morose and so crestfallen. That was just amazing to see.
It was fun to watch because there was no doubt from the beginning. It was just piling up, and the map was getting redder and redder. And there are all these clips that are going out there. Like, I think there was one on CNN. Well, is there any county, and I don't know how many thousand counties there are in the U.S., is there any county in the U.S. that Harris did better than Biden?
Oh, I saw that.
A single one.
That was with David. Was it with David Muir? Or is it? Oh no, it was Jake Tapper, and he's looking at it. He's like, "Holy smokes! Not a single county." And they showed the map of the United States, and it was completely blank. There was just nothing. It was. I don't think that I think she collapsed in just about every demographic, except maybe one. And that would be suburban, well-to-do, single, highly educated white women. Now, you can attack me for saying that, but that's the core.
No, that's exactly what it was, because it's the same mentality, and this is just tremendous. And I guess RFK Jr. has already come out and saying he's going to dismantle the FDA.
Oh,
which,
my
of course,
God!
I've been calling for years.
Yes. I can hardly wait.
You can do everything the FDA does with a few contractors, and there'll be no politics. So it's it's just
a beautiful thing.
Dawning here.
It is, and the other thing I've noticed is squealing about is this is an assault on bureaucracy. And not only are they saying this, I saw a video of this on YouTube. They have them. It's like a talking head thing. Bureaucracy, 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 bureaucracy. With each one of them making the exact same statement, like somebody sent this out to them, and they got the message. And I say hallelujah, good.
Yeah.
Throw out the freaking bureaucracy.
They were saying that as if it were a bad thing.
Exactly. They're so out of it. They just don't see this. I mean, this is what Elon Musk did at Twitter. He cut about 80% of it, and it became better and stronger and more free as a result. Probably more profitable too.
Yeah. Well, it just became big and fat, and it was very much typifies a tech company with too much money. So
and they must be shaking in their boots, because they know that the people around Trump and Trump himself, that they understand this, because these people are business people. Elon Musk was in business. Even J.D. Vance, I think he was in business. I mean, all of them. I mean, they understand what bureaucracy is, and they know how to kind of pare it down and turn it into a more efficient machine. And all these layabouts, all these hacks, they know their days are numbered. They better look for a job because they're going to be out on their backside.
Well, and they're completely unrealistic about stuff. I mean, as we had discussed, I think on previous shows, how can you have a job at the LA Times and quit thinking that there's going to be another media job waiting for you?
That's right. Those are plum jobs, and they're disappearing anyways.
Yeah. So what's the upside? Okay. And you're gonna start taking out a Substack column, and you're going to be all bitter about how you were forced out. It's sort of like a riff on Colin Kaepernick, right?
Right.
He was offered a couple of deals, and he didn't take them. Everybody forgets that, He just decided he was going to make more money being a professional race baiter.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Good luck to these people that left Washington Post, LA Times. There's no upside.
No, and if
the
they
industry is done, and what's going to happen to MSNBC with Joy Reid talking about it was all racist and fascist, and everybody in the country is wrong?
No, they're going down the tubes. I mean, this whole, on one hand, it surprises me that they're still using that argument because it obviously failed them, and it's insulting, and it's denigrating to about, pretty much most of the country.
Yeah.
And yet they're doubling down, and they're gonna end up.
But that was, I figured that would happen again,
Yeah.
based on what was going on with the movie industry. And all these videos of Amanda Stenberg and Rachel Zegler Brown, it's all the fans, and the fans are negative, and we produce all this great stuff, and they should love it, and it's garbage. So
they don't get it, and the Democratic Party is going to go the way of the dodo bird if they keep that up, because they're losing traction. I mean, it's so out of touch and so elitist, and this old playbook, which comes out of Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, it just doesn't play anymore. No, too many people have been red-pilled now, and they'll continue to rally their base, but that base is going to start shrinking even more. They lost this election in a bigger way than you can imagine, and they're going to continue to lose if they keep that up. If they don't reform the Democratic Party and get rid of that kind of woke, hostile fascism, and they don't get rid of lawfare, they don't get rid of censorship, they don't get rid of goose-stepping, attacks on their opposition, then they're going to be extinct. It's going to be like the Whigs. That could happen.
This is almost a mirror when the Republican Party was all rhinos.
Yeah.
You had to have voices come up and say, we really should get more conservative, because the idea of driving off a cliff at 55 miles an hour versus 80 miles an hour is really not a good selling point. And it took all this time, and it took a complete outsider.
That's right.
Remember, Barry Goldwater was a senator and a big political figure for a long time.
Right.
And he couldn't change it. So
no, but this is really almost revolutionary, and already you can see an international alignment by like-minded nationalists in their countries. People like Milei from Argentina and Orban from Hungary, and I think Meloni in Italy, and several others. They're all
the guy from Poland whose name I
not Musk, not Tusk, the other one who was basically removed due to a color revolution thanks to the EU. They're all coming around to congratulate Trump, and it's really the beginning of a major movement toward a kind of a nationalist, populist, sovereign development. And I think that Trump is, he's going to do some amazing things. You've got Ukraine, which, by the way, now there's video out that shows that Biden basically gave Russia a green light to invade Ukraine, mainly because they wanted to have war so they could feed, trillions of dollars to the defense industry,
Right.
and it creates international order and all the other interests, which is the policy that's been in place in this country since Wilson. And Trump is going to put a stop to that. He's going to probably take Putin and Zelensky and invite them maybe to Camp David and make them hammer out an agreement, because Ukraine now is on the verge of collapse. They've got they have maybe another 6 months, and the atrocity of that, and all the losses of lives. I mean, it's really loathsome and evil. And I think that it never would have happened under Trump, and Trump is going to stop it. He said that he could do it even before he takes office, which I think is possible. I mean, Eisenhower did it in Korea before he took office.
Yeah. Well, that's right. That's a good analogy. So,
And the way my understanding from history is the way Eisenhower did it is that he flew out to Korea and to Panmunjom, where he met with both sides, and he said, "Look, I'm going to become president in 3 weeks, and if you don't stop this war, I'm going to drop a nuclear bomb on you." And they believed him, and they stopped the war, and it's been peaceful ever since. I'm just saying, Trump he knows how to do that, and I think that he could do that. I think he could do it with the Israeli-Arab conflict too. I mean, I'm happy that he's pro-Israel, but he might force the Israelis to make some painful concessions to get peace with the Palestinian Arabs, and I hope he does.
Well, it was divine intervention. I'm not sure we deserved it, but we were given another chance. And it is, again, we've said this a couple of times, the funniest part of all this is they're just doubling and tripling down with the same crap. They just don't get it.
They really don't. And they've now seen that the rug has been completely pulled out from under them. This is a glorious day. We ought to relish it. I know that it's going to be a long slog. I'm not utopian about this. It's going to be a war. But we can enjoy a moment of basking in the sun, for now, and relish our victory, and now get to work in terms of how to define it for people, how to make people understand what this is about, make people understand about, Trump derangement. Why did they hate Trump? Were they manipulated? Yes, they were manipulated by this deep state apparatus, and they ought to take another look. They ought to take another look at this whole movement, because it's incredible. And, it's time to get into the program now. It's not going to be easy, but it can be done.
I think there are going to be more conversions than you might expect.
Oh, yeah.
Because, the old hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. How about hell hath no fury like some wild-eyed optimist who got taken over by this crap, seeing how they were misled, and just sort of do reverse Harry Sisson, right? Well, it was all BS. Well, yeah, his initial tweet was, "How could the country be so wrong?" And other people are saying that that the women didn't come through as much, or whatever it was.
Oh my God!
But it's just not.
It's not flying. I mean, he's talking. First of all, he's paid by by an ad agency. I mean, that's something that's been public. And in fact, it's now being said that the Harris campaign was literally paying people to go to those events. Yeah. But I mean, in the case of Sisson, he's doing this thing where he shows up with these two other goofballs, and it's so embarrassing. I mean, they're these white, privileged, empty-headed dimwits, standing there like in front of the camera with goofy faces. They've never worked a day in their life. I mean, and they're like, "Oh, well, we support Harris," and they make these ugly charges. They're probably all on a payroll, and they're dumb. You can tell that they're just dumb. I mean, It's embarrassing. This is what this supposed to, they say, well, we represent, men for Harris or some crap like that. Really? That's what it's come down to. I mean, you see this thing and you're like, that's a sad state of affairs that they would represent men for Harris or men for anybody. But anyway,
who knows? You may have a situation like in Germany after World War II when suddenly you couldn't find any Nazis. So
well, no, that's fine. Look at Germany after World War II. Under Adenauer in particular, it became a powerhouse, and they were all former Nazis. Who cares? They all, I mean, Adenauer was not a Nazi, but he was certainly a man of the right, and he was able to negotiate an end to conflict between the unions and create a united economy that turned into a powerhouse in Europe. An incredible story. So if they want to join us and put aside, their past, great. Come on down. I believe in redemption.
Oh, of course.
Anyway,
and I believe you're going to have a bunch of converts because I think the only ones who are going to stay on the other side are the ones who are paid to do it. But at some point, the MSNBC and CNN model cannot sustain. They're only around because of the old cable system, but that's falling apart.
No, they've lost the momentum, and it'll be interesting to watch what happens to them because, they're not going to be able to sustain that, not any longer. I mean, they barely were before, but now this is a big blow to them, and we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, remember the way that it worked was 80 million cable subscribers were paying so that 400,000 people could watch CNN.
Well, I mean, they got certain deals, like they were piped into all the airports.
Yeah,
and
which
stuff
you
like
don't
that.
see that much anymore. So, well, good. I mean, you seem to be in a much better mood.
Oh, totally. I mean, who isn't? This is a great day. I mean, I'm exhausted. I was up late and I, just stressed out. And I'm sitting there in a stupor on my couch, eating pistachio ice cream. And all of a sudden, something happened on the TV, and I said, "Wow!" And I sat up. I think that it was when I don't know, one of them said something, and I think one of the big states came in, and I was then riveted, and you could just see the whole thing unfold. So I think, like a lot of people, there was like a moment where you realized that you'd crossed the Rubicon, and that they were not going to get away with it, and that the election was going to happen fair and square. And Trump, of course, came out with his beautiful family, and he gave an eloquent speech. And, I think that I think you've said that Trump has been somewhat humbled, maybe after having been shot, and that, he's becoming molded into just a great statesman. It's just an incredible thing. Anyway.
Well, good. We can all relish.
All right, Mike.
It's going to be exciting times now.
Indeed.
And not the least of which is that you seem to be in a positive mood. So don't.
Totally.
Don't lose that.
No. I mean, I'm very optimistic. I really feel very, very. I'm just absorbing it, and I'm basking in it. And I hope that everyone is, including people who didn't like Trump. We all want to see things work out well. I think that everybody's relieved that it was not close, even whether they admit it or not, because then we would have had Mark Elias there with his team of lawyers, and they would have been dragging on week after week. And the liberals were talking about doing that, and they can't do it. It's too late. He got the popular vote, for God's sake. I mean, not just the electoral. Plus Congress.
He won the popular vote, they said, by at least 5 million. And then, of course, it's all falling apart. Don't forget, people say, well, wait a minute. How is it possible that that Biden got 81 million votes? Well,
that's right. All of a sudden, what happened? They just evaporated. And it is falling apart. And also, the fact that Trump got such a large popular vote shows that those votes came from the so-called blue states. They came from New York. They came from California, from Massachusetts.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for Massachusetts to go red, but
No,
it didn't
that's
quite
not.
happen.
That's not. I don't. There's not much hope for that.
No,
But
but they didn't lose these classical blue states by all that much. I think it was New Jersey by 3.
I mean, they almost Trump. They held on to Minnesota by a thread, and New Hampshire too. So they didn't. I mean, they lost steam in every single state, maybe except Vermont. I mean, and the District of Columbia. Other than that, they barely held on, and that's why the popular votes there. Both houses of Congress are going to be Republican, which means that little Jamie Raskin is going to have to put away his impeachment filings.
His impeachment filings.
Right? I mean, he died. Yeah, he was talking about this one with Bill Maher. Impeachment. We're going to not certify the election. That's all out the window. Ain't going to happen. Thank God. So, and I think that most Americans, including most liberals, are relieved. It's just so miserable. The lawfare agenda is dead. The censorship agenda is dying. It's not completely dead, but we'll see. All of it is going. It's disappearing. And if the Democrats don't learn that they need to move into a new way of thinking, they're going to be dead too. So anyway, Mike.
All right. Well, great. I mean, it's like night and day with your mood here.
All right.
So
great talking to you. I hope you
we'll get the power on.
Yeah, get your power back.
And we will talk to you soon.
All right. Take care. Thanks. All right. So that was Michael D. Shaw coming in by phone. He's having some kind of a power outage. And I've said what I've had to say. I mean, I've been taken off of TikTok for some reason. I don't know what I said that offended them, but whatever. I appreciate y'all joining me today. I'll give out the number one more time if you'd like to call in, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. And or you can text me or chat me, as it were, on Rumble, which is the flagship station. That's rumble.com, Charles Moscowitz. My books are available at Amazon Books. Just put my name in the server, Charles Moscowitz, and you'll see a bunch of books come up. That's how I sponsor the show, with my books. So all I can say is God bless America. Thank God it's a new day. It's a new day in this country, a day of sunlight and hope and goodness. Anyway, thanks for joining me, everyone. Have a great evening. Welcome to the show. Charles Moscowitz here, live streaming on all the usual live streams and downloading on all the usual podcast sites. I'm in the process of expanding my live stream numbers, only in that there are all these wonderful live streams that work independently, but I can't figure out how to get them to work yet with my system. I am clumsy when it comes to these matters. But I would just mention to anyone listening that if you know how to do these things with live streams, I'll pay you. Contact me. Send me an email. I want to hire you. I need help figuring this out because there's all this opportunity. And I do think that now, as we enter into the glorious age of President Donald J. Trump
2.0.
Yes, we're going to see a reduction in censorship at last. So I want to be ready and to hit the ground running on that. I am already thinking about really launching a weekday regular show with calls and all the things that I wanted to do before the censorship regime kicked in around 2018, just before the pandemic, when suddenly I was taken off YouTube and all that. But I think that already I'm seeing positive response. Already there's a loosening up. And everything looks like it's a go. Things are looking very, very good. I'm feeling giddy, actually.
Well, I think what's happening, Chuck, is that the 25% of the lost audience of CNN and the 50% of MSNBC has all signed up on your channel.
You know, that they've lost a huge audience. I don't know if you saw this, but even like the left-wing podcasters and YouTube channels, like David Pakman was quoted in an article in the Gateway Pundit. He noticed that right after the election, he lost something like 25% of his subscribers.
Oh, that was glorious watching that video.
And you know, he had been growing for years, and I think that they made the point that even the left is sick and tired of all the gaslighting and lies that they were pushing all those years. And, you know, it's all kind of, you know, people have had it with it. And it's just, I think that Joy Reid is now gone. My understanding is she just deleted her entire Twitter X account. And, you know, they don't know what to do with themselves. I mean, it's just, it's all falling apart. They can't. Apparently, MSNBC is up for sale, and they can't get anyone to buy it.
Well, I have heard that the Daily Wire wants to buy it. Obviously, it's not going to stay liberal, but there is some value in having a TV network. Not the value that there used to be, but that David Pakman thing was great because if you watch the video, he was figuring out in real time what was going on. First, he said, you know, maybe it's just a tech glitch, or maybe a couple of people subscribe. But then toward the end of it, he was beginning to see that if you keep lying to people and telling them all this dire crap and it doesn't come true, then it's going to fall apart. And what's going to happen after that, remember, this is just news media. But the people that were really lying to you, where it really affected your life, unfortunately, was public health.
Oh, yes. And, you know, I've heard rumors that RFK is going to be the head of the EPA.
You mean HHS?
Yeah. Housing, Health and Human Services.
Well,
which it's, I mean, and he's been talking. I mean, he's got a channel where he's like, I'm going to clean this place out. I'm going to, we're going to get to all the toxicity that's put in food, the pushing of vaccines unnecessarily. And, you know, he's one of America's preeminent environmentalists, and he's got guts. I mean, he's a very successful lawyer who's had lawsuits, won many lawsuits against drug companies and against all of these people. And that's huge. That's, you know, this is like, I can't believe this is happening.
Well, the other thing with him is he's got a big chip on his shoulder now because he was betrayed by the party of his family. He was betrayed by his own family, for God's sake.
Yes, he was. And yeah, he does. And, you know, he's on the right side. He's probably a lot closer to where JFK and where his father would have been had they been, were they alive today. And I think that he knows that. And he wants to, by the way, speaking of that, he wants all that declassified. And Matt Gaetz, he's going to declassify Diddy tapes and all that crap. Epstein. Oh my God. That's why they're going into a frenzy right now against him. But, you know, Trump needs somebody like that. I mean, in his first term, he had like, you know, Jeff Sessions, the guy was like a noodle. I mean, he didn't do anything to help defend Trump.
He gave, you know, it's funny. My wife was mentioning Jeff Sessions.
Yeah.
And I explained to her, reminded her that he got the gig because he was, to his credit, the first senator to endorse Trump.
Right.
But that ends up being pretty thin gruel, unfortunately, because the guy turned out to be a lightweight. Right. Some good old boy that just kept getting reelected in Alabama. And
yeah, and I think Trump, and then of course Bill Barr was worse. He was an outright traitor. I mean, he actually lied to Trump. Oh yes, we investigated the election and we found nothing. So I think Trump has learned his lessons. It looks that way. Trump he has somebody in there, because obviously I think it's fair to say that he's going to have 4 years of attempted impeachments and lawsuits and bullets and, you know, everything you can imagine they're going to keep throwing at him. And so you need a guy like Matt Gaetz. I mean, I've seen some of the video of him in Congress interviewing people like Christopher Wray. I don't know if you saw this.
Oh yeah, well he's a flamethrower with that.
Oh
You know?
yeah, he's a tough, like old-fashioned Southern lawyer. He has a great ability to smoothly move forward on an argument. I mean, JD Vance has that too. I mean, they don't take any crap. I mean, you can throw everything at them and they just keep going, and they know how to keep the thing. They keep on the topic. They don't get rattled. And you can see in his interview with Christopher Wray, and he's saying, you don't know where the Hunter Biden laptop is. You've had it in the FBI for 10 years. And Christopher Wray, what an evil individual. You can see they have a close up of his face. He's got, Tourette syndrome. He's twitching and everywhere you can look. I mean, the guy is just, there's something really rotten. And now I understand that just before coming on the air, I'm looking at news. Kash Patel is going to be the new FBI director.
Is it FBI or CIA? It was
FBI. FBI.
Yeah.
That's freaking amazing. He's going to clean, because he wrote a book about this gang, Washington Gangsters, I think it's called. I wish I'd interviewed him back then. I probably should have. I whatever. But the point is that he knows the score. I mean, he's going to clean that office up and get through all of these, rotten, FBI officials.
Well, let me tell you about the FBI. The morale at that place has been going down the toilet since, believe it or not, about 2005, and I'll tell you why I know this. As some of your viewers may recall, I'm a California guy, moved to the DC area for some years, came back to California. Point being, when we had moved to Northern Virginia, I joined a health club and got to be friendly with a woman at the front desk, who then I found out her husband was an FBI special agent detailed at headquarters.
Right.
And she just wouldn't stop talking about how bad the morale was and how everybody hated the leadership. And that was back then. And it was only getting worse and worse and worse. Chris
That was
Wray,
probably back when Mueller was the director.
Yeah.
Or Comey before him. These people are political hacks who are just weaponizing, and I think Wray has been the absolute worst. I mean, they're going to, Patel is going to take the politics out of it and start to investigate actual criminals, actual enemies of America, people who are, the drug cartels, whoever. He's going to stop prosecuting Catholics by sending spies into churches and parents at school board meetings. I think that the other thing, Gates made mincemeat out of Garland. What a rotten individual he is. These people, I mean, they have the nerve to criticize Trump's appointments. I mean, this is excellent. These guys are great. And Hegseth, he's fine. He, look at his resume. I mean, the guy spent 20 years in combat, unlike a lot of these generals like Milley, who probably would faint at a nosebleed.
No, Milley was a desk general.
Desk generals, exactly, who worked their way up through cocktail parties and social circuits. I mean, Hegseth actually is in combat. He's awarded several Bronze Stars, front line. Same thing with Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, look at her record. It's incredible. These people are great.
These are the kinds of people, Chuck, that were always passed over for these inside positions. I mean, That's the problem. And you can go back to Secretary of Defense a long, long time, and you know who I'm going to mention. Your favorite guy, Robert McNamara.
Oh, yeah, right. Formerly head of Ford Motor Company. Knew nothing about
the Wonder Boy who said that we were going to win easily in Vietnam because on paper we looked better than the Viet Cong. And this moron, it took him to, people can call in and tell me the exact date, but literally 6 months before he died, for him to finally admit, gee, I really screwed up.
I
least,
remember that interview he gave and at that time, and you know, reporters started to ask him questions about it, and the man just absolutely flipped out. He was screaming at them. I mean, he was
yeah,
filled with such remorse and such guilt. I mean, he's responsible for, the blood on his hands of just these stupid policies and bad decisions in a war that we either shouldn't have never been in or we could have won it in a matter of maybe a year. And just, it was really a pathetic, rotten. I mean, and yeah, these guys, I mean, they're all, even Lloyd Austin, who is right now Secretary of Defense, and who's a relatively good comparatively to most of them. Was he like CEO of Raytheon or something? I mean, he wasn't like, I mean, he's a general, I think, but it wasn't from war. I mean, it was more like another one of, I mean, I suppose we could even go back to Eisenhower, I guess. Never really was actually involved.
in fairness, Eisenhower was basically a desk general.
He was.
And I mean, let's face it, he became, quote, a hero because of the way World War II worked out. But he was promoted way over MacArthur for the only reason that he was able to kiss a lot of FDR butt. And
MacArthur was the real McCoy.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
MacArthur, he was when he was in the Philippines, and they lost the Battle of Manila, and then they were in the Corregidor, in retreat. He didn't want to leave. He was like, I'm not going. I'm fighting. Eventually, FDR had to personally call him in the Philippines and order him to leave.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, that's tough. I mean,
yeah, he was a tough guy.
Yeah.
And of course, my late friend, Vin Lewis, always, what he referred to when Harry Truman fired MacArthur, he referred to it as the original Revenge of the Nerds.
Right. Although Truman was correct in firing MacArthur. I mean, it was in retrospect, because we have a civilian government, and you cannot have a military figure defy and contradict and be insubordinate to that government.
No, I mean, but what was great, and Vin was always very intelligent about this. It literally was true to the movie Revenge of the Nerds, because the nerds had legitimate complaints about the jocks, right? I mean,
right.
So yeah, there was stuff that MacArthur was doing that was wrong, no question about it. But if you looked at Truman,
yes, well, MacArthur actually was right, but the problem is he was contradicting Washington. He wanted to invade China, and keep them out of North. He had completely taken North Korea by force, and he wanted to strengthen that border and eventually do some forays into China. And Truman put a block to it, and then of course China invaded. So it was a disaster.
Well, I mean, that was the really a bleak period, because this whole Marshall Plan type idea for the world and so on was a terrible failure. And you're right, MacArthur was right.
He was right, but unfortunately it was insubordination because Truman was president. So I get that. I mean, that's like what Milley did. I mean, he was insubordinate to Trump. So, and in fact, now Milley has said, and I hope he's right, that he's afraid that once Trump is in office, he's going to be called back into service so he can be court-martialed. I hope they nail him. I hope he is. What a horrible person.
Yeah, it was just terrible. And here was a guy, didn't really have anything on his resume other than playing the game and being one of these desk generals. And when I lived in the D.C. area, there were hundreds of these kind of guys.
They're all, I mean, he didn't even go to West Point. I mean, he went to Princeton. He didn't have any military. I don't know if he had any background in military. It's just, I hope that Trump revokes all of the security clearances of all those people, those intelligence agents who signed the Hunter Biden laptop letter, and maybe even have them investigated. That's, Trump wants revenge. Fine, good. I mean, it's not so much revenge, it's justice. The left has, for years, I've been hearing them gaslight, no one is above the law. Really? Well, now they're gonna eat that now, hopefully. Yeah, because no one is above the law. And those people, I mean, they need to be brought before tribunals and interviewed. And if they're guilty, let the process take its course, of course. But if they're so worried about it, what are they hiding?
Well, call it revenge if you want, but I would
Sure.
prefer to look at it as straightening out and reforming the system. If these scumbags can exist in such a bad system like this, then it's got to be looked at heavily. Okay. And an article came out some weeks ago, I think in Epic Times, asking sort of rhetorical question, exactly what was wrong with the spoils system? It seemed to work pretty well.
It's sensible. I mean,
this horrible civil service thing, which now your new Department of Government Efficiency is going to look into. And
Yes.
by the way, great article in the LA Times, clueless thing on the front page of the LA Times today. It's unclear how this new department is going to find out anything. I mean,
I think it's going to get pretty clear pretty quickly. I mean, Elon Musk. I mean, how can you get better than that?
Yeah.
I mean, he's the richest man in the world, and Vivek Ramaswamy is no slouch either. I mean, to have them go in forensically looking at every government agency, I can't believe it. I mean, I've been talking about this for decades. In Massachusetts, they should do this. I hope when they're done, they have a Doge in each of the states, and they clean up Massachusetts and the Massachusetts, the MBTA for starters. I mean, it's like 40,000 people on payrolls and their pension plans and their hacks. Meanwhile, the train is running last year with their train with no engineer running over the Neponset River. I mean, it's a disaster. And so yeah, I mean, that's huge for them to go in like that. I mean, no wonder they're nervous.
Well, here's a little speculation. You think, despite the fact that we suffered from 2020 through 2024, is it not better that he won in 2024 because now he's more pissed off? The mandate is clear. And, we had to kind of wait, didn't we? But yeah, I think it's better this way.
Oh, it is. I mean, it's almost providential. I mean, Trump has had a chance to learn from his mistakes. The country has had a chance to see what a disaster an illegitimate leftist regime is going to rot. And now he's come back with an ability to bring that new wisdom and this new team. I mean, there's a whole political realignment. I think it was Stephen Miller, another great guy, who said that this is the biggest political realignment in American culture and politics since the Reconstruction. Left and right no longer apply here. This is the people versus the uniparty oligarchs who are corrupt and who are out of touch. And that's why they're going berserk, especially over Matt Gaetz. I've never seen such a meltdown. Oh my God, they're like absolutely, spinning like crazy.
Because the funniest Matt Gaetz that I saw was Lisa Murkowski tweets out, he's not really a serious candidate, blah, blah, blah. Well, that's really big talk from that broad, right? She was Frank Murkowski, who was the governor of Alaska's daughter.
Yeah.
And he appointed her just as some young woman that from out of nowhere to become a senator. And
talk about legacy. I mean, I don't even think it's going to matter because there's 3 extra Republicans senators. I think it's 53. They're trying to take McCormick out in Pennsylvania. That's not going to work. They got Mark Elias doing like a rear guard election steal over there. He wants
what a scumbag Bob Casey turns out to be.
Oh my God. And he wants to recount ballots that already the state court twice or 3 times has said are not valid. We're talking about ballots of people that aren't even residents of the state.
Right.
So yeah, that's not going to work. But they're trying to do something. I mean, so they've got 3 senators. They probably have at least a half a dozen senators who are going to be up for re-election in 2 years, who are probably not going to be so quick to oppose the Republicans.
Yeah.
and who are going to go along. It's not good that Thune became the Senate majority guy. I mean, that's the way it goes. But I think that, he has gone on record as saying that he supports President Trump's request for recess appointments and for recess so that they can appoint people and not have to wait a year to get
My
someone in
hope
office.
is that Thune is not going to be as bad as everybody thinks.
Yeah.
I believe that he's had a bit of a transformation. Maybe he got in there because McConnell was able to force this secret ballot nonsense. But I think if he wants to make a name for himself and not go down as another one of these crummy South Dakota senators,
Right.
that he had a chance to do something right.
Well,
So-
Thune started out when he went in as his whole calling card was that he was an evangelical devout Christian, which is good.
Yeah.
Then he kind of lost his bearings, I think, after 3 terms. They get corrupt. Pretty soon he's become another one of the good old boys. He's like garnering favors, and he just sort of lost his soul a little bit. And
Well,
I
that was
think
unfortunately, Chuck, the 17th Amendment problem. That the worst part of direct election of senators is that you get Joe Biden and John Thune type guys because
right.
it's
And Ted
always
Kennedy.
dominated by the small states, right? South Dakota has 300 people in the whole state, so it's fairly easy to cater to a sector of that. What Daschle did, by the way,
Oh,
when
yeah.
he was in forever, was that he got very chummy with some Indian tribes, and that was it. All right. Biden's success was a couple of unions, the credit card guys in Wilmington,
Yeah.
and he was in forever. Mike
Right.
Vance.
It becomes a corrupt borough, basically. It's like a
So-
rubber stamp.
I don't know that the people that thought direct election of senators was a good idea even considered this horrible small state phenomenon. But there you go. All right.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a terrible idea. Basically, it took power away from the states, and the senators, rather than representing the states and the legislators, they represent the federal government. I mean, it's become like Trump has put revolutionary proposals in place. Term limits, Senate, no more than 2 terms, maybe House, maybe 3 or 4 terms, fine.
Right.
Moving some of these enormous bureaucracies out of Washington, that'd be great. Maybe you should put, the Health and Human Services into Juneau, Alaska, or something. Like move them around the country so that they're not part of this rotten culture and they have to like hire real people in real places and become like much more efficient. And he's also talking, and this is a miracle, getting rid of the Department of Education. Reagan said he'd do it, and he never did. Instead, he put in Bennett, who turned out to be bad.
Yeah.
And that would getting rid of the Department of Education and just putting in a couple of national standards for school boards to follow in exchange for federal dollars.
Well, you're right. I mean, it's never been explained to me. Just because you have a list of standards that schools have to maintain to get federal aid, why you need a department with 34,000 employees.
Oh, it's a gift to the teachers unions. They've been pushing for that for over 100 years. I can just hear the late, great Dr. Samuel L. Blumenfeld, my mentor, in his grave talking, smiling. I mean, he wrote a whole shelf of books on this topic. I mean, it's just a rotten, it was put in place by Jimmy Carter because they wanted to help elect Carter, and it was a political favor. And it has corrupted the system ever since. It is all about DEI and gay rights and nothing else.
Yeah.
It's nothing
Jimmy
to do with
Carter was the gift that keeps on giving. I mean, it's.
Oh man, if they get rid of that, we're going to see finally a return of education to the school boards where you have parents who are elected. I mean, the reason here in Boston that Mayor Michelle Wu is not allowing for the direct election of the school committee. It was taken away during busing because there was so much contention. Just because she doesn't want people like, I don't know, me running for school committee. people who've had a child graduate Boston Public Schools like I have, who actually can go in there and take a look at the curriculum, take a look at the budget. He doesn't want that. But the point is that they still are elected, and there are parents on those school committee boards, and they will make the decision about the curriculum, not some rotten, corrupt Washington agency that is, living off of the taxpayers and foundation money from the Ford and Rockefeller Foundation and pushing a leftist agenda. Now, if they want to be leftist, fine. If like Cambridge, right, or Somerville or Provincetown, they want to elect communists to their school board, good, let them, if that's what they want for their children. But the point is, you'll have choice. You can do this through. There's a little concept that the left likes to talk about called democracy, right? There are democratic principles, and it's what Trump is doing is, it's just, he really is on a roll. I mean, this is downright revolutionary. It's just I can't believe it's happening, and it is happening. And not only that, but if God forbid Trump is somehow taken out, he is setting up enough of a structure that it's going to continue, between all of these people who are now going to be in the government, like J.D. Vance and like Kennedy and Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and, Kash Patel and all the rest of these people. It's going to become a juggernaut. It's not going to matter if ultimately, well, it does matter, but I'm just saying they won't be able to stop it.
No, and they are so scared and so upset because it's all falling apart. But that's not the only thing that's falling apart. Look at the incredibly stupid failed campaign of Kamala Harris, where I think if you play the tapes back, you will find me saying stuff like there's no talent on that side, and they think it's still 1950. All right. Apparently, they thought it was a great idea to spend a lot of money on celebrity endorsements.
Yeah, like millions of dollars. They gave $1 million to Oprah, which she lied about when she was chased down the street by a reporter.
She was confronted, and it was a stupid lie. Well, they didn't give me $1 million. They gave it to my company. Right. Okay.
Well, like Beyonce got $10 million. I mean, these are donations from people who wanted to support, a political candidacy, not to give to Beyonce. And it was all flat. They had to do it because nobody would show up to hear her. She was so horrible. They were paying people to go to these rallies. Yes. And then they had these guys like that numbskull Sisson, that white kid on Twitter, on TikTok. He was being paid by a public relations firm, to do that. He was on a payroll.
Yeah, he was completely phony. He didn't care.
Yeah. Trump didn't have to do
that. He's ever made, so he'll say what they tell him to say.
Of course, he's an employee. I mean, it's really awful, and now they end the campaign with $1 billion spent, $20 million in debt, and she's still raising money to try to cover the debt. Trump maybe was trolling, I don't know, but he said, "Well, I'll tell you what, we'll retire her debt by my campaign. I'll just pay for it because I don't need the money anymore. I'm in office." But I don't know if they took them up on that. But really, really bad. I mean, one of the worst. And now they're all like at each other's throats, trying to blame everybody. And
here's another conspiracy theory, according to, if you want to believe Nancy Pelosi, right?
Oh my God.
That she claims, and remember, she's lies 9% of the time. She claims that the Democrats wanted to have an open primary, but Joe came out and endorsed Harris as a deliberate way of torpedoing everything, because then they couldn't go against that, apparently.
I think there might be some truth to that, actually.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind, absolutely no doubt, that Joseph Biden voted for Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah. And his wife, she was dressed in like red clothes that day. I mean,
yeah, wearing this MAGA outfit. I mean, come on. All right.
I've never
And-
seen him look happier. He hasn't looked that good in years. He's smiling from ear to ear. I mean, he met with Trump. He looked like relaxed. He's like, yes,
Yeah.
finally. I mean, they despised her. And I mean, she called him a racist and a pedophile to his face during one of the debates. And then you see during Memorial Day, she's sitting there in the stands with Jill Biden, and you could just, it looked like she was about to get up and like it was just really brutal. So, I mean, these are all sort of like the whole thing is just crumbling, and everybody's like pointing fingers, and they don't get it. They don't understand why they lost. They think that it's not her personality, it's the issues. She did better than Biden probably would have done. I mean, they just the whole administration was obviously not legitimate, and it was corrupt. Opening the southern border, right? I mean, hamburger at McDonald's, $15. Just World War III on the verge. What do they have going? I mean, castrations and hysterectomies for children. I mean, they've got nothing other than those things. What? I mean, maybe, but he's made many accomplishments. What? He lowered the price of the EpiPen. Okay, fine. It's like, good. I'm glad he did. Very small potatoes. I mean, it's like this is it for 4 years. It's like, really?
it was just too bad for everybody. He should have quit while he was ahead.
Right.
He was able to get away with 50 years of corruption. He could have retired.
He couldn't let go.
To the beach, and that would have been it.
Yeah.
But
no, it's old-fashioned hubris. I mean, people think they're indispensable, and they get drunk with power. It's happening around the world. I mean, it's happened throughout history, where you have these new political figures, these young guys usually, who come up and they're reformers, and they're going to take over the country. They get elected with a huge popular vote, and then after a few years, they start to enjoy the perks of power, and they eventually, they're not going anywhere. It becomes as bad as anything. They're there for life. People get drunk.
I heard of a guy named Julius Caesar. I think you're describing his biography.
Yeah, I mean, it's an old story.
Yeah.
You could look at the kings of Judah, that. I mean, it's just an old story. I mean, this is why, you want to get biblical about it, why the prophet Samuel warned the children of Israel not to have a king.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's a fantastic speech in the book of, I think it's in the book of Samuel, where the people come to, we want to have a king like all the other countries. And he's like, fine. He's going to, your daughters will be made into prostitutes. Your sons will be sent out to war where they'll all be killed. Your property will be seized. It goes on this long litany of what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's what we want, right?
But the people, we don't care. We just want a king. We want to have somebody to look up to. I don't know. It's like a psychological thing, I guess. But anyways, these are very interesting times, and I feel like we have to still keep the eye on things. I mean, nothing is ever we're never going to be there. This is just the next stage. My job over the next years is going to be to try to articulate the reasons why this administration is in place, what they're about, why they're important, to try to educate people as best as I can to make the most out of this. And also the one issue that I hope that Trump doesn't overlook, and I understand if he does, because he's received this incredible mandate. And by the way, just a little side, not to digress, but all those states that signed a compact to do an end run around the Electoral College, right? Because they said, we're going to only give our electors to the winner of the popular vote. They're all going to have to give their electors to Trump, including California. All the electors will have to go to Trump now because he won the popular vote. And apparently they're still counting, and he's growing. So, but the point I wanted to bring up is that we cannot take our eye off the ball with regard to election corruption, with regard to election integrity. They did try to steal it again. There was so many
Kerry Lake.
Kerry Lake, exactly. That's obviously stolen. I mean, I think in Wisconsin also they stole it from Hovde. He's shown how this happened. So yeah, they are still trying. They still have this incredible infrastructure that can steal elections on the state and national level. And they did the reason, frankly, why Trump won is because he learned the lessons of 2020, and he saw the example of Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. Glenn Youngkin was able to and he went up against the real left establishment. I think it was, what was it? What's his name? He was a McAuliffe, right? Clinton
Yeah.
guy. I mean, these are entrenched powers. And he came up, he had never held office before. He's a wealthy guy, I think he's a Wall Street guy. He got thousands of volunteers to work the voting booths, to stay in the counting rooms, to watch the counting of absentee ballots, um, to do all of the tabulation checking. And he also had a team of hundreds of lawyers on call. So if someone saw something funny going on, whether it be just observing a corrupt election official or whether the Democratic Party was trying to pull some bullshit about, we're going to keep counting, his lawyers were ready to hit the ground immediately and get it, and he won because of that. It was the cleanest election that Virginia probably has had since Jefferson. And even that wasn't so clean. But the point is that Trump did this nationally. The RNC did this thanks to Lara Trump and Watley and a couple of other people. They fielded thousands. I think it was something like 275,000 volunteers across the country, not just in the battleground states either, even in some of the red states like Texas. And they worked the counting rooms, they worked the polls, and he had lawyers on staff. And whenever they came up with some bullcrap about, well, we need to, we're going to count, illegal votes, and we're going to do this, they had lawyers in court within a minute, within hours, stopping it. Pennsylvania is a good example. I mean, there was several lawsuits brought up and decided within hours, where you had corrupt Pennsylvania county officials and DAs. They stopped it, and they did it because they knew they had everything well heeled, well coordinated, and they were able to fight these things. Michigan, they stopped that crap. I mean, they were going to start in again with the white vans. Atlanta, they had it down. I mean, they just, the only place I think where they did kind of falter was Phoenix, but Nevada.
I think Phoenix, unfortunately, Kerry ended up being a martyr, but I think that was the last gasp because this guy, what's his name, Richards, I believe.
Richer, yeah, Stephen Richer.
He's out. That was it. I mean,
yeah, but he's talking about corruption. I mean, he's allegedly an Republican. He's like working with these radical left-wing PACs. These PACs, these political, not what I'm thinking, no, the NGOs apparently, UN NGOs, all left-wing are trying to, they're out there. You didn't have like Zuckerberg write a big check this time. You didn't have the big money coming in this time. But the point is that in the broader sense, the whole system still has to be overhauled. It's been brought up that the states that Trump won were states that had voter ID, and the states where he did not win are states that don't have voter ID. There's a map that can show this without exception. This is this is crazy that they don't have voter ID. I mean, there's no excuse for that. They don't have it because George Soros created this turf group back. I think it goes all the way back to the Bush-Gore race. I think, but maybe not that far. Called the Brennan Center, that basically decided that the way we're going to fight voter ID is that we're going to claim that it's racist, which is absurd. And the media jumped on that. The establishment jumped on it. And it's interesting here in Massachusetts. I can think of an example. I forget her name, but she was an ultra-liberal left state senator who was championing voter ID. And back then it was actually a liberal cause. And then all of a sudden, like overnight, she did a 180-degree turn. Suddenly, oh, no, we can't have it. The point is that they have
that
to.
That is so reminiscent, though, of the way those commies turned on a dime,
Oh, yes.
where
After
Uncle
when
Adolf
Hitler,
is our ally
yeah,
until he isn't.
when
You know?
Hitler double-crossed Stalin, all
Yeah.
of a sudden, I mean, there's a case where this communist guy was giving a speech at like a public rally, and suddenly this guy comes and whispers in his ear. He gives him another speech, and he goes, I mean, they literally changed everything overnight. And that, yeah, that's how they operate. And I hope that Trump does, steps up and does the reforms necessary. There has to be voter ID in all 50 states. There has to be paper ballots. The rotten computer, the Dominion, they tried to do it. They had cases in Tennessee, apparently, where you could not vote for Trump. You'd put Trump on the ballot and it would switch over to Harris. Now,
Yeah.
people caught that, but the question is how many people didn't catch it? How many people didn't notice this? It's still there. They have to throw out Elizabeth Warren, my senator, Hiawatha. She was championing this until all of a sudden there's like a 180-degree turn. In 2019, she put up a bill before the U.S. Senate saying that there will be no voter machines because it's, quote, rigged, unquote, and she was right. And they have to bring that back. They have to get rid of the machines. They have to have paper ballots counted on election day. No, if you no absentee unless you have a very good reason for it, like you're in the military or you can show. And if you do cast an absentee ballot, you have to have your signature in the town clerk's office where it can be verified. And it's just that simple. I mean, this country, it's a disgrace that we haven't done it right. I mean, it's never been right here. You go back in history, it took like 100 years to get the secret ballot. When this country, in the first early part of the 19th century, people would vote in public with a show of hands, and you could get it hurt. The author James Fenimore Cooper, the author of The Last of the Mohicans, his father was murdered after voting for the wrong candidate at a public forum in New York. And after he left after voting for the wrong guy, he was hit in the back of the head with a baseball bat and killed. So I'm just saying, I mean, this country has never had it right. It's always been corrupt. The whole, the voter rolls. I mean, Mark Elias fought tooth and nail to stop states from removing bad names from their voter rolls. I mean, what could be more obvious than that? With a click of a mouse, all that information is available. You can cross-check it. There are these guys who's doing this statistical analysis. You can go into any state and take a look at tax returns, take a look at utility bills, take a look at all sorts of things to prove that a person is who they are and that they are residing where they say they're residing. And anyone else should be removed from the ballots. I mean, you've got hundreds of thousands of names on ballots of people who have passed away or they've left the state or they don't exist. That is no excuse for that. I mean, we can't have that in this country. I think this is a very important cause. It's not, I mean, there are other things that are exciting right now, and I'm thrilled, but they can't forget about this. This has to be done, and they're going to, and when they do, if they do, you're going to hear the left scream louder on this one than anything. They're going to absolutely go.
You're probably right, but I mean, the reason they haven't been able to do much about it is because, again, I go back to public health. People don't want to come to the realization that it's corrupt. Because you're taught from the time you're in the first grade that it's a free country and you can vote and your vote counts, just like you're taught that, you have your Salk polio vaccine and you do what they tell you to do and everything's great. Yeah. And for people to realize that a lot of this was just crap is devastating.
Yeah, but Trump doesn't give a damn, it seems.
Oh, I get it.
He's going to go ahead and, they can scream and squeal. And his wife doesn't give a damn either. Apparently, she didn't want to go when he went to meet Biden. because she hates the Bidens, and she rightfully blames them for sending armed thugs into her home where they rummaged through her underwear drawer and her
Yeah.
son's bedroom and turned everything upside down. She's very angry. She blames Biden. And Trump asked her to come with him, and she said, F that, I'm not going. Yeah, I'm not going to, I don't want to see him. So that's great. That's who you want. I mean, both of them. I like that. They're like, they don't seem to care. They're very, and now that they've had this mandate, the left says, oh, he's not going to have the guardrails, they say. I mean, it's on Bill Maher. The guardrails are gone. Yeah, you're damn right they're gone.
The guardrails.
The guardrails are gone. He seems to be going right in and doing what he needs to do. And, it's an incredible thing to see. And I just am very excited. I mean, for the first time, I feel
your mood is so much better than it was a few weeks ago.
Oh my God. I'm still not 100% well. I had such a nervous breakdown. Those few days leading up to that election, I didn't know I was going to be that affected. That night, I was almost like in some kind of a stupor. I mean, I'm there practically passed out on the couch with my pistachio ice cream.
Well, I figured something was up because, as you recall, it was on the next day when it was clear that he won. You were just euphoric. You called me. Let's do a show right now.
Let's do it. I know. I mean, I'm like half asleep, and all of a sudden, I have one eye open, and I took a look at Rachel Maddow's face. She had lost all it looked crestfallen, and all of a sudden, I'm like, yes, I was totally up, and something is going on. And then I'm flipping the channels, and they're all like, it's like worse than a funeral. They're like, oh, and one of them, she's like, I'm nauseously optimistic.
Yeah.
Really? I mean, they were throwing
the hell with those people, because what I saw in the real world, and maybe you saw it even in your little enclave there, is a lot of these people were coming out of the closet as Trump people. I remember I go to this deli to pick up a breakfast sandwich on occasion.
Right.
And I said, well, George, how are you doing? Well, after last night, I'm doing great, And I never knew he was the Trump guy, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that everybody's very happy. Even people who voted, nobody liked her. Nobody was happy with that. And I think that even a large percentage of people, other than these crazy women who are shaving their heads, I think that most people are relieved and happy. They know that the country dodged a major bullet. They know that already things are looking up across the board, across the world. The rest of the world is celebrating. I mean, Israel is going to annex the West Bank, okay? I mean, it's amazing. Let them do it. Get it over with. It's like these are major positive developments in the world.
Well, here, I'm going to put you on the spot now because it came out and the numbers were higher than 80%, and in some cases over 90. The three top demographics for Kamala Harris were Black women, Jewish women, and LGBT.
Yeah, but something, even amongst all three of those categories, I think Trump made a few gains.
He did.
He got 26% of the Jewish vote. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but comparatively speaking, that's 1 out of every 4 Jews voted for Trump. Women, she didn't get the women's vote. I mean, I think that Biden got a bigger women's vote than she did. I mean, all the talk about abortion, it didn't happen. I think Trump, I don't know if he won the women's vote, but it was pretty even. It didn't work for her. Maybe Black women, I don't know, but it didn't fly. Gays, I think Trump did better. I was driving around doing my driving, and I noticed in the town of Sharon, which is a very ultra-liberal town, this gigantic rainbow flag, gays for Trump. They were flying on the front of the house. I mean, they weren't making any secret about it. I think that Trump did better among all categories.
Why do you think that the brain trust of the Democrats, or at least her campaign, thought that abortion was a winning issue. I never understood.
No, but I think that most people saw through it, which is, first of all, if people do believe in, and they are pro-choice, Biden and Harris didn't do a damn thing other than a lot of hot air on that issue.
Yeah.
I mean, they did diddly squat. I mean, it's not a federal issue any longer. It's a state issue. And if they cared about it, they might want to work with states to try to just maybe tighten up the laws a little bit to help protect the life of the mother, which, by the way, we talked about this and you made the point, and now it's been kind of more proven that isn't happening. Women aren't dying because they can't get an abortion.
No, and the other dirty little secret is that after Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortions went up.
Yeah, and in some states like Massachusetts, they actually liberalized it, like to the point where now you can do it after the baby's born. Yeah. It's horrible, but look, that's what it is now. It's up to the states.
Well, that's my point. So why did anyone think this was an important issue?
It wasn't. And I think people saw that. It was not on the ballot. It was not a federal issue. If they don't like abortion or they want to change abortion policy, it's a state issue. And there was some people that they thought they could get revenge against Trump because he appointed conservative judges. I don't think that worked. You didn't get anyone outside of a hardcore base of people who bought into that. People just, and the other thing on this, on everything is there hasn't been any rioting. There hasn't been any violence. There hasn't been any,
right.
pussy hat, stuff. I mean, none of it. It's people are happy. They're relieved. None of that. And I don't think it's going to happen at inaugural either. I mean, they just don't have the energy for it. And if they do, if like Antifa comes out, that's not going to help them. The other thing that Trump, and now it's sort of, there were two rumors going around. The first one, as I say, it was dropped by Mike Huckabee, the new ambassador to Israel. That Israel
was that a great choice?
Excellent, brilliant. I think he's tremendous. I think that Israel's going to annex the Judea and Samaria. The other one is that Trump is going to pardon all of the J6 prisoners.
Yeah.
2 federal judges have now stopped all hearings. The rotten, Garland office is still trying to, arrest people and raid people. I mean, and they're not. It's not happening. The time is ticking away. They only have a few more weeks.
Well, here's a little speculation thing for you. What happens to Garland next year? What does he do? He goes around the talk circuit. Well, I tried. I was an old warrior. I did all this. What happens to guys like that?
I think that we'll never hear from him again because I think that the far left hates him because they don't think he did enough.
Yeah.
He didn't jail Trump. He didn't do, why? I mean, I'm listening to Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan on NPR here in Boston. I mean, they're like, why doesn't he, go in? I mean, he should have been put into Rikers Island because he defied that corrupt judge in New York. He defied the gag order. He should be put in chains. No, I mean, he didn't do that. So he's hated by all sides. And he's like that's just an old, rotten, that's the past. I don't think anything. He'll go to the same place Kamala goes. Nobody will want to hear from these people ever again.
Well, it's interesting because unlike Mike Dukakis, that ended up having an academic career and being sort of a somewhat respected guy, those two, you're right. Everybody hates him. What I predict is going to happen with her is at some convenient point the next year or so, Dougie and her are going to divorce. Right. Because what the hell does he need her for now?
Sure.
And she's just going to be forgotten, kind of like Norman Thomas or something, just fading away. And
she'll end up with a couple of cats like an old cat lady, sort of what J.D. Vance was talking about.
Well, it's interesting that there was maybe non-Californians aren't familiar. Well, Jerry Brown had appointed this woman, and you know where I'm going with this, Rose Byrd, as the Chief Justice of the state of California.
Right.
And she was a radical leftist. who it was a joke. I mean, there were some large number, dozens of death penalty cases came in front of her, and it didn't matter how egregious the circumstances were. She voted no every single time.
Right. Let him loose. Yep.
She ends up as the former Chief Justice of California, unable to get a job with any law firm. All right. Goes on welfare.
Oh my God, really?
No, well, she developed cancer, which I think took care of some of the money, and she just died in obscurity. And
yeah, that's where that I think that's definitely a possibility. I mean, these people have they're no, the left will give you, they'll weigh your shelf down with awards when you're of use to them, but when you're not, they'll pull the rug in a matter of a minute. You're just gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, these people. I mean, who the hell wants to? What's going to happen to Rachel Levine? I mean, who the hell wants to hear from any? I mean, but with Harris, I mean, she's so dreadful. I mean, you can't stand listening to her. Nobody liked it. She was the left-wing media people that put her on for softball interviews and who were paid, we now know, to do so, and who did the softest interview you can imagine. They looked like they were ready to slit their throats listening to her talk. It was depressing. You walk out of it stupider than you were when you went in. I mean, it's just, it was so bad.
Well, that's having a boomerang effect. Also on, for example, CNN. The only reason people even watch it anymore is Scott Jennings is on.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a conservative guy, but he's always on with this Abby Phillips, who's an attractive black woman, not very smart, because he'll raise these points, and she looks like deer in the headlights, and then she's listening to whatever someone's saying in her earphone, and then comes up with some comment. I mean, it's all done, and people are going to reflect. This is what's going to happen. They're going to reflect, wait a minute. Why was Harris even elected to anything?
Oh, well, everybody knows. She worked her way up through the casting coach.
Yeah.
And then she was like she played the race card, and she just was very manipulative. She knew how to get favors. I understand that Jennings might be the press secretary, which would be great. He's very good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Trump.
It's really exciting times.
Yes.
It's very exciting. I'm sorry. To watch some of these people crash and burn.
It's a beautiful thing. It's going to be very, as I hear, who is it? As Steve Bannon says, it's time to break out the popcorn and just watch, And
well, you can see CNN is getting rid of these overpriced hosts. Your friend Chris Wallace.
Oh, he's horrible. Yeah, he's been gone for a long time.
Well, he went, but the thing with him was his father was terrible. But that was the era of CBS with all the leftists. Mike Wallace was nothing more than a left-wing bully. Chris Wallace was nothing more than a Nepo baby.
At least Mike Wallace would occasionally chase someone down the street with a mic,
Yeah.
And try to get some answers. I mean, Chris Wallace is a piece of what. I mean, he's what he tried to do to Trump during that debate, just, evil. And ugly, and just I'm glad to see him go. Hopefully, the final last ditch effort is being pulled off or try. She won't get away with it, but none other than my own Senator Hiawatha is trying to jam down some left-wing judges in the last weeks of the administration. She's trying to finish the Biden judges, and it's not going to happen. Yeah. Mike Davis, who is really a powerful, one of these tough Irish lawyers. He's great. I mean, he's on all the times with Bannon, who, by the way, is just absolutely soaring and who's brilliant. Check it out on War Room. I don't miss one of those podcasts. It's beautiful to listen to that. But Mike Davis is a regular guest of his, and he's a brilliant lawyer, and he's not going to let her do it. He's got people there in Washington. He's well connected. They're going to pull the plug on that. She's trying to shove down the throat leftist judges at the last minute. I don't think she's going to get away with it. They tried to get Sotomayor to step down, with the rumor being that Biden would then appoint Harris, which I don't think he would have done anyway.
No, there's no chance.
But
There's no
Sotomayor is saying,
you know what? She wouldn't have wanted it because she's just too stupid.
they don't know what to. They think that maybe she's young enough that she'd be a warm body in there. But Sotomayor has said she's not going anywhere, and that means that Trump is going to get more federal, judicial appointments at some point, because apparently she's not in good health. I mean, I guess she's got like an advanced diabetes or something. She has a medical assistant with her at all times, and it's going to be like Ruth Bader Ginsburg. People are begging her to leave, and she's like, "I'm not going anywhere." So Trump will get probably 2 or 3 more appointments, and it's just amazing. It's going to be amazing.
We're going to get tired of winning, right?
I know. It's the whole, I mean, this country, I that's why I was so sick, because there's such a difference in terms of the course for the future, the way things could go. And I just am so thrilled and pleased.
People were just always overwhelmed. I mean, I called a friend of mine, a retired cop, conservative guy. This is about a week after the election. I said, Neil, I haven't heard from you. He said, I'm still basking in it. I'm still enjoying the glow.
I know. I don't even know what to do with myself. It's a beautiful time. I mean, you almost feel like you don't want to get too giddy, because bad stuff is obvious.
And by the way, all these meltdowns that you see on TikTok, this is all crap. And it is, because what human is going to say, well, wait, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown, but let me first log in to my TikTok account. And that's not how humans work. This is all crap. It's all theater.
Oh, I know. There's this one woman who's doing all the screaming in the car.
Yeah.
This musician, I don't know if you've heard this on TikTok. He's turned it into like a rap concert thing with drum beats and music. It's hilarious. And then there's the Lysistrata group, following in the example of South Korea. Apparently, women, no sex, no men, no relationships.
But it's like a parody on itself, because all the women that post these are ugly.
Well, I like the comment made by Natalie Winters, who's Bannon's co-host, and who did a brilliant job of filling in for him while they had him in prison. She's like, well, they're not, as President Trump would say, they're not sending their best. Oh man. Anyway,
there's been all kinds of parodies on it. One of them comes up and said, look, what do I have to do to make myself unattractive to MAGA guys? And Paul Joseph Watson said, just keep doing what you're doing. Perfect.
Oh yes, I know. It's just not flying. Good for them. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the?
I was going to do but I think I've just done it on this show. I was going to do a piece called "Dead Wrong," and maybe we'll still talk about how. It's getting old even for me. How there's just no talent. They're going back to 1950s. Oh, just wait till we have the media. That'll convince them.
Yeah.
What I'm waiting for is the owner of the LA Times. I don't know if you heard this, because why would you? Said that he's firing the editorial board and is going to replace it with all conservatives.
Wow.
And I guess if I'm going to get it, the LA Times has been liberal since the mid-'60s, but it's at least a real newspaper in the sense that there's some content and so on. And I'm hoping maybe they'll go a little more conservative, because the thing I get delivered to my house now, and the USA Today Network has a bunch of these things, these local papers where the national news is 3 days old. I'm not kidding. 3 days old. And yeah, you're pretty up to date on the high school football scores in the local area and stuff, but It's a joke. My wife says, well, and she reads the paper in the morning, well, that took me 7 minutes, so.
I know there's no content to it anymore. The Globe is like that too. And I don't think the Globe is going to change.
No.
That's not happening. Although there's a lot of rumors about Mayor Wu having some serious opposition here in Boston, including from the son of Bob Kraft. We'll see. It's interesting, and he's more conservative.
Well, I never understood, other than historically, how Boston, which to me, a large part of Boston, is hard scrabble working class, how they didn't get all red pilled as much as I would have
I know
thought that they should have.
it's a good question. I don't know. I mean, they go just so far. I mean, they elected Marty Walsh over a very left-wing candidate.
Yeah.
And he captured all the rich, well-to-do leftist neighborhoods like the Back Bay and Beacon Hill,
Yeah.
whereas Walsh got all the more blue-collar areas. So, there is at least some shift there, but you never see, a real, MAGA type in Boston, at least not yet. We shall see.
All right. Well,
All
good
right,
luck.
Mike.
I'm
Thanks a
glad
lot.
you're doing so much better.
As is everybody. All right,
See you
I'll
next
talk to you next week. Thanks a lot. Okay, I think that we're good. Let me just make sure that my sound is functioning here. Let's see, go to Podomatic for that. Doing my special election day program. Hello. Yeah, it looks like we're okay with sound. Hello. Let me just try it again. And testing, and we're good. And let's go live on Podomatic. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Michael D. Shaw will be with us shortly. This is Election Day. What else can I say? 508-637-5596 is the number. Let me go live on TikTok as well. Not that, I'm a little worried about TikTok only because they've been censoring me. What can you say? They might shut down the program for reasons, but God willing, if Donald J. Trump prevails today, the censorship regime will take a major hit. They will not necessarily fall, but you'll have a major setback for the censorship regime. So how do things look out there? Well, what is this? I don't know what the heck that is. I'm getting music from Live Fest. I don't want that. Let me just go. I'm gonna shut down TikTok for now. I just try it again. I don't want to have anyone automatically come in. I'm going to cancel that, and I'm going to go live again. All right. This is a live program. We're talking election. If anyone sees anything, knows anything, say something. Call in. What's going on out there? What's happening in your area? 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. And I will put you on the air, and you can report on what you're seeing, what you're observing out there. I am nervous after maybe I've been traumatized after 4 years of living in a regime where I've had to deal with censorship. I've had to deal with hatred. I've had to deal with threats. I just feel like we're so close. We're finally here, and this is a chance to take back this country. Whether you like Trump or not, I love Trump, but putting that aside, this is your chance to take back the country and do the right thing to end this invasion of our country by 10 million foreigners crossing the border unvetted, this slide into perpetual war and World War III. In case anyone hasn't noticed, Ukraine is on the retreat, and if Biden or Harris are elected, they're going to nuclearize a war with Russia. That means missiles hitting American cities, whereas Trump doesn't want war. He's a peace candidate. He wants to bring about a treaty of peace between those two countries by getting them together and forcing them to come to the table and each making concessions. That's the role, the traditional role of the United States. Do we want to have an economy where we haven't increased the deficit by something like $5 trillion? But instead, we have a situation where we can, see inflation go down so that a McDonald's hamburger doesn't cost $15. It's really the choices are stark. Anyways, I don't really think at this point I need to make a pitch for Trump. There we go. We're taking some supplements here. What I'm worried about and what I'm observing is something that I would think was inevitable, which is their attempt to steal the election. Now, again, maybe I've been traumatized by what I observed 4 years ago on election eve, when I saw with my own eyes 6 or 7 states stopping the counting while Trump was ahead, almost to the second. And after that, they reopened the next day, and Trump was behind, or he had lost ground. That was the steal, and we were told what we were seeing wasn't what we were seeing. They told us this is we've been gaslighted for 4 years. I hope he gets to the bottom of it. Keep going. We're letting more viewers know you're live. Thank you. One of your friends is live. Invite them to go live together. They're invited as long as you stay with the topic. If you don't, I'm going to have to shut you down. I mean, at TikTok, you get people coming on who are just, they're into something else. And this is, hi, how are you? Did you vote today? Disconnected, looking for another creator. Okay. You're welcome to join me on TikTok if you'd like. Hey, how you doing? Let me just turn up my volume a little bit. So I'm doing a program on the election. Did you vote today? Did you don't know. You're dressed like Santa Claus. So it's a little early. Christmas is a month away. All right. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Let me see if I'm live on Twitter. I should be. Apparently Getter is I'm having problems going live on Getter for some reason. I think they want some money to do that. We'll see. I hadn't paid much attention to Getter until today. I looked it over and I found that I'm not going live there for some reason. Am I live? Yeah, I'm live on yeah. We're live on Twitter or X. If you'd like to chat, you're welcome to do so. Come on down. We are talking election. I want to know what's going on, where you voted, if you voted, how you voted, what you've observed, what you're seeing. I just let's get to let's see. We're also live on Rockfin. Rockfin has been a really good site for me. Yep, Rockfin's live. Rumble is live. Rumble is the flagship station. I'm live on Podomatic, and I'm live on Twitter X. Everything is moving along well here. Anyway, I am. Look, if this was an honest election, Trump would win a landslide. I don't think there's any question about that. We have to get out and vote so overwhelmingly today that their cheating won't really be enough. But they are scrambling to get this thing done, to cheat. They're not getting anyone coming out. They've got no enthusiasm. All of the momentum is on the side of Trump. We are in a position where we can save our country. We can save our future. Everything is at stake. This is the most important election in American history, the most important since Washington. This is one of the most important events in world history, going all the way back to Jesus's Sermon on the Mount. Okay. You want a co-host for now? You've got somebody. Hello, you're no, I don't want that. Yes. No. You want? I'm doing that. Okay. They're just. I got another TikToker who wants to do some dancing. Let's get, please, people. I'm doing a talk show here. We're live on several live streams. We're talking the election. If you want to talk election, you're welcome to come aboard. You can join me on TikTok. Thank you. Or you can call. Oh, I've got a violation already on TikTok. A warning. Yeah, I guess you see that's I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on TikTok. God willing, if Trump wins, maybe TikTok can be reformed and there won't be this Nazi-like censorship. I don't know. We'll see. 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, 508-637-5596. You're welcome aboard. We're talking about, or you can join me through chat on multiple platforms, including Twitter, where I'm live, and Rumble, or you can come on down on well, Rumble is the good one here. That's kind of the flagship. And we're talking election. Have you voted? If so, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you observe? Let me just see what's. Yeah, we're live on. All right. Yep, you can chat with me live on Rumble, on Twitter, and on Rockfin, all of which are live. Or you can just call up old-fashioned, like they used to do back in the day when you had talk radio. You could call 508-637-5596. That number again is 508-637-5596. The Gateway Pundit shows frustration boiling as Pennsylvania voters witness, quote, non-English speaking citizens escorted past long lines to vote. Yeah, I wonder who they are. I think that you had actually John Fetterman, who's a senator from Pennsylvania, admit to Joe Rogan recently, the other day, that non-citizens, illegal aliens, are registered to vote across Pennsylvania. That's what we're looking at right now. That's who they're going to use. Those are the votes. You have people who were registered, and their names are being voted, even though they may not even know it. I don't even blame them. I think that this is underway. I think they are trying to steal this election. Now, if TikTok wants to shut me down for saying that, fine. I have said it. There it is. That's an opinion. I'm not stating it categorically. I don't have any evidence, hard evidence of it. But it appears to me, based on what I know and what I've observed over the past. Am I in PA? No, I'm in Boston, Massachusetts. Are you in PA? What's going on in Pennsylvania? What are you seeing down there? I can tell you here in Boston, where I am, there are large crowds at the voting booths, and they are fired up Trump supporters. You might actually see some surprises right here in the Bay State, the cradle of liberty. I don't think Trump's going to win Massachusetts, honestly, but if he makes some inroads and we see some more areas go red, so to speak, that could be of earthquake proportion in our politics here. We have a very leftist government here. I could get into that. That's a subject for another day. But suffice to say that the reports I'm hearing, initial reports, are that there's a lot of enthusiasm out there for Trump. And there's a lot of people showing up, and they've been waiting for this for 4 freaking years to put Trump back in and to get rid of this illegitimate regime. Anyway, in Tennessee, have you read? Good. What's happening in Tennessee? We're getting a note on TikTok. Have you observed? What are you seeing out there? I mean, are people enthusiastic? I mean, Tennessee is a bellwether state. I know it's red, but that doesn't matter. It's a key state. If without Tennessee, we can forget it. What's going on over there? You're welcome to join the conversation. Up. My access, my live has been removed. Okay, so we're done with Twitter. We're done with. Yeah, I've been taken off Twitter. That doesn't surprise me. This is election day, and Twitter, I've been taken off TikTok. So be it. Anyways, 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Let me just see something. Content has been taken off. That doesn't necessarily mean that I can't go live. Let's just see. I just want to be sure. Live. Go live. Yeah, access suspended. November 12th is when they're going to let me come back. Yeah, okay. Did I say something that doesn't comport to the establishment? Apparently I did. Let me just try something here with all right, let's just see. TikTok Studio. Let me see if I can switch accounts. I have 2 accounts here, so maybe the other one will let me go. No, I'm not going to do that. Forget it. I'm not on TikTok's out. So be it. Damn. All right. Anyways, so the Gateway Pundit says that a shocking scene reportedly unfolded at a satellite election office in South Park Ice Rink in Bethel Park, Pennsylvania, where early voters who had been waiting for hours witnessed van loads of non-English speaking citizens allegedly escorted to the front by translators to cast their ballots. According to ex-user Emma Carwood, at least 3 buses arrived with individuals being guided in by representatives from, quote, Vote Today PA, a vote mobilization group funded by the progressive organization Working Families Power. Sounds like communists. Which advocates for causes like, quote, economic fairness, racial justice, gender equity, and climate sustainability. All buzzwords for communist action. Some of these individuals were seen wearing hooded sweatshirts with Vote Today PA printed on them. One witness described a disorganized scene, claiming they had these people, they had about 12 of them, walked in and were all foreigners, and they took them up to these younger people to help them fill out and say Vote Today PA, and somehow they beat a 2-hour line. And then they walked up, and one lady, they were even asking her, they were like, we don't have you in the system. Your name's not right. And they're like, oh, we'll take it back and change it. How do you change your damn name? The witness asked. Another individual, Kathy, recounted her experience on X. I was there on Saturday when this happened. We were told when we arrived there would be a 2-hour wait. We watched at least 3 different groups of approximately 20 non-English speaking people were escorted into the building ahead of everyone in line. Another witness, visibly exasperated, commented, I was there. I saw firsthand. So not only do they get everything in their life for free, but now they get to skip the line while the rest of us waited 2 hours. Unbelievable. Okay, these are all commentary on what's going on here. This is, let's see, Gateway Pundit, Arnold Schwarzenegger. What a jerk. He's endorsing Harris. Really? Exactly why? Local ABC news station mistakenly, quote, leaks a, quote, test election result showing Harris winning Pennsylvania as GOP voters storm the polls. Kamala calls for unity, then calls Trump a tyrant. Buzz Aldrin endorses Donald Trump. Good for him. Florida teen wielding machete arrested for intimidating voters outside polling station. I wonder who he's supporting. Congressman Keith Self, Pennsylvania's call for courage, why conservatives like Scott Perry are needed to save America. Kamala is collapsing. Kamala can barely keep her head up and looks absolutely exhausted after a light day of campaigning. FOIA finds FEMA funding millions to Illinois at the request of House Democrats. Why did FEMA get? Were they part of the Hurricane Helene? I don't think so. What's going on with them that they're getting FEMA? President Trump holds a rally. Great. Biden nukes Harris campaign, calling half USA garbage. We know that already. Trudeau on the edge. Bloc Québécois withdraws support for unpopular Canadian Prime Minister and his Liberals. Now works with opposition to topple his government. Okay, so if he's lost Quebec, he's lost everything. Honor and freedom of expression, a distraction from what's truly at stake in the U.S. election. This is about that comedian who said about Puerto Rico, the stupid comment. He should never have made it. Shameful. Kamala Harris makes a comment defending Joe Biden after he called millions of patriotic Trump supporters garbage. Trans kids' mental health no better despite dangerous drug treatment. Yeah, now they released that. I wonder why. Probably somebody leaked it. Anyway, Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly. You're welcome to join the conversation. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. I'm not going to engage in happy talk here and talk about how I think Trump's going to swamp it. I think that because of the cheating and because of the mass media and all of the forces that are out there to try to stop Trump and have done so in every way possible, they're not going to sit back and let this happen. I won't believe. I don't, I saw, first of all, I saw Raskin on with Bill Maher the other night, and I understand he's already drawn up articles of impeachment in case Trump does win. But what I would suggest is that if Trump does win, but if the Republicans, the Democrats are able to take the House, they're going to not only launch articles of impeachment, but they're not going to certify his victory. They just aren't. Raskin is fairly open about that. He also was promoting a radical agenda. He wants to get rid of the Electoral College. He wants to make Washington, D.C. a state, and Puerto Rico, which, by the way, probably would be Republican. And he wants to get rid of the Electoral College, which, of course, is really un-American. It means that the president will just have to run and be elected out of New York and L.A., maybe Chicago. The rest of the country will become irrelevant, will become unnoticed. Let's see. Do we have notes? We've got chats. Your stream so really well. As a proposal for you, I will share your stream. You just see that. To kick community for you to hit 1,000 followers. Oh, he wants me to this is some ad. They're offering to do something in it. Yeah, they want to pay. No, thanks, but no thanks. I don't pay for anything. Yeah, I don't need to have. I don't need that. But thank you anyways. And nothing. There's nothing wrong with making a pitch. I just I don't pay for radio. I want to do it the old-fashioned way. Build up an audience as I go. I'm not going to. I just ain't going to pay. Anyways, 617. I'm sorry, 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, come on down. 508-637-5596. Let me just okay, let me hide that one. And I'm going to all right. I'm not going to overlay it, but I'm going to. You can call in. I just was canceled off of TikTok, so much for that. Let me just take a look at my my Skype here. We have Let me just see if this works. Best way to do it is just call it 617-396-4958. Yeah, see, that one doesn't work. It's the other one that works. Let's see. Did I write that out? Yeah, this was in my interview with Dustin Nemos. Right. Nah. Oh, anyways, you're all welcome to come on down. Here we go. If I can find it. I have the number. Here is the number. Okay. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596 is the number. You're welcome to come on down. Now let's see, where did I put my phone? I think I just lost that. Can't get anything straight here. Oh boy. Yeah, okay, so I'll have to find, there it is. Okay, so let me just try dialing that, see if that number works. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. Yeah, that one works. So you're welcome to call. This is a live program. We're talking election. What are your thoughts? 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596 is the number. You know, let me just put that in there. 508-637-5596. And just enter. Call in at 508-637-5596. You're welcome to join the program. We are live. 508-637-5596. You know, I used to do talk radio in Greater Boston at different stations, and then I kind of got out of it. I got involved with other things. I ran for office. I worked in my business. I had a family. I brought up a daughter. I had other activities. Then I kind of got back in. Now I'm getting back in more so with this online show. But that I immediately bumped into the censorship regime. It actually happened, and it really started happening in earnest in 2019, just the year before the pandemic. And now, if God willing, if President Trump wins, I hope to maybe get back to figuring out how to do an end run around that. Let's see, voter suppression. Quakertown polling in Bucks County cuts voting line nearly 3 hours early, despite 4:30 p.m. closing listed on website. Peace officer cites slow and grueling process as cause. Latest UO-CAVA updates. See, this is where they're going to try to cheat. Trump is going to be ahead, and he may even, they've kind of set the stage so that he can't declare victory, even if he has won all these states, because they'll say, well, all the votes haven't been counted yet, which they'll keep counting probably for a week. But in the meantime, they have these UO-CAVA votes, which apparently they have lowered the standards overseas for who gets to vote. It originally was for the military, which, by the way, has been stiffed in that they don't have enough ballots in some cases to vote. So that's suspicious, obviously, and a disgrace. But the Democratic Party has spent a good deal of money and resources to galvanize non-military overseas citizens to vote. And apparently certain states in the battleground states, so-called, I would point particularly to Michigan. You don't have to even be a resident of that state, or you don't have to prove you're a resident of the state when you're overseas and you want to cast one of these so-called Uakava votes. So that's where I think they're spending money and time gathering those. Now, if they do it in Israel, by the way, where you do have a lot of American citizens who are dual citizens and who are Israelis, they're going to vote for Trump. So I don't know if they're really focusing too much on them. Let's see. TikTok notification. Yeah, TikTok has shut me down. Sorry about that, TikTok followers, but I ain't going to be on TikTok for another week. I'm in the penalty box. I don't know. Maybe they'll improve it. I don't know. By the way, if you're out there and you have some tech savvy, contact me. I might hire you. I need help to figure out how to get the stream live on several sites that I really could do this. Like, for example, Substack and Getter is a problem for me now. Used to not be. And several others. I want to be able to expand the program, obviously, as much as possible. What else would I do, right? I mean, that's why I'm here. And, I want to be able to make hay, what can I tell you? Let me do something. Let me also go Twitter and see if I can get the live button going. I know I'm live on Twitter, but there's also this facility where I think I can anyway. Maybe not. Let's see. Twitter. I mean, here we go. Spaces. Yeah. Go live on Spaces. How do I go live on Spaces? Let me try it again. I think I almost had that. Spaces. Let's see. Premium Spaces. Wait a minute. Let me just try it again here. Spaces. Okay, here we go. Spaces. And I want to go live on the video. Reconnect. Hello. Let's see. Mic is off. Mic is on. Welcome to the program. Charles Moscowitz here. Let me just see if I can get video. I don't see video. MySpace. No video? That's fine. I don't need video. We're live on Spaces. If you want to join the conversation, you're welcome to do so. I'm also live on various live streams where you can. What do I want to talk about? What do you think I want to talk about? What else? All right. The mic is on. You're welcome to join on Spaces. You're welcome to join. I've just been booted off of TikTok. I don't know. What did I say? You can't know. That's the problem. Even if I did know, I don't give a crap. I am concerned about possible theft of this election. There are some troubling things going on out there. I don't believe that the powers that removed Trump in 2020 are going to lie down and let him win. I just don't. I mean, I'll be, I will be shocked. Maybe I've been, Steve Turley, who I follow and who's a good guy, he says that people like me, we've been traumatized. He understands it, but he thinks that we've been traumatized by 2020 and what we saw. And then all the hate and abuse that's poured out and the destruction and the nastiness after that so-called victory. And he's right in one sense. Doesn't mean it's not true. Doesn't mean it's not happening. It is happening. I think they're trying to steal the friggin' election. I stand by that. I don't. I don't doubt that they are. I think they've tried everything, including 2 assassin attempts. They flooded Western North Carolina. They tried to bankrupt Trump. They tried to try him on bogus charges. They tried to bankrupt his family. They tried to harass him in every way possible, and none of it worked. And now they even stooped recently to calling him Hitler and this kind of garbage. Enough with the frickin' Hitler talk. Disgusting. These are the same people who are doing stuff that's would have made Hitler and his henchmen blush. Like for example, castrating young children and removing young girls' breasts. I don't think Mengele would have pulled that off. It was too evil. As bad as he was, obviously. They're the ones who are doing the censorship. That's why Twitter just shut me down. They're the ones who are doing lawfare. They're persecuting and prosecuting anyone who dares be a political opponent. They're spying on Catholics at church. They're spying on parents going to school board meetings. They're spying on pro-life families who, are expressing their opposition to abortion. They're freaking killing a pet squirrel in that guy's house in New York. Really? Some busybody neighbor calls and they show up with a SWAT team. They go in, they ransack his house, seize his pet squirrel and his pet raccoon, and kill them. Commit, well, it's not homicide. You have to have a person for homicide. What is peticide, right? They killed his wonderful pets. I'm sorry, but that does have an impact. And they finished their campaign with this really low, sinking to the bottom of the barrel by calling everyone Hitler, and they're all Nazis. That's right. We're all friggin' Nazis. As I said, the irony is who they are and what they're saying. And what this tells me, again, is that they are not going to allow President Donald Trump to win. I won't believe it until I see it. I really won't. I'm sorry. But that's my position. I just, maybe, again, Steve Turley is right. Maybe I've been traumatized. I don't know. But that's what I see. And that's all I can go by. Let's see what else is going on here. Latest I talked about the UOCAVA updates. Benson is up to new tricks in Michigan. The widespread leftist ballot harvesting operations. Colorado's Jenna Griswold, who put Tina Peters in prison for 9 years for allegedly exposing the code of a machine. She's exposing a ton of codes. She should be in the can. Under fire for leaking voting machine passwords in 63 of 64 counties on the state website. What else is going on? Puerto Rican Trump supporters hold massive caravan rally in support of President Trump. That's in San Juan. Puerto Rico joke hyped by Dems and media has caused zero change among Pennsylvania Hispanics. Good. New Judge Cannon won't recuse herself from would-be Trump assassin. Andrea Mitchell announces she's retiring from her daily MSNBC show. Good riddance. White House spin after Joe Biden called millions of Trump supporters garbage is so pathetic that CNN isn't even buying it. A came out of jail mentally and physically sharper, Steve Bannon tells the Gateway pundit. He's back and ready to fight. Steve Bannon is really a great leader of this movement. I have been listening to him since he got out of jail. Every single show. Check it out. If you haven't been listening, check it out. It's so, he doesn't complain. He gets right back in the fight. He deals with signal, not noise, as he likes to say, goes right into the research. You can't get better than Steve Bannon. The guy is a powerhouse. He reminds me of growing up in Boston, these kind of Irish, tough, street fighting people, who Boston Irish Catholic vibe, and I mean that in the best sense, not the bad ones. There were a few of them too, but Steve Bannon, this moral power that he brings to the table is unprecedented, and he hasn't talked about the fact that he was a political prisoner for 4 months. He's busy with the campaign, but he did make one quick reflection on that. He said that while in prison, he was giving civics lessons in the rec hall, and it was wildly popular. Everyone attended. You had lines out the door. And that most of the people there were Black or Hispanic. And based on comments that were made and questions over time, and while, of course, this is anecdotal, but it's obvious, he came to realize that they despise Kamala Harris because they know that she was responsible for keeping them in prison longer than their sentences required in order for the corporate interests to get free slave labor in California when she was the Attorney General. And that conversely, they love Trump because they understand that Trump was the author of the First Step Act, which released 10,000 predominantly minority men from prison for minor misdemeanors. Hello, am I on? Yeah, okay. Anyway, you're welcome to join the program. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. God willing, if President Trump wins, and oh my God, I'm sitting on Spielkes, as they say. I mean, the thought of it is just so, it's so tantalizing. Oh, and it could be such a glorious day for this country if he wins. I can almost taste it. That if that happens, for me personally, I'm probably going to start to ramp up this program a little bit. I don't deny the fact that I've been discouraged. I've been behind the 8 ball in terms of marshaling the amount of energy needed to do it because of the censorship. Look, I was just canceled from TikTok. I was only like about 5 minutes in and they canceled me. I think that if Trump wins, there's going to be ways around that. I believe that. Let me just see if I'm live on YouTube. I have a phantom YouTube. Oh, I'm live on my own website, Charles Moscowitz Live, which I'm going to spend some time promoting. If Trump wins, I'll feel energized to do that. Let me see if am I live on YouTube? YouTube's Unlimited Hangout. All right, let's see. No, I don't think I am. It's still, YouTube is still a little tricky. Whatever. Yeah, maybe I am. I don't know. It doesn't appear. Let's see, YouTube. No, it doesn't appear that I am. Let me just see if I click live, if anything happens. No, they won't let me do that. Destiny, he's a left-winger. He's live. Yeah, they let him go because he hates Trump. I mean, it's this is they're all having live coverage. Okay, fine. Not live on YouTube. Anyway, you're welcome to join the conversation. 508-637-5596. 637-5596. I don't see. I'm not really attracting much action on the Twitter X. But whatever, it's just another venue. I don't mind. It's all good. Let me just see. Where are we on this? Spaces. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I am live on the Spaces. Anyways, Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly. He's a science writer. He does a blog. He has a Substack, a page, and we'll see what happens. Let me just maybe I should take some more of my supplements. I've been working out at the gym. Something I never thought I would do. I always hated it. We had membership, but I never went. But my daughter urged me to go and challenged me, and she kind of like, and I listened to her. Whatever she says, I try to do. And so I actually hired a personal trainer. And these things get more important when you get to be my age. And I think that the results have been astonishing. I find that I really like it. I look forward to it. I feel better. I'm doing stretch exercises. I'm doing good old-fashioned bodybuilding, pumping iron. I'm doing, cardio by doing the treadmill. I get to listen to Steve Bannon on the headphones while I do it. And I'm finding that I'm feeling better than I have felt in a long time, and I'm getting into shape. Plus, I want to be ripped, especially as Thanksgiving comes up, and I feel competitive with one of my brothers who is very much kind of a gym rat, and he's always been fit. I'd like to be able to show up and not look out of shape, at least, or at least on my way. So that's interesting to me, and I urge people to do that. I'm also a big supplement person. I love supplements. I take them, a lot of them. Anyway, you're welcome to join the program, 508-637, while we wait for Michael. There he is. He's there. How do you like that? Hi, Mike. How are you?
Hey, let me call. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It's kind of a casual show.
No. Here we are. All right. First thing.
Yes.
I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Please
First
do.
question. What's your gut? What is your gut?
Something, I am, as I've said, I'm sitting on Spielkus. My gut is that Trump is going to win big. And, that even in Massachusetts, the polls are crowded and they have Trump people. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think he's going to win Massachusetts, but I think he could make inroads here. I think he has a chance of taking New Hampshire. New Hampshire's key. New Hampshire is coming out in spades. Kelly Ayotte is running for governor. She's a Republican, very popular, and it's very important that she wins. But she's bringing out supporters. Maine looks promising. I think New York.
Wow.
Well, Maine has. The city of Portland is to the left of Pyongyang. I mean, those people are lunatics. But if you go outside of Portland, you've got real Mainers. And they're coming out in droves.
Maine is an interesting place because yes, Portland is very liberal. If you go into hardcore Maine, it's pretty conservative. But then you go into places like the mid-coast, and apparently somebody created a Trump train the other day, driving up to these mid-coast little towns,
yes,
just driving those people nuts.
Yeah, but people are coming out in favor. Yeah. And you have to realize the Trump supporters, people like even myself, I would include here, you don't talk about it too loud because you could end up getting in a lot of trouble. So, but today is the day that you can come out and vote. And I think that Trump actually is doing well in New York. The city of New York, you don't have too many. His rally in Madison Square Garden, you had thousands of people out on the street in Manhattan. You had, New York. I mean, the mayor Adams is pro-Trump, even though he doesn't explicitly say so. And Trump has given him a compliment also. And that people are upset about, the whole influx of migrants taking over all the city facilities and, that whole agenda. Plus, upstate New York, it's very red. I think Trump could take New York. I really do.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yes.
Heard it here first.
Pennsylvania is going to be a knife fight. I think Trump. I mean, the people like Scott Pressler have been working in Pennsylvania now for years, registering Republican voters.
Right.
The early vote, which is something that the Democrats always expect to be work well for them, and usually does. It has not worked well for them this time. It's completely backfired. In every example, particularly of the battleground states, Trump's early vote was huge. People did come out and they were urged to do so. And they're not the usual type of voters. Today, they're swamping the polls. And so I think that if everything was on the up and up, Trump would win a landslide. He possibly could win, about maybe, all of the states except for the far left. California, I don't think he could win because you've got 3 million illegal aliens voting. So that's gone. I think Washington is probably far left also. But Oregon, maybe. I don't know. Hawaii, forget about it. But all of the West, I mean, even New Mexico, I think that Trump's
Mexico's in play.
Arizona, but of course, Arizona, you still have the corrupt, rotten, Maricopa County. But I just heard Kerry Lake on with Bannon last night, and she said that they have fixed the problems of the broken machines that were breaking only in Republican areas in 2022, and that the street game is good. I think that I'm optimistic there that the fraud will be overtaken. The fraud in Pennsylvania is a problem. They're blocking access to voting machines. It's like a street fight there. But I think that the overwhelming nature of the vote, they could overcome the fraud. There's always the threat of the Uokava votes, and they're setting the stage now for preventing Trump from declaring victory by saying, well, all the votes aren't counted yet. He's stealing the election. And what they mean by that is the Uokava votes. Now, the Uokava votes are overseas voters. What it is that the standards were weakened, I think about 5 years or 6 years ago. I don't know if it happened during the pandemic, but originally it was only supposed to be for military personnel and their families, and maybe a few others overseas, American citizens. That has expanded to everybody, and that the standards of proof of residency has weakened. The Democratic Party has invested a lot of money in harvesting and gathering those votes, and doing so for the battleground states. And of course, you have the corrupt, rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, who has said that all of those votes will be counted whether people lived in the state or not. So that's a problem, and they could do that, and that's going to be one avenue to steal the election. I think that they may use it. There are problems being reported with the Dominion voting, and there I said it, Dominion, in some states, apparently, particularly in Kentucky for some reason, where people are trying to vote for Trump and the machine won't let them. I don't know how pervasive that is, but we know that that's something that's very difficult to detect, the algorithms of those machines. So I'm worried about that. Look, I still think that they're going to try to steal it. I can't imagine them letting Trump win. They've done everything to stop Trump, obviously. I mean, they tried to shoot him twice. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to put him in prison. They've used day after day of these hoaxes and this propaganda to push him. And, oh, he's Hitler. You know, they've gone to the lowest of lows. I mean, the bottom of the barrel. He's Hitler. Oh, yeah, sure. And, you know, nothing has worked, but they're still not going to stop. They're going to do something. I mean, I'm not going to be calm and relaxed until I see it happen. I mean, what about you, Mike?
All right. Well, I can't disagree with any of that, but on the positive side, they have no talent. They keep doing the same things. Let me give you this particular example. That Liz Cheney statement about the firing squad. Now, that may have worked. That may have worked when there was no alternative media. But I ask you, what's the point of making a ridiculous statement like that when it can be disproven in 3 seconds?
Well, even Bill Maher noted that even though he was on a rant about Trump being Hitler, he noted that that was a hoax. I mean, and you're right. I mean, there's too much alternative media now who can identify these hoaxes, and they come out with a hoax a week. I mean, I don't know, the latest one having Trump, you know, I mean, just this garbage. I mean, you look at, you know, he's unhinged, or, you know, I mean, the most recent one, this is actually the funniest one, and the one that I think encapsulates the entire agenda every week. I'm looking at the Drudge Report, which is really anti-Trump.
Oh, man. Oh.
And they have a big headline, Trump is toast. Trump is toast.
Yeah.
And they show, of course, they do what the Globe used to do to anybody they don't like. They did this with Reagan, where they show a very large picture of him in the most unflattering light. I mean, it tries to make him look really old, or in a, you know what I mean? They'll find something. And then you click on the article, and what it is that Michael Moore, the filmmaker, has said in some stupid interview in some weird podcast that he thinks that Trump is going to lose. This is a headline? I mean, what the hell are they talking about? And they're making this is like, oh, yes. I mean, it's like pathetic. If this is all they have.
Well, this is what I've been saying, that they're being very aggressive, but it's the same playbook they've always used. They haven't adjusted. Now, one piece of good news that I saw on Twitter, I believe yesterday, was that people are looking in Pennsylvania and say, wait a minute, where are all the votes? Where are all the votes? And then the answers come up. Well, if you're comparing it to 2020, when they added 700,000 fake votes, that's why you're not seeing it. And
yeah, but I don't know. They still might drive in those white vans filled with made-out ballots in Philadelphia and in Detroit. I mean, I assume that Michigan will be stolen. I mean, it's so bad there. But I hope that maybe that might be the only state she wins because it's stolen.
The signs look good. Obviously, we'll have to wait. But this election seems a lot different from 2020.
Oh, and you know something? I'm listening to the left-wing radio shows. They all seem demoralized. I mean, they're like pulling, and they're even mentioning, I mean, in passing, what happens when Trump does win. I mean, and these are people like, Nancy Gertner. I don't want to mention her name in particular, but I'm just saying the hard left, know, street fighters. These are thugs who will like stab at Trump in a second. I mean, these are, you know, they don't F around. I mean, this is like Mark Elias and that crowd. You know, they're not gonna. They are just out there, and they are sounding demoralized, which is a good sign. I mean, if you look at their, I follow his Twitter page. And by the way, the censorship regime is in full force. When I went on a little early and I went on live on TikTok, they shut me down immediately within 5 minutes.
Really? What did you say?
I don't know. You can never tell. Did I make a reference to getting to the bottom of 2020? I mean, I was trying to actually be somewhat careful, but somebody reported me and they shut it down. You know, I've been suspended for 2 weeks. So I only say this to note that the censorship regime is in full fledged right now, and the last time around, anyone who brought up what they saw with their own eyes, which is that the election had been stolen, and that they watched 7 states shut down simultaneously at 11 p.m. Anyone who brings that up is demonized as being almost like a subhuman, like you're the Ubermensch, Untermensch. Was what the Nazis called you. And that the media, rather than investigate, because they've never really answered what happened with there or some of these other things, they just launched into vicious ad hominem attacks on anyone who questioned that election. That whole infrastructure is still in place. They are setting the stage for demonizing anybody who questions the election now. I do think that. I mean, they're going to try to keep it.
I don't think they have the power that they even had 4 years ago. It's pathetic. In fact, there were numerous articles talking about Jeff Bezos' comment in the Washington Post why they didn't do an endorsement. Mm-hmm. And I think it was Megyn Kelly and others said, it doesn't matter. The paper's dead. You're not going to save it. You have a hardcore of like a couple 100,000 subscribers and people online, but it's like you're preaching to the choir. And for a good Catholic, this is not a particularly nice thing to say, but they're just going to abort themselves to death. And that's going to be a smaller and smaller faction. I think
so. I mean, but Bezos, I think, knows this, which is why he's not endorsing Trump. And maybe there's a couple of other big names out there who are around now. I mean, look at Elon Musk was anti-Trump until recently, right? He supported Biden. Maybe there's a couple of those types that are out there now and that are going to stand up.
Well, even Joe Rogan, as otherwise a liberal, unless he's completely changed.
Oh yeah, he formally endorsed Trump yesterday. So, there are some pretty hard-hitting people, I think, who are around now who weren't before. There's a huge momentum. People are excited about Trump's government. He has amazing people around him. RFK Jr.
That's a big point. It's not just Trump. It's the people around him. He brought the RFK.
Yeah.
Elon, Tulsi Gabbard, some of his good guys from the previous administration.
J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
His 2 sons are great. His daughter-in-law is great. People he can trust. They're actually very brilliant people. He's surrounded by good people who will not only protect him, but who are going to have expertise in various areas of government. I mean, Elon Musk wants to handle, reducing the deficit. Can you imagine? I mean, Biden, they've rung up something like $9 trillion in debt, which is why people are wondering why hamburger costs $15 at McDonald's.
Yeah.
I mean, to bring Elon Musk in there for that, he's the richest man in the world. He did it at Twitter. He cut back 80%, and it's much better now. I mean, that's like, it's a gift. I mean, this is like something.
Consider that for a moment. Again, I've seen things to this effect.
By the way, let me just interject also.
Cut back 80% at Twitter, and it's running fine. Imagine what he could do to the federal government.
Of course. And by the way, they're UAKava votes. They're not trying to gather votes in Israel because Israelis are overwhelmingly pro-Trump. Right. They're going to, they do have American citizenship, a pretty good number of them. I mean, probably in the maybe upwards of, 50, 60,000 Israelis probably have American citizenship. And they're going to vote for Trump. And that can make a difference. So I don't necessarily assume that the UAKavas are going to all be for Biden. I mean, for whatever the hell they are. Harris.
Well, that's a good point. I think a lot of the military has become liberal, which is a story unto itself. But
but if you see that they're shafting the military, they don't have enough ballots. I don't know if you saw that.
Now,
I mean, that's really a disgrace.
they
Can you
always seem
imagine?
to complain about that. This isn't the first time, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's ugly. That's a disgrace. Can you imagine? Meanwhile, I mean, Jeff Kuna this morning pointed out that the Democrats in Congress scuttled a bill that would have provided for financial assistance to families of veterans who had died in war
Yeah,
for colleges. They scuttled that bill, and instead they supported a bill that gives free tuition to illegal aliens. Now, to me, F them. That's enough of a reason to vote for Republicans in Congress. And Trump has to take both houses of Congress. I think that his chances for the Senate are good. The House, I'm not so sure.
they're trying to
But
make in Senate numbers like 54, possibly
okay,
more.
fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I think so because I think that the guy running for Manchin's seat is going to win. The guy in running against Tester in Montana is strong. He probably is going to win. And there might be a few other surprises in the Senate races. I mean, maybe, I mean, I don't know, John Deaton can beat Hiawatha Warren here in Massachusetts. I don't know about that, but you never know.
But
You
haven't you
never-
noticed that there really aren't too many Democrat office holders that have come out full throat for Kamala Harris?
No, I mean they don't go in, like Tammy Baldwin, who by the way is losing, I think, or challenged in Wisconsin. She didn't even appear with her when
No.
that's like a shock in a way. That's a big story because when your president of your party is making an appearance in your state, you join them on stage and you support them. She was nowhere to be found. So that might be a sign for what's going on in Wisconsin. I don't know, but I mean that could be. And Wisconsin is huge. I mean, if Trump takes Wisconsin, that's a game changer. That's huge.
Yeah.
So
The other thing that seems to be a good sign is if you look at all the newspapers, um, the most they'll say is it's a dead heat.
which means Trump is crushing it
That's
because
what I.
oh
That's
yeah, I
what I.
mean, and they're never going. I mean, Trump always, I mean, historically performs better than the polls, and this is a good sign. The reports I'm hearing are that people are out on the street, they're voting, and they're waiting in line. If you're listening to this program, get out and vote. Bring your friends, bring your family, bring your colleagues, and be prepared to wait in line. Maybe get a couple of snacks and some water because you're going to have to be there a while. But it's your civic duty. I mean, this is a chance to really, make a difference in this country and get out and friggin' vote for
Yeah.
Trump.
Now saying
Save the
that,
country.
there's you don't. Well, today you do, of course, but there are opportunities, of course, to early vote. Which what 50%?
Is that still happening? I mean,
Well, no, there's
I
not
think
early
the-
voting
I think
today.
that the early voting is over now.
Right, no, but what I'm saying is that you didn't have to wait till November 5th. If you did,
Right.
you damn well better vote today. But on the other hand, you have plenty of opportunities or had plenty of opportunities to do it. And you should consider, because it's less of a hassle on these so-called election days. So food for thought.
Yeah, but the important thing is that so far the early voting has been in Trump's favor across the board. Every single battleground state. I don't know so much about. I haven't heard any data come in from the blue states, but I don't know. I mean,
The
I think
information coming in from the blue states is there are more Republicans voting early than ever before.
so. Then and that's the so-called firewall for the Democrats. They always banked early votes early, and they were ahead going into election day. I mean, at least in recent decades, and now they don't have it. It's gone. Trump's ahead in all, certainly in all 6 of the battleground states. and he's gained in the blue states. I don't know if he's ahead necessarily, but now on election day, Republicans traditionally come out and vote. And I also assume that independents are breaking for Trump, and a lot of Democrats are going to vote for Trump. They're not, everybody, they all admit that nobody really is enthusiastic about Harris.
No,
Nobody
no one is for Harris except for a very small number of stupid people that think the most significant thing in the world is that a so-called
Is that she
black
has a vagina.
woman, president.
They're voting for her vagina. Just like there was that core of people that voted for Hillary.
Yeah.
And all I can say to them, I mean, is what is her vagina going to affect the cost of hamburger? I mean, what the hell are people thinking?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I'm not a fan of Hillary Clinton, but I would have to say that Hillary Clinton had a lot more gravitas.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, Harris is the worst. She's absolutely horrendous. I mean, she can't answer a freaking question for beans. Look, she's by the way having said that, I think she's better than Biden, and I think that she's probably going to do better than Biden would have done had he stayed on the ticket, because Biden could not even barely function at all. I mean, the guy he's like gone. I mean, there's nobody home at all.
Well, which begs a big question, Chuck. Who's the president now?
Well, whoever has been president for the past 4 years is who's president now. We don't know. Probably George Soros, I would guess. I don't know. Obama probably. I mean, he's probably out there. And all those people are going to be swept away if Trump wins. The Obamas, the Clintons, the Bushes, all of them will be gone, finally, relegated to the sewers of history where they belong.
Well, let's talk about the Bushes for a minute. Interesting case. I always hated them, but certainly GW was masquerading as a Republican successfully enough to win twice. Okay.
Right.
Now, why the hell didn't he just go off into the sunset, tell his damn family to shut up, and his legacy, such as it is, would have been preserved? But when his daughters and his wife come out in favor of Harris, and I don't believe GW is in favor of Harris. He's kept pretty quiet on that.
Yeah.
But what was the point? What good did that do for those endorsements? You know,
well, I think that Bush has been affected by the same forces that affected Blackmun, that Nixon talked about. They are blackballed. They're hated. They're denounced. They can't hold their head up at social events. They've been uninvited. They can't go to church probably without holding their head up. And I think that got to them. I think Bush has had, I mean, there was things got pretty ugly for Bush particularly in that final year. I mean, I remember that they revved up that hate machine.
Yeah.
That was pretty tough. And I don't think that the Bushes are set up for that. I mean, they're like, they're country club, people were like denouncing them. So I think that has a lot to do with Bush. I think that his daughters, one of whom is in the media, I think she's on NBC, I think, they want to be part of the beautiful people. They want to be invited to the fancy parties and the dinners. And they want to see.
It's funny, Chuck. What I often ask people is real life more like high school or college? And of course, the answer is high school. And I mentioned this in my latest piece. Why are all these celebrities lining up for Harris? All right, the younger ones, the people on the way up, I understand they have to be part of the cabal.
Exactly.
But Harrison Ford.
Oh my God! What a
Harrison Ford, 84 years old. He's never going to make another movie.
I know he's a washed up.
Than God. So, what's the point?
What's the deal with him? He's a washed up actor, and he's now coming out. It's just, and Schwarzenegger is one of the worst. Oh my God! I mean,
he really? was. Now that was. I think something happened to him because this was a scuttlebutt going around California when he was governor, that he was ruined by Maria, who was a true believing Democrat. In fact, the funny, and again,
plus he stuck with the babysitter, putting that aside.
Yeah,
I mean,
there were the story that went around that I thought was hilarious, and I'm sure is true, is when Maria Shriver was in college. I don't think I ever mentioned this on the show before. She was staying in some dorm or whatever, and she happens to encounter some fellow student.
Right.
Well, yeah, I just got a new car, and the payment's a little high. I hope we're going to be able to do it. Maria turns to her and says, "Payments? People buy cars on payments?" And
oh yeah, well, talk about silver spoon in her mouth growing up.
Yeah, well, the silver spoon and brain dead.
Yes,
I know a lot of rich people, and they're not that stupid about common man things like that. Unless they've been sheltered their entire life.
well, I mean, apparently Kennedy never carried a piece of change in his pocket.
No.
People would he would go out and people would have to pick up the check. He'd be at church, and when they passed the pew, the thing, he'd have to hit the guy next to him. Could you give me a 10 or something? Oh, by the way, we are live. You can join the conversation. 508-637-5596. 508-637-5596. I see that Alex from the Donut Factory has just joined us on YouTube. Alex recently hosted me debating Dustin Nemos on his program. Really good debate. Alex, you're welcome to come on if you'd like. 508-637-5596. I'd like to hear from people about what they're seeing and hearing out in the field. Did you vote today? What was it like? What are the lines like? What are people saying? What's going on, especially in Pennsylvania?
Oh yeah.
Pennsylvania is almost turning into, it's almost a civil war.
Well,
I mean,
there was some thing with Cambria County, Pennsylvania, where they're now going to have to keep it open till 10 p.m. I understand.
Yeah, but now they're not. I mean, they've already tried to. They only put like 2 or 3 people in there. There is a war going on in that state. They just had somebody's reporting. I mean, the Gateway Pundit, that people are in line for hours, and these buses are showing up with people who don't speak English, and being done by this radical leftist group who hired them. And they're being ushered into the front of the line to vote, and they don't even know their name. They can't even have a name listed there. So, they are trying to pull it off in Pennsylvania. I know that we have a very good street team there. I mean, I don't know if they're going to overcome it. I mean, you've got Scott Pressler is out there. Jack Posobiec is out there. He's from Pennsylvania. You got teams of people. Charlie Clerk is out there from Turning Point America. I mean, there are people, we're not taking Pennsylvania for granted. There's a huge team of people crisscrossing that state and watching everything. And I think that the Republican National Committee, they've had their problems, but it's a hell of a lot better than it was under Ronna McDaniel. Now they have hired hundreds, if not thousands, of lawyers who are ready, just like Youngkin did in Virginia.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're ready. If you see anything, drop a dime, call the Republican National Committee, and they'll have a lawyer on that thing immediately. They've got teams of thousands of poll workers, people watching the counting rooms. Already, the corrupt, Soros-backed, Southern Poverty Law Center-backed Secretary of State Benson over in Michigan, that beautiful blonde woman, she has already tried to block people from going into the counting rooms and has failed. So, it's tough. I mean, those people.
Isn't this though? I mean,
they're going to stick a stick in their back.
Isn't this good news in the sense that they realize they've got a street fight?
Yeah.
And the problem is they got a street fight against people that have already been bullied.
That's right. And they're not going to take any crap this time around.
Yeah.
People are like, they're just, we've been waiting for 4 years for this. And I just don't think that they're going to pull that. I mean, I feel encouraged by that. I just think that even with that, though, they're not going to roll over. They're not going to let this happen. I can't imagine it. Do you think that they've got something up their sleeve? I'm sorry, but I feel uneasy about it. They don't care. I mean, they didn't care last time. They don't care this time. They want to hold on to power. If they lose, they all could end up investigated and in jail, like they did to Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. I can't wait to see them being called to testify before Congress. Let's see if they do it under oath. It's like they know they're in trouble. They're going to be investigated. There's going to be an investigation.
Here's a model for this. On the ridiculous deal with Trump and the loan with Deutsche Bank, when it came up to New York Supreme Court, the case started falling apart like a house of cards.
Yeah.
To the point that, and there's video on this, I found it very amusing that toward the end, the lawyers for the plaintiff were begging the judge, don't sanction us.
I saw that. He looked like he was about to cry.
Yeah.
He's like, I have a family. I have supporting.
Yeah. So I think that you're going to see some rats leave the sinking ship. I think you're going to get some tell-alls.
There's already a whistleblower, by the way, in Detroit, a young black man who is saying that they're stealing it in Detroit, just like they did last time. They're putting names out. They're creating fictional people and voting those people. I don't know if there's any way to overcome that completely, because once a vote is cast, it's done, which is why I think that probably they'll hold on to Michigan. I mean, it's just too corrupt.
I'll tell you the way to overcome it in the future is you put these people in prison that are doing this.
Well, that's right. And we should tell people, and I think the Republicans have done a good job, even with commercials. If you cheat and you're caught, that's a felony. You're going to go to jail. If you're an illegal alien and you get caught, you're going to be deported.
Compare this to the early years of the internet, where people were hacking. Remember this? And isn't that cute? He hacked into the public school web server, changed the grades. How clever! And it was, isn't this a little thing? And then you get your slap. Yeah. But now, no, it's a big deal.
Go to jail.
They come down on these people, and I think that I have always said that the only reason that California became deep blue was massive voter fraud after 2011.
Oh yeah, I mean they put people on the. No, I think they've done it by putting illegal aliens' names on the ballot, and and voting those names, even if they don't know they're being voted. I don't even blame them. I mean, it's just.
No, you're exactly right, and it was the Republicans did it to themselves because they had a chance to stop this and nip this in the bud, so to speak, with Bob Dornan's campaign against Loretta Sanchez, and they didn't. And they.
By the way, we have somebody texting me from Flanders in Belgium, Victoria Perfidum. You're welcome to join the conversation. Send a message and I'll read it over the air, or you can call 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. We are live here. We're talking about the election. We're talking about what's happening on the street. If you voted, I want to hear about it. Have you seen anything, heard anything? What are you seeing out there, wherever you happen to be in this country, if you're listening? One thing I will say that is, if Trump wins, God willing, I intend to really start getting into doing this show. I've been demoralized by, TikTok already has taken me off just 5 minutes in. I think that since the censorship regime started to crack down, but I think that that's going to lift. That's one of the positive things about a victory by Trump. This Nazi-like censorship regime is going to take a major hit. They're not going away, but they're not going to get away with what they've done. They're not going to censor legitimate opposition to their political radical point of view. And I think that, the rest of the world, people are praying that Trump wins. I've talked to a few people about that. I attended on the Sukkah holiday. I actually attended a Sukkah celebration in Manhattan.
Did you have a sukkah in your home?
No, that's a big ordeal. I don't do that, but I did it actually last year. We did it, but we went to a major one in New York. My daughter lives in New York, and a lot of French Jews were there. They're visiting their children who are going to college, and I spoke with several of them, and they're like, "We are praying for Trump. Vote for Trump." They even said it to my wife, and my wife said, you actually make a case. I would not listen to my husband, of course, but you make a case. Maybe I very well might. She doesn't. But I'm just saying that they were very passionate about it.
Well, they should be. The country has been overridden.
Yeah.
And
overridden by anti-French foreigners who, and in Europe,
anti-French and anti-Semitic. Let's not kid ourselves.
Oh yeah, definitely. And in Europe, it's a bigger problem than here. But that could be us, where you have an influx of large numbers of people who are not interested in assimilating into your country, but who are creating their own nationalism within your country. Now, I don't think that's happened here. By the way, the Muslim community in Dearborn, pro-Trump.
Oh, yeah.
The Somali community in Minneapolis, pro-Trump. They've come out. Thank God for them. Thank God for the Muslims. Thank God for the Palestinians and for the Somalis. Get out and vote. They basically said.
Isn't that an interesting turn? Isn't that an interesting turn?
Well, they want to have peace. In fact, Rashida Tlaib, right, who came to office in her first public statement said, "I'm going to screw Trump, that mother effer," and using that word. Remember that? I don't know. She's not coming out and endorsing Harris because she knows that her constituents are endorsing Trump. So that could tip Michigan. That really could. If the Muslims of Dearborn come out and vote for Trump, Dearborn, Michigan has the biggest Muslim population in the Western Hemisphere.
Well, the interesting thing about Dearborn, because I was born in Detroit.
Yeah.
And you have to be my age to remember this. Dearborn then, first of all, no Jews.
Right.
No blacks. But then they started, they didn't have on their membership sheet anything against Arabs, and they came in and within a very short time became the dominant demographic in Dearborn. It completely changed. The old mayor.
My understanding is that Henry Ford wanted to hire Muslims to work in the factory back in the 1920s because they had a reputation for not drinking. And he thought they'd make very good employees. So he actually sent agents to Beirut and to Damascus to recruit Muslims to come to Detroit to work. So that was the beginning.
There weren't that many living there then.
Sure. But they're all voting for Trump because they believe in traditional values. I think that they're probably also, quite frankly, misogynists. They don't like women in positions of power, which is, I'm not endorsing that, but that's just.
Well, that'll work this time. Okay.
Yeah, that's just a reality. That happens to be a street thing. Steve Bannon has not talked about his prison experience. He says he's going to get into it after the election. He's completely focused on the election. He's doing an incredible job. Check out the War Room Pandemic. It's really, he goes into each state. He gets into it, brings in the right people. The one thing he did mention about his prison experience was that he said that while he was there, he was giving these seminars in the rec room, these civics lessons, and that they were hugely popular. People were lining up to go. These are prisoners, most of whom are Black or Hispanic. and that this may seem anecdotal, but he said they despise Harris because they all know that when she was Attorney General in California, she kept prisoners, majority of whom were black men, in prison longer than their sentence required. They could have gotten an early release because she wanted to have cheap labor for her leftist support, the leftist supporters of the Democratic Party out there
Yeah.
who, I mean, this is, they're going to have slavery practically. And they know this and they despise her for it. And they love Trump because of the First Step Act. The First Step Act, Trump worked personally on that and getting that across. The result was that upwards of 10,000 prisoners, predominantly black men, were released from prison for misdemeanors, for like having a nickel bag of marijuana, really small crimes. And that he promised to do more. So, that's I think black men are not supporting Harris. They hate Harris. And I think Hispanics.
That's exactly right. She made her bones, such as it is, by going with tremendous and stupid zeal on relatively minor drug cases, putting tons of primarily black men in prison.
Yeah.
To put more notches in her belt. And she was very emblematic of the cartel of the criminal justice system, which is horribly corrupt. It just exists to prosecute drug offenses, to enrich defense lawyers, and keep incompetent judges on the bench. It's a whole mess, and she was a big part of it,
Right.
being involved in the largest state in pursuing that. So I don't really know what her bona fides are, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she has not once talked about anything other than being, quote, black and female.
Right.
She's talked about a single accomplishment, of which she doesn't have any, in her entire career. And
exactly.
So the only reason to vote for her is if you really hate Trump beyond all reason.
Mm-hmm.
But do you really hate Trump enough to put her?
I think people are tired of the Trump hatred. I mean, they're going to still have their hardcore cult, Trump derangement cult. That's going to be there. But I think that
you're never going to change those people.
And who cares? I mean, I think the numbers for them have eroded. It's becoming, most people are just getting sick and tired of it week after week, year after year. And they're like, this is enough for me. I mean, how long can you sustain that kind of irrational hatred? I don't think people are buying it. They didn't buy the whole convicted felon thing. Everybody saw that they were persecuting a citizen. And then when Trump, of course, is like, he's a brilliant media person. Let's face it. I mean, he's like P.T. Barnum. And I mean that in the best sense. He knows how to work the crowd. I mean, coming out with the mug shot, right? When he gets shot, standing up, fight. I mean, Trump has instincts in terms of how to be a public figure and how to inspire people. The garbage truck, these things, the McDonald's takeout window. He's brilliant. I mean, he really knows how to do the business of politics.
And contrast
with Harris. I mean,
when there's a chant, Kamala, and she said, okay, now everybody yelled their own name.
And everybody sat there in silence.
Yeah,
Trump is it's like the novel The Last Hurrah, which is about Boston, Boston politics, and it showed this great skill that the fictional character had there. It was based on James Michael Curley, who was he actually won re-election while in prison because he garnered this. He knew how to work the public. I mean, he knew how to do things that would connect with people, and that's a great politician. Trump has that, and I think that's served him well. I think he's gotten
He's not
better at it.
corrupt like James Curley, but
Right. Well, James Curley, I mean, he had a few. He lift, he had a few beans went in his pocket. Okay, but the point is that he also was a great populist, and he connected with people, and there are similarities. Trump doesn't need the money, but Curley was somewhat corrupt, although they probably went after him because he challenged the Protestant establishment at the time, which he was scathing. He called Saltonstall horseface. I mean, he and all these old Yankees who were running Boston. Curley was, in a way, it is similar to Trump. I mean, in a way, and he was a memorable figure. My grandparents loved Curley, because I mean,
Curley is the guy that originated the notion of having ethnic groups dominate the city so the WASPs would move out,
which they did, except
yes.
Beacon Hill. But he pushed them all out. I mean, John Kerry was like one of the last Yankees left, and maybe Bill Weld when he was governor. I mean, they were the last of the breed, and they were not the best ones either. But but no, Curley was a brilliant politician, and I think that there are similarities with him and Trump. And he got a lot done for the city. It was amazing. Anyway.
Well, that was the model in a sense for Richard Daley, right? That you can be corrupt, but things have to work.
As long as you get something done, I mean, people are willing to turn a blind eye. Everybody knew Curley was, making a few bucks on the side, but he didn't hurt anybody, and he meant well. And with Trump, he doesn't need to be corrupt. He made his money already. They've never, believe me, if Trump had a shred of corruption, that would have been front page week after week. They haven't found that. Instead, you have some corrupt judge saying that he claimed that Mar-a-Lago was worth $18 million. Show how ignorant he is. I mean, Mar-a-Lago is worth $300 million at least. The parking lot next to Mar-a-Lago is worth $18 million. I mean, just to show how rotten that and corrupt that legal system is. That hasn't worked. We don't even need to talk about that. People have forgotten about that. That's dead.
Well, in a sense, I'm glad they forgot about it.
Oh, yeah.
Because this was supposed to be a big strategy. This idea of worshiping authority in general. I mean, when Mandy Cohen, and this has to sink in, of the CDC comes out a week ago saying you should get your COVID booster. It's like my head would explode, right? I mean, how can you keep this up? How is it possible for you to keep this up? And here's the thing, they don't know anything different, right? That's what they do. But it isn't working. No one's getting these shots anymore. And why not? Well, because 60-something% of people did. A lot of them had side effects. Some of the side effects were horrific. And people thought, it's sad, but I can't trust public health anymore. Now, as one who was writing about public health for years, well, I had come to that conclusion a long time before that, the thing that made me write off public health was when they came out against vaping as a method to stop smoking. And then I realized this is so corrupt.
Oh, that's
so stupid.
Well, we'll get RFK going in there with a scalpel and clean up that whole mess. He's one of America's preeminent environmentalists. He has a record as a lawyer of winning cases against the big pharma and against environmental violators, and that's a great thing. I mean, I think that he could bring in a lot of people from the old left, right?
I think you're right, because people that have opened their eyes, seeing,
as they say, they've been red-pilled.
Yeah, well, but it's red-pilled in a good way, in the sense that, I think I mentioned this last time, that my oldest son said, like, what the hell is wrong with Republicans? Why have things gotten this bad? And I said, well, the first thing is, look at who these so-called Republican presidents were, going as far back as you want. After Calvin Coolidge, you have Ronald Reagan, and then Trump. None of these they're all rhinos.
They all are. They're Me Too presidents.
Lyndon Wilkie, Thomas Dewey.
Yeah.
And let's face it, Eisenhower lucked out because Robert Taft, well, he didn't die before the election, but he was as good as dead.
Yeah.
So they never put up anybody. Barry Goldwater they put up, who was subject to pretty nasty campaign rhetoric from LBJ and company. Remember with that famous
the Daisy commercial. If vote for Barry Goldwater, he's going to blow up the world.
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, they're trying that against Trump. He's going to be like Hitler. We're going to have Nazis. And they showed the Madison Square Garden rally, and they showed the Hitler rally. I mean, talk about ugly. I mean, it hasn't worked for them though. People aren't buying it. It's like the boy who cried wolf. You can just do it so many times, and eventually you're going to be ignored. They're not paid. No one's paying any attention. It's like, here they go again, the latest hoax. It's just it has no traction.
Well, it has no traction, but then I point out, who was stupid enough to come up with that anyway?
The Hitler thing? Well, I mean, they've called every Republican a fascist, going all the way back to Eisenhower. That's nothing new. But they've gone a little too far this time.
Who thought that it would resonate to compare a rally in 2024 to one in 1939? What does it have to do with you?
And they went in all in with that. I mean, you had the lead up to it, and it just didn't fly. Nobody bought that.
But Chuck, what was the point? All right,
maybe they thought they could rally their own supporters. They thought this reflects the very base of the Democratic left.
But what's the analogy? The fact that it would, first of all,
it's ridiculous. It's completely fabricated. It's an utter lie. There's no analogy, but I think they're doing it because they want. It's like a dog whistle to their reporters.
Yeah,
they're going to drum up, try to get people out to the polls. You have to stop Trump. He's going to be like Hitler, And it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked among Jews either, by the way. Trump, I predict, is going to get a big percentage of Jews. I think especially in Philadelphia, and the governor there, who happens to be Jewish, that being Josh Shapiro, I don't think he's showing all that much energy in terms of helping.
No, I was going to say that. I think you're being polite here.
Yeah, I think that
he's very actively doing nothing.
Exactly.
Because he got screwed. And
he doesn't have any interest in it. Plus, he actually is popular there, and he can see that Harris, he's like any other Democratic politician. He's moving away from her like a Chesapeake Bay crab.
Yeah.
They're like going sideways. Yeah. They don't want to be associated with her. She's like, it's like what happened. I talked about this last time. What ultimately happened to Michael Dukakis. They're going to move away. They don't want to be seen with them. This person doesn't exist. I have nothing to do with this.
I think Shapiro is thanking God that he didn't get picked by her.
He bit the bullet on that one, and he'll be around for another round, and he's fine. But so anyway, if anybody would like to report on anything that they're seeing out there, we're still live here. We're going to wrap it up soon, but you can call in 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. This is the most important election in American history. It's as important as the election of George Washington, going all the way back. I mean, this is this is monumental in terms of which direction this country is going to go. You have, domestically, you have somebody who wants to come in and stop this crazy, inflation, which is leading America into like Banana Republic territory. Internationally, we're on the verge of World War III. I think that it's now being reported that Ukraine is collapsing. They have maybe about a few more months left. They've run out of men. They've run out of ammunition, and they're losing. And if Trump's elected, he's going to find a formula for peace there. He's going to bring Putin and
This is a
Zelensky.
live show, folks, and I think I have to answer the door.
Okay.
But take it away, Chuck, for a minute.
Okay. He's going to bring Putin and Zelensky into a room somewhere, probably Camp David, and he's going to force them to come up with a peace and stop the war, stop the killing, stop the fighting. If Harris gets in, God forbid, there's going to be a nuclear war because that's what they've always wanted. I mean, there's now video out which shows that Biden actually gave Putin a green light to invade Ukraine because they wanted this war. They wanted to create this perpetual war because it benefits the arms dealers. It benefits the internationalists who rely on this constant warfare to weaken resolve to develop sovereignty in the world. And that's what they're up to. So we're going to have war. It's probably going to be nuclear. There'll be nuclear missiles hitting Boston and New York. And it's going to be a complete world war if she wins. Whereas Trump is going to bring peace. Same thing with Israel. Trump will end that friggin' war. You know, he will force both sides to the table. The Israelis are going to have to make painful concessions to the Palestinians, but there will be peace. They will, I mean, Biden released something like, it now turns out to be $850 billion in monies that had been retained by Jimmy Carter going way back to Iran. They immediately funneled it into Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas, which then invaded Israel with that terrible genocidal invasion.
Why did he do that?
Because they believe in perpetual war for perpetual peace. That's why. The policy that was mentioned by historian Charles Austin Beard back in the 1920s, who, by the way, was attacked for being an anti-Semite. They tried to destroy his reputation. He was a great man, not an anti-Semite. No, they want to create war in the world. I just was mentioning that it's now come out, this video that shows this, that Biden gave Russia and Putin a green light to invade Ukraine. They want war because they want to, weaken the world. They want to have, the arms dealers, the internationalists. They want to have this perpetual state of war.
Well, here's a good question for you. What happened to all the peaceniks, the Democrats, the lefties from the 60s, all the anti-war types?
Some of them are coming home, like the RFK crowd. I mean,
yeah, all right.
Some of them are waking up. It may not be too late. Probably most of them are gone. But there is some, I think there has been some awakening of people to this internationalist illuminated agenda that seeks to weaken sovereignty, to weaken the United States, and to turn us into a province of the world. That's why they're inflating the dollar. That's why they're engaging in international war. That's why they're telling municipalities that men can be women and women can be men. This is all part of this bigger agenda. And Trump is openly and articulately countering it. To me, it'll be a miracle if he wins. It'll be an event that proves that there is a God. It almost makes me want to become Christian.
Hey,
I mean, I don't know.
The greatest Jew of all time, baby.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. I only say that because it makes me become a believer in God in all of the forms. It's just something miraculous.
Here's something to think about on this military-industrial complex. The term created by Eisenhower on his 1961 farewell address. I'm thinking that he developed a lot of guilt feelings at that point, that he was part of this massive cabal of death and destruction, which, worked out well for the U.S. maybe, but he could see it was not ending. And it was
I agree. I mean, I think that he did decide to spill a few beans at the final moments of his administration. He waited for the evening before he left office and JFK was sworn in.
Literally the 11th hour.
Yeah.
I mean,
and he also said more than that. If you look at that speech, he also talked about big pharma and the biological industrial complex. I mean, there's a lot there that he got into, and he's not the only one. I mean, there were other people in the establishment. I mean, we've talked about Michael J. Glennon and his book, The Double Government. I mean, C. Wright Mills, the sociologist, wrote The Power Elite. It's all about that. There were other people who have tried to blow the whistle, not just Trump and the deep state, talking about the deep state. And that this is a rotten establishment that's been with us since time immemorial. It's nothing new. And it's always been a struggle by people to bring back sovereignty under God and not under the state. I mean, this was the Protestant ethos of the Puritans who founded Boston. Boston is really the cradle of liberty. They brought in the idea that, and it was definitely anti-Catholic, it was anti-Jewish too, probably, that sovereignty comes from God, who is the great sovereign, and that he grants a limited degree of sovereignty to the individual under God, and that the state exists as a vehicle to protect and to preserve those God-given rights. This was the ethos of the Founding Fathers. This is the ethos that was captured by Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence. This is the political philosophy and the religious philosophy of America. It's a Puritan country. We believe in this concept. Catholics and Jews also have become slightly Protestantized as Americans. It's not the same as it is in other countries.
Well,
Because
tell
that's what we are.
when Eisenhower, confessed in 1961,
Yes.
why has it taken so long, and why did it take a guy that was completely outside the system before more people woke up?
Because they control the media. That's why.
All
You've got Walter Cronkite. You've got them. They've been able to, kind of like, manage what we know and what we don't know, what we see and what we don't see. They really have to a large degree, and they do so less now. There have been great figures who have stood up. I don't know. I mean, I'm a fan of Pat Buchanan. I don't know if you like his books, but
Yeah.
he's somebody who who threw out some ripples. Nixon was not completely on board with it, which is why he was, I think, removed from office. Reagan was not totally on board with it, which is why he was shot. And there have been people who have been at least willing to stand up to somewhat to this. Rush Limbaugh, the late Rush Limbaugh, he didn't go so far as to like completely expose everything he knew, because he knew that they'd pull the plug on him in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But talking between the lines, he made a big difference in terms of bringing people to a more conservative consciousness, an awareness of the American values. He really did. I mean, but he worked within the system because he wanted to maintain. It is a compromise. He had huge influence. He had the biggest show in the world, really. They used to listen to it clandestinely in Havana.
Yeah.
And he was there for decades doing that show. Huge difference. But he did play ball to a certain extent with the illuminated establishment. But he pushed the edges, and that's what you have to do. I mean, I don't do it, you don't do it. But if you reach that level of influence, you kind of have to an extent. I'm sure Trump does to an extent. But within that context, you can still move things inexorably toward individual freedom under God, toward the existence of an objective body of moral and ethical values that come from Sinai. You can move things in that direction. The Founding Fathers understood it, and that was almost a miracle, the fact that there were so many of them that did. And they didn't always agree on everything, but they did embrace this American system. And, ever since then, this country being a microcosm, we have struggled to realize the true, as Martin Luther King said, the true nature of our creed. But in a sense, America's, as a microcosm, is you can expand it and look at the entire human experience as the macrocosm. We have been struggling to realize our own individual potential since the days of Adam and Eve. I mean, it's not new. And that, it's every generation we have to struggle to advance. And we've made major strides in this country, especially. So, anyway, Mike.
Well, there you go.
So get out and vote. And as the Irish in Boston used to say, vote early and vote often. and please, pray for this country and pray for our future. There's so much at stake. If Trump doesn't win, I mean,
no, and let me put a final historical perspective on this. All right. Consider how consequential the election was of 1912 when Wilson came in.
Great
Transformed the country, and no one's looking back at this point. All right, that's where all this left-wing stuff came from, and it just marched on and on.
That's a great example, because that year the entire country changed.
Yeah,
Wilson was an open and self-avowed socialist, and that we've never been the same since.
He was an open and self-avowed racist too.
Oh yeah, and he was an internationalist. He got us involved in World War I, which is unnecessary. He basically embedded the United States into this international agenda. He was very open about it, and there were people around him who were even more open about it, like Edward Mandell House, who actually who coined the phrase New World Order.
Yeah.
And he did it. He got in there through trickery. I mean, they convinced Teddy Roosevelt, who I think was a great man, but he had some weaknesses. He had an ego, to come in and run, as a bull moose, and that split the vote so that Wilson could be snuck in. They implemented the income tax. They implemented a reform so that the Senate would no longer be appointed by the states, which removed state power. They reduced the size of the U.S. House. They implemented the first social experiment, which was prohibition, right? The federal government should have no role in whether our people drink. They implemented World War.
He was an unmitigated disaster, and the election of that guy changed the course of the United States, and not for the better.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he implemented, as part of the Income Tax Act, you had exemptions for foundations and nonprofits.
That's the only way they could get through.
Yeah, the multi-billionaires could park their money and use it to influence our politics, buy politicians, hire their layabout children for fat jobs, create this aristocracy in this country, this informal aristocracy. David Horowitz from the Horowitz Center has done a good job of writing about that. And just generally speaking, it's been a shift in sovereignty from the individual to the state. It's a big subject, maybe too big to get into, but you bring it up very well, Mike.
But right now, if you haven't voted, you got to vote.
You bring it up well, because that is what can happen. There can be a major change in the way we see ourselves, the way we govern ourselves, by who is elected. It does matter. It's significant. That's a good example in 1912.
That's right.
That happen again. Anyways, Mike, I'll talk to you next week, and God bless America. Get out and vote. Let's not have any illusions.
Get out and vote.
Thank you. All right. Mike, take care.
See everybody next time.
Michael D. Shaw is my guest. We are live and we are downloading and all that. This is obviously an ongoing series of conversations about the most important issue facing America today, the election of 2024, and whether or not and how it's being stolen. I'm here sitting on Spielkis as the polls open. Now, so far, so good. I understand that Virginia, Trump is crushing it. Even in the blue districts, there's been a survey done so far of the early vote there. And in the red districts, there's been a turnout that is almost triple what it was. It's huge. And in the blue districts, the turnout is lower than it's been.
Let me stop you for a second. This is great happy talk.
Yeah.
But is this, confirmed with various sources?
Yes.
I've heard dribs and drabs of this.
My source on it is Steve Turley. And I think he's usually pretty good. He does his homework. And he says that he's been doing some close analysis. Also, Captain Seth Kestrel is a good research guy. I mean, he's out there looking at the stats. And now in Pennsylvania, so far, it looks good. They're opening their polls, and so far, we're sitting on Spielkas here, as I said, but it does look like, I mean, things are moving in the right direction, and yet, what else do they have? And I know I've already been taken down from TikTok from even mentioning this, but the bullets are flying. What else can they do? Right? They couldn't put him in prison. They couldn't destroy his reputation. They couldn't damage his family. They couldn't bankrupt him. They've tried everything else. And now there's new evidence that apparently his airplane was tampered with.
Yeah.
I guess. Right? I mean, there was a bomb, a guy driving a truck up with a bomb in New Hampshire at his rally inside the perimeter. When he was detected, he took off, and he said, "Well, I'm testing animal, dog sniffing." I mean, it was like, really? And yet nothing is heard about that. I don't think he was charged. You had this weird situation, I think it was in North Carolina, where about 20 people standing just to the right of Trump had some kind of a powder sprayed on them, and they were having skin problems, and their eyes were having problems, right? I mean, it's really ugly out there. I mean, things
let me throw this into the mix.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not one to defend Eric Adams, but it's pretty clear that this case against him is because he's a black Democrat that had the temerity to mention there may be some negative consequences of immigration.
That's exactly, I think you're exactly right about that. It's not that he has such a perfect record, but I mean, the New York Post headline today is hilarious. Grand Theft Automan. The point is that, sure, I mean, appointing friends to positions. I mean, what else is new? I'm not saying it's good, but yes, I mean, it looks to me like Trump is right. The New York judicial apparatus and their district attorney is very, very corrupt. Look what they tried to do to him. And that, I mean, it does appear that here you have someone who's not playing ball.
This is the point that, fine, we've been talking about Trump forever, but here's a guy that supposedly is lying, right? And it looks to me, if anyone ever had any doubt that you have to toe the line with these globalists and these corrupt freaks that are in charge, it's perfect. I mean, every Democrat politician has done probably worse than Eric Adams getting money for wherever they got. They never went after any of those people.
Right.
So here's a high-profile black guy that doesn't, kiss the ring of massa, and they're really starting to persecute him.
Well, maybe it could backfire in that it'll wake up the black vote, right? I mean, people.
That's what I'm hoping, but I got to tell
where's
you,
Jesse Jackson? Where's Al Sharpton? Right? Where? I mean, usually they'd be hitting the street by now and screaming.
They're owned, and I have to tell you something that kind of relates to this. That there are people that just buy in 100%. I had lunch with a guy I've known in the entertainment community for many years, about a week ago, and he was supposedly one of these closeted Hollywood conservative types.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Right.
He claims, and maybe some of this is true, and maybe the audience could call in and comment, that he met some high-powered types in what you and I call the conservative Inc. movement.
Right.
And he got really turned off to all that. He became, you hardly ever hear this expression, blue-pilled somehow. And I mean, really, here's a guy
Wow.
that now he told me, he said, I turned into such a lefty that I'm against free speech now. I said, what the hell do you mean you're against free speech?
How honest.
Yeah, okay. Here's the argument.
Right.
Back in the day when you had Walter Cronkite and you had, forget about that was all left wing, that you didn't have the huge marketplace of ideas. You didn't have the internet. You didn't have Twitter. So whoever was putting out the so-called mainstream news was quote unquote responsible. And I try to argue with him about that.
Right.
So he is very worried about misinformation. And I said, okay, who determines what is misinformation? And he answered, well, that's the problem. And I said, yeah, the answer is free speech, right? You've just killed your own argument.
Yes.
But evidently, free speech is only important on the left if you're still fighting to gain control. I mean, I remember well the free speech movement at University of California, which started a year or so before I actually went to UCLA.
Right.
And as soon as they got power and the prevailing attitude became obviously left wing, although in academia it's been left wing since the 1930s probably.
Right.
But then they're not in favor of free speech anymore. So that kind of opened my eyes to how sick this all is. That, you may not like what someone says, but that's kind of the whole point, right? And they forget that somehow.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're the ones who are censoring and supporting the censorship. I mean, certainly they despise and fear Elon Musk for that reason that he's, to the extent he has, and he hasn't done it all, but he's opened up his Twitter to free speech. He's allowing deviant opinions, as it were, like mine and like yours, right? Deviant. And we talk about this in sociology. Deviance. Yeah, it is deviant in today's world. It's the opposition. They're not going to look. To go back to our topic here.
Right.
I can't imagine them letting him win. I mean, they've got so much at stake. They have invested so much going way back. You could go back to the early 20th century if you really want to go back in terms of this internationalist agenda that really Trump is openly threatening, and that he will, even just by winning, he's going to set them back. And they're not going to let that happen. I mean, I can't imagine it. They don't care. I mean, look at
when you say they don't care, how far could they go without a jumping the shark moment? Okay. How far could they go without revealing their hand and suddenly turning everything against them?
Well, it's like Mao Zedong said. I mean, revolution is at the barrel of a gun. They'll go very far. I mean, they don't. They don't care what people think. I mean, they know that people are waking up.
Well, right, but if enough of the normies wake up, then my argument would be, then the globalists have kind of lost. All right. The only way this globalism crap works is if you get enough people to buy into it. All right. To use as our favorite example here, COVID. The reason I think that something like that is never going to happen again is because they pushed it too far. And you're not going to be able to convince people. I don't care what magic disease you create.
Unless it's something they even recently tried with monkeypox. Nobody paid any attention. Even the media ignored
Yeah.
But they can do it. I mean, I had a conversation the other day with this guy who's an Iranian exile, and he told me that that regime is not popular. They run by terror.
Yeah.
The vast majority of Iranians would like to get rid of them, but every time people stand up, they shoot you. I mean, they'll knock off a few people. I mean, they'll. This is how authoritarian regimes work. I mean, you could look at Mexico historically. They always had a very acrimonious relationship with the Catholic Church because the church tended to stand up for the regular person, the little guy. So once in a while, they'd send somebody out to shoot a few priests just to keep everybody in line. And they did this for over 100 years. They don't care. This is what's going on here. They'll
Well,
just.
here's the difference, though. There's 400 million guns in the U.S., and despite their best efforts to dilute what I call the American spirit, we're not going to go gently into that good night. The Mexico example is reasonable, and you're talking about the Cristero Rebellion and the fact that the Revolutionary Party came into power in 1910 and in a presumably Catholic country of Mexico, although that I don't buy in 100% to that they were a pretty anti-Catholic government.
They were also very communistic.
Yeah. But I think people still have enough freedom in the United States, and they learned some of their civics lessons that considering in the COVID thing, what was the real hammer there? Well, it's your health and you're going to get sick and so on. That was a pretty radical type of thing, using it as an excuse to remove all kinds of freedoms. And the usual suspects bought in. What I thought was very telling, Howard Stern, who always fancied himself this big liberal, was 150% behind this fascistic method of how they try to bring these COVID lockdowns in. All right.
Right, sure.
So he was a true believer. You could never have an argument with him, I don't believe, and say, wait a minute, you're exactly 180 degrees different from what you professed to be when you started out. So there's going to be sellouts. There's going to be people that double down. Indeed, I've met him. I get involved a bit with the American Council of Science and Health, and there's one guy, and he knows who he is if he's listening to this, who is 100,000% all in on vaccines. I don't care what the vaccine is. I don't care what the side effects are. That's the answer to the world's problems. And he wrote a big scare piece that just came out a couple of days ago on monkeypox, which, as you noted, has killed an amazing, 8 people worldwide or something?
Right. And meanwhile, the WHO is ready to declare an international emergency over this. Yeah. Right, exactly.
So I try to remind people that promote this sort of thing. There's a famous guy. You may remember him, born in Vienna in the late 19th century, who started a movement. And when he gained power, the first conduit that he used to control people was healthcare. And that was Uncle Adolf. Who
exactly. And I think that was not popular even in Nazi Germany when they started to send misfits, so-called, people that were not perfect, into the hospitals to be euthanized, because people said, hey, that's my brother, that's my wife, that's my family member. I'm not. It ended up backfiring even on them.
Well, it backfired, but of course the bad part of the story is, they eventually stopped it. But that was a year or so after they said they stopped it. But the point is, you're exactly right. It wasn't popular, and they realized, well, maybe not a great idea, but they showed their hand. And, by then nobody had guns. So.
Well, that was the whole hand of the whole thing anyways. I mean, it's eugenics, it's population control. Yeah. We've talked about that. I mean, putting the people in hospitals, nursing homes, COVID active. I think it's probably. I mean, if we had some honest statisticians, I would bet you it's probably at least half of the people who died of COVID were in those nursing homes in those blue states, like with Cuomo and Waltz and Whitmer and Newsom. They took COVID active people and they put them in nursing homes.
Right.
And then they locked the nursing homes down so nobody could get out or see their family members. This is genocide. I mean, it's the most evil thing that came out of that, because they view those people as Margaret Sanger said, useless eaters. They weren't contributing to society. They were costing more than they were worth. They didn't have a high Corey score, which is something that was created by Obamacare, right? So they just said, okay, we'll cull this population. That's what I think happened,
Well, you're right. And again, it comes back to my old cliche. People are very reluctant to face pure evil. They just don't want to believe it. And, there's nothing new under the sun. A lot of the Germans had heard stories about what was going on in these camps. But let's face it, who wanted to believe that? And
they didn't believe it. It was done very, very quietly, unlike, in a sense, like Islamic terrorism, which is done openly. But going back to the election, I do think that he's got momentum. Even the normies are admitting this. Even Lester Holt, they admitted that Trump is now ahead in the Sun Belt battleground states of Arizona and Georgia. I mean, and when we say ahead, I mean it's beyond the margin of error, and that he really only needs to take one more of the other battleground states to win. And Pennsylvania, Lucerne County just has surpassed Republican registration over Democrat, thanks to this guy Scott Pressler. I don't know if you're following his work. He's amazing. I mean, he's got a team of people, and they're going out and they're registering votes. They're finding voters who are not regular voters, and they're the Amish people. I mean, they're going county to county, city to town, and they now have numbers that exceed anything that Pennsylvania's seen in recent decades in terms of Republican enrollment, and the Democrats are way down. So it looks, we can knock on wood, but Pennsylvania's key, and it's looking better and better. It's and again, even the normies are admitting this. The other day, they did a story about the wall. They sent a reporter down, and it was pro-Trump in a weird way. I mean, even though they wouldn't say it, in that it showed how Biden had put a stop to building the wall, and they showed all the rotting, steel that was just left there, probably costing hundreds of millions of dollars, and how millions of people just poured across the border. Now she wants to talk. Now she's talking about building the wall. First of all, I think she's been dreadful as a candidate. She can't answer a single sentence, and I think that even she gets these puffy softball interviews, which are pre-recorded and edited, from Oprah of all people, and now from this Stephanie Ruhle, who's a longtime Trump hater. And it even with all the editing, I mean, they look exasperated, and she won't answer a question. I don't know if it's because she's stupid or it's because she just doesn't. She doesn't want to alienate anyone. And these are not tricky questions. They're simple questions like, what's your policy on tax increases? How are you going to pay for your programs? I mean, those are the kind of questions you ask any politician. She won't answer any of them. Instead, she launches into this weird, narcissistic storytelling. I mean, and just talking about when I was a little girl, it's like, what?
I think what's going on with that is that, number one, she is very stupid, but this is exacerbated by the fact that she's never been challenged in her life ever.
Yes.
All right.
That's
Now,
why they keep her under wraps.
yeah,
You know, they were hoping
interesting.
to do like the Biden campaign, but they kept him in the basement, and he did like an interview with Cardi B. You know, that's about right. That was about it. And you know, but they're not. But they can see now from their internal polling that she's tanking. So they have no choice but to send her out, and she's dreadful. Every time she goes out, it's worse. I mean, it's a complete meltdown. She's a horrendous candidate. You're right. She's never been challenged. She doesn't know a damn thing about basic issues of economics. She wouldn't, we're talking like, college economy class level. She's, it's like she doesn't know, she can't answer anything about it.
No, she's always been a DEI candidate from the very beginning. And it's all starting to crumble on her. When she had these early positions as the district attorney for San Francisco County, she didn't run as a black female. And by the way, Janet Jackson, of all people, has attacked her on that. When was she ever black? Okay, but the point was
only when she got in national politics.
Yeah, she was politically connected with Willie Brown. Nobody Nobody really cares who the district attorney is in San Francisco County. Although the one time that it got so bad with that guy that they voted out, this pro-crime fellow.
Oh, right. The son of the of Bernadine Dorn and Bill Ayers or whatever.
So, all right, she goes from that to Attorney General of California. Again, highly democratic state. Nobody cares. She's never been tested at any point. She's a female. She's vaguely foreign. And she's not a heterosexual white male. So they gave her a shot. Now, when she ran for Senate, she barely got by in the two elections that she had.
Who was her opponent? Was it like a good Republican or just
some rhino? I don't remember.
Yeah, some mugwump, as they used to say in the 19th century.
Yeah, there aren't too many hardcore Republicans in California. There's a few in certain districts.
I understand.
But that tended to be dominated by this Northern California type situation. All right, so then she gets this coronation as the vice president, and that says, you're right, that's where she became black, because we had to give the job to a black female. There were probably dozens of more qualified black females, but there you go. Maybe Biden was looking for someone dumber than himself. Who knows? But what is curious, and you mentioned this, she's out there tanking. Where are her advisors? Say, hey, babe, you've got to start answering questions, or at least not going off into this, when I was a girl and worked at McDonald's type answers.
She can't. I don't think that's how she thinks. You can't reinvent yourself. I mean, you are who you are. That's who she is. I know people like this. They talk in these vague aspirations. Oh, I want to have aspirations, but they don't say what those aspirations are, right? It's like the self-esteem crowd. They want to build self-esteem, but you have to do something to get self-esteem. It's not a category in and of itself. And she's like, we have to have good feelings. Fine. Talk about something that might give good feelings, not about, you know what I mean? She's talking about the subjective process. She's not talking about anything that's real. And to listen to her, I don't know how other people feel, but you feel like stupid, or you feel you're being dumbed down just by listening to this. It's depressing. You want to have a candidate for president, especially. They have to inspire something. They have to say something that you connect with. I mean, certainly, obviously, Trump does that. But any run-of-the-mill candidate should be able to do that. I mean, When I ran for office here in Massachusetts, there are plenty of local candidates that were a lot better than that. I mean, they could do it even if they didn't, even if I didn't like them or agree with them politically, they could still knock a few balls out of the court in terms of like, hey, this is what we should do and this is what we shouldn't do, and here's where I'm on this and I'm not there on that. She can't do any of that. She doesn't connect at all. It's like a lot of oatmeal, as my daughter would say when I'm writing. You have to clean out the oatmeal and get to the point. And it's like it's not really. I think that even Oprah, you can see. I mean, that she and Stephanie Rule, who are giving everything they can to try to promote her. They look like they're cringing. It's like horrible.
Well, that's the other thing. At what point do you step up and actually be a journalist, or at least 3% of a journalist? I mean, if I were interviewing you or you were interviewing me, and one of us went off on some cockamamie personal story that had no point, wasn't asking the question, wouldn't you, as a decent broadcaster, say, Mike, let's kind of get back to the subject, but to let her drone on. And
Well,
then
even Oprah actually did do this. I watched some of that interview and it was awful, but she actually did try to reel her in a little and go back to the question.
Didn't work.
And say, what are you talking about? But they're not going to do it because the entire edifice is anti-Trump. That's all it is. Anybody who had the nerves to watch the Democratic convention, which was awful, 90% of it was just bashing Trump. That's all it was. And I'm not sure there are enough Trump haters left out there now. People are sick of it. It's
We've always said that there's going to be a 25% hardcore lefty, whatever you add to the rule book, we'll believe it type individual.
Yeah, but 25% isn't enough to elect anyone.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right. And then you look at Stephanie Rule. It not only did she hardly distinguish herself in the interview, but for her coming off after the fact, if you saw that follow-up, well, she didn't really say anything specific. But you know what? She doesn't have to say anything specific. And even the other commentators were like, huh?
I know. The issues don't matter, she says. The thing that matters is that we have to, I mean, I saw her on Bill Maher with, what's his name? I mean, the former Wall Street Journal guy who's turned on Trump. I forget his name. But anyways, she's like, we have to get real here. We have to stop Trump. It doesn't really matter. This isn't. She goes, we're not voting for perfect here. We're voting to stop Trump. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, as I said last time, I don't mean to be repetitive here, but I do watch Bill Maher and, Al Franken, who obviously was driven out of office because of his disgusting behavior and who seems like he's having some kind of a mental problem. He barely could talk. He spilled the beans when Maher said, look, she's for fracking, against fracking, now she's for it. She's against the wall, now she's for it. How do we explain this to the American people? I mean, what is the deal? Is she still progressive? And he said, no, she has to say that because she needs to win an election.
Right.
In other words, she has to lie. I mean, he's admitting that. Bernie Sanders admitted this when interviewed. Is she still a progressive? He goes, of course she is, but she has to say these things to win. In other words, they're admitting openly that she has to lie, and she's not even a good liar. It doesn't come across. It's like, if you're going to lie, you have to know how to do it. I mean, forget it. It's just, it's really depressing. I can't imagine the American people electing somebody that is going to depress the country so much just by her presence.
Can you speculate for a moment on the reason she got the nod? The only thing I could ever come up with was, all right, we got to get rid of Biden. If we jump over her as a quote unquote black female, there's going to be consequences. And we're so damn smart that we could take an imbecile like her and parade her out as a national candidate. But don't you think there was any crosstalk? Wait a minute. She really is an idiot. Why didn't you put up fill in the blank?
Well, they have no choice. She is the vice president. We still have a constitution. It was bad enough deposing Biden and
Yeah.
having a coup d'etat. That already doesn't look good. And everybody could see what that's about. Then they transfer all of the, Biden had won all these primaries. All that's washed away. I mean, he had raised who knows how many millions of dollars. She just took that over, which
Yeah.
is nobody had given that money for her. And so they're already doing a coup d'etat. And I just don't think they had any choice. They can't just pull somebody out of nowhere. I mean, that's so they just figured, okay, we're going to have to do like they did for Biden in 2020. Keep her under wraps. She'll do interviews with real softball people. She won't do any media. And we'll just use our mechanisms, our absentee ballots, and we'll do all the bullshit that we pulled last time. And that's, I think, what the game plan was.
Wouldn't it have been better if that's what you were going to do it in a more formal manner? In other words, Biden resigns in favor of.
I think that might still happen. I think that still might happen. I mean, that's like a last ditch. Biden is suddenly going to, I mean, I hope he doesn't, but he might pass away, or he might, be seen as incapacitated. I mean, I don't think that, I think there's still people around Biden who are loyal to him, and I try not to let that happen. So there's an internal struggle there between the establishment.
He did this kind of Pope John Paul II thing, who was followed by Benedict, who had this sort of emeritus role. And, this is all uncharted territory, right? As it was for the Pope. Look, I've got some.
The whole thing is uncharted. I mean, the fact that he stepped down in the middle of a campaign, and then all of a sudden she's now been able to immediately fill the position, and the media immediately fell down and worshiped her.
Nobody's the president. She's just a candidate. All right. So wouldn't it have been better for him to become emeritus, for her to act like she's a president for a few months? I mean, I think they'd watch it.
I mean, that probably, what is she going to do that's going to distinguish her? She hasn't done anything.
Now that's what I concluded, that she's just so damn incompetent that they couldn't even do that.
No, there's nothing. She hasn't distinguished herself at all. She hasn't said anything that anybody can remember, anything that has resonated with anyone. She has no, you think a presidential candidate should have some kind of a vision, some kind of a presentation, whether we like it or not. Obama had that. She doesn't have anything going on. She's just an empty suit. There's nothing there. It's plus on top of it, and again, this is speculation, but I've heard people say it, and it looks that way. She's an alcoholic. If you've seen this, she looks like she's half in the bag. The way she talks, she does. I think she has some problems with some substance. Let's just put it that way. That's an opinion. I don't have any proof of that.
She certainly comes across that way, but maybe that's just her loopy personality.
Could be. She seems like she's taken something. I don't know. Maybe that's just who she is. Right, whatever. But it doesn't seem like she's playing with a full deck. I'm sorry. It's better than Biden. At least she can finish a sentence. She's coherent. Biden is not well at all.
Well, but she's never really been tested. I'm sure if you gave Biden speeches to read, he could probably do it.
Yeah, but he can. But
the problem is if you ask Biden a question, he'd stumble. All right. Well, they don't even ask her a question.
No, it's all under wraps, and it's not working because she's the internal polls, according, again, my source on this is Steve Turley, who I think is a pretty good researcher. The internal polls of the Republican Party show Trump ahead in Pennsylvania by 3.
Yeah.
And the internal polls in the Democratic Party, of her party, show Trump ahead by 4.
Yeah.
So what are they? I mean, that my point is that and the voting is already underway, and Trump is crushing it. They are trying to do the absentee thing, but I don't think they're going to pull out enough of them. Even right now, you have some leftist judge in Wisconsin saying that these absentee ballots that are not properly identified are going to be counted. It's outrageous. We're talking about like 100,000 ballots. Maybe they'll take, because of that, they might win in Wisconsin because they'll steal that one. But for the most part, I mean, the other scheme they have going, from what I've been reading, is that overseas ballots. It's this was before Biden. We're talking about maybe 10, 15 years ago. Maybe it was under even as far back as Clinton. They took away the necessity of listing your social security number or your identification when you go online to cast an absentee ballot if you're overseas. And that when you go to register to vote online, you can vote that same minute. That's obviously and now the Democratic Party is reaching out to absentee people from the battleground states. So yeah, they're trying to do this sort of thing. It does seem, there's other stuff going on. I mean, there's, I'm looking at other stories that indicate that they're trying to, the Democrats wouldn't even vote on a bill before Congress that would have deported illegal aliens who'd been involved with attacking women.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine that? I wonder how Ayanna Pressley voted on that here in Boston. One of the squad members.
I don't think you have to wonder too hard.
These are people who you'd think would be defending women being raped and sexually assaulted by an illegal alien, but we can't deport them. And obviously, when they register to vote, or when they get their licenses, and as they can in certain states, you automatically can register to vote through your license. I learned this here in Massachusetts recently because I had to renew my license, and they asked me if I wanted to register to vote. They didn't ask for my ID. They didn't ask for my social security number. They just wanted to know if I wanted to register to vote. Now, one of the things that I do, frankly, and I'm happy to do it, is I drive Uber sometimes. And I've had numerous passengers taking me to the Registry of Motor Vehicles in Revere, which is a suburb of Boston.
Right.
And I've picked up numerous people at the Registry of Motor Vehicles in Revere. All of these people do not speak English, okay? I don't know exactly what they're doing over there, but there's something going on. There's a lot of people crowding around that particular office. I'm not making an accusation, but it doesn't look right. It looks
You're
like
just making an observation. But well, when we moved back to California, of course, I had to get a California license, and it's a checkoff box. Do you want to register to vote? Now, I would point out, at least in California, that, I mean, not that they might ever enforce it, but when you fill out all that crap, you are under penalty of perjury. Now, at the same time, and it's going to become mandatory supposedly in May with the real ID. I don't know what it's like in Massachusetts.
they do have the real ID here.
Right. So the real ID, you've got to produce copious documentation.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Which,
And
by the way,
in all fairness, I already did that to get my license renewed a year or two ago. So maybe they have that on file. I don't know. So I'll grant that. The only thing I also want to add to this business is that when you register to vote through your driver's license, you don't even have to vote. You don't even have to know you registered to vote. The point is that somebody over there, maybe in Revere, I don't know, I'm not saying, they can register you and vote you, okay? That's how, I mean, this is sort of a modern version of what used to go on in these big city machines. Chris Matthews, in his biography, another U2 guy, Me Too guy, I should say, he talks about growing up in Philadelphia as a young guy going to help at the polls. And after the polls closed, you'd have these corrupt, machine workers go in and look at who didn't vote, and they would vote those votes.
Yeah.
So this is more of an electronic version of that with the licenses. These guys who are registered, getting their license, they don't even know they could be registered and they could be voted without even knowing it. Now, I'm not saying that's happening, but it looks to me like this is a possibility.
Well, okay, but how suspicious does it look? Are you picking people up who would be better served going to the Registry of Motor Vehicles in Cambridge or something, and you're taking them to Revere for some unknown reason?
Yes. They're going, these are some of these trips are fairly long. Yes, they're going for some reason.
Well, okay, something's going on. Now, when that happens,
and then I pick people up at Revere who also don't speak English. This has happened to me more. This is more than anecdotal here. And I'm taking them to Roxbury or Dorchester in Boston. I mean, a pretty long distance. Why are they in Revere doing this? Is there something about that office? I mean, I hope I'm not going to bring something up that could get me in trouble here.
No. I mean,
I'm not making an accusation. I'm simply making an observation based strictly on anecdotal.
Okay, are they going for an actual driver's test?
I have no idea. They don't speak English. All I know is that I'm taking them there and I'm picking them up.
Okay, now
I don't know what goes on. I mean,
in fairness, the DMV of California, it was known, and I have no idea how true this is anymore, because I'm talking about when I was 16, for God's sake, that there were certain offices of the DMV that were easier to pass your driver's test.
Okay, that's possible. Yeah.
And some were easier because if you provided favors, monetary and otherwise,
Okay.
there were some that had that reputation. How true it was, but I did know people that went considerable distance from LA into the Central Valley to get their license.
Sure.
And
I mean, that's possible. It's like people shop for a good judge, right?
Yeah.
It's like in New York, they had Let 'Em Loose Bruce. Or you can either or you don't want to go in front of Maximum Bob. Sort of like, so your lawyers will shop for the right judge for their case. It could be something like that. Maybe this is just an easier office in terms of giving people a pass, and maybe there's some corruption. I don't know. I'm not saying there is. I just find it interesting, and it's because I'm looking at this election, I'm thinking in those terms. I'm wondering, what are they doing in Massachusetts? There's no question that they are, and openly so, giving licenses to illegal aliens. They are doing that. And we're talking about, they're bragging about it on the NPR station. I heard Adam Riley, one of the reporters, 100,000 new license, the people holding licenses.
So then doesn't that break the stereotype of the quote undocumented alien? Because now he's got documents.
But he's not supposed to have documents because he's not here legally. I mean, technically, I suppose if someone's here illegally and they show up at a state office, they should be arrested. They're committing a crime. They're in the country illegally. That's a crime. Why are they there? Instead, they're giving them a license. It's very suspicious.
Well, I do. Okay, the problem is you don't have to prove that you're a legal resident when you get a driver's license, I think, in any state.
Yeah.
And some of that makes sense to the extent that why have the states worry about that when it's a federal issue? Of course, the feds don't worry about it either, is the point.
Well, I mean, why shouldn't they? I mean, it's like you have to show an ID to get a 6-pack of beer. I mean, why shouldn't you be able to?
No, here's what I'm saying, that the power of the states has been systematically usurped, basically since the Constitution, to be
Right.
honest. All right. So the idea of the state was that you can do these, let's call them trivial functions. You can issue driver's licenses. You can have this, that, or the other permits. You can give somebody a medical license, which isn't necessarily trivial, but you see that it's a localized kind of issue. All right. There's no federal involvement in a California medical license, let's say. So why should there be? I mean, it's a disaster, but a priori, why should there be federal involvement in Commonwealth of Massachusetts issuing a driver's license? That's really not.
There shouldn't be, but there should be in federal involvement in registering to vote.
Yeah.
Because the federal election, you have to be a citizen of the nation to vote. I think that's in the Constitution.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's the issue. Not the. I mean, if they want to give driver's licenses to illegal aliens, fine. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea, but whatever. But the point is they've added this element of registering them to vote.
Yeah.
And it's not constitutional for them to vote in a federal election. I know that some states or some municipalities allow illegal aliens to vote. I don't think they should, but they do. And I guess that technically is their right.
Well, I mean, you have these various jurisdictional issues. All right. The election process, including the federal election process, is a state and county process. Don't forget that to be elected president, you have to win X number of state elections. So,
But it's still a federal. I mean, there's still laws that cover. I mean, uniquely cover a federal.
they're never
election.
enforced
Right. Well,
unless the only enforcement is on campaign expenditures that I've ever seen. I've never seen a case where the feds will come down on the state of Kentucky saying that we don't like the way you're doing an election.
well, then that's why they're going to get illegals to vote.
Yeah.
And some states are doing the right thing. I think North Carolina just eliminated something like 250,000 voter registrations of people who had moved on from the state. But other states, they have the same rotten infrastructure in place, and they're going to do it again. I mean, that's the topic of this show. Are they going? I mean, are they going to? I mean, especially with Trump, frankly surging, even though they don't call it that, but certainly he's overtaking Harris in the polls, even in the battleground states, and it looks like he's going to win. And they're all actually admitting this. Even the normies are admitting it. But so then it raises the question: how are they going to stop him, other than shooting him?
Well, we go back to my answer at the beginning of the show. Was they'll take it as far as they can take it, but the limitation on how far they can go is if it's going to backfire on them. All right. Remember, these globalist a-holes are always going to be around.
Right.
Maybe they're going to get to a point, well, we really can't stop Trump, and he's only going to serve one more term, and we're going to have to regroup. Because if we bring out all the guns and all the cheating and all the stuff,
well, I hope they do. I hope they do conclude that. Maybe they can't stop Trump. He's going to serve another term, and that's fair. And then they can maybe then present their arguments. But it gives the country a little breathing room to kind of further expose. Yeah, I mean, and that's a big risk for them. Trump's going to expose the whole mess in a way that they fear.
All right. Let's go with that. All right. Trump gets elected. He starts exposing this, that, or the other guy. All right. Depending on how much of a conspiracy guy you are. All right, fine. So Pelosi, who's already 150 years old, she's not going to be around anymore. Maybe some heads will roll, but the globalist cabal is still going to be there. So there's going to be some sacrificial lambs that are going to go down. And I think they're just going to have to lick their wounds.
Right.
Uh,
No.
I
You know,
mean,
the other interesting piece of testimony today from Congress was Michael Horowitz, who's the auditor, the federal auditor, has been investigating the events of January 6th at the Capitol, the protest, right? Which I think more and more people realize was done as a way to codify the election steal.
Yeah.
I can say that because I'm not on YouTube today. All right. But the point is that they have the video they refuse to release. The general consensus is they won't release it because it's going to show all these federal agents in the crowd, not just Ray Epps, who apparently had email communication with Nancy Pelosi. Now it's come out, but other people, a lot of people. The thing was marbled with federal agents, and they were the ringleaders. And Michael Horowitz was asked about this investigation by Massey. He's a congressman from Kentucky, good guy. And he said, first question is, why is it taking you 4 years to do this research? He couldn't answer that, right? I mean, here they are still researching. And the second question is, how many people in this report are we going to find out were federal agents? He wouldn't answer that, but he did kind of imply that it's there. And then he said, and when are you going to finally release this report? Not until after the election, right? I mean, talk about they're going to drag it up, up until they have to do some final checking and they have to make sure that this is complacent with that, and they have all this bull crap, So even so, however, it's going to be released, and it's going to stop this agenda that's being discussed by Raskin, Congressman Raskin, to start impeachment proceedings against Trump the day after he wins, which I think is something that they're planning on doing over the.
let them do it. They're going to make fools of themselves, and whatever respect people have for the government, which in my case is nil, and even the true believers are coming down a few pegs. They just don't realize when they've lost, I guess. I don't know what Raskin's problem is,
He's like a Liz Cheney. I mean, these people are just, they're marinating in Trump hatred. It's personal for them. And I think that it's also that they think they're doing the bidding of, this is like this Mark Elias, who I follow on Twitter. They are the hardcore fascistic soldiers who are determined to stop Trump.
Okay, but talk about Liz Cheney for a second. All right. If you're going to justify her, I would argue that it's because she really thought her father was a hero. And she bought into this neocon perpetual war crap.
Mm-hmm.
I think what happened was she got a wake-up call. Now, there's two ways to deal with the wake-up call. Gee, you know what? I was wrong about this. This perpetual war stuff sucks. My father was a horse's ass. And maybe I ought to, while I still have time, change my ways. But she went the other way and doubled down. And I'm saying at least her issue was the great Dick Cheney has been cut down. But I'm wondering, I don't think Raskin has quite that sort of issue. I think he's got no life, and he wants to be the ringleader of some leftist scheme which may change daily.
It's either that or there's some corruption going on. I don't know. It's like, and this Adam Schiff is the worst. I mean, God, we talk about weird goings on in his situation, both personally and politically. And I understand that he's, I think he's George Soros's brother-in-law or something like that. Anyways, let's not cast aspersions. But the point is that this whole rotten, miserable, incestuous mess, I don't know. It seems to, you had pictures, by the way, speaking of George Soros, his son, who's kind of taken over the reins, he keeps running pictures of himself with big politicians, including Walz, meeting up with him. I mean, I don't think that's a good look for them.
No.
He's like, it's like, but he
Well,
doesn't.
I mean, it reminds
so
me of
out
when
of it. He's
John
just-
Gotti. John Gotti would be in the news all the time, and you wonder, wait a minute, if you're going to be Cosa Nostra, maybe you don't have to be on the front page of New York papers every day.
Well,
Maybe
I think this kid, I mean, the Soros son
Yeah.
is on some kind of like a celebrity kick. I think that he's engaged to Huma Abedin apparently.
Oh,
And I mean, talk
that's
about
a marriage made in heaven. I'm telling you.
yeah, really. But he keeps running pictures of himself with like Pelosi and everybody. He's bragging, hey, look at me. I'm with these. And I don't know if they all think this is a great thing, but I don't think that's a good look for
No,
Okay.
if you're trying to work behind the scenes and you
Yeah.
get out front there, it's not. That's sort of defeating the purpose.
Exactly. Maybe he's just too dumb to realize it, or I don't know. But anyway, Mike, I mean, as I've said, we're all, as they say in Yiddish, we're sitting on Spielkas over this election. We just can pray every day that Donald Trump is safe, given
Yes.
the fact that there's all this crap going on. And they're trying to blame the Iranians. That's BS anyways. We can talk about what we already know about the assassination attempts and the connections that those people had, and it's troubling and ugly. And it appears almost like an open and brazen, trying to stop Trump. I don't even think they're hiding it, in my opinion. I mean, didn't the Department of Justice release some kind of a memo saying that this shooter at the golf course was offering like $150,000 reward, something like that? I mean, this is really, really open and it's really ugly. And I just hope Trump knows it, and I hope he survives. I hope he stays safe and his family too.
Yeah, well, I would agree. And if you want to get something else to be ticked off about in the last few minutes, what is this $8 billion going to Ukraine? How does that happen?
And they fly Zelensky into Pennsylvania so he can sign bombs and missiles along with Shapiro. Talk about warmongers.
Whatever happened to Shapiro? He was almost a reasonable guy,
I know,
and then
he's
he
not
totally went on the dark side.
Well, he was always a little on the dark side. I mean, he announced as Attorney General a few days before the 2020 election that Trump had lost. How did he know this? Right? So he's a creature of that whole cabal.
He had a chance to be the fair-haired boy, and he just went to the dark side.
He's been on the dark side. It's all bull. It's all image. It's he just is a little smoother than Tim Walz.
Okay.
To take. And by the way, there's going to be that debate Tuesday night with Vance and Tim Walz. I don't know what. I mean, I think that Vance will be fine. He's okay.
Well, Walz is not a particularly good speaker.
No, he's he comes across as very weird, and his history is troubling in terms of far left wing stuff. I mean, which is, I suppose, a reflection of Minnesota, I guess, but nationally, not so much. So I think that's going to be okay.
It's kind of sad how Minnesota turned out in that, this sort of upper Midwest, La Follette, social welfare, whatever.
Yeah.
That's one thing. But then they bought into this left-wing fascist, all these trappings that came with it. I think if you could put one of these old style Minnesota liberals in a room, I don't think they all buy into that. But
maybe it'll be a surprise. Don't forget, Minnesota also elected Michelle Bachmann, who was a great congresswoman. And the George Floyd riots, they burned down Minneapolis. I don't think that people. I can't imagine people thinking that that's a great day for them. But we'll see.
Some people feel the peer pressure, that you have this laundry list of issues that reside on the left. And apparently you have to buy into every single one of them, or you're not a true believer.
It's intersectionality.
Yeah.
It was developed by this law professor at Columbia. Kimberly Crenshaw. I actually am studying this in my sociology class. And it's the idea that anybody that's not a straight white male is oppressed, and that all those people, everybody has to come together intersectionally to fight the oppressor, and that they all have something in common, even if they don't like each other. I mean, a classic example is after the Hamas invasion of Israel on October 7th, where they slaughtered over 1,000 Israelis. You have people, the gay movement, the LGBT, out, on campus and hitting the streets in favor of Hamas.
Yeah, gays forgot.
Yeah, when Hamas, I mean, if you're gay in Gaza, you get tossed off the top of a building, whereas Tel Aviv is very gay friendly. But that doesn't matter. It's all intersectional. It's like everybody
intersexual in a couple of different ways. That there's a very heavily gay aspect to Islamic culture, which I guess if you're within the right club, it was like what they said about ancient Greece. It was always difficult separating the men from the boys. Mm-hmm. But there's a real tradition of that. But
right.
It goes back to your old buddy Kevin Abrams and the pink swastika.
Oh, yeah, pink swastika, sure. What would have happened to him?
I tried looking him up, and I get the impression that book was really more Scott Lively. But
right, he's still around. I mean, he's actually a minister here in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
But he got in big trouble for going to Uganda and talking, which is banning homosexuality, and they feel that it's going to bring AIDS, and they're like, we have enough trouble. And they blamed Scott Lively's trip to Uganda for that. They said he influenced them. So he's like been attacked. But those guys wrote a pretty solid book. I think that Abrams has backed away from it. He's probably pressured. I don't know.
Didn't you interview him?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did both of them. Yep. I should look into it. I don't know. I haven't heard from them in a while. But right now, I mean, I don't know. The point I'm making with intersectionality is that you can have very strange bedfellows. Let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll tell you where that's happening is in the WNBA, which now has suddenly people are watching it because of Caitlin Clark. The problem there, of course, is that the WNBA has traditionally been a black lesbian basketball league.
Is that right?
So she's coming in as a white heterosexual girl, with a lot more skills than most of the
players. She's getting knocked.
Yeah, and there have been some comments that have been made that Adam Silver, who's the commissioner of the NBA, which finances the WNBA, and the commissioner of the WNBA itself, are very reluctant to stand up for the little white girl, is what it amounts to. And it's, I had a feeling it would go that way because, the players on the court, they don't care if they're losing money, apparently. They've been subsidized by the NBA for 27 years, I believe. Mm-hmm. They still are going to stand to lose $40-50 million. So the fact that the league isn't protecting their meal ticket is very telling. That's a great example of this intersectionality you're talking about. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, the whole thing about men and women's sports, that's intersectionality. Yeah. I'll leave you with one final example here, which I learned from my sociology class, which is very left. You can't get further left on this class. It's very interesting. They're bragging about how the Biden administration changed Title IX, which is supposed to protect women in sports. I don't know how they worked this into it, but it is now a criminal offense if you refer to a person by a pronoun other than what they choose to call themselves at any given time. And you don't even necessarily know what that might be. a criminal offense. In other words, you could go to jail for this. And by the way, in Canada, I think they have put someone in jail for it. So, this is like Nazi crackpot pseudoscience being legalized and enforced with the.
Well,
with
in
the
fairness to the
component.
Nazis, I don't think they would have done anything this stupid.
No, but I mean, these are crackpot scientific theories. Now, if somebody wants to call themselves a girl or a guy, that's fine if this is their business. I think it's crazy, but I'll do that out of politeness because I want to be polite. But I don't want to be told by the government that if I don't do it, I could end up facing.
Well, see, the reason I wouldn't do it out of politeness is because then it's a real slippery slope, right?
Right.
That I don't, you want to think that you're a girl, that's fine, but you don't get to control reality, right?
And you don't get to make the laws that make it so that you have to say this, or else you can go to prison, which is what they've done. And that's
You
the
must
Biden
really
administration
enjoy this.
changing
How do
Title
you
IX.
stand it? How can you stand this class?
Well, it's all cannon fodder for my book. I'm taking, I get an inside look at education generally and this in particular, and I can document it and cover it. And so I look at it as field research. And, plus I as someone who has gotten a degree in sociology and will have another degree when I finish this program, I would like to see the development of conservative social theory as part of sociology, because right now, probably not, but sociology has always been and remains the handmaiden of the left, which makes it an illegitimate social science. If they want to really be a legitimate, honest social science that actually contributes something, they need to have, they can still have Marxism, feminism, critical theory, but they need to also have a conservative social theory as part of the basic function and as part of one of the pillars of sociology. Otherwise, they're nothing but tools of the left, which is what they are. It's just a means.
The operational problem, though, is that these are all academics.
Right.
I'm not going to go as a non-sociology professor and write a conservative sociology book. And even if I did, it's not going to gain acceptance into the ivory tower.
Well, they've drummed out any conservative people in that field. I mean, it is as far left as any endeavor in college. I mean, sociology, anthropology, these are all left-wing bastions, no question about it. I mean, but as a result, they're not serious as a science.
Exactly.
In the interest, and sociology actually is a very interesting theory, discipline. It's a study of society and behavior and what makes it work. They need to have conservatives look at it and do like some rather tricky things that are politically incorrect. Like, let's take a look at, the effects of illegal aliens in this country. Let's take a look at their society. Let's take a look at something as mundane as gay marriage. How has it worked out? Can somebody go in there and tell me if there's any link between gay marriage and domestic violence? They don't want to touch that. I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying that honest sociology is going to take a look at these things. How are the children turning out? How do they feel about their family situation? They won't ask those questions, but that's what sociology is supposed to do. Not supposed to be a cat's paw for leftist causes, which basically suppress anything that doesn't goose step in their direction. Anyway, that's my rant on sociology.
All right.
So let's hope and pray for Trump's safety.
Indeed.
And let's hope and pray for the election to go right. As the Irish in Boston used to say, vote early and vote often if you're supporting Trump. I'm kidding. Anyway, the point is let's just hope things go right.
Well, what you can do now is go take a walk on Memorial Drive, Storrow Drive. You're probably not at peak color yet, but
Yes,
know,
and try to keep perspective. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I am. I'll admit that. I'm just. It's hard to kind of keep an equilibrium. It's a very interesting time. Anyway, so Mike, thanks a lot as always.
Yeah, always good
Mhm.
talking to you. And let's reconvene next week.
Thank you. All right, take. Michael D. Shaw is my guest. We are live and we are downloading and all that. We're doing this is obviously an ongoing series of conversations about the most important issue facing America today, the election of 2024, and whether or not and how it's being stolen. I'm here sitting on Spielkes as the polls open. Now, so far, so good. I understand that Virginia, Trump is crushing it, even in the blue districts. There's been a survey done so far of the early vote there. And in the red districts, there's been a turnout that is almost triple what it
Wow.
was. It's huge. And in the blue districts, the turnout is lower than it's been.
Let me stop you for a second. This is great, happy talk.
Yeah.
But is this, confirmed with various sources?
Yes.
I've heard dribs and drabs of this.
My source on it is Steve Turley. And I think he's usually pretty good. He does his homework. And he says that he's been doing some close analysis. Also, Captain Seth Kestrel is a good research guy. I mean, he's out there looking at the stats. And now in Pennsylvania, so far, it looks good. They're opening their polls, and so far, we're sitting on Spielkes here, as I said, but it does look like I mean, things are moving in the right direction, and yet. What else do they have? And I know I've already been taken down from TikTok from even mentioning this, but the bullets are flying. What else can they do? Right? They couldn't put him in prison. They couldn't destroy his reputation. They couldn't damage his family. They couldn't bankrupt him. They've tried everything else, and now there's new evidence that apparently his airplane was tampered with.
Yeah.
I guess, right? I mean, there was a bomb, a guy driving a truck up with a bomb in New Hampshire at his rally inside the perimeter. When he was detected, he took off, and he said, "Well, I'm testing animal, dog sniffing." I mean, it was like, really? And yet nothing is heard about that. I don't think he was charged. You had this weird situation, I think it was in North Carolina, where about 20 people standing just to the right of Trump had some kind of a powder sprayed on them, and they were having skin problems, and their eyes were having problems, right? I mean, it's really ugly out there. I mean, things
let me throw this into the mix.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not one to defend Eric Adams, but it's pretty clear that this case against him is because he's a black Democrat that had the temerity to mention there may be some negative consequences of immigration.
That's exactly, I think you're exactly right about that. It's not that he has such a perfect record, but I mean, the New York Post headline today is hilarious. Grand Theft Automan. The point is that, sure, I mean, appointing friends to positions. I mean, what else is new? I'm not saying it's good, but yes, I mean, it looks to me like Trump is right. The New York judicial apparatus and their district attorney is very, very corrupt. Look what they tried to do to him. And that, I mean, it does appear that here you have someone who's not playing ball.
This is the point that, fine, we've been talking about Trump forever, but here's a guy that supposedly is lying, right? And it looks to me, if anyone ever had any doubt that you have to toe the line with these globalists and these corrupt freaks that are in charge, it's perfect. I mean, every Democrat politician has done probably worse than Eric Adams getting money for wherever they got. They never went after any of those people.
Right.
So here's a high-profile black guy that doesn't, kiss the ring of massa, and they're really starting to persecute him.
Well, maybe it could backfire in that it'll wake up the black vote, right? I mean, people
That's
have,
what I'm hoping, but I got to
you know,
tell
where's
you,
Jesse Jackson? Where's Al Sharpton? Right? I mean, usually they'd be hitting the street by now and screaming.
they're owned, and I have to tell you something that kind of relates to this, that there are people that just buy in 100%. I had lunch with a guy I've known in the entertainment community for many years, about a week ago, and he was supposedly one of these closeted Hollywood conservative types.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Right.
He claims, and maybe some of this is true, and maybe the audience could call in and comment, that he met some high-powered types in what you and I call the conservative Inc. movement.
Right.
And he got really turned off to all that. He became, you hardly ever hear this expression, blue-pilled somehow. And I mean, really, here's a guy
Wow.
that now he told me, I turned into such a lefty that I'm against free speech now. I said, what the hell do you mean you're against free speech?
How honest.
Yeah, okay. Here's the argument.
Right.
Back in the day when you had Walter Cronkite and you had, forget about that was all left wing, that you didn't have the huge marketplace of ideas. You didn't have the internet. You didn't have Twitter. So whoever was putting out the so-called mainstream news was, quote unquote, responsible. And I try to argue with him about that.
Right.
So he is very worried about misinformation. And I said, okay, who determines what is misinformation? And he answered, well, that's the problem. And I said, yeah, the answer is free speech, right? You've just killed your own argument.
Yes.
But evidently, free speech is only important on the left if you're still fighting to gain control. I mean, I remember well the free speech movement at University of California, which started a year or so before I actually went to UCLA.
Right.
And as soon as they got power and the prevailing attitude became obviously left-wing, although in academia it's been left-wing since the 1930s probably.
Right.
But then they're not in favor of free speech anymore. So that kind of opened my eyes to how sick this all is. That, you may not like what someone says, but that's kind of the whole point, right? And they forget that somehow.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're the ones who are censoring and supporting the censorship. I mean, certainly they despise and fear Elon Musk for that reason that he's, to the extent he has, and he hasn't done it all, but he's opened up his Twitter to free speech. He's allowing deviant opinions, as it were, like mine and like yours, right? Deviant. We talk about this in sociology. Deviance. Yeah, it is deviant in today's world. It's the opposition. They're not going to look. To go back to our topic here.
Right.
I can't imagine them letting him win. I mean, they've got so much at stake. They have invested so much going way back. You could go back to the early 20th century if you really want to go back in terms of this internationalist agenda that really Trump is openly threatening, and that he will, even just by winning, he's going to set them back. And they're not going to let that happen. I mean, I can't imagine it. They don't care. I mean, look what they did.
when you say they don't care, how far could they go without a jumping the shark moment? Okay. How far could they go without revealing their hand and suddenly turning everything against them?
Well, it's like Mao Zedong said. I mean, revolution is at the barrel of a gun. They'll go very far. I mean, they don't. They don't care what people think. I mean, they know that people are waking up.
Well, right, but if enough of the normies wake up, then my argument would be, then the globalists have kind of lost. All right. The only way this globalism crap works is if you get enough people to buy into it. All right. To use as our favorite example here, COVID. The reason I think that something like that is never going to happen again is because they pushed it too far. And you're not going to be able to convince people. I don't care what magic disease you create.
Unless it's something that's, I mean, they even recently tried with monkeypox. Nobody paid any attention. Even the media ignored it. Yeah. But they can do it. I mean, I had a conversation the other day with this guy who's an Iranian exile. And he told me that regime is not popular. They run by terror. Yeah. The vast majority of Iranians would like to get rid of them. But every time people stand up, they shoot you. I mean, they'll knock off a few people. I mean, this is how authoritarian regimes work. I mean, you could look at Mexico. Historically, they always had a very acrimonious relationship with the Catholic Church because the church tended to stand up for the regular person, the little guy. So once in a while, they'd send somebody out to shoot a few priests just to keep everybody in line. And they did this for over 100 years. They don't care. This is what's going on here. They'll just.
Here's the difference, though. There's 400 million guns in the U.S. And despite their best efforts to dilute what I call the American spirit, we're not going to go gently into that good night. The Mexico example is reasonable. And you're talking about the Cristero Rebellion and the fact that the Revolutionary Party came into power in 1910 and in a presumably Catholic country of Mexico, although that I don't buy in 100% to that they were a pretty anti-Catholic government.
They were also very communistic.
Yeah. But I think people still have enough freedom in the United States, and they learned some of their civics lessons that considering in the COVID thing, what was the real hammer there? Well, it's your health and you're going to get sick and so on. That was a pretty radical type of thing, using it as an excuse to remove all kinds of freedoms. And the usual suspects bought in. What I thought was very telling, Howard Stern, who always fancied himself this big liberal, was 150% behind this fascistic method of how they try to bring these COVID lockdowns in. All right.
Right, sure.
So he was a true believer. You could never have an argument with him, I don't believe, and say, wait a minute, you're exactly 180 degrees different from what you professed to be when you started out. So there's going to be sellouts. There's going to be people that double down. Indeed, I've met him. I get involved a bit with the American Council of Science and Health, and there's one guy, and he knows who he is if he's listening to this, who is 100,000% all in on vaccines. I don't care what the vaccine is. I don't care what the side effects are. That's the answer to the world's problems. And he wrote a big scare piece that just came out a couple of days ago on monkeypox, which, as you noted, has killed an amazing, 8 people worldwide or something?
Right. And meanwhile, the WHO is ready to declare an international emergency over this. Yeah. Right, exactly.
So I try to remind people that promote this sort of thing. There's a famous guy. You may remember him, born in Vienna in the late 19th century. who started a movement. And when he gained power, the first conduit that he used to control people was healthcare. And that was Uncle Adolf, who
Exactly,
pioneered.
and I think that was not popular even in Nazi Germany
Yeah.
when they started to send misfits, so-called, people that were not perfect, into the hospitals to be euthanized, because people said, "Hey, that's my brother, that's my wife,
Yeah.
that's my family member." I'm not. It ended up backfiring even on them.
Well, it backfired, but of course, the bad part of the story is, yeah, they eventually stopped it. Eventually,
Right.
but that was a year or so after they said they stopped it. But the point is, you're exactly right. It wasn't popular, and they realized, well, maybe not a great idea, but they showed their hand, and by then nobody had guns, so.
Well, that was the whole hand of the whole thing, anyways. I mean, it's eugenics, it's population control.
Yeah.
We've talked about that. I mean, putting the people in hospitals, nursing homes, COVID active. I think it's probably. I mean, if we had some honest statisticians, I would bet you it's probably at least half of the people who died of COVID were in those nursing homes in those blue states, like with Cuomo and Waltz and Whitmer and Newsom. They took COVID active people and they put them in nursing homes.
Right.
And then they locked the nursing homes down so nobody could get out or see their family members. This is genocide. I mean, it's the most evil thing that came out of that, because they view those people as Margaret Sanger said, useless eaters. They weren't contributing to society. They were costing more than they were worth. They didn't have a high Corey score, which is something that was created by Obamacare, right? So they just said, okay, we'll cull this population. That's what I think happened,
Well, you're right. And again, it comes back to my old cliche. People are very reluctant to face pure evil. They
Right.
just don't want to believe it. And, there's nothing new under the sun. A lot of the Germans had heard stories about what was going on in these camps. But let's face it, who wanted to believe that? And
right, they didn't believe it. It was done very, very quietly, unlike, in a sense, like Islamic terrorism, which is done openly. But going back to the election, I do think that he's got momentum. Even the normies are admitting this. Even Lester Holt, they admitted that Trump is now ahead in the Sun Belt battleground states of Arizona and Georgia. I mean, and when we say ahead, I mean, it's beyond the margin of error, and that he really only needs to take one more of the other battleground states to win. And Pennsylvania, Lucerne County just has surpassed Republican registration over Democrat, thanks to this guy, Scott Pressler. I don't know if you're following his work. He's amazing. I mean, he's got a team of people, and they're going out and they're registering votes. They're finding voters who are not regular voters, and they're the Amish people. I mean, they're going county to county, city to town, and they now have numbers that exceed anything that Pennsylvania's seen in recent decades in terms of Republican enrollment, and the Democrats are way down. So it looks, we can knock on wood, but Pennsylvania's key, and it's looking better and better. It's and again, even the normies are admitting this. The other day, they did a story about the wall. They sent a reporter down, and it was pro-Trump in a weird way. I mean, even though they wouldn't say it, in that it showed how Biden had put a stop to building the wall, and they showed all the rotting, steel that was just left there, probably costing hundreds of millions of dollars, and how millions of people just poured across the border. Now she wants to talk. Now she's talking about building the wall. First of all, I think she's been dreadful as a candidate. She can't answer a single sentence. And I think that even she gets these puffy softball interviews, which are pre-recorded and edited from Oprah of all people, and now from this Stephanie Rule, who's a longtime Trump hater. And it even with all the editing, I mean, they look exasperated, and she won't answer a question. I don't know if it's because she's stupid or it's because she just doesn't. She doesn't want to alienate anyone. And these are not tricky questions. They're simple questions like, what's your policy on tax increases? How are you going to pay for your programs? I mean, those are the kind of questions you ask any politician.
I think
she won't answer any of them. Instead, she launches into this weird, narcissistic storytelling. I mean, and just talking about when I was a little girl, it's like, what?
I think what's going on with that is that number one, she is very stupid, but this is exacerbated by the fact that she's never been challenged in her life ever.
Yes.
All right. Now,
that's why they keep her under wraps.
Yeah, interesting.
They were hoping to do like the Biden campaign, but they kept him in the basement, and he did like an interview with Cardi B. That's about right. That was about it. And but they're not. But they can see now from their internal polling that she's tanking. So they have no choice but to send her out, and she's dreadful. Every time she goes out, it's worse. I mean, it's a complete meltdown. She's a horrendous candidate. You're right. She's never been challenged. She doesn't know a damn thing about basic issues of economics. She wouldn't, we're talking like, college economy class level. She's, it's like she doesn't know, she can't answer anything about it.
No, she's always been a DEI candidate from the very beginning. And it's all starting to crumble on her. When she had these early positions as the district attorney for San Francisco County, she didn't run as a black female. And by the way, Janet Jackson, of all people, has attacked her on that. When was she ever black? Okay, but the point was
only when she got in national politics.
Yeah. She was politically connected with Willie Brown. Nobody really cares who the district attorney is in San Francisco County. Although the one time that it got so bad with that guy that they voted out, this pro-crime fellow.
Oh, right. The son of the of Bernadine Dorn and Bill Ayers or whatever.
So, all right, she goes from that to Attorney General of California. Again, highly democratic state. Nobody cares. She's never been tested at any point. She's a female. She's vaguely foreign. And she's not a heterosexual white male. So they gave her a shot. Now, when she ran for Senate, she barely got by. In the two elections that she had.
Who was her opponent? Was it like a good Republican or just
some rhino? I don't remember.
Yeah, some mugwump, as they used to say in the 19th century.
Yeah, there aren't too many hardcore Republicans in California. There's a few in certain districts.
I understand.
But that tended to be dominated by this Northern California type situation. All right, so then she gets this coronation as the vice president, and that says, you're right, that's where she became black, because we had to give the job to a black female. There were probably dozens of more qualified black females, but there you go. Maybe Biden was looking for someone dumber than himself. Who knows? But what is curious, and you mentioned this, she's out there tanking. Where are her advisors? Say, hey, babe, you've got to start answering questions, or at least not going off into this, when I was a girl and worked at McDonald's type answers.
She can't. I don't think that's how she thinks. You can't reinvent yourself. I mean, you are who you are. That's
Yeah.
who she is. I know people like this. They talk in these vague aspirations. Oh, I want to have aspirations, but they don't say what those aspirations are, right? It's like the self-esteem crowd. They want to build self-esteem, but you have to do something to get self-esteem. It's not something, it's not a category in and of itself. And she's like, we have to have good feelings. Fine. Talk about something that might give good feelings, not about, you know what I mean? She's talking about the subjective um, process. She's not talking about anything that's real. And to listen to her, I don't know how other people feel, but you feel like stupid, or you feel you're being dumbed down just by listening to this. It's
Yeah.
depressing. You want to have a candidate for president, especially. They have to inspire something. They have to say something that you connect with. I mean, certainly, obviously, Trump does that. But any run-of-the-mill candidate should be able to do that. I mean, when I ran for office here in Massachusetts, there are plenty of local candidates that were a lot better than that. I mean, they could do it even if I didn't like them or agree with them politically. They could still knock a few balls out of the court in terms of like, hey, this is what we should do and this is what we shouldn't do, and here's where I'm on this and I'm not there on that. She can't do any of that. She doesn't connect at all. It's like a lot of oatmeal, as my daughter would say when I'm writing. You have to clean out the oatmeal and get to the point. And it's like it's not really. I think that even Oprah, you can see. I mean, that she and Stephanie Rule, who are giving everything they can to try to promote her. They look like they're cringing. It's like horrible.
Well, that's the other thing. At what point do you step up and actually be a journalist, or at least 3% of a journalist? I mean, if I were interviewing you or you were interviewing me, and one of us went off on some cockamamie personal story that had no point, wasn't asking the question, wouldn't you, as a decent broadcaster, say, Mike, let's kind of get back to the subject, but to let her drone on. And
well,
then
even Oprah actually did do this. I watched some of that interview and it was awful, but she actually did try to reel her in a little and go back to the question.
Didn't work.
And say, what are you talking about? But they're not going to do it because the entire edifice is anti-Trump. That's all it is. Anybody who had the nerves to watch the Democratic convention, which was awful, 90% of it was just bashing Trump. That's all it was. And I'm not sure there are enough Trump haters left out there now. People are sick of it.
We've always said that there's going to be a 25% hardcore lefty, whatever you add to the rule book, we'll believe it type individual.
Yeah, but 25% isn't enough to elect anyone.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right. And then you look at Stephanie Rule. It not only did she hardly distinguish herself in the interview, but for her coming off after the fact, if you saw that follow-up, well, she didn't really say anything specific. But you know what? She doesn't have to say anything specific. And even the other commentators were like, huh?
I know. The issues don't matter, she says. The thing that matters is that we have to, I mean, I saw her on Bill Maher with, what's his name? I mean, the former Wall Street Journal guy who's turned on Trump. I forget his name. But anyways, she's like, we have to get real here. We have to stop Trump. It doesn't really matter. This isn't. She goes, we're not voting for perfect here. We're voting to stop Trump. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, as I said last time, I don't mean to be repetitive here, but I do watch Bill Maher and, Al Franken, who obviously was driven out of office because of his disgusting behavior and who seems like he's having some kind of a mental problem. He barely could talk. He spilled the beans when Maher said, look, she's for fracking, against fracking, now she's for it. She's against the wall, now she's for it. How do we explain this to the American people? I mean, what is the deal? Is she still progressive? And he said, no, she has to say that because she needs to win an election.
Right, right.
In other words, she has to lie. I mean, he's admitting that. Bernie Sanders admitted this when interviewed. Is she still a progressive? He goes, of course she is, but she has to say these things to win. In other words, they're admitting openly that she has to lie, and she's not even a good liar. It doesn't come across. It's like, if you're going to lie, you have to know how to do it. I mean, forget it. It's just it's really depressing. I can't imagine the American people electing somebody that is going to depress the country so much just by her presence.
Can you speculate for a moment on the reason she got the nod? The only thing I could ever come up with was, all right, we got to get rid of Biden. If we jump over her as a quote unquote black female, there's going to be consequences. And we're so damn smart that we could take an imbecile like her and parade her out as a national candidate. But don't you think there was any crosstalk? Wait a minute. She really is an idiot. Why didn't you put up fill in the blank?
Well, they have no choice. She is the vice president. We still have a constitution. It was bad enough deposing Biden and having a coup d'etat. That already doesn't look good. And everybody could see what that's about. Then they transfer all of the, Biden had won all these primaries. All that's washed away. I mean, he had raised who knows how many millions of dollars. She just took that over, which is nobody had given that money for her. And so they're already doing a coup d'etat. And I just don't think they had any choice. They can't just pull somebody out of nowhere. I mean, that's so they just figured, okay, we're going to have to do like they did for Biden in 2020. Keep her under wraps. She'll do interviews with real softball people. She won't do any media. And we'll just use our mechanisms, our absentee ballots, and we'll do all the bullshit that we pulled last time. And that's, I think, what the game plan was.
Wouldn't it have been better if that's what you were going to do it in a more formal manner? In other words, Biden resigns in favor of...
I think that might still happen. I think that still might happen. I mean, that's like a last ditch. Biden is suddenly going to, I mean, I hope he doesn't, but he might pass away, or he might, be seen as incapacitated. I mean, I don't think that, I think there's still people around Biden who are loyal to him, and I try not to let that happen. So there's an internal struggle there between the establishment.
This kind of Pope John Paul II thing, who was followed by Benedict, who had this sort of emeritus role. And, this is all uncharted territory, right? As it was for the Pope. Look, I've got some...
The whole thing is uncharted. I mean, the fact that he stepped down in the middle of a campaign, and then all of a sudden she's now been able to immediately fill the position, and the media immediately fell down and worshiped her.
Nobody's the president. She's just a candidate. All right. So wouldn't it have been better for him to become emeritus, for her to act like she's a president for a few months? I mean, I think they'd watch it.
I mean, that probably, what is she going to do that's going to distinguish her? She hasn't done anything.
Now that's what I concluded, that she's just so damn incompetent that they couldn't even do that.
No, there's nothing. She hasn't distinguished herself at all. She hasn't said anything that anybody can remember, anything that has resonated with anyone. She has no, you think a presidential candidate should have some kind of a vision, some kind of a presentation, whether we like it or not. Obama had that. She doesn't have anything going on. She's just an empty suit. There's nothing there. It's like, plus on top of it, and again, this is speculation, but I've heard people say it and it looks that way. She's an alcoholic. If you've seen this, I mean, she looks like she's half in the bag. The way she talks, oh, she does. I think she has some problems with some substance. Let's just put it that way. That's an opinion. I don't have any proof of that.
She certainly comes across that way, but maybe that's just her loopy personality.
Could be. She seems like she's taken something. I don't know. I mean, well, maybe
Yeah, well,
that's just who she is. I mean, right, whatever. But it doesn't seem like she's playing with a full deck. I mean, I'm
yeah.
sorry. I mean, it's better than Biden. I mean, at least she can finish a sentence. She's coherent. Biden is not well at all.
Well,
But
but she's never really been tested. I'm sure if you gave Biden speeches to read, he could probably do it.
yeah,
But
I mean, he
if you
can.
ask
But
a question, I mean, the problem is if you ask Biden a question, he'd stumble. All right. Well, they don't even ask her a question.
no, it's all under wraps, and it's not working because the internal polls. According again, my source on this is Steve Turley.
Yeah.
Who I think is a pretty good researcher. The internal polls of the Republican Party show Trump ahead in Pennsylvania by 3.
Yeah.
And the internal polls in the Democratic Party, of her party, show Trump ahead by 4.
Yeah.
So what are they? I mean, that my point is that and the voting is already underway, and Trump is crushing it. They are trying to do the absentee thing, but I don't think they're going to pull out enough of them. Even right now, you have some leftist judge in Wisconsin saying that these absentee ballots that are not properly identified are going to be counted. It's outrageous. We're talking about like 100,000 ballots. Maybe they'll take, because of that, they might win in Wisconsin because they'll steal that one. But for the most part, I mean, the other scheme they have going, from what I've been reading, is that overseas ballots. It's this was before Biden. We're talking about maybe 10, 15 years ago. Maybe it was under even as far back as Clinton. They took away the necessity of listing your social security number or your identification when you go online to cast an absentee ballot if you're overseas. And that when you go to register to vote online, you can vote that same minute. That's obviously and now the Democratic Party is reaching out to absentee people from the battleground states. So yeah, they're trying to do this sort of thing. It does seem, there's other stuff going on. I mean, there's, I'm looking at other stories that indicate that they're trying to, the Democrats wouldn't even vote on a bill before Congress that would have deported illegal aliens who'd been involved with attacking women.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine that? I wonder how Ayanna Pressley voted on that here in Boston. One of the squad members.
I don't think you have to wonder too hard.
These are people who you'd think would be defending women being raped and sexually assaulted by an illegal alien, but we can't deport them. And obviously, when they register to vote, or when they get their licenses, and as they can in certain states, you automatically can register to vote through your license. I learned this here in Massachusetts recently because I had to renew my license, and they asked me if I wanted to register to vote. They didn't ask for my ID. They didn't ask for my social security number. They just wanted to know if I wanted to register to vote. Now, one of the things that I do, frankly, and I'm happy to do it, is I drive Uber sometimes. And I've had numerous passengers taking me to the Registry of Motor Vehicles in Revere, which is a suburb of Boston.
Right.
And I've picked up numerous people at the Registry of Motor Vehicles in Revere. All of these people do not speak English, okay? I don't know exactly what they're doing over there, but there's something going on. There's a lot of people crowding around that particular office. I'm not making an accusation, but it doesn't look right. It looks
You're
like
just making an observation. But, well, when we moved back to California, of course, I had to get a California license. And it's a checkoff box. Do you want to register to vote? Now, I would point out, at least in California, that, I mean, not that they might ever enforce it, when you fill out all that crap, you are under penalty of perjury. Now, at the same time, and it's going to become mandatory supposedly in May with the real ID. I don't know what it's like in Massachusetts.
They do have the real ID here.
All right, so the real ID, you've got to produce copious documentation.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
Which,
And
by the way,
in all fairness, I already did that to get my license renewed a year or two ago. So maybe they have that on file. I don't know. So I'll grant that. The only thing I also want to add to this business is that when you register to vote through your driver's license, you don't even have to vote. You don't even have to know you registered to vote. The point is that somebody over there, maybe in Revere, I don't know, I'm not saying, they can register you and vote you, okay? That's how, I mean, this is sort of a modern version of what used to go on in these big city machines. Chris Matthews, in his biography, another U2 guy, Me Too guy, I should say, he talks about growing up in Philadelphia as a young guy going to help at the polls. And after the polls closed, you'd have these corrupt, machine workers go in and look at who didn't vote, and they would vote those votes.
Yeah.
So this is more of an electronic version of that with the licenses. These guys who are getting their license, they don't even know they could be registered and they could be voted without even knowing it. Now, I'm not saying that's happening, but it looks to me like this is a possibility.
Well, okay, but how suspicious does it look? Are you picking people up who would be better served going to the Registry of Motor Vehicles in Cambridge or something, and you're taking them to Revere for some unknown reason?
Yes. They're going, these are some of these trips are fairly long. Yes, they're going for some reason.
Well, okay, something's going on. Now, when that happens,
and then I pick people up at Revere who also don't speak English. This has happened to me more. This is more than anecdotal here. And I'm taking them to Roxbury or Dorchester in Boston. I mean, a pretty long distance. Why are they in Revere doing this? Is there something about that office? I mean, I hope I'm not going to bring something up that could get me in trouble here.
No. I mean,
I'm not making an accusation. I'm simply making an observation based strictly on anecdotal.
Okay, are they going for an actual driver's test?
I have no idea. They don't speak English. All I know is that I'm taking them there and I'm picking them up.
Okay, now
I don't know what goes on. I mean,
in fairness, the DMV of California, it was known, and I have no idea how true this is anymore, because I'm talking about when I was 16, for God's sake, that there were certain offices of the DMV that were easier to pass your driver's test.
Okay, that's possible. Yeah.
And some were easier because if you provided favors, monetary and otherwise,
Okay.
there were some that had that reputation. How true it was, but I did know people that went considerable distance from LA into the Central Valley to get their license.
Sure.
And
I mean, that's possible. It's like people shop for a good judge, right?
Yeah.
It's like in New York, they had Let 'Em Loose Bruce, or you could either get, or you could get, or you don't want to go in front of Maximum Bob, sort of like, so, your lawyers will shop for the right judge for their case. It could be something like that. Maybe this is just an easier office in terms of giving people a pass, and maybe there's some corruption. I don't know. I'm not saying there is. I just find it interesting, and it's because I'm looking at this election, I'm thinking in those terms. I'm wondering, what are they doing in Massachusetts? There's no question that they are, and openly so, giving licenses to illegal aliens. They are doing that. And we're talking about, they're bragging about it on the NPR station. I heard Adam Riley, one of the reporters, 100,000 new license, the people holding licenses.
So then doesn't that doesn't that break the stereotype of the quote undocumented alien? Because now he's got documents.
But he's not supposed to have documents because he's not here legally. I mean, technically, I suppose if someone's here illegally and they show up at a state office, they should be arrested. They're committing a crime. They're in the country illegally. That's a crime. You know, why are they there? Instead, they're giving them a license. You know, it's very suspicious.
Well, I do. Okay, the problem is you don't have to prove that you're a legal resident when you get a driver's license, I think, in any state.
Yeah.
And some of that makes sense to the extent that why have the states worry about that when it's a federal issue? Of course, the feds don't worry about it either, is the point.
Well, I mean, why shouldn't they? I mean, it's like you have to show an ID to get a 6-pack of beer. I mean, why shouldn't you be able to?
Oh, no, but here's what I'm saying, that the power of the states has been systematically usurped basically since the Constitution, to be honest. Right. All right. So the idea of the state was that you can do these, let's call them trivial functions. You can issue driver's licenses. You can have this, that, or the other permits. You can give somebody a medical license, which isn't necessarily trivial, but you see that it's a localized kind of issue. All right. There's no federal involvement in a California medical license, let's say. So why should there be? I mean, it's a disaster, but a priori, why should there be federal involvement in Commonwealth of Massachusetts issuing a driver's license? That's really not.
There shouldn't be, but there should be in federal involvement in registering to vote.
Yeah.
Because the federal election, you have to be a citizen of the nation to vote. I think that's in the Constitution.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
That's the issue. Not the. I mean, if they want to give driver's licenses to illegal aliens, fine. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea, but whatever. But the point is they've added this element of registering them to vote.
Yeah.
And it's not constitutional for them to vote in a federal election. I know that some states or some municipalities allow illegal aliens to vote. I don't think they should, but they do. And I guess that technically is their right.
Well, I mean, you have these various jurisdictional issues, all right? The election process, including the federal election process, is a state and county process. Don't forget that to be elected president, you have to win X number of state elections. So,
but it's still a federal. I mean, there's still laws that cover. I mean, uniquely cover a federal.
They're never enforced,
right?
Unless the only enforcement is on campaign expenditures that I've ever seen. I've never seen a case where the feds will come down on the state of Kentucky saying that we don't like the way you're doing an election.
Well, then that's why they're going to get illegals to vote.
Yeah.
You know, and some states are doing the right thing. I mean, I think North Carolina just eliminated something like 250,000 voter registrations of people who had moved on from the state. But other states, they have the same rotten infrastructure in place, and they're going to do it again. I mean, that's the topic of this show. Are they going? I mean, are they going to? I mean, especially with Trump, you know, frankly surging, even though they don't call it that, but certainly he's overtaking Harris in the polls, even in the battleground states, and it looks like he's going to win. And they're all actually admitting this. Even the normies are admitting it. But so then it raises the question: how are they going to stop him, other than shooting him?
Well, we go back to my answer at the beginning of the show. Was they'll take it as far as they can take it, but the limitation on how far they can go is if it's going to backfire on them. All right. Remember, these globalist a-holes are always going to be around.
Right.
Maybe they're going to get to a point, well, we really can't stop Trump, and he's only going to serve one more term, and we're going to have to regroup. Because if we bring out all the guns and all the cheating and all the stuff,
Well, I hope they do. I hope they do conclude that. Maybe they can't stop Trump. He's going to serve another term, and that's fair. And then they can maybe then present their arguments. But it gives the country a little breathing room to kind of further expose. Yeah, I mean, and that's a big risk for them. Trump's going to expose the whole mess in a way that they fear.
All right. Let's
so,
go with that. All right. Trump gets elected. He starts exposing this, that, or the other guy. All right. Depending on how much of a conspiracy guy you are. All right, fine. So Pelosi is already 150 years old. She's not going to be around anymore. Maybe some heads will roll, but the globalist cabal is still going to be there. So there's going to be some sacrificial lambs that are going to go down. And I think they're just going to have to lick their wounds.
Right.
No,
the other interesting piece of testimony today from Congress was Michael Horowitz, who's the auditor, the federal auditor, has been investigating the events of January 6th at the Capitol, the protest, right? Which I think more and more people realize was done as a way to codify the election steal. Yeah. I can say that because I'm not on YouTube today. All right. But the point is that they have the video they refuse to release. The general consensus is they won't release it because it's going to show all these federal agents in the crowd, not just Ray Epps, who apparently had email communication with Nancy Pelosi. Now it's come out, but other people, a lot of people. The thing was marbled with federal agents, and they were the ringleaders. And Michael Horowitz was asked about this investigation by Massey. He's a congressman from Kentucky, good guy. And he said, first question is, why is it taking you 4 years to do this research? He couldn't answer that, right? I mean, here they are still researching. And the second question is, how many people in this report are we going to find out were federal agents? He wouldn't answer that, but he did kind of imply that it's there. And then he said, and when are you going to finally release this report? Not until after the election, right? I mean, talk about they're going to drag it out, up until they have to do some final checking and they have to make sure that this is complacent with that, and they have all this bull crap, So even so, however, it's going to be released, and it's going to stop this agenda that's being discussed by Raskin, Congressman Raskin, to start impeachment proceedings against Trump the day after he wins, which I think is something that they're planning on doing over the.
Let them do it. They're going to make fools of themselves, and whatever respect people have for the government, which in my case is nil, and even the true believers are coming down a few pegs. They just don't realize when they've lost, I guess. I don't know what Raskin's problem is,
He's like a Liz Cheney. I mean, these people are just, they're marinating in Trump hatred. It's personal for them. And I think that it's also that they think they're doing the bidding of, this is like this Mark Elias, who I follow on Twitter. They are the hardcore fascistic soldiers who are determined to stop Trump.
Okay, but talk about Liz Cheney for a second. All right. If you're going to justify her, I would argue that it's because she really thought her father was a hero. And she bought into this neocon perpetual war crap. Mm-hmm. I think what happened was she got a wake-up call. Now, there's two ways to deal with the wake-up call. Gee, you know what? I was wrong about this. This perpetual war stuff sucks. My father was a horse's ass. And maybe I ought to, while I still have time, change my ways. But she went the other way and doubled down. And I'm saying at least her issue was the great Dick Cheney has been cut down. But I'm wondering, I don't think Raskin has quite that sort of issue. I think he's got no life, and he wants to be the ringleader of some leftist scheme which may change daily.
It's either that or there's some corruption going on. I don't know. It's like, and this Adam Schiff is the worst. I mean, God, we talk about weird goings on in his situation, both personally and politically. And I understand that he's, I think he's George Soros's brother-in-law or something like that. Anyways, let's not cast aspersions. But the point is that this whole rotten, miserable, incestuous mess, I don't know. It seems to, you had pictures, by the way, speaking of George Soros, his son, who's kind of taken over the reins, he keeps running pictures of himself with big politicians, including Walls, meeting up with him. I mean, I don't think that's a good look for them.
No.
He's like, it's like, but he doesn't.
I mean, it reminds me of John Gotti. John Gotti would be in the news all the time. And you wonder, wait a minute, if you're going to be Cosa Nostra, maybe you don't have to be on the front page of New York papers every day.
Well,
maybe
I think this kid, I mean, the Soros son, is on some kind of like a celebrity kick. I think that he's engaged to Huma Abedin, apparently.
Oh,
and I mean, talk about
that's a marriage made in heaven. I'm telling you.
Yeah, really. But he keeps running pictures of himself with like Pelosi and everybody. He's bragging. Hey, look at me. I'm with these. And I don't know if they all think this is a great thing, but I don't think that's a good look for.
No, if you're trying to work behind the scenes and you get out front there, it's not. That's sort of defeating the purpose.
Exactly. Maybe he's just too dumb to realize it, or I don't know. But anyway, Mike, I mean, as I've said, we're all, as they say in Yiddish, we're sitting on Spielkas over this election. We just can pray every day that Donald Trump is safe, given the fact that there's all this crap going on. And, they're trying to blame the Iranians. That's BS anyways. We can talk about what we already know about the assassination attempts and the connections that those people had, and it's troubling and ugly, and it appears almost like an open and brazen, trying to stop Trump. I don't even think they're hiding it, in my opinion. I mean, didn't the Department of Justice release some kind of a memo saying that this shooter at the golf course was offering like $150,000 reward? Something like that. I mean, this is really, really open, and it's really ugly. And I just hope Trump knows it, and I hope he survives. I hope he stays safe, and his family too.
Yeah, well, I would agree. And if you want to get something else to be ticked off about in the last few minutes, what is this $8 billion going to Ukraine? How does that happen?
And they fly Zelensky into Pennsylvania so he can sign bombs and missiles along with Shapiro. Talk about warmongers.
Whatever happened to Shapiro? He was almost a reasonable guy.
I know,
and then he totally went on the dark side.
Well, he was always a little on the dark side. I mean, he announced as Attorney General a few days before the 2020 election that Trump had lost. How did he know this? Right? So he's a creature of that whole cabal. He
had a chance to be the fair-haired boy, and he just went to the dark side.
He's been on the dark side. It's all bull. It's all image. It's he just is a little smoother than Tim Walz.
Okay.
To take. And by the way, there's going to be that debate Tuesday night with Vance and Tim Walz. I don't know what. I mean, I think that Vance will be fine. He's okay.
Walz is not a particularly good speaker.
No, he's a weird. He comes across as very weird, and his history is troubling in terms of far left wing stuff. I mean, which is, I suppose, a reflection of Minnesota, I guess, but nationally, not so much. So I think that's going to be okay.
It's kind of sad how Minnesota turned out in that, this sort of upper Midwest La Follette, social welfare, whatever.
Yeah.
That's one thing. But then they bought into this left-wing fascist, all these trappings that came with it. I think if you could put one of these old style Minnesota liberals in a room, I don't think they all buy into that. But they
Well, maybe it'll be a surprise. Don't forget, Minnesota also elected Michelle Bachmann, who was,
Yeah.
was a great congresswoman. And, the George Floyd riots, they burned down Minneapolis. I don't think that people, I can't imagine people thinking that that's a great day for them. But we'll see.
Some people feel the peer pressure, that you have this laundry list of issues that reside on the left. And apparently you have to buy into every single one of them, or you're not a true believer.
It's intersectionality.
Yeah.
It was developed by this law professor at Columbia. Kimberly Crenshaw. I actually am studying this in my sociology class. And it's the idea that anybody that's not a straight white male is oppressed, and that all those people, everybody has to come together intersectionally to fight the oppressor, and that they all have something in common, even if they don't like each other. I mean, a classic example is after the Hamas invasion of Israel on October 7th, where they slaughtered over 1,000 Israelis, you have people, the gay movement, the LGBT, out, on campus and hitting the streets in favor of Hamas.
Yeah, gays forgot.
Yeah, when Hamas, if you're gay in Gaza, you get tossed off the top of a building, whereas Tel Aviv is very gay friendly. But that doesn't matter. It's all intersectional. It's like everybody.
Intersectional in a couple of different ways. That there's a very heavy gay aspect to Islamic culture, which I guess if you're within the right club, it was like what they said about ancient Greece. It was always difficult separating the men from the boys. Mm-hmm. But there's a real tradition of that. But
right.
It goes back to your old buddy, Kevin Abrams, and the pink swastika.
Yeah, pink swastika, sure. What would have happened to him?
I tried looking him up, and I get the impression that book was really more Scott Lively. But
right, Abrams, he's still around. He's actually a minister here in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
But he got in big trouble for going to Uganda and talking, which is banning homosexuality, and they feel that it's going to bring AIDS, and they're like, we have enough trouble. And they blamed Scott Lively's trip to Uganda for that. They said he influenced them. So he's been attacked. But those guys wrote a pretty solid book. I think that Abrams has backed away from it. He's probably pressured. I don't know.
Didn't you interview him?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did both of them. Yep. I should look into it. I don't know. I haven't heard from them in a while. But right now, I don't know. The point I'm making with intersectionality is that you can have very strange bedfellows. Let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll tell you where that's happening is in the WNBA, which now has suddenly people are watching it because of Caitlin Clark. The problem there, of course, is that the WNBA has traditionally been a black lesbian basketball league.
Is that right?
So she's coming in as a white heterosexual girl, with a lot more skills than most of the
players. She's getting knocked.
Yeah, and there have been some comments that have been made that Adam Silver, who's the commissioner of the NBA, which finances the WNBA, and the commissioner of the WNBA itself, are very reluctant to stand up for the little white girl, is what it amounts to. And it's, I had a feeling it would go that way because, the players on the court, they don't care if they're losing money, apparently. They've been subsidized by the NBA for 27 years, I believe.
Mhm.
They still are going to stand to lose 40, $50 million. So the fact that the league isn't protecting their meal ticket is very telling. That's a great example of this intersectionality you're talking about. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, the whole thing about men and women's sports, that's
Yeah.
intersectionality.
Yeah.
I'll leave you with one final example here, which I learned from my sociology class, which is very left. You can't get further left on this class. It's very interesting. They're bragging about how the Biden administration changed Title IX, which is supposed to protect women in sports. I don't know how they worked this into it, but it is now a criminal offense if you refer to a person by a pronoun other than what they choose to call themselves at any given time. And you don't even necessarily know what that might be. A criminal offense. In other words, you could go to jail for this. And by the way, in Canada, I think they have put someone in jail for it. So, this is like Nazi crackpot pseudoscience being legalized and enforced with the.
Well,
with
in
the
fairness to the
proponents.
Nazis, I don't think they would have done anything this stupid.
No, but I mean, these are crackpot scientific theories. Now, if somebody wants to call themselves a girl or a guy, that's fine if this is their business. I think it's crazy, but I'll do that out of politeness because I want to be polite. But I don't want to be told by the government that if I don't do it, I could end up facing.
Well, see, the reason I wouldn't do it out of politeness is because then it's a real slippery slope, right?
Right.
That I don't, you want to think that you're a girl, that's fine, but you don't get to control reality, all right?
And you don't get to make the laws that make it so that you have to say this or else you can go to prison, which is what they've done. And that's
You
the
must
Biden
really
administration
enjoy this.
changing
How do
Title
you
IX.
stand it? How can you stand this class?
Well,
You gotta
it's all cannon fodder for my book. I'm taking, I get an inside look at education generally and this in particular, and I can document it and cover it. And so I look at it as field research. And, plus I as someone who has gotten a degree in sociology and will have another degree when I finish this program, I would like to see the development of conservative social theory as part of sociology, because right
Is that
now,
possible?
probably not, but sociology has always been and remains the handmaiden of the left, which makes it an illegitimate social science. If they want to really be a legitimate, honest social science that actually contributes something, they need to have, they can still have Marxism, feminism, critical theory, but they need to also have a conservative social theory as part of the basic function and as part of one of the pillars of sociology. Otherwise, they're nothing but tools of the left, which is what they are. It's just a means.
The operational problem, though, is that these are all academics.
Right.
I'm not going to go as a non-sociology professor and write a conservative sociology book. And even if I did, it's not going to gain acceptance into the ivory tower.
Well, they've drummed out any conservative people in that field. I mean, it is as far left as any endeavor in college. I mean, sociology, anthropology, these are all left-wing bastions, no question about it. I mean, and so, but as a result, they're not serious as a science.
Exactly.
In the interest, and sociology actually is a very interesting theory, discipline. It's a study of society and behavior and what makes it work. They need to have conservatives look at it and do like some rather tricky things that are politically incorrect. Like, let's take a look at, the effects of illegal aliens in this country. Let's take a look at their society. Let's take a look at something as mundane as gay marriage. How has it worked out? Can somebody go in there and tell me if there's any link between gay marriage and domestic violence? They don't want to touch that. I'm not saying there is. I'm just saying that honest sociology is going to take a look at these things. How are the children turning out? How do they feel about their family situation? They won't ask those questions, but that's what sociology is supposed to do. Not supposed to be a cat's paw for leftist causes, which basically suppress anything that doesn't goose step in their direction. Anyway, that's my rant on sociology.
All right.
So let's hope and pray for Trump's safety.
Indeed.
And yeah, let's hope and pray for the election to go right. As the Irish in Boston used to say, vote early and vote often if you're supporting Trump. I'm kidding. Anyway, the point is let's just hope things go right.
Well, what you can do now is go take a walk on Memorial Drive, Storrow Drive. You're probably not at peak color yet, but
yes, and try to keep perspective. I know what you mean. I am. I'll admit that. I'm just. It's hard to kind of keep an equilibrium. It's a very interesting time. Anyway, so Mike, thanks a lot as always.
Yeah, always good talking to you. And let's reconvene next week.
Thank you. All right, take. Welcome to the program, Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Michael D. Shaw is here. Mike, before we go into things, I want you to talk about your latest posting on Substack.
Wow, I wasn't expecting you to ask that.
Let's hear. What's it about?
Okay, well, we just call it Trump v. Harris.
Okay, I saw that.
And we start off with, is this the most important election in our lifetime? And I mean, you might consider that the 2020 was probably more important because that's what put us down this rabbit hole.
Right.
And then I get into kind of argumentative, which of the FDR elections were the worst, and so on and so forth. But and we talk about how the Democratic coalition is breaking up piece by piece, and I think one of the few things that's holding that together is one of my favorite topics: the worship of secular authority that people seem to have. So. I've got some good comments on it, but it's and I'll just mention this, there's something coming up too as to the perversion of healthcare science. There's been a major retraction. Tell me if you're surprised about an article in an LSVA journal talking about 17,000 deaths from hydroxychloroquine. It ended up that it was all BS, and the article was retracted.
Now, is that recently? Because I know that they had the famous.
In the last couple of days.
Really, because hydroxychloroquine was assaulted during COVID when this phony article was put up by the New England Journal of Medicine and Lancet that they had to retract after a day or two, which was very unusual for them because they're allegedly the most respected medical journals. And recent information, I can't cite it, but it's come out saying that had hydroxychloroquine been used during the pandemic, even though it is a drug that has problems, putting that aside, it would have saved many, many thousands of lives.
Oh yeah, well, that and ivermectin. But
now, why are they? What are they? So they made these.
No, it ended up that, and I'm going to go into more detail in the article, but it ended up that it was, first of all, in fairness to the article, they never said there were 17,000 deaths. It was one of these modeling things. And one of my favorite stories about that is I was actually at an EPA conference where they came out with 15,000 people die each year from secondhand smoke. Some guy stood up and said, okay, name one. No.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
And 18 months later, they were able to produce one woman who was married to a guy that smoked 30 packs a day of cigarettes. And they posited that she got cancer based on that exposure. But so it's all modeling, and what we didn't have that term modeling when I was studying science. we called it dry labbing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, and there were some serious attacks on the editor of this journal for not seeing what a crock this was. And then, talking about New England Journal, my friend Mike Goldberg sent me, I mean, his head was exploding, 9 or 10 New England Journal articles, which are far more about social justice than they are about medicine. It's pathetic. One of them, they were doing a workup on what somebody called a 15-year-old black male, and they were attacked for just saying he was a 15-year-old black male. And to not recognize at this late date that different ethnic groups have different health problems is absurd.
Well, yes. I mean, it's, those things are very flexible, as I'm finding out in my own sociology class, that, these are major terms, and they offer them with their theories without really suggesting a solution. It's implied. So I want to talk about the biggest subject of the day, which is the election and it's possibly being stolen. If we were to look at it strictly politically, like you've done in your article, Trump versus Harris, then I think that Trump would win a landslide. If you look at the shifting sands of politics, the alliance between Trump and RFK Jr. and other Democrats, I think that, as Stephen Miller said at the time, it is the largest it's like a tectonic shift in American politics, the largest since Reconstruction, where you really are having people come together from left, right, Democrat, Republican, to oppose the uniparty, the old guard, which stands for censorship. It stands for policies that are destructive to the culture. It stands for bad economic policies. It stands for instability, perpetual war in the world. In other words, the same old usual crapola that's been in place since the end of World War II.
Well, I call it in my article neo-feudalism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where now the feudal lords is this sort of coalition of big government, academia, NGOs.
Yes.
And you make a great point. It doesn't matter Democrat or Republican anymore, because I don't care what your politics are. You go to the grocery store and see the increase in prices. You watch the news, even the left-wing biased news about the immigration situation, and suddenly these long-time political affiliations, well, my great-grandfather voted for FDR, that's starting to fall away here.
Right, and they're playing the same old rotten playbook that I don't think ever really worked for them, but now it's becoming even more glaring by claiming, well, Trump must have something against minorities because of his comment about they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. And I don't think people are buying it. I think people are looking at that and saying, hey, how did 40,000 immigrants get into that one town that are not registered, illegal aliens, at once? How is it that who's housing them, and who was kicked out of their home?
Why is it always a swing state where they try to dump these people?
That's right. Like look what's going on in Minnesota. But the thing is that I don't think that that's working for them. I don't think people are buying this. And now they're having hysterical comments about. I mean, they've always had these bizarre comments. Trump is going to be a dictator, but now it's like he's going to deport millions of people and put them into concentration camps. It'll be horrible. Is this what we want to? I don't think anybody believes that crap. It doesn't really make it. I think Trump has said himself, and J.D. Vance has said it, that they're going to start by deporting criminals, people who are engaging in violence.
That would be a great start.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main. If they can, that's going to be like a project that's going to take some time, but they're going to start by getting rid of violent people who have come here and who are engaging in serious crimes, violent crimes, which is something that I think most, if not everyone, supports, putting aside the fact that Congress, 100 Democrats just vetoed a bill before Congress calling for the immediate deportation of violent, criminal, illegal aliens.
Now, why would they try to block that? I mean, think about it.
You tell me. I mean, they're obviously in very safe areas. People like, I don't know how Ayanna Pressley voted on that, but I have a feeling she was all on board. Because for however it happened, and this is a sad thing, they are in very safe districts. People who either support them no matter what, who don't care, or who the district is so corrupted in terms of controlling the voting machines that they know they're going to just get reelected. I mean, Ayanna Pressley will probably be there for the rest of her life if she wants to be. They'll never get rid of someone like that.
What's the big draw, though? I mean, what's the
She's a
personal?
left-wing black woman, and she's a radical, and that's even when she was running, she said this. I saw her on a very liberal news program in Boston, and the reporter said to her, she even said, "What are you bringing to the table here other than color? Really, who are you?" And she said, "Well, we need a change in, appearance. We need a new time." The same bullcrap that Harris pushes. I mean, this kind of totalitarian double talk. This meaningless language. And yet she was elected, and she's there now for life. And it's those people who can vote that way.
What's the demographic of that district? Is that, by the way, your district?
No. It's frankly the black part of Boston.
Roxbury?
And it's combined. It's Roxbury combined with Cambridge.
Oh, okay.
And Somerville. All right. Need I say more? It's a combination of blacks and radical leftists from Harvard. And that's hers. I mean, they're not going to change. It's and I think that
she's not even challenged by a black female that isn't quite as much of a commie.
Something. If she was, I have a feeling they might have a chance. I don't even think that the establishment left is in love with her. Even the Globe. I mean, I don't know if they'd give her a free ride.
Yeah. Okay.
But they can't really mount, and the Republican Party in the state is kind of a rhino party. They've driven out the Trump supporters.
Just like California. Yeah.
So it's kind of it's a corrupt situation. It's a sad situation, and that's why I think that they're going to find a way to steal this election, because they have to. They can't let it happen. They're going berserk. I've seen Trump derangement on speed, even in my own life. I've seen people who I don't know how they could be consumed by this demented view for 8 years, ever since Trump got off the elevator, and it's going into high gear. They're not going down easy. And these are people who I think during the 2020 election were the people like the lady with the blonde braids over in Atlanta, right? And her mother and her brother, right, stuffing the ballot box over and over and over. And then later on getting a multi-million-dollar award from a jury in her lawsuit against Giuliani. I don't know if she'll ever collect a penny of that, but you get these corrupt people who are just, they're leftists, and they believe that whatever needs to be done must be done. They have to stop Trump. They'll never speak about it. There are very few, if any, whistleblowers. They are devout, radical followers, and they are supported by people in the judiciary who have been placed there very strategically, mainly by Obama, who are going to.
Biden's trying to make up for that. I mean, he's
Biden too, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there was this one ruling recently. I mean, they're not going to penalize sexual predators because they're not legal immigrants. I mean, these people are evil. I mean, they've completely become what I describe in my new book. They're holograms. There's not a person there. It's essentially an illusion that embodies a living being. There's no one, there's no conscience, there's no character, there's no sense of who, you know. I mean, I heard an interesting. I watched Bill Maher because someone has to, right? And he
He's
had on,
getting a little red pilled, a little bit.
yeah, I think he has, but he had, of all people, he had on Al Franken, right? Who, right? I mean, driven out of office because of Me Too. He seemed almost like he had a stroke or something. He could barely talk. He was like, he looked okay, but he just sounded. It was like there was something disconnected. But he could barely speak a full sentence. It was actually pretty marked. But he did make one comment that I thought was interesting, and that Maher asked him. He said, "How could it be that Harris is changing positions? So obviously she's against fracking, now she's for fracking. She's against the wall, now she's for the wall." And Franken admitted quite honestly, he said, "Well, that's because she has to win an election." It's, in other words, it's just that simple. You say whatever you have to say. They were making no bones. He was making no bones of the fact that you have to lie. They don't care. This is what you have to do. In other words, you have to lie. We'll take care of all that stuff later. After this, like the Globe does every 4 years. We'll deal with what's going on after we do what we have to do, which is win. So it tells me, I mean, that's a dog whistle to all of these radicals who are still there. I mean, in Michigan, they have, the Michigan, the electoral counters, the Board of Elections in Detroit. They were supposed to hire, I think, 300 people. 290 of the people they hired were Democrats, 10 were Republicans, right? And there were many hundreds of Republicans applying. So they're going to do the same thing. They're going to put back the pizza boxes in the window to so people can't see what's going on. It's obvious. I mean, Benson is the most corrupt Secretary of State in America at a state level, that being Jocelyn Benson. They're going to, they put in place laws in that state, not only that forbid any recounts, but that actually criminalize criticism of the election in advance. I mean, they're going to take the measures they need to take. And I feel that, I don't know if the Republican Party is up to it. I heard Watley interviewed yesterday over here on Howie Carr's show on WRKO. He's the head of the RNC. And he said that we're hiring 175,000 volunteers. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Sounded good, but I just don't know if they're up to the task of handling this election. There are lawsuits everywhere. That's good. But, I still see Elias bragging about winning lawsuits to keep states from throwing out, dead ballots and registrations. They're proud of it. Look at us, an accomplishment for democracy. We're preventing Nevada from throwing out proven, names on their registration rolls that are false.
I think maybe the thing to be different in this election is that the Republicans probably have realized that this rhino sort of thing doesn't work anymore. And the beauty part of it is there's a list of 110, I think, prominent, quote, Republicans who are for Harris. Well, okay, they pulled off the mask. I mean, you and I maybe were never fooled, but people pay big attention to labels. And let's face it, Mitt Romney ran for president as a Republican. All right. So now we've already seen what they can do. And I have a feeling that they're not necessarily going to let the pizza boxes be in place. Okay. I think there's a bit of a radicalization of our side because these are people that have belonged to organizations, right? Republican committees and working at the precinct level and all the, for lack of a better term, true believers will work through the system. Well, guess what? The system doesn't work. It's corrupt. The judiciary is 100% corrupt. And, let's look at one of the big disappointments. Jerry, we've got to get more conservatives on the Supreme Court. Well, Amy Barrett, who I had some question about from the get-go,
Right.
has proven to be a major disappointment. So I think people have become a little radicalized. The disadvantage we are always going to have is that on the right, we don't regard politics as a religion. But on the left, and perhaps the prototype of this was your old friend Ethel Rosenberg,
Oh boy.
who would rather die than
Right.
say anything against dear leader.
Oh, that's how the communist movement was. They would rather die than betray their socialist dream. Whittaker Chambers talked about this in his first chapter in his book Witness. The people that he knew, they would rather they'll martyr themselves. They're radicals. It's like radical Islam. They don't care. Look at this guy that went out and tried to shoot Trump. The thing about that is that it's I think that they now can see that that's the only way they're going to stop Trump, other than they have to go through the more laborious and dangerous and possible exposing actions of stealing the election using machines and the whole way they did it last time. The only other alternative they have is to kill Trump.
Yeah.
And I think that
they've tried twice. It's obvious to anybody with a brain that it was all an inside job.
Oh, look, it's this guy. To his credit, apparently Ron DeSantis is holding on to this guy in Florida. He's not turning him over to the FBI, which is trying to destroy Trump, and which has a special prosecutor going after Trump. And that's quite powerful. But he's connected to the CIA. I mean, his name pops up all over the world. He was in Ukraine. He was helping with Iran, the Taliban, everything. I mean, he obviously is an insider from just a cursory look at evidence. It's an interesting coincidence. It's almost statistically impossible. I heard Eric Prince point this out from BlackRock. BlackRock. I mean, that this guy Rouse was in a commercial, as was Crooks, for BlackRock Investments.
Yeah.
I mean, that's weird. And look, it's obvious that they're just out there. They're sending people out to kill Trump. I mean, and it's not the only. There's been more. In Nassau Stadium, at the Coliseum, just 2 days ago, Trump appeared, and there was a bomb car inside the perimeter, ready to be detonated. When the local police discovered it, the guy got out of the car and he ran, never to be heard from again. They don't know who he is. And I think eventually, was he found? He made a statement saying he was training bomb sniffing dogs. What a weird, inside the perimeter of a Trump rally.
Yeah.
And now, this morning, I read on Gateway Pundit that Trump, in his most recent event, there was a group of about 20 people right behind him to the left who had symptoms of burning, and their eyes were burning. They had to go to the hospital. Everyone's okay, thank God. But the doctors who received these people said, "You've been sprayed with something. Something has happened here." It was just this one small group. It was about 20 people that was standing behind and to the left of Trump. So, yeah, there is some really ugly things going on here, right? I mean, we might remember, they like to say, well, conservatives are violent. That's bullcrap, because it was the left that introduced violence into politics in 2016 when they started to attack Trump supporters at rallies. That's why the
Oh,
group.
no, in respect, I think it was earlier than that,
Yeah.
1789, the French Revolution, if you
Well,
want
I'm
to.
talking about in American elections. I know that. I mean, and there are instances of it, but it was a massive coordinated attack on
Yeah.
Trump supporters, and the same people that backed up the looting of black neighborhoods and the burning of black homes after George Floyd's death backed them up then. Oh, this is political expression. This is the same media people, the Democratic Party. This is the formation of Antifa. You had little old ladies have acid thrown in their face. I saw this interview with this young man who was at a Trump rally in San Francisco, happened to be Hispanic and gay, right? He was there because he liked Trump and he wanted to be there with a couple of friends. And the protesters, the violence was starting to ferment outside. He was afraid to leave, so they found like a back door where he and his friend could get out. And they were seen and chased, and he was beaten to a point of death. He's never recovered fully. I mean, the man was completely pulverized. And that kind of violence was endemic in the months leading up to Trump's victory. And that's what they're doing. They're starting to do it now, except it's a little more subtle. And it intimidates people. That's how they can win. They'll frighten people. Plus, they're trying to frighten Trump. And I mean, I think if I were Donald Trump, I wouldn't leave Mar-a-Lago. I would put a moat around the place with concertina wire, and I would only have my immediate family around me, and maybe a few very trusted people, and I would do the campaign from there. Go, that we have the technology. He could go to these rallies through Zoom. They could put up a gigantic flat screen, and I think everybody would understand that he needs to survive between now and Election Day. I wouldn't be surprised if they sent in a tidal wave off the beach. I mean, it's that bad. I mean, they're going to do. I think that his days are not, I hate to say it, but I mean, he's in real jeopardy, real threat. And as far as the sniper goes at the golf course, it's been said that there might be. I think was it Dan Bongino? Somebody pointed out that there may be a mole inside the Secret Service who knows where Trump is going to be, because he kind of decided to play golf at the last minute. That wasn't on the schedule.
Right.
And so somebody.
I don't think there's any doubt. I mean, Bongino can't say it because he's a big podcaster, so he has to, sort of gently imply. What other explanation is there?
Exactly. Yeah. These things are just too coincidental. It just doesn't happen. So given that fact, I see no reason to assume that they're not going to try it again, and they're going to keep trying until they get the target. So I mean, it's depressing and it's discouraging, but I think that's where we are, and I think the better Trump does, the more endangered he is. Now you have the Teamsters Union not endorsing Harris for the first time in 40, 50 years, and they're not endorsing the Democrat because their rank and file up to 60% are supporting Trump. So they can't. This is and that's true across the board with unions. This is big. Even Lester Holt did a show on this. I was shocked that they covered it. I mean, I read about it anyway, but this is a major alarm bell. I think that the internal polls show that she's just tanking. She's imploding.
Yeah, I think that's true. But let's do the forbidden thought experiment here. All right. Suppose they are successful in taking out Trump. What happens then?
Well, I mean, maybe there might be like, well, I mean, technically, constitutionally, what happens? I guess J.D. Vance will be.
Well, right, but would this not awaken some of the normies who?
Oh, it'll be another lone gunman, another nut, like Lee Harvey Oswald. Oh, it's just, I don't know, are people that dumb now? I think that there
No,
are a lot more
no,
people that are aware of how things work.
no. Well, I mean,
Information is,
and this is how I prove that. All right. Take today's eyes and look back at November 1963
right.
and tell me you would have believed any of that stuff that was coming out at the time.
Well, I think people didn't even believe it then, and they didn't care. They did it in broad daylight. They knocked his head off right in front of his family and in front of the whole nation on camera while it was being filmed. They didn't care.
Well, no, they didn't care, but the official narrative was that some nut was able to arrange all this. I mean, none of it made sense from day one.
Yeah, but I don't think they cared. The point is that they did what they had to do. They got rid of Kennedy.
No, I'm not talking about the perps. I'm talking about the people watching this.
But
Okay?
I don't think they cared what people thought. They'll
No,
just
no,
round
no.
everyone up.
I think you're missing my point here.
Okay.
No, the bad guys didn't care what anybody thought. I'm saying that if you took 2024 eyes and looked at November 1963, it was absurd from the get-go. He escapes from the book depository. Nobody knows who he is. He goes into a movie theater and in some mysterious way is recognized. How do you recognize someone you don't know who you're looking for? Okay. Then on his day of arraignment, he gets shot. So keep quiet. And people, I'm sure there were a lot of people then that didn't believe it, but that's where conspiracy theory, the term came from. When those
That's
few
claimed by
people,
the CIA. Anybody that questioned what
yeah,
we saw with our own eyes on
yeah,
television and what we heard with our own ears. Anybody who questioned it. And I think that, look, I personally think I wrote a book. This is one of my books, Assassination in America, where I get into all these strange deaths that seem to be connected to various cover-ups or various attempts to change the course of narrative or the country. And even recently, I'm going to bring one up. What the heck, right? In Georgia, right after the election, Governor Brian Kemp was about to investigate the software company. I don't even want to mention their name, but we know who I'm
right,
talking about.
yeah,
That had a contract with that state. 2 days later, his daughter's boyfriend is blown up in a car. The car blew up on the highway. They said that it was an accident. He hit the gas tank. Bull crap. People witnessed it. There was like a fireball.
right.
And that was a message. A day or two after that, he canceled the investigation into this software company. I'm just saying that this is done. This is how they do things. You remember that TV series, House of Cards? I don't know. Did you see any of that
A couple of them, yeah,
with Kevin Spacey?
right.
I thought that it was a very good series. I mean, the end got bad because it was unscrupulous after he left because he had to leave because of his scandals. But the point is that it was produced by the guy who ran, the son of the man who ran the RFK campaign, Moscowitz. And I think that showed what actually does go on in politics. And I think it was loosely based on the Clintons. I mean, it was kind of even more than loosely.
Wasn't so loose, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, you get my point.
Yeah,
That's how things are done. When you're at those levels of power, and someone is standing in the way, and you have the ability to get something to stop them, you do it. I think it happens more than we would want to admit, and that would make sense that it would, because we're talking about huge power. I mean, the Clintons were enormously powerful. They weren't going to let something take them down. If somebody threatened their position, they were going to do whatever they had to do, just like the couple in the House of Cards. You do what you have to do to perpetrate your power, and you feel justified in doing it. You feel like, well, it's all for the greater good because I'm important and I'm great. And, this is how the mob thinks. I mean, when they do a hit, they're not thinking I'm evil. when they knock someone off. They think that it's a necessary job. I mean, this is standing in the way of our doing our business, and they get very self-righteous about it. And I think that
you can go earlier than 63. You can go a year earlier and look at the strange death of Marilyn Monroe.
yes, I covered that in my book. I mean, it's historic. You could go back to Julius Caesar. I mean, this is this is history. This isn't new. I mean, to assume this doesn't happen is incredibly naive. Yeah. It's not dealing with reality. Of course it happens. You're talking about just like, in a financial world it happens, or in a personal life, people get killed. The murder, it happens, and there's reasons for it, and it has to do with the shifting of power oftentimes. I mean, it's just, there are conspiracies to kill people. That's a given. And so I just think that in the atmosphere we're operating in now, it's very blatant. And the fact that Trump at least appears to not be scared by it, he's not going to back down. I mean, that's, they're going to go berserk over that. They have to do something to stop him, I think. God forbid.
Well, they might be planning it, but number one, I don't think it's going to be successful anyway. But even if it is, it's not going to have the results that they want, because this whole thing is bigger than Trump. It's an entire movement. I mean, people's eyes have opened up. Just these massive defections, as you described earlier, of traditional Democrat groups.
And very publicly.
Yeah.
And nobody's defecting to her except maybe Dick Cheney. Great. Now they love Cheney all of a sudden, which tells you what you need to know. They're the warmongers. They want to have perpetual war.
I'll be honest. I never understood. Okay, his daughter is an imbecile, but at whatever point in his career, he's an old retired guy. Why not just keep your mouth shut? How are you helping anybody by being Dick Cheney and endorsing Harris? Okay, everybody on the left hates you. Everybody on the right hates you. So how is this helping anything?
I don't know if it's because he wants to be liked finally. I doubt it, but I mean, it's like the same thing with Bush. They just, after all the years of their dealing with this kind of hatred, maybe they just feel like, they fall into this temptation to get some kind of an acceptance. Maybe they're getting tired. I don't know. No one's ever going to like them. Not on any side.
The thing that was so telling and so awful about the Bush family was once, the popularity of G.W. Bush drops and drops and drops. His wife comes out full on pro-abortion, which.
Well, I think they always were.
Yeah, well, no, I get it, but.
Yeah, but to be so publicly, I mean, I think, wasn't Barbara Bush one of the founders of Planned Parenthood? I mean, I don't know. I think that they go way back to the.
I don't know if she was.
I mean, that family is. I mean,
no, they were terrible. They were horrible, and I guess they just can't go gently into the good night,
Although, I mean, I sometimes I listen to Michael Savage, who he's a little bit over the hill, but he occasionally has a nice insight. And he said that, look, Trump, one of the faults that Trump has is that it's more than just beating someone, he destroys them, and that can backfire. And he says that that's been the case with the Bushes. He really destroyed Jeb Bush. He didn't just beat him, which he could have done very easily. Jeb Bush was pretty weak, but he wrecked him. He wrecked his reputation. He made it so that it's like scorched earth. He salted the gravesite. And so the result is that the Bushes hate him, and they will always fight him. No matter
I would argue that the Bushes always hated him.
Well, I mean, maybe, but the thing is, the other example is John McCain. John McCain was so hateful and angry toward Trump that he stopped Trump's legitimate reforms of the Affordable Care Act just to spite Trump. He didn't want Trump to have a victory in the Senate. So he screws the entire country, and we all get stuck with health bills. We get our deductible doesn't start until we've shelled out $10,000, all because McCain hated Trump so much. But
I
Trump,
don't think that was so much Trump's fault. I think that
no, Trump
McCain,
bears some responsibility for that. He goes a little too. I mean, he doesn't. He could defeat McCain without pulling that kind of heavy, real nasty stuff that he does pull.
in his defense, I would have to say that the Bushes and McCain were such a plague that you really had to go all out.
I suppose.
Savage.
He was so personal about it that he literally destroyed them. I mean, they couldn't go outside after this. I mean, I'm just saying that's how you get enemies. Maybe, they probably would have been his enemy anyway, but that created that really broke, everything, and they have worked against him now. And that's
it did smoke out the rhinos. Now, why he didn't do that with Paul Ryan?
Oh my God, what the hell's with him? I mean, he's literally working behind Trump's back while he's smiling and shaking his hand in public to get the dossier and helping Hillary. I mean, this is bordering on treason. I mean, not just against Trump.
But that's my point, that if you're Trump, this is the situation you have to deal with.
Yeah, I suppose.
You have these horrible generals. I mean, you turn your head 360 degrees, everybody's a traitor. I mean,
I know, like Mark Milley. I mean, geez, he's calling the Chinese counterpart. There used to be an old-fashioned word for that. It would begin with T. That's like.
I don't know if you've ever had this as a personal experience, but I can tell you, when I was much younger, I worked for a small company that was bought out by somebody else. I get into this new setting, and I went into, I think you'd call it depression, because I'd look around and every single person around me was an idiot. So is that possible? Is there something wrong with me? And it ended up that everybody, they actually were all idiots. And I'm questioning my own sanity. So you put that at a much higher level, where he looks around and he's at the very height of the government. And it's like, who the hell are these losers all around me? That's got to be a horrible situation.
Right. No, it's very bad. And they all are sort of in cahoots. I mean, the birds of a feather fly together. I mean, it's the same people are just willing to do whatever they need to do to stop Trump, because they actually could be in trouble if Trump wins. They might go to jail if Trump wins. Probably not, but they certainly, their worldview will be shattered, and they'll be knocked off the pedestal. And there's a lot at stake here for the international illuminated establishment left. There's world order that they've been working for over a century. That is, Trump was not supposed to happen, as they've said, right? They weren't, this wasn't the plan. The plan was 8 years of Hillary, followed by 8 years of Michelle, I don't know, or Big Mike. I'm just saying that this was that Trump came along and he just shattered the whole thing. He broke the glass ceiling, if you will.
Well, that's right, Chuck. He made the enemies then, and he exposed a lot of these people. There were all kinds of people that foolishly idolized McCain. And, I mean, to the credit of some writers, Alan Stang and others, the material was out there in the late 90s, early 2000s on what a piece of crap McCain was.
Right.
But he was painted with this POW thing. Never mind, he was the only guy in the history of warfare who gained weight as a POW. But I think that it got to the point that you had to squash this like a bug. it was very important that no Bush would ever rise up into politics anymore. That was done. Okay.
Right, but they were done anyways. That's the point I'm making. I mean, they were already in the rearview mirror. You didn't have to throw salt on it. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I think that Trump, that's one of his weaknesses and strengths, I suppose.
Yeah.
But so, Mike, here we are, with a matter of, I think, just about 5 weeks till election, should I say day, maybe week, maybe month.
It's already started in a few states.
It's already started. And by the way, Trump's doing quite well. I don't know if you saw this with the early votes. You've got the same players in place. You've got Gretchen Whitmer. You've got Shapiro in Pennsylvania doing this thing where they're basically they're not going to remove. Oh, they're doing it. I think I mentioned this last time.
Okay, what is Shapiro's problem? Okay, they turned him down to be the prom queen. Why is he still staying loyal? What is the deal?
Because he's a Democrat hack that wants to wait his turn, and just he's in the system. He's in the pipeline. That they're all have compromised. Look, Kamala Harris is just a hack. I mean, they've all compromised to get there, and they're just apparatchiks in this system. I mean, in the case of Pennsylvania and in Massachusetts, and probably in about half of the states in this country, they are, and this isn't new, they are setting it up so that when you get a driver's license, you are automatically registered to vote. When you get a social security number, for some reason, well, you get it at birth, but if you need it, the social security will register you to vote. And and now they are giving licenses to illegal aliens. In Massachusetts, they're very open about this. Oh, we're giving 100,000 licenses this year to undocumented workers who are paying taxes. They're going to be registered to vote, whether they know it or not. Which means that if they don't actually vote, that vote's going to be cast. And it seems to me. And so you have that. You've got other, of these sort of games that they're going to play with the absentee ballots, which should be done away with. I mean, never mind the fact that Jimmy Carter and James A. Baker, former Secretary of State, headed up a joint blue ribbon commission as part of the Carter Library to examine absentee ballots. And they concluded after a 2-year study that they were rife with fraud, that it was too dangerous to do it. Never mind that. Never mind the fact that my Senator Elizabeth Warren put a bill before Congress in 2000 or 2019, or 1 year before, to end all electronic voting, referring to it as a fraud and saying that it was rigged, quote unquote. Now she can't be heard from this. She won't answer it. They have, because they've taken over these mechanisms. And if people don't think that they're going to use them to make sure that they win, they're crazy. They're going to use them.
I think you're absolutely right, but I think that the tipping point is coming. That
well, it better come pretty damn soon. We got 5 weeks to go. I mean, there have been some victories. I think in Pennsylvania they're now going to do an audit. Oh, good. How long is that going to take? A year? It's like we're ticking down the hours here. This isn't time for this. It's really coming down to that. I think that if they don't take Trump out at the barrel of a gun, as Mao Zedong used to say, then they're going to pull this thing off, the old-fashioned way.
They're certainly going to try. They're certainly going to try. And if that occurs, I don't think, even with whatever laws in place, the Trump faction is going to go gently into the good night. Because remember, they had the experience of 2020. They tried going through the court system, apparently not realizing that traditionally courts don't like getting involved in elections.
Right.
Number one. And two, it's very, I mean, again, the problem with the judicial system is they don't want to hear the case. They don't hear the case. And you're screwed. That's
Right.
it.
Well, that's what happens.
And to drive that home, because people don't always realize this. I happened to watch one of these true crime shows about some woman that was murdered in Miami. The police knew who did it from virtually 2 days later. The DA, for political reasons, was unwilling to pursue the case, presumably because she didn't think she had 120% chance of victory, only 100%.
I see.
So it became a cold case, simply because they didn't want to file it. There was no other reason.
Right.
That, well, it was a prominent family and there was this and that. So fast forward 40 years where some individual a cop gets the gumption to get a court order to get this guy's DNA, which did match, and they knock on his door now at age 75, thank you very much, and he's convicted and life in prison. So what I'm saying is the system sucks, all right? He should have been out when he was 30, but, well, we don't want to file it.
Well, that's right. I mean, the whole system is, I don't know, I want to say rigged, but you know, you have people who apply political pressure. There's a case in Pennsylvania that's similar to that. This woman was brutally stabbed to death, and it was obvious murder, but then somehow they decided, oh no, this is suicide. And I think Josh Shapiro has fingerprints all over that one. You know, somebody the word came down that this is a suicide. I mean, look, you talk about Seth Rich. Never mind that one.
Well, how do these people live with themselves? Okay, what's the value? Josh Shapiro thinks after he was slapped in the face with, I mean, he would have probably been a decent VP candidate.
Oh,
so
yeah,
not only are you not the guy after all this publicity saying you were the guy, they go and pick Sam Schmuck out of Minnesota that everybody hates. What?
Complete lunatic.
How do you get over that?
I don't know how they're going to get over it, but they, you know, they've got the media in their pocket, and I just, you know, they even listening coming over here today. I mean, NPR, they had a guy apologizing to Harris, and yet it was so weak. It was like, she has presence, he tells us. What?
Presence.
I mean, presence. Yeah, I mean, they would, you know, there's nothing, the whole Democratic convention, nothing was said about issues. All they did was talk about Trump. They're totally banking on this Trump hatred, which either they have still, they've marinated in it so long that they don't see anything outside it, or maybe they do think they can stoke it up again. I don't know, but even their hatred of Trump was pretty weak. I mean, he only cares about himself. Oh wow, can you imagine?
It's funny you mentioned that because in a headline in today's local newspaper, this is great. You'll love this. Trump ignores the water problem in Flint. Okay, well, the meaning of that was that there was a little rally in the Flint area in Michigan.
Right.
And he didn't mention the water problem. Well, okay. What about the current government and what are they doing about it? So what a weak headline that was.
That's what they're going to do. I mean, that's how they slant these things. I mean, it's all
buys into that. Do people realize?
Even the way, I don't know if you're following the story, but Israelis have, and probably Mossad has basically set up bombs inside the cell phones of the Hezbollah terrorists.
Yeah.
And it's actually quite brilliant. I mean, they blew up, hundreds of people have been hit by these bombs, several killed. And then the next day they did it with the pagers. Again, hundreds of people injured and about 10 as well killed. And these are people who are planning to attack Israel. I mean,
How do they get access to these devices? That's what I want.
I think from what I understand, the Hezbollah, Iran purchased them from this company in Taiwan that middlemaned it, and that somewhere along the supply chain, the Israelis were able to get hands on them and and it was brilliant. And they coordinated it so they'd all go off at the same moment. And look, I mean, it's a legitimate military target. Hezbollah is at war with Israel for whatever reason. Who knows why? They've decided they want to destroy Israel. What Israel did to them, who knows? We're not talking about the Palestinians here. We're talking about Iran. And, but the point, putting that aside, they are actively engaging in war. They've fired thousands of missiles into northern Israel.
Right.
They just had a big plot to fire this big one at Tel Aviv, and Israel had an insider who tipped them off, and they were able to destroy the missile site in advance. So there's no question that this is a legitimate military operation. And yet the major media, Lester Holt, the German media, I mean, a young girl was killed. Okay, fine. I mean, that's terrible, but out of the 30 or 40 terrorists who were killed and stopped.
There were more than that. There were hundreds of them, as I recall.
No, there was 30 or 40 that were actually killed. The rest of them have been seriously maimed. They've been put out of commission. And, so yeah, there was a casualty from an innocent person. That's unfortunately a side product of war. Nobody wants that. And yet that's what they're focusing on, right? That's the story. They'll mention that Hezbollah's terrorists were killed, and then they'll spend 10 minutes on this girl who died because she was nearby. And that's what they do to Trump. That's what they're doing to us. They're going to take it really is a hoax, as Trump says. When you take like one little element out of a sentence and then you isolate it and you ring it up on the flagpole and you tell everybody what it means. They do it to Trump every freaking week. There's another hoax.
Would you explain to me, because you're a student of this, why does the media have some sort of inherent credibility? I've never quite understood that.
Oh, they learn to lie. They don't have any credibility, and they have to continue lying if they won't have a job.
Tune in and they watch this, okay? And it's not just the media. Most people, when they go to school in the first grade or kindergarten, they learn that they have to listen to the teacher. And there's all kinds of credibility by definition that's given to these people. But I was fortunate enough when this is probably early 2000s, one of my sons, who was a pretty good writer, answered an ad for the LA Times. They wanted, beginning reporter and so on. And it quickly comes out that it's basically an internship. And not only that, you pay all your own expenses. So he said, what are you kidding? What's this all about? Well, if you really want to be in journalism, these people are being supported by their families. And he said, but it's the job. You're getting some benefit out of me writing these stories, and I'm supposed to do it for free. See you later, And there's no money in journalism unless you're one of the very few people who syndicate it. So
Right.
the only benefit you get is to see your name on the byline. But, you have to wonder, and you start thinking about this. There's a guy who he seems to write up about all the local high school sports teams. I'm sure he's not getting paid very much, but think of, he's got to drive all over the place. He's got to talk to these coaches. He has to keep up with all these players. And what is he getting out of it? The fact that he could see his name on the byline? Good grief, you know? So why does Lester Holt have the credibility? Well, he's on TV. But you know what? So are you. I can see your face on a screen right now. So
well, yes, he has the whole power of the big media backing him. And by the way, I think you've said this, Mike, and you're absolutely right. They are tanking. They are a casualty, especially after this fiasco of a debate. Even like, it's now they're subpoenaing information from ABC, and they really did set that up. I mean, I even think normies now understand this. They had to release information showing that they did give her the questions in advance. They did agree that they would not fact check her. The fact checking they did against Trump in every single case has proven to be false, in that Trump was right. And just the whole thing was a setup. And that's why Trump's not doing it again, for a good reason. But
yeah.
I mean, that they even position the camera angles in a certain way. Everything was staged.
Well, think about this. How did they think they were going to get away with it?
I think they did think that. And now it's unraveling. Now you've got Congress getting involved. They're subpoenaing documents. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, it's turned out to be a real backfire. It just was so blatant.
Well, with all due respect, I mean, what little of that I watched live, it was obvious that she was given the questions.
Right.
Because here's someone who, let's face it, is pretty dumb, and she can't speak contemporaneously on anything. But on the other hand, it's like she's reporting her junior high report word for word when it comes to the question. It was very clear that there was something wrong. And again, they tried too hard. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's backfired. I don't think that, and even if we didn't know that it was fixed, Trump came across, he was a bit rattled, but in the bigger picture, he came across well because he actually did talk about specific issues. Yeah. And the fact that they're so elitist about this business of the eating dogs and eating cats, is happening there. And Trump is addressing a real issue that people do care about. Even in New York, they care about this. The fact that there's this massive influx into the country, into their community, of people of another culture, and that it's very difficult to assimilate them, and to, even if you wanted to. And that's an issue. That's a legitimate social and political issue. And they're so arrogant about it and
snarky. Of course it is. I think
that's backfired on them.
Yeah, well, I think the reason that it looked like she was getting, or the situation was getting under Trump's skin, is that, I mean, get inside his head for a moment, and he's surveying the situation he's in, and it's like, I can't freaking believe this is happening this way. Okay? And then he can't say anything at the time, like, it's obvious this dumb broad's been given the questions. Not going to say that. Right. So he has to fume inside. It's been remarkable self-control for the most part, I think.
Plus, I think that Trump might have had some people around him advising him very poorly, in that they were saying, don't attack her because you'll piss off women, and you don't want to attack her because she's a woman. And I think that the result was that Trump listened to that, and he was restrained when he should have. He should have handled her the way he handled Hillary. It was brilliant. I mean, he just, okay, he just one-on-one. But
but this was 3 against 1, so it was a little tough.
It was 3 against 1, and he was a little too deferential to her as a woman, which I think hurt him. It hurt him with women, let alone everyone else.
Well, any woman that would object to the treatment of Harris just because she's a woman, he's not going to get that vote anyway.
You're right. I know they would never vote. That's so true. So he should have just gone for it anyway. But Mike, you've got your Substack up, and
that's up, and we're going to try to do that medical thing.
Yes.
Which, I mean, I've got some problems about how I'm going to do that. In that, you can't. Well, you can. You can link to articles that people aren't going to be able to read because you need to subscribe to New England Journal. I
Right.
can't very well take PDFs out of it and post them. It's copyright violation.
Right.
So people have to,
I think you could quote for it as long as you cite it, you know.
yeah. All I can do is you're right is quote from it, but yeah, it's getting it's depressing, exciting, everything else. But I think that
every day that we get closer,
it's
what? I'm sorry.
it's going to be a lot harder for them to steal the same way that they did last.
I know, but they might get creative. But every day that goes by, they get closer. It's like, oh, you just hope that.
Well, how are you holding up though? Because you seem to occasionally get emotionally involved here.
I'm emotionally involved. I'm a nervous wreck over it. That's how I'm holding up. I mean, I'm trying to, get on with things, but I just look at it and I'm thinking about it, and it's after all these many years of covering this subject and going over the steel and how it happened. It's just so tantalizingly close now, and it means so much. It's look, I mean, I do think that if Harris wins, I think it could be very bad news, not just for me personally, but I think that for a lot of people who could end up, it's unimaginable what could happen. I know that they say, well, Harris's people say this about Trump, but the problem is that with regards to Trump, it's untrue.
Yes.
I mean, it's just there could be some really ugly things that could happen to this country and to the opposition if she wins. I really believe that.
Well, maybe you should, take a couple of hours off, get on one of those swan boats in the public garden.
Oh, brother. Thank you. All right, Mike. Maybe I will.
Okay. We will. We'll see you next time.
All right. So thanks a lot, and I'll talk to And good afternoon. Charles Moscowitz here. Steve Turley is my guest of this segment. Steve is internationally recognized scholar, speaker, and classical guitarist. He is a professor in theology, Greek, and rhetoric. Steve, thanks for joining me.
Well, it's my pleasure, Charles. Thank you for having me.
And Steve, you certainly have a gangbuster of a YouTube channel going. I've been watching it. Very, very good.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Now, you bring up a very interesting premise in that you seem to believe that we are entering into a, you might say, renaissance of Western Judeo-Christian culture in the United States and maybe around the world. And I think you peg that to not to the pandemic itself, but that the pandemic is an opportunity to advance such culture. So talk a little bit, if you will, about your premise there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Charles. Yeah, so what I saw prior to the pandemic were a number of dynamics that scholars tend to call post-security politics. It's a very interesting term. The nation state that's got structured, not to get too nerdy, but the nation state that got structured around the 17th century, that really in many respects, like Yoram Hazony, the Israeli scholar, argues, was more or less modeled after sort of a biblical cartography, so the Israelites, the Hittites, the Canaanites, the Egyptians. Well, prior to the 17th century, in many respects, the world was kind of run by empires and imperial structures. And after sort of the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, we started breaking up into what we now know as the nation state. And there were three advantages to the nation state. We had a sense of border security, so we could stay safe from marauders, We had a sense of economic security, so we can find jobs and provide for our families. And we had a sense of cultural security, so that our religions, our customs, our traditions could be celebrated and revered and give our lives a sense of meaning, so we can flourish as human beings. What globalism has done over, say, the last 4 decades or so, what scholars have noticed is it's smashed those three securities. It's opened up our borders into basically a borderless world. It's instituted what's known as an economic global division of labor, where manufacturing and industry has been shipped away from first world nations to so-called third world nations, China being the primary beneficiary of it. So we've lost all our manufacturing, and it tends to replace our customs, cultures, traditions with lifestyle values. Increasingly, proponents of globalism see our cultures, customs, and traditions as hateful, as bigoted, as discriminatory, and the like. So, in the face of all that, there's been a massive backlash, and that backlash is going on all over the world, where populations are increasingly re-embracing their borders, their economic manufacturing base, and their cultures, customs, and traditions as mechanisms of resistance against globalization. And in many respects, this pandemic is only, well, in frankness, it's hastening both dynamics. It's hastening the craziness that we see with globalists and their autocratic tendencies, but it's also hastening and intensifying the blowback against that. Everybody now is closing their borders. Everybody wants to bring manufacturing back home and the like.
It seems to me that the portrayal of the idea of the nation state and national sovereignty involves a major case of psychological projection on the part of those who advocate globalism, because the nation state is a very progressive institution. It's one that evolved over thousands of years, and it's one that, as you say, it protects a culture, it protects property, it's natural to a nation to protect the life and the safety of its citizens and their futures. I mean, it goes back to the Bible, really, and when they began to develop national borders after mankind tried to overthrow God in heaven at the Tower of Babel. You developed different languages, different cultures, different nations, and then the Bible, the Torah, goes on to give very specific borders for the nations and for all of the individual tribes of Israel. So the whole concept emerged. It's not new, and it's something that has advanced, and I think the greatest advancement in the great progression of the nation state was the development of the United States.
Yeah.
In that we have, we are the first nation to really embrace the biblical idea that rights come from God and not from the state, that we're created in the image of God. We're not God. And that as such, we have a limited sovereignty that we derive from God, and then we give a state certain powers that protect and defend those rights. It's not, the state isn't the supreme, which is, of course, a biblical idea, but it's a radical idea. And it's an idea that was patented by the founding fathers of this republic. So, I think that the pandemic brings to fore the necessity for things like property. And now we're protecting our own private properties more from this dread disease that is banging at the door. Nation. Exactly. And that the nation is protecting itself by limiting people coming into the country because they might have the disease. And I think that even the European Union, which is very globalist, as you say, they've begun to protect their borders because that's what you do naturally. I mean, the animal kingdom understands this. A bird understands this. Try to interfere with the bird's nest and see what happens. Dogs understand it. Go too close to a dog and see what happens. The idea of the nation state or the idea of the individual property is a natural thing. It's kind of hardwired into us, and this movement to erase it and to try to claim that it's anachronistic or something is actually an unnatural development.
In many respects, what we're seeing now is simply a deference to the very nationalist, populist, America First policies that Trump had been implementing for the past 3 years. If I told you, say 6 months ago, that a North American leader of a North American nation, whose last name starts with TRU, has closed all his borders, has instituted a travel ban from Europe, China, you name it, in an effort to seal those borders, you would be shocked that I told you that one would be a fellow by the name of Trudeau. But it's exactly what's happened. Even globalists are behaving like Pat Buchanan right now. Even globalists are adopting this nationalist populism, and the whole idea of the supply chain, of farming out our manufacturing for pharmaceuticals to China, that's dead. That ain't coming back anytime soon, that's for sure.
Right.
You have Macron in France talking about bringing back industry to France. Japan has done the same thing as well, as starting to bring back their industry away from China. They start to see it as all economic nationalists do. They see the economy as a national security issue. We are a nation with an economy. We're not an economy that happens to be a nation that bows to it all the time. That's the very globalistic structure. And it's stunning. They did a study even before the pandemic. Breitbart talked about it, and they found that over 70% of the American public, when you polled them and asked them pointed questions that were reflective of an America First nationalist populist agenda, 70% of Americans agreed with it. The biggest, the single most conservative demographic, racial demographic on border security are African Americans. They have one of the highest. Yeah, do you mind? Sorry, my phone is.
No, that's all right.
They have one of the highest rejections of immigration of any population, and of course because they're adversely affected by, especially illegal immigration with entry-level jobs.
Well, labor and minorities have always had an interest in reducing immigration because it cheapens the value of labor, and it cuts back on opportunities for minorities who are trying to get a place at the table, so to speak.
Right.
And I think that we can see from this situation that a nation state has the right to decide who enters the national home in the same way that you and I have a right to decide who enters our private home. It is a normal, natural thing. It's a good thing. You don't have to explain it. It's just one of the basic building blocks of any nation. I mean, you try to enter into a communist country. I mean, if you're not wanted. I mean, it's sort of, the left is now criticizing Trump because they say he didn't do enough in terms of stopping flights from China in the early stages of the pandemic. They're saying, "Oh, you still let people in." Well, hello, they were citizens. And that at the time, I remember they were screaming about the fact that, he doesn't like Chinese men and women.
Right.
That's
It's all
motivated.
xenophobia. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's all very situational for them.
Yeah.
But the fact is that, it's just a normal, natural thing for any sovereign nation to do. These are the functions of sovereign nations. And I think it does certainly put globalism on its heels. The latest thing I'm hearing is that now, it's sort of a last-ditch, desperate attempt by the globalists that anyone who criticizes globalism, this is a euphemism for anti-Semitism. Yeah. Hello, I happen to be Jewish, putting that aside, but as a Jew, I mean, Israel is a sovereign nation. I mean, the United States. I mean, this isn't an anti-Jewish thing. It's are Jews supposed to be globalists? Some of them are, some of them aren't. But this isn't something that is inherent in Jewish understanding at all. If anything, it's the nation state is the primary idea.
Exactly. And again, Yoram Hazony has been one of the major voices in that, a wonderful, wonderful scholar. He runs the National Conservative conferences. They just had theirs in Rome right before the pandemic. And of course, they had all those horrible anti-Semites like Viktor Orban and the like speaking there, as they're all, of course, laughing at such an assessment. Yeah, one of the funny things, there's some scholarship on this now, where they're finding that, in point of fact, people like Geert Wilders and a number of nationalist populists in Europe are extremely pro-Israel because they see the danger of Islam, and because Islam, in many respects, the Brazilian philosopher Olavo de Carvalho actually argues we have three globalisms going on right now. So the first globalism is the one we're all familiar with, the Western liberal globalism, that tends to be very economically driven. Then you have the Chinese globalism, which of course is Marxist driven, and that's getting hit hard as we speak. Thank God for that. But then you also have a religious globalism, which is the Islamic globalism, particularly via Iran. and their expansionist tendencies. They want to take over the world. They haven't been able to figure out how to do it. But nevertheless, nationalist populists in Europe tend to recognize that. And they tend to see Israel as a beacon. And of course, Israel's probably, if when all is said and done, the most nationalist nation on the planet right now. In many respects, the commentators are saying the left doesn't even exist in Israel. The best they have is a center. The best is the white and blue party that just got formed. Likud is your consensus party, and then of course you have all the orthodox third parties, as it were. There's not even a left anymore, really, in Israel. So the nationalist populist right, particularly Trump, of course, have looked at Israel as actually inspiration in the midst of all this, especially as they're trying to fight their particular globalist enemy, which is militant Islam.
Right, and I think that Israel has always reached out an olive branch of peace to Arab and Islamic countries, saying, we're an example of a nation that has created our own sovereignty. We got rid of the British occupiers, and we want to urge you to do the same for your own respective nations. So, now you have Trump coming into office, and he's using some of the same rhetoric, of course, that was used by the Bushes and by Obama and Clinton, except he means it. And everyone knows that they didn't. They were full of it. They were just saying it for the bubbas, He talked about, protecting the borders, and he's doing it. He talked about better trade relations with foreign countries, and he's doing that. And economic relations that favor the United States and our labor and our industry, and he's doing that. So that, to me, is the thing that is leading the globalists to really take a very strong-fisted attempt to have him removed from office. And that includes several attempts at impeachment. I think there might be more coming down the pike. I pray for Trump. This is the enemies of Trump are the enemies of our sovereign nation right now. And I think we need to understand that. And I say the same thing to liberals who may not be aware of this, and even leftists who are not cognizant of it, because we all have a life in this country. We all have a family, and we want to have a future. And do we want to have that future under our own? It's sovereign nation. That's democratic. That means that you as an individual, as in a community, have more say and more control over your own life and destiny, not some foreign, unelected, faceless bureaucracy that's either in the form of an international form of governance or an international corporate form of governance. It doesn't matter. The point is that they have to be held accountable by a constitution and by elected officials who we elect to represent our interests.
It's so interesting because even Bill Maher, an ultra leftist like Bill Maher, recognizes that if you actually want to have a conversation, a deep, meaningful political conversation, cultural conversation, you have to go to the right. The left is almost, it seems, incapable of doing that today, particularly the media, the mainstream, I like to call Marxist media. If you want to have a reasonable conversation, John Stossel found this out, Stossel being very libertarian. So being a libertarian, he's very liberal in many things, also conservative in others. He found liberals shocked and absolutely offended by the things he was saying, whereas conservatives are like, oh, that's interesting. Let's chat about that. That's why we have the talk radio everywhere. Talk radio is by definition 99% conservative because we love reading and thinking and reflecting and then conversio, having a conversation, because we're not afraid. We have a sense that there's truth out there. We're all trying to get to it. And we're confident that we feel a certain sense that we're really pretty close to it here. And when you have an entire political movement that says no, and anything to the right of us is by definition taboo. It's by definition now going to be defined as hateful, bigoted, homophobic, anti-Semitic, xenophobic, and on and on. And therefore, it's to be dismissed, rejected, and excommunicated. The cancel culture. How is that even remotely democratic? How is that not the very authoritarianism they try to denounce us for. We're the ones who want democracy. We're the ones that want referendums. We are the ones who want more say over what happens in our nation. And we want to do it through conversation and a normal democratic discourse. So it's crazy, but that's why we get to have these great conversations.
That's right. I mean, it's a major case, again, of projection, because the left is very solitary and conformist in its views. Their arguments have more to do with degrees of how fast they want to go or personality disputes, but not on ideology. I mean, the ideology, whether they're conscious of it or not, tends to be the same. Their hatred for Trump is that he's actually challenging that view. And the hatred in the media, and you talk about this on your YouTube channel, Steve, and you do so quite eloquently, it is really unprecedented. It's really open to the point where they really are no longer professional. I mean, they'll do a story based upon one anonymous source, which is unthinkable before Trump. And then, of course, the next day when it's disproved, they then take it down and go on to the next one. And it's just this constant barrage. I mean, and the hatred is so palpable. I mean, I was listening to Michael Smerconish, who's a big-time left-of-center radio talk show host in Philadelphia. He's been there for about 30 years. And early in the administration, when the atmosphere was almost like Frankensteinian, I mean, people were showing up with torches, and the rage was just on the street. He made one mild comment that praised President Trump about something he had done, and it wasn't even a big deal. It was some technical thing, and he says, we have to give a little credit. And then he got such hate mail, and people were going to boycott his sponsors. I mean, people that had been sponsoring him for 20 years. And it was so bad that he had to back down, and he had almost like retracted. The atmosphere is like it's like a carnival. And I think that it might have lessened a little bit because a lot of people, I mean, the average person who dislikes Trump is not like that. They have legitimate complaints. I get that. Or they don't like his personality. That's fine. But this derangement is something that I think what they're weighing and balancing now is how far do they want to go with that? Because if they expose it any further, it's going to sink them. So what do you see happening with the upcoming election? I mean, I'm actually very concerned, not just because of the pandemic, but because of the forces that have arrayed against Trump. I mean, these people aren't going to take no for an answer.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's I think the way to situate the election, at least the way I'm doing it, is to have a healthy balance between recognizing we are in uncharted territory right now, especially with this pandemic, and we're going to have to see the economic fallout from it over the next few months. So we're going to have to see what's going on there, but also to look at it in terms of the patterns that have been pretty prevalent, certainly over the last 100 years of presidential elections. Now, for that, I tend to be very impressed with what's called the primary model by Helmut Norpoth of the University of Stony Brook, because it's an algorithm that has studied elections since 1912, which is the first year that the candidates had to go through a primary. And what he found is he found a pattern. The pattern he found is that the primary is the election in microcosm. So you look at the candidate who wins the most votes, particularly in the early primaries, you plug that data in to this algorithm, and then out comes the algorithm's determined winner. And he found it lined up with every single winner all the way up to 2016.
Wow.
I think there was one exception. I forget where that was, but that was the pattern. There was that's your ultimate poll, right? Your poll numbers. Who tends to win those elections? Who tends to win those elections are usually the incumbent. It's a twofold pattern. It's usually the incumbent. So if you've had the same party in power for two administrations, 9 times out of 10 we go to another party. We swing back and forth. Certainly since FDR and Truman, we've been doing that pendulum swing pretty consistently. Jimmy Carter was the one interruption with that. He had one term, and
also Bush Sr.
Well, Bush so what he says is Bush Sr. technically is the third term of Reagan.
Oh, okay.
So Bush Sr. getting voted in was the disruption of it. That's the interesting thing. So you had 12 years of a Republican administration there. So you almost had a little bit of a going back to the FDR Truman era to a certain extent. So so Trump had that going for him. And then when he ran the numbers for the primary, Trump is setting records in terms of voting turnout in Iowa, in the caucus, in New Hampshire. He got 3 times the amount that Obama got the last time an incumbent was running for re-election in 2012. So he ran the numbers for Biden versus Trump in terms of the primaries. And he gives, based on that, plus with the pendulum swing, he gives Trump a 91% chance of winning re-election. Now, he is saying this is unprecedented territory, but if it plays out the way it's been playing out for the last 100 years, we should see Trump in a blowout. We'll have to see. So I know what you mean. I'm with you 1,000%. I'm scared too. There's just so much going against him and everything like that. But Norpoth is standing by his prediction, and he was right in 2016. Yeah.
Did he do this before the pandemic?
So he did it before the pandemic, and then if you go to the website, primarymodel.com, he has a caution on there. He says, now that we had this outbreak, I'm going to be watching to see if there's a massive disruption in Trump's poll numbers. If he goes down to 15%, he'll probably say, all right, forget it. My primary model isn't going to be applicable to this anymore. So he's been watching the poll numbers. And of course, I mean, his polls go up and down, but of course, the Gallup polls have been pretty impressive. Trump has positioned himself as a wartime president, and his support among Republicans has remained absolutely solid. So his support among independents is around that 50%, 60% mark. So he seems to be doing so. Helmut Norpoth has since said, yeah. The one thing he said is the last thing we got to watch out for is just the economic data that comes out this summer. If we're going into this election with 20% unemployment, all bets are off. But if he can bring that back down, we can open up the country again, which you've noticed blue states don't want to do, interestingly enough.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I think they know it's going to really hinge on that.
Well, it's all very unknown because the situation is so unprecedented. And I guess the question is, are they going to be able to hang blame for this on Trump? Are they going to parrot the communist Chinese line and do that? I think that in my opinion, we should be grateful. And I pray to God that Trump's president during this thing, because if we had the liberals and the left in office, we'd probably have concentration camps right now for people who step off the lawn.
I can't even imagine.
Take a look at some of these states. I mean, like Oregon is now, moving the opening date up to August 1st. I mean, it's and they only have like a couple of hundred cases. So it's not. It does show the authoritarian nature here, and we could go through other states. My own state of Massachusetts actually has been somewhat moderate so far.
Okay.
I guess maybe because we have a Republican governor. I don't know, but it's not as bad as Michigan or as some of these other states where they're arresting people for going to church. So, I think that all of it, however, remains to be seen. I think that I don't want to sound too tin hat here, but I wonder if they're trying to damage the economy as a way to stop Trump. I mean, I know that sounds far-fetched, but given the lowness of this, I mean, impeaching him and doing all these other things, and all these, these conspiracies, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, my way of thinking, I mean, they'll do anything. So, because we're not talking just about Donald Trump. We're talking about, as we started, Steve, a global movement that is, which people are beginning to wake up. They're getting really woke, to use the term.
In a good way, right?
Yeah, in the real sense. And they're realizing that they want a government that protects their rights, not takes them away and decides to grant them on whim, and that they don't want to have this global entity that doesn't care about the individuals and the communities in their own nations. I mean, these things are basic common sense. And I think that the international community, what we talk about, the globalists, they don't want people to wake up to this, and they want to stop it. So I wouldn't put anything past them.
Right. No, I agree with you. I do. Unfortunately, I have to. I mean, just look what they tried to do to Brett Kavanaugh. I mean, that was insane. That was
and look what's happening now.
yeah. I know.
I
I
mean,
know.
we
That's
have
the joke.
Elizabeth
Be
Warren,
careful.
always a hypocrite. She's coming out
Yeah,
and says
there you go,
she
Elizabeth.
thinks
And
Biden is
I'm from
credible.
Connecticut, by the way. I'm a fellow New Englander as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know. Be careful what you weaponize. It's always going to end up being used back against you. And yeah, that's you just look at what they were willing to do to destroy in order to stop. And well, I mean, it comes down to exactly what you said, Charles. You had a great distinction. We can disagree. We're all for disagreement. That's fine. It's derangement that we have an issue with.
Exactly. All right, Steve Turley, let my viewers and listeners know where they can read your excellent work, where they can see your excellent YouTube program.
They can go, so if they want to see just the whole panoply of stuff, go to turleytalks.com. It's my last name, T as in Tom, URLEY Talks, like TED Talks, turleytalks.com. And then just all you have to do on YouTube to check out the YouTube channel is just punch in Dr. Steve Turley. It'll take you right to the page.
All right, Steve. Listen, I want to thank you for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you.
And we start recording on this one.
And if you need to take some time, take time.
No, we're ready to go.
Cool.
All right. Charles Moscowitz here. And my guest is Charlie Robinson. And Charlie is the author of this really interesting book, The Octopus of Global Control. Charlie, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me. Let's get into it, shall we?
Shall we? Why not? First of all, what led you to write this book?
Oh, man. So it's funny because there should be some deep, complicated story about it all. But really what led me to write it was a very simple question. A conversation I had with my mom. I had discovered some new great conspiracy topic that I had gotten into, and I was filling her in on it. And she just, and she's always such a good sport, and she listened to me about these crazy things. And afterwards, she just said, "This is all great. You've got all this information about all these different topics. What are you going to do with it?" And I didn't have an answer. It never even crossed my mind that I had to do something with it. I just kind of, I just was compiling it in my head, and I was interested in the topics, but I never had any sort of plan. And after that question, I sort of, I just started thinking about it, and I thought, well, I could do a documentary. Well, I don't really have the background in film and all that. I could do a podcast. Well, I wasn't really at the point. I now have one, but at the time I wasn't really ready for that. And I just decided, well, I think I can write about it. I think I have a way of injecting my dark sense of humor into these dark topics. And I think I can find a way to make them, while still being respectful of how serious the topics are, I feel like I can do it in a way that also kind of makes it a little bit funny, because I've been inspired by guys like George Carlin and Bill Hicks and Joe Rogan and comedians, and Jon Stewart, that comedians that had understood the political slant, and they could tell you a story about it, and you would get the gist of the story, but you'd still find yourself laughing at it too. So I figured if I could find a way to kind of do that, that would be a good part. But then I also remembered that back, I don't know, I think this might have been 2006 or so. I made the mistake that a lot of us in the, I don't know if you want, I guess, truth community, if you want to use that term. I made the mistake that a lot of us in the truth community make, which is I brought up 9/11 at a Thanksgiving dinner, and I watched watched the table turn on me, and I watched everybody not appreciate my contribution to the dinner table conversation. And I also realized that through that botched conversation, I realized that they saw me as somebody that didn't have any sort of authority to talk about these topics, in part because I didn't have any authority to talk about the topics. I was just a guy that was interested in it. But I felt like you obviously you don't take your notes with you to a Thanksgiving dinner, but I felt like if I had that conversation again, what I would have done was I would have brought in the words of not me because they didn't value my opinion on it. This was my in-laws family at the time. They didn't value my opinion on it, but they did value other people's opinions. So for instance, I felt like if I would say, if you heard Henry Kissinger say this, would you believe it? If you heard David
Mhm.
Rockefeller talk about the New World Order, would it be more real? What about Bill Clinton? You like Hillary Clinton. What if you heard Hillary Clinton talk about it? So I started thinking about that conversation. And when I wrote the book, so the structure of the book was that yes, I've got my opinions on these topics, and yes, I brought in a dark sense of humor, but then I also brought in quotes from over 500 different people that had like a front row seat to some of these events. Either they were involved in it, or they were witnesses to it, or they had some interesting take on it. So that's
Mhm.
where I was able to pull in some George Carlin quotes and some
Sure.
Bill Hicks, but also Rockefellers, Rothschilds, and things like that. So the format of the book is I'm talking about these 8 tentacles of this octopus, but then I'm also peppering it not with footnotes, but with quote footnotes. So I would talk about how they had this plan for a one world government, but then I would inject the quotes that was them talking about it, behind the scenes and everything. So that's how the book came about, and I wrote it in total secrecy because I didn't think I would finish it, or I wasn't sure if I'd
Mhm.
finish it. And when it finally came out, and when the boxes when the first batch of books got delivered to my house, I hadn't told my wife I was writing a book, which is maybe not the best strategy. I left for the day, or I was out doing something, and the boxes came, and my wife didn't know what they were, and she opened them and found all these books, a 540-page book, flipped it over on the back, and there's my picture on the back of it.
Oh
And
my.
when I got home, she threw me out of the house for 2 days because she
Oh
said I was
my.
cheating on her by writing
Now, did
books.
you send a copy to your in-laws?
I did not. I did not, but they should get credit for spurring me to write this book. So that's kind of how it started
No,
out. And
that's
so
amazing. I mean, I had a similar experience. I don't know where you fall politically, but after the last election, I was informed by my in-laws that the Thanksgiving dinner would be a Trump-free zone. And also, look, I mean, on a more serious note, I mean, writing a book and I've written more than 10 nonfiction books on similar topics. It is a great way to really go deep into a topic you're interested in and fascinated by. And almost anyone can now write a book with the access to the internet and
Yeah.
Microsoft Word and several things. You can write the book. You can self-publish it if you want on Amazon. It could get picked up by a publishing house, which happened with me in one or two cases. And it's an amazing thing, and that what we have access to.
Yeah,
Now, I want to talk a little about the book itself and your premise.
sure.
You weave together a very comprehensive look at what you call the octopus of global control, what I think we used to euphemistically call the Eastern Seaboard liberal establishment, and its interactions with other like-minded establishments around the world.
Yeah.
What do you see as the main nexus in a sense, the brain of this octopus?
Well, it's so the octopus concept was not mine. Obviously, it went on early. It's been around for a while. And one of the quotes that I used talks about. It's a quote from a guy named John Francis Hyland, and he talks about this octopus with its sprawling tentacles that have captured the state, the courthouses and the media and the banking and the government. And he's going on this long thing, and he says, let me be specific. I am talking about the Rockefeller Standard Oil interests. And when you get to the very end of this guy's 3-paragraph quote, he was the mayor of New York City. It was 1922, and if you would remove that and put 2020, his statement would have been as relevant today as it was 100 years ago. So what occurred to me was that this has been around for a very long time, and in the brains behind it is this group of banking. God, I hate to use the word elite because there's nothing elite about them in the sense of being good people. They're reprehensible people, but elite in the sense that they consider themselves to be above everybody else. So it's these banking oligarchy families that have been around, that have like the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, and they're less concerned about nationalities, and they talk about it in their own works as being internationalists. Now we call them globalists, but the David Rockefeller talks about himself as being an internationalist. So it's these internationalist type families that have a controlling hold through their interlocking boards of governors and through the corporations that they run, through the central banking components that they are involved in. But it's a fluid situation, though, because I think that it's not just that. I think that there's new people being added to this octopus. I think that the new tech oligarchs are going to carry this moving forward. It's a philosophy more so than anything. It's a philosophy that they believe they are. They look at themselves as being the people that are making the tough decisions for humanity. They are doing the work that needs to be done, and that we should actually be thanking them for stepping up to the plate and taking care of this. And we see this, we're starting to see this now in a more modern context with what Bill Gates is involved in. And he would definitely be part of this group, part of this octopus. And you see him stepping up and saying things like, in order to get the economy back and get people out, everybody's going to have to take this vaccination. We're going to need to see where everybody is. And, and he says it in such a matter of fact way, as if like, oh, okay, well, we'll just follow you. But this is the mentality that they have. They've been either in control of their large corporate interests. They have tons of money. They're psychopathic in nature.
They have a messiah complex, I would say.
For sure.
I mean, they believe that and a lot of them are well-meaning, but they believe they live in this kind of ethereal bubble that's resulted from either inherited success or actual success, to the point where they've gotten used to power, and they believe that they want to reach out and exercise their visions on the rest of us, that somehow they're smarter than the rest of us. Yeah. And while some of them are well-meaning, I think some of them are not well-meaning, they're sinister, they nevertheless believe in this kind of informal international governments that by which they leave in place the governments of the world, they leave in place the religions of the world, they leave in place the cultural institutions and the economic institutions of the world, but they would quietly exercise their power to control these things. And I think it was Whittaker Chambers in his book Witness, which is one of my favorite books. He referred to it as a conspiracy of gentlemen. It's not like a literal conspiracy where you have a bunch of people sitting around smoking cigars and, drinking scotch, in some wood-paneled room somewhere. It's a people who are like-minded, who think similarly, and who hear each other and make sure that particular type of voice and that particular means of communication is the predominant one that is heard. A perfect example of that is Barack Obama. Mm-hmm. And he's a classic example of somebody who was fixing parking tickets, and all of a sudden he's catapulted into the presidency, and he spoke that kind of language, that sort of double talk, that sophistic style where it's all coded and it's a lot of dog whistles and indirection. And, you hear that when you hear that, it was French scholar Elaine Benescon who referred to it as the language of totalitarianism. It's not real. And one of the reasons that they so much hate and despise Trump is because he doesn't engage in that kind of language. He speaks plainly. He can be crude, and certainly he can be cruel, but is what it is. It's not, and when he says things, he means it. It's not like, Obama, Clinton, they all gave a lot of speak about strengthening America's borders and stopping illegal immigration and that kind of thing. But no, everybody knew they didn't mean it. And if you listen to the way they said it, you knew they didn't mean it because it was couched in this kind of doublespeak.
Yeah.
Whereas with President Trump, he says it and he means it and he's doing it.
Yeah.
So this is a major stick in the eye of this establishment tease, this internationalist set that scorns things like sovereign nations and belief in a creator of the universe and individual rights, and has contempt for those things as being backward and anachronistic.
Yeah. Yeah. And people have always said, well, what are these guys just sitting around, like you said, sitting around a smoky table and, plotting out how to rule the world. It's like, well, they don't need to. They know what's good for them. They understand what works for them. They understand what benefits their industries, and they have relationships with other people, high-ranking people that understand the plan as well. And do they have meetings? Yes, of course they have meetings. They have Bilderberg meetings and Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission. They have all of these things, but above those organizations is a group of people that understand what works best for them, and they all understand what does best for them. So they push the policies that will benefit them in terms of either making them more money, which is not as high on the list as maybe everybody thinks, because when you have access to the central banks, you have access to the money, but it's more about controlling the minds of people and shrinking the power into as few hands as possible, and playing this game where they make it look like the nation states are calling the shots on all of these things and that the presidents are calling the shots. I totally agree with you. When you're Bill Clinton or you're Barack Obama or George H.W. Bush, that when you watch them speak, there's two speeches in one. There's always two speeches in one. There's one that goes out to the public, and then there's one that you can interpret much differently based on understanding the words that they use, the phrases that they use. There's even coded language, like like the way they use their hands when they put their thumb on top of they make a fist and put their thumb on top, and they do this. It's a very unnatural. If you watch politicians give speeches, when they do that, it's like a trigger mechanism. It's like waving a big banner that says, "I'm lying to you right now." I'm lying to you.
Well, they affect certain mannerisms that are very studied, like the way Bill Clinton would bite his lower lip. I mean, this meant that he actually cared about anyone but himself, which we all know he didn't. Right. And I think they practice in front of a mirror how to deliver and how to gesture their arms. I would suggest, and I don't mean that, I'm not trying to say here that they are the equivalent by any means, but I think that one of the public figures that they study as a matter of rote was Adolf Hitler.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh,
I mean,
sure.
A master communicator. He knew how to, he would start, if you listen to his speeches, he starts very soft and then he gradually builds and builds. And by the end, he's screaming and gesturing. And it's an emotional, the tactics were very studied. This wasn't an accident. It was how to hypnotize people, it's like a form of wizardry. How to create a mass experience. It's something that Edward Bernays, speaking of Rockefeller, I think he was his brother-in-law. He's considered the father of marketing. He wrote a book called Propaganda in the early 20th century, where he basically taught Americans to have bacon and eggs for breakfast. Yeah. He taught women to smoke. There were these
Torches
kind of
liberty.
Yeah. To manipulate, it was to manipulate emotions and to manipulate people's behaviors. That was what it was all about. This is a very carefully studied thing. This is the whole art and science of psychology, in a way. I'm not saying we shouldn't have it, but it's a study of control. It's a study of how to manipulate and control emotions, both control of individuals, but of masses, of entire countries.
Yeah. And you're right when you talk about Hitler. If you watch his videos, some of his speeches, he'll step up to the podium and he'll stand there for like 2 minutes and not say anything. He'll just he'll just put his fold his hands together and stand there and wait. And and the crowd is roaring. And after a minute, it starts to get a little calm. And after 2 minutes, it's silent. And then he starts very softly.
And they even went so far. It's an interesting study because they would manipulate all the senses, like they would manipulate what you see with bonfires at night. What they would have smells, they would have sounds, it was kind of like a multimedia experience. And people would get caught up in it emotionally to the point where women were fainting. I mean, Obama reminded me of that a little bit. I'm not saying he was like Hitler at all, but there was that same phenomenon, which was not something you generally saw in the United States, where women were fainting at his rallies.
Yeah.
Now, Trump is the opposite. I mean, it's very freewheeling and he's talking bluntly and, he doesn't look at the teleprompter. Sometimes he goes way off the edge and he needs to be reeled in a bit. But nevertheless, I've been to a Trump rally and it's a very real thing. No one's hypnotized. It's not like nobody worships Trump. It's quite the opposite. But they're into like worship of the state and of people and things that represent the state. And they exalt those things and they venerate them almost like they're demigods. And that's, I think, part of this whole program of international manipulation and control.
Yeah. Yeah. And you see that come out of the Tavistock Institute in the UK, where I just kind of describe that as the culture factory. When people see the Beatles, and they come to America and they're getting off the plane and all those women are screaming and everything. Those women were all paid to be there. I mean, that was a Tavistock project that they put forth, and they use this. And so there's a psychology behind crowd manipulation, and what works for politicians can also work for rock bands. And Tavistock was very heavily involved in this. Guys like Dr. Alexander King, who was one of the creators of one of the founders of NATO and was highly involved in this. And so you get these really sketchy characters involved in these institutes and connected to guys like Bernays as well, who create a culture. And we have got to give them credit. They're very good at what they do. They know how to get us riled up. And that took, they took that to new levels. And then once television came about and became really mainstream, they went to work on television through the Tavistock Institute and the CIA to really use that to shape reality. And I think it's fair to say, especially given what we're going through currently with this coronavirus pandemic situation, that the media, in my opinion, is one of the most dangerous components of this whole octopus, because
and they do their nightly like fear mongering atrocity kind of reporting and anything. But my guest is Charlie Robinson, and the book is The Octopus of Global Control. It's available at Amazon and other locations. Charlie, you brought up the Beatles. That's a really interesting subject to me. I mean, look, I love the Beatles.
Me too.
I love their music. I think they were geniuses. But John Lennon was always the truth teller in that band. And he's the one who said politically, he goes, look, we've been made to be more popular than Jesus Christ. Yeah. And he got in trouble for that. He kind of went off the reservation a bit, but he was saying something there. I mean, he was like, this is insane. I mean, and he would do, when they would appear, he would make Hitler salutes on the balcony when he'd wave to people. And he totally was like letting the cat out of the bag with all of that. And then it also is worthy to note that the Beatles, as great as they were and as brilliant as they were, they introduced alternative Eastern religion, and they also introduced drugs. I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but they glamorized drug use in the 1960s with their lyrics and their actions. And it was followed by other cultural icons as well. I mean, the Stones, of course, the Doors, various groups. And it was one of the contributing factors to the development of what Aldous Huxley talked about in his Brave New World, that he said in an interview just before he committed suicide in 1963, that the world was going to be turned into a drug-induced concentration camp, that we would all be on some kind of controlled substance, and we would become, servile to this kind of mass instinct. And so, you can't dismiss the possibility that the Beatles, certainly, maybe even others, might have been conscious and witting participants in this agenda.
Yeah, and the work of guys like Mike Williams, the Sage of Quay, who's done a lot of research into the Beatles. Mark Devlin, who's written 2 books, Musical Truth Volume 1 and 2. He and I both spoke at an Acapulco a year ago, and I watched his presentation called No More Heroes, and it was interesting to dig into the background of not just these really famous musicians, but their families. You start to realize start to see that, like, Jim Morrison, lead singer of the Doors.
Yes, his father was in the CIA.
His father was the admiral of the ship that was allegedly attacked in the Gulf of Tonkin incident in Vietnam, which is one of, I mean, it didn't happen. It was an event that didn't happen. And so you start to dig into who are these people, and we see this now. We see this in pop culture with regards to, like, the Super Bowl halftime shows and the Olympics opening ceremonies. And we see a lot of the one eye symbology of the people, the famous pop stars that are covering one eye and all this stuff. And at some point, early on, hear that you conspiracy theorists are all the same, but look, it doesn't matter to me, but it matters to them. They are sending a message. And you talked about this earlier about how these important families are, that ritual and, the way they carry on a public event, it matters to them. It comes from their culture of ceremonies and like witchcraft and Luciferianism and all these things that they're really into. And it's, right. And it matters to, so we can be dismissive of it. My point is, we can be dismissive of all this stuff as just
not at all,
but it matters to them. And so maybe we should pay attention when you keep seeing the pyramid showing up in all of these music videos or opening ceremonies of the Olympics or the opening ceremonies of CERN, or, you're like, why are you having all these, why are you doing these crazy?
Oh, we could do a lot of talk on this topic. I mean, I feel nervous going too far because I don't want to lose my YouTube channel here.
Well, listen, let's get off it then, because it's a real thing.
I think that probably people who follow me and follow you, Charlie, kind of know what we're talking about here.
Yeah. There's plenty of other places you can go and get deep into that information.
That's right. I could do it on my audio show. Yeah. But I don't know if I want to do it live on YouTube. Yeah, YouTube's funny because maybe stuff. YouTube might be part of this. I don't know. I'm not saying they are, but you never know.
Talk about I appreciate unicorns and rainbows instead.
So anyway, your book is really weaves together all of these various elements to show, as you say, an octopus of control. Yeah. And I think that the 3 pillars in this is the culture, politics, and money. Yeah. And I suppose the 4th estate is religion. Mm-hmm. And they tend to try to gradually, over time, control the high ground in all of these areas informally by getting into the system, working up the route line. I mean, a good example is the complete co-opting of American academe. Oh, yeah. Starting in the 1960s and right up till today, liberals gradually worked their way into these institutions and promoted other liberals to come in and got rid of conservatives through attrition, to the degree that now, even I think Boston Magazine, and I'm in Boston, they did an article showing that Boston and Massachusetts universities are like 97, 96% liberal professors. Yeah. It's like there's not a lot of diversity there. There's not a lot of dissent. There's a great deal of conformity. And at this point, it's become, really oppressive. And I think that students who go to these institutions, they kind of internalize these things, or they've already internalized them. And if they haven't, then they do so pretty quickly because they want to get through it and keep their head low and get their degree. You don't want to buck this kind of system. And I don't know, I'll just give an anecdotal situation. Back in 1998, I went to Tufts University and got a radio show as a citizen broadcaster. And I was conservative. And people there were mostly liberals, and they came in there with the blue hair and everything else. But we had a great time, and I would invite people in my show, and we would have debate and dialogue. And I had on prominent liberals like Noam Chomsky and Howard Zinn and others. Mm-hmm. And then I left that station, and I think it was 15 years later, in 2015, I came back and decided to do a show. And it was like Rumpelstiltskin waking up after having been asleep for 30 years. It was a whole different atmosphere. Nobody would talk to me. Eventually, I was reported to the anti-bias police. And then the newspaper did a story on me, calling me all kinds of names. And they moved my show to like 3 o'clock in the morning. Right. And it just was like a very kind of fascistic attitude. I mean, everything had changed. People were afraid. Nobody wanted to stick their neck out. People didn't want to, you're spending 60 grand a year for a college education. You don't want to get in trouble. They had this anti-bias Gestapo that could kick you out of school and could ruin your life. If you didn't goose step to the politically correct agenda.
Yeah.
So I think that they've really taken, I mean, again, I agree this is anecdotal, but they really have assumed the high ground in academia at this point.
Yeah, they've used tenure as a way to reward those professors that are towing the proper line that they want, and use it as, the carrot for others to get on board. If you want, it's kind of like the Supreme Court. You give someone a job for life, and then you're like, okay, well, then you lose all control over them. I mean, there's nothing you can do to them at that point where you're going to, so you've got college professors that are rewarded with tenure for doing it the way that the university wants them to do it. Then you've got this insanity that has sprung up lately that you're talking about, which is safe spaces and all of this, 57 different genders and all this stuff. And if you point out the obvious, that this is all ridiculous, then you're somehow you're always anti-Semitic for whatever reason, just because.
Well, anybody that disagrees with the left is called an anti-Semite by the ADL.
Right.
And it's nothing to do with Judaism. I'm a Jew, by the way, and I think that they're one of the worst groups. I mean, it's ridiculous. Yeah, if you don't goose step to the left, you're an anti-Semite, and they can put you under a microscope. I mean, black groups are doing the same thing. If you don't goose step to the left, you're racist. Gay groups, if you don't goose step to their agenda, you're anti-gay. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's how about I'm anti-insanity. I went to USC, which is, in LA, and I got out of there in 95, and there was none of this stuff, but I don't know why. I have a daughter who's 8. When she decides to go to college, if she chooses that route, I don't want her to be in a school that says, oh, somebody has called you a bad name. Well, we've got a safe space for you, because then you're starting to teach them that the world is filled with safe spaces. And like, listen, some of this is like
No, I mean, I was broadcasting at Tufts, as I said, right. I came back during the Trump election, and people were like weeping, and they had to set up like safe rooms where people could play with Play-Doh, like they had reverted back to nursery school.
It's crazy.
I mean, and this was a time, whether you like Trump or not, we should have been celebrating the fact that we had a peaceful election, we'd had a change of power, that we have a democracy in the broad sense within a Republican context, and that we're going to have a new administration, whether you like it or not. I celebrated when Obama was elected, even though I didn't vote for him, because that's the system. I mean, you go into opposition, a loyal opposition, where you then criticize policies. You don't become the resistance. That's a communist term. It's just anyway. But
yeah. And I had this conversation with Sam Tripoli, who does Tinfoil Hat and is also a professional stand-up comedian. And I asked him, like, can you go out and play colleges? He's like, no, there's no way I can play a college. He goes, I have to make everybody in the audience happy. If I make one person unhappy, they go to an administrator who goes to, who then comes up on stage and, with the old hook cane thing and just pulls you right off stage. Well, who needs that stuff? And
it's become like, I mean, look at they drove Ben Shapiro out of I think it was UCal. I mean, he's like a moderate conservative guy. I mean, we're not talking about some real ideologue there. And I mean, they came up with pitchforks and burning. Yeah. They were like crashing the door down.
Yeah.
And-
it's insane to me. But
And this very well could be a product of what we were talking about earlier with this kind of mass manipulation and
oh yeah,
the establishment using the means of communication, the media, and the culture to present something in a way that is so pervasive and so over the top that people come to they internalize it. They are conditioned by it.
yeah. And when you want to make a huge impact on society, if you're these maniac controllers and you want to impact society, it makes sense, like Adolf Hitler says, give me control of the textbooks and I control the next generation. So you've got them infiltrating not just the colleges and universities to get those kids thinking the way they want them to think, but also taking it a step earlier and going after the curriculum of schools. And one of the things that we saw early on was the Rockefellers and Carnegies putting lots of money into the compulsory schooling system. And we have Bill Gates in his new version of this, and he's one of the new Rockefellers, hiding behind his foundation. We've got him pushing Common Core, which is, if anyone has taken a look at the Common Core math component, it is, I don't know any other way to describe it other than intentional disinformation and torture of these kids, because it is so backward that it screws kids up, not to mention puts us way behind every other country in terms of math.
Well, what they're doing is they've invented a new way to do equations that is so convoluted and complex that it doesn't get to the basic function of arithmetic, where you actually can solve problems. It becomes something else it's creating a dyslexic impulse. And my friend, the late Dr. Samuel Blumenfeld, wrote many books about this. He used to come on my show all the time. And he talks about how phonics, which is the way you learn English, because English is a phonetic language, and you develop a reflex by which you put vowels and consonants together to form words. It was replaced by look-say reading, and it was done deliberately by this establishment, starting with John Dewey, who is the father of quote-unquote progressive education. And what it did was require the new reader to memorize words as if they're pictographs. It created a dyslexic impulse. You didn't really read, you were guessing, and you were like looking at sentences and kind of glossing over them and kind of grasping at their meaning. And the result was, according not just to Sam, but to a lot of researchers who are legitimate people, including this Harvard professor, her name escapes me right now, the result was dyslexia and eventually ADD and other social disorders.
Wow.
Because, if you can read, you can become a real independent, sovereign citizen. And that was interrupted by this whole rotten look-say method. And the Rockefellers had their fingerprints all over that one, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really devious what you can do to the kids if you take the time to invest in these education systems. People don't, and I didn't realize this either until I started researching for the book, that the reason why when you're a kid and you're in a public school and all the desks are in rows, these single file rows, and then there's a bell that goes off, when class is over or when school's over. It's that the Carnegies and Rockefellers wanted to create a simulation that would mimic the working in a factory, because they own the factories, and they wanted these kids to go in, get this, like a minimum type education, so that, as George Carlin says, they're smart enough to work the machines, but dumb enough to not realize how badly they're getting screwed. And they incorporate the bells and the factory, the desks in a straight line and all these things, so that when a kid goes into school, this becomes very normal. And when they get out of school and they go to work at a factory, that also becomes just a continuation of this. And so it's very, what you realize is that we maybe haven't thought about it all that much, but they certainly did. They put a lot of time and effort into thinking of how this best would shape society for their benefits. And a lot of what we do and a lot of what we consider to be normal is normalized because they normalized us to it. It wouldn't be normal to us if it hadn't been for the influence of these organizations like the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Institute, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And so we see this moving forward. So I think one thing that a lot of us need to be aware of is that sometimes these these organizations that purport to be there for the benefit of humanity are not actually doing the things they say they're doing, but they're actually being run by maniacs that that have a very specific agenda, and they are shaping reality to fit their needs. And so somebody that thinks, oh, the Rockefeller Foundation is out there doing all this great work. No. The Rockefeller Foundation was created because the Rockefeller family was so hated by society because their companies had treated people so poorly that there was a massive revolt against them. And so the Rockefeller Foundation was started with these guys that had an understanding of the new concept of public relations and press releases and things like that. And they started working on their image, and they started having professionals come in and help them with their image. And now we see, now the average person sees the Rockefeller Foundation and thinks of it as this, foundation for the betterment of humanity. And that's not what it is at all. And so I think it's important for us moving forward to understand that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is very similar in that respect as well.
Right. No, I think you're right. I mean, they might do some good work as window dressing, but the fact is that part of the 1913 passage of the 16th Amendment, which was the direct taxation of income, and we need to realize that wasn't the case before that. Before that, the federal government raised money from tariffs and from apportionment from the states. The states would do taxes, and it was much more democratic in that sense. This gave the government the right to directly tax your income and also know everything about you from your tax return. But one of the addendums to that bill was the creation of foundations and nonprofits, which allowed these huge, behemoth, wealthy families like the Rockefellers and the Brown brothers and the Harrimans and these industrialists to put their money into these nonprofit silos, which they could then do two things. They could hire their kids, their ne'er-do-well children, and give them fat jobs and friends, and they could use the money to transform society outside of government by influencing the culture and using money to do that. Yeah. And the Rockefellers were part of that. They were a big part of it, but there's a lot of these foundations that have gone on ever since. I think a good source of information on this is David Horowitz from the Freedom Center, wrote a book about it a couple of years ago that really documents how enormous the Carnegie Institute, the Ford Foundation, all of these people, the incredible amount of money they have and how they wield that money to fix our culture in a way that fits their image of how we should be, I should say. Now, again, I'm not saying they don't do also good work. I like the fact that they finance the Boston Symphony Orchestra. Why not? I'm talking about there's other aspects to it that are less visible. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got to do something good, right? Or else no one will buy it. So right. they go around and they do things from time to time that benefit people. But more than anything, it's a tax shelter, and it's a vehicle that they use to so that they don't lose all of their wealth through once they die. So it's either easy for them to pass it on to their future generations and all these things. So yeah, it's always a very suspect when you look at these large organizations that say that they're out to help humanity. Look, some of them have an intention to do good things.
The smaller ones are usually, and they actually, I don't mean to be partisan about it, but the more conservative ones are. And of course, we knew that they were screwed over during the Obama years. They weren't allowed to get tax exempt status, thanks to Lois Lerner, who pled the fifth about 50 times before Congress and who met with Obama and who made sure that suddenly conservatives were waking up and saying, hey, we could do this too. We can form nonprofits. We can create foundations. And they said, oh, no, sorry, that's not meant for you. But anyway, Charlie, I'm reaching toward the end of the segment. So
sure.
Where do you see the present pandemic falling into all of this octopus, if you will? How are they manipulating what is a real disease, by the way? I mean, this isn't a joke, but I mean, I'm fearful about these mandarins of the octopus, as you call it. I mean, and them manipulating the situation to suit their image.
Yeah, for sure. They'll take advantage of every sort of crisis that they get because it creates chaos and panic, and it becomes this whole, the problem reaction solution sort of situation. So it almost doesn't matter whether an event is real or faked, staged, or not as organic as it appears, because the damage that's done as a result of it is what really matters, because we're seeing things like everybody's lining up to just loot the government as much as they can. You've got big business asking for money. You've got industries that have, that should never get government handouts or tax breaks or things like the cruise line industry when they register all their ships in Liberia and in Western Africa and then
the Kennedy Center.
What's that?
The Kennedy Center got $27 million.
Right.
Harvard got a big chunk of money. They've got more money than the Vatican. I mean, they've got like a $60 billion endowment, and they're taking money out of that.
Yeah, anybody that everybody sees this opportunity and they go.
Although they did return it after it became public, but
yeah, exactly. They had, but that's actually surprised me that they returned it because I would have expected them to just pocket it. But everybody's got their hands out in situations like this. The big pharma, which I don't trust at all, they're deeply involved in this, of course, with Bill Gates.
Well, they want to make. I mean, I think that's why they are discounting hydroxychloroquine, which, by the way, from what I understand, is very effective and very low risk. But the problem with hydroxychloroquine is it's cheap. It's been on the market since the 1930s or 50s, and you can get a 1 month supply for $20. Yeah. The drug companies aren't going to make money on that.
No.
So they don't want that. They want to have like these new expensive things that they can put on the market, and the stock price goes way up, and you've got these the vaccines, which are very questionable. Yep. And they end up really cashing in on it, and then raise the price of Medicare, and healthcare goes up because it all gets billed to the government. But anyways, Charlie, again, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book.
Oh, sure. You can get the book at Amazon. If you like the paperback version, you can get it at Amazon, or you can get it at barnesandnoble.com. If you like the digital version, you can also get it there, or you can get it at my website, which is theoctopusofglobalcontrol.com. And I have a podcast called Macro Aggressions, which is on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and iHeartRadio, and also on David Icke's new video platform called Iconic. So you can check that out. But yeah, anybody that wants to connect with me can do so through the website as well.
And let's not go shape-shifting anytime soon either.
No, we will not. We will not go shape-shifting.
No, I like David Icke. Anyways, Charlie, listen, thanks for joining me. I'll put a link up to all of your sites on the YouTube channel as well.
Awesome. Thanks so much,
and
Charles.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate you reaching out.
All right. Have a good one. Thanks.
You too. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, Charlie, I'll send you a link to YouTube once it's up.
Right on. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thanks for reaching out to me. This is fun. I love talking to interesting people.
Yeah, me too. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, man. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. And good afternoon. Charles Moscowitz here. Steve Turley is my guest of this segment. Steve is internationally recognized scholar, speaker, and classical guitarist. He is a professor in theology, Greek, and rhetoric. Steve, thanks for joining me.
Well, it's my pleasure, Charles. Thank you for having me.
And Steve, you certainly have a gangbuster of a YouTube channel going. I've been watching it. Very, very good.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Now, you bring up a very interesting premise in that you seem to believe that we are entering into a, you might say, renaissance of Western Judeo-Christian culture in the United States and maybe around the world. And I think you peg that to not to the pandemic itself, but that the pandemic is an opportunity to advance such culture. So talk a little bit, if you will, about your premise there.
Yeah, thanks for that, Charles. Yeah, so what I saw prior to the pandemic were a number of dynamics that scholars tend to call post-security politics. It's a very interesting term. The nation state that's got structured, not to get too nerdy, but the nation state that got structured around the 17th century, that really in many respects, like Yoram Hazony, the Israeli scholar, argues, was more or less modeled after sort of a biblical cartography, so the Israelites, the Hittites, the Canaanites, the Egyptians. Well, prior to the 17th century, in many respects, the world was kind of run by empires and imperial structures. And after sort of the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, we started breaking up into what we now know as the nation state. And there were three advantages to the nation state. We had a sense of border security, so we could stay safe from marauders, We had a sense of economic security, so we can find jobs and provide for our families. And we had a sense of cultural security so that our religions, our customs, our traditions could be celebrated and revered and give our lives a sense of meaning so we can flourish as human beings. What globalism has done over, say, the last 4 decades or so, what scholars have noticed is it's smashed those three securities. It's opened up our borders into basically a borderless world. It's instituted what's known as an economic global division of labor, where manufacturing and industry has been shipped away from first world nations to so-called third world nations, China being the primary beneficiary of it. So we've lost all our manufacturing, and it tends to replace our customs, cultures, traditions with lifestyle values. Increasingly, proponents of globalism see our cultures, customs, and traditions as hateful, as bigoted, as discriminatory, and the like. So, in the face of all that, there's been a massive backlash, and that backlash is going on all over the world, where populations are increasingly re-embracing their borders, their economic manufacturing base, and their cultures, customs, and traditions as mechanisms of resistance against globalization. And in many respects, this pandemic is only, in frankness, it's hastening both dynamics. It's hastening the craziness that we see with globalists and their autocratic tendencies, but it's also hastening and intensifying the blowback against that. Everybody now is closing their borders. Everybody wants to bring manufacturing back home and the like.
It seems to me that the portrayal of the idea of the nation state and national sovereignty involves a major case of psychological projection on the part of those who advocate globalism, because the nation state is a very progressive institution. It's one that evolved over thousands of years, and it's one that, as you say, it protects a culture, it protects property, it's natural to a nation to protect the life and the safety of its citizens and their futures. I mean, it goes back to the Bible, really, and when they began to develop national borders after mankind tried to overthrow God in heaven at the Tower of Babel. You developed different languages, different cultures, different nations, and then the Bible, the Torah, goes on to give very specific borders for the nations and for all of the individual tribes of Israel. So the whole concept emerged. It's not new, and it's something that has advanced, and I think the greatest advancement in the great progression of the nation state was the development of the United States.
Yeah.
In that we have, we are the first nation to really embrace the biblical idea that rights come from God and not from the state, that we're created in the image of God. We're not God. And that as such, we have a limited sovereignty that we derive from God. And then we give a state certain powers that protect and defend those rights. It's not, the state isn't the supreme, which is, of course, a biblical idea, but it's a radical idea. And it's an idea that was patented by the founding fathers of this republic. So, I think that the pandemic brings to fore the necessity for things like property. And now we're protecting our own private properties more from this dread disease that is banging at the door. Nation, exactly. And that the nation is protecting itself by limiting people coming into the country because they might have the disease. And I think that even the European Union, which is very globalist, as you say, they've begun to protect their borders because that's what you do naturally. I mean, the animal kingdom understands this. A bird understands this. Try to interfere with the bird's nest and see what happens. Dogs understand it.
Go too close to a dog and see what happens. The idea of the nation state or the idea of the individual property is a natural thing. It's kind of hardwired into us, and this movement to erase it and to try to claim that it's anachronistic or something is actually an unnatural development.
In many respects, what we're seeing now is simply a deference to the very nationalist, populist, America First policies that Trump had been implementing for the past 3 years. If I told you, say 6 months ago, that a North American leader of a North American nation, whose last name starts with TRU, has closed all his borders, as instituted a travel ban from Europe, China, you name it, in an effort to seal those borders, you would be shocked that I told you that one would be a fellow by the name of Trudeau. But it's exactly what's happened. Even globalists are behaving like Pat Buchanan right now. Even globalists are adopting this nationalist populism. And the whole idea of the supply chain, of farming out our manufacturing for pharmaceuticals to China, that's dead. That ain't coming back anytime soon, that's for sure.
Right.
You have Macron in France talking about bringing back industry to France. Japan has done the same thing as well, as starting to bring back their industry away from China. They start to see it as all economic nationalists do. They see the economy as a national security issue. We are a nation with an economy. We're not an economy that happens to be a nation that bows to it all the time. That's the very globalistic structure. And it's stunning. They did a study even before the pandemic. Breitbart talked about it, and they found that over 70% of the American public, when you polled them and asked them pointed questions that were reflective of an America First nationalist populist agenda, 70% of Americans agreed with it. The biggest, the single most conservative demographic, racial demographic on border security are African Americans. They have one of the highest. Yeah, do you mind? Sorry, my phone is.
No, that's all right.
They have one of the highest rejections of immigration of any population, and of course because they're adversely affected by, especially illegal immigration with entry-level jobs.
Well, labor and minorities have always had an interest in reducing immigration because it cheapens the value of labor, and it cuts back on opportunities for minorities who are trying to get a place at the table, so to speak.
Right.
And I think that we can see from the situation that a nation state has the right to decide who enters the national home in the same way that you and I have a right to decide who enters our private home. It is a normal, natural thing. It's a good thing. You don't have to explain it. It's just one of the basic building blocks of any nation. I mean, you try to enter into a communist country. I mean, if you're not wanted. I mean, it's sort of, the left is now criticizing Trump because they say he didn't do enough in terms of stopping flights from China in the early stages of the pandemic. They're saying, oh, you still let people in. Well, hello, they were citizens. And that at the time, I remember they were screaming about the fact that, he doesn't like Chinese men and women.
Right.
That's
It's called
motivated.
xenophobia. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's all very situational for them.
Yeah.
But the fact is that, it's just a normal, natural thing for any sovereign nation to do. These are the functions of sovereign nations. And I think it does certainly put globalism on its heels. The latest thing I'm hearing is that now, it's sort of a last-ditch, desperate attempt by the globalists that anyone who criticizes globalism, this is a euphemism for anti-Semitism. Yeah. Hello, I happen to be Jewish, putting that aside, but as a Jew, I mean, Israel is a sovereign nation. I mean, the United States. I mean, this isn't an anti-Jewish thing. It's are Jews supposed to be globalists? Some of them are, some of them aren't. But this isn't something that is inherent in Jewish understanding at all. If anything, it's the nation state is the primary idea.
Exactly. And again, Yoram Hazony has been one of the major voices in that. A wonderful, wonderful scholar. He runs the National Conservative conferences. They just had theirs in Rome right before the pandemic. And of course, they had all those horrible anti-Semites like Viktor Orban and the like speaking there, as they're all, of course, laughing at such an assessment. Yeah, one of the funny things, there's some scholarship on this now, where they're finding that, in point of fact, people like Geert Wilders and a number of nationalist populists in Europe are extremely pro-Israel because they see the danger of Islam, and because Islam, in many respects, the Brazilian philosopher Olavo de Carvalho actually argues we have three globalisms going on right now. So the first globalism is the one we're all familiar with, the Western liberal globalism. That tends to be very economically driven. Then you have the Chinese globalism, which of course is Marxist driven, and that's getting hit hard as we speak. Thank God for that. But then you also have a religious globalism, which is the Islamic globalism, particularly via Iran. And their expansionist tendencies. They want to take over the world. They haven't been able to figure out how to do it. But nevertheless, nationalist populists in Europe tend to recognize that. And they tend to see Israel as a beacon. And of course, Israel's probably, when all is said and done, the most nationalist nation on the planet right now. In many respects, the commentators are saying the left doesn't even exist in Israel. The best they have is a center. The best is the white and blue party that just got formed. Likud is your consensus party, and then of course you have all the orthodox third parties, as it were. There's not even a left anymore, really, in Israel. So the nationalist populist right, particularly Trump, of course, have looked at Israel as actually inspiration in the midst of all this, especially as they're trying to fight their particular globalist enemy, which is militant Islam.
Right, and I think that Israel has always reached out an olive branch of peace to Arab and Islamic countries, saying, we're an example of a nation that has created our own sovereignty. We got rid of the British occupiers, and we want to urge you to do the same for your own respective nations. So, now you have Trump coming into office, and he's using some of the same rhetoric, of course, that was used by the Bushes and by Obama and Clinton, except he means it. And everyone knows that they didn't. They were full of it. They were just saying it for the bubbas, He talked about, protecting the borders, and he's doing it. He talked about better trade relations with foreign countries, and he's doing that, and economic relations that favor the United States and our labor and our industry, and he's doing that. So that, to me, is the thing that is leading the globalists to really take a very strong-fisted attempt to have him removed from office, and that includes several attempts at impeachment. I think there might be more coming down the pike. I pray for Trump. Yeah. This is the enemies of Trump are the enemies of our sovereign nation right now. And I think we need to understand that. And I say the same thing to liberals who may not be aware of this, and even leftists who are not cognizant of it, because we all have a life in this country. We all have a family, and we want to have a future. And do we want to have that future under our own? It's sovereign nation. That's democratic. That means that you as an individual, as in a community, have more say and more control over your own life and destiny, not some foreign, unelected, faceless bureaucracy that's either in the form of an international form of governance or an international corporate form of governance. It doesn't matter. The point is that they have to be held accountable by a constitution and by elected officials who we elect to represent our interests.
It's so interesting because even Bill Maher, an ultra leftist like Bill Maher, recognizes that if you actually want to have a conversation, a deep, meaningful political conversation, cultural conversation, you have to go to the right. The left is almost, it seems, incapable of doing that today, particularly the media, the mainstream, I like to call Marxist media. If you want to have a reasonable conversation, John Stossel found this out. Stossel being very libertarian. So being a libertarian, he's very liberal in many things, also conservative in others. He found liberals shocked and absolutely offended by the things he was saying, whereas conservatives were like, oh, that's interesting, let's chat about that. That's why we have the talk radio everywhere. I mean, talk radio is by definition 99% conservative, because we love reading and thinking and reflecting, and then conversio, having a conversation, because we're not afraid. We have a sense that there's truth out there. We're all trying to get to it. And we're confident that we feel a certain, sense that we're really pretty close to it here. And when you have an entire political movement that says no, and anything to the right of us is by definition taboo. It's by definition now going to be defined as hateful, bigoted, homophobic, anti-Semitic, xenophobic, and on. And therefore, it's to be dismissed, rejected, and excommunicated. The cancel culture. How is that even remotely democratic? How is that not the very authoritarianism they try to denounce us for? We're the ones who want democracy. We're the ones that want referendums. We are the ones who want more say over what happens in our nation. And we want to do it through conversation and a normal democratic discourse. So it's crazy, but that's why we get to have these great conversations.
That's right. I mean, it's a major case, again, of projection, because the left is very solitary and conformist in its views. Their arguments have more to do with degrees of how fast they want to go or personality disputes, but not on ideology. I mean, the ideology, whether they're conscious of it or not, tends to be the same. Their hatred for Trump is that he's actually challenging that view. And the hatred in the media, and you talk about this on your YouTube channel, Steve, and you do so quite eloquently, it is really unprecedented. It's really open to the point where they really are no longer professional. I mean, they'll do a story based upon one anonymous source, which is unthinkable before Trump. And then, of course, the next day when it's disproved, they then take it down and go on to the next one. And it's just this constant barrage. I mean, and the hatred is so palpable. I mean, I was listening to Michael Smerconish, who's a big-time left-of-center radio talk show host in Philadelphia. He's been there for about 30 years. And early in the administration, when the atmosphere was almost like Frankensteinian, I mean, people were showing up with torches, and the rage was just on the street. He made one mild comment that praised President Trump about something he had done, and it wasn't even a big deal. It was some technical thing, and he says, we have to give a little credit. And then he got such hate mail, and people were going to boycott his sponsors. I mean, people that had been sponsoring him for 20 years. And it was so bad that he had to back down, and he had almost like retracted. The atmosphere is like it's like a carnival. And I think that it might have lessened a little bit because a lot of people, I mean, the average person who dislikes Trump is not like that. They have legitimate complaints. I get that. Or they don't like his personality. That's fine. But this derangement is something that I think what they're weighing and balancing now is how far do they want to go with that? Because if they expose it any further, it's going to sink them. So what do you see happening with the upcoming election? I mean, I'm actually very concerned, not just because of the pandemic, but because of the forces that have arrayed against Trump. I mean, these people aren't going to take no for an answer.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's, I think the way to situate the election, at least the way I'm doing it, is to have a healthy balance between recognizing we are in uncharted territory right now, especially with this pandemic, and we're going to have to see the economic fallout from it over the next few months. So we're going to have to see what's going on there, but also to look at it in terms of the patterns that have been pretty prevalent, certainly over the last 100 years of presidential elections. Now, for that, I tend to be very impressed with what's called the primary model by Helmut Norpoth of the University of Stony Brook, because it's an algorithm that has studied elections since 1912, which is the first year that the candidates had to go through a primary. And what he found is he found a pattern. The pattern he found is that the primary is the election in microcosm. So you look at the candidate who wins the most votes, particularly in the early primaries, you plug that data in to this algorithm, and then out comes the algorithm's determined winner. And he found it lined up with every single winner all the way up to 2016.
Wow.
I think there was one exception. I forget where that was, but that was the pattern. There was that's your ultimate poll, right? Your poll numbers. Who tends to win those elections? Who tends to win those elections are usually the incumbent. It's a twofold pattern. It's usually the incumbent. So if you've had the same party in power for 2 administrations, 9 times out of 10 we go to another party. It's we swing back and forth. Certainly since FDR and Truman, we've been doing that pendulum swing pretty consistently. Jimmy Carter was the one interruption with that. He had one term, and
also Bush Senior.
Well, Bush so what he says is Bush Senior technically is the 3rd term of Reagan.
Oh, okay.
So Bush Senior getting voted in was the disruption of it. That's the interesting thing. So you had 12 years of a Republican administration there. So you almost had a little bit of a going back to the FDR Truman era to a certain extent. So Trump had that going for him. And then when he ran the numbers for the primary, Trump is setting records in terms of voting turnout in Iowa, in the caucus, in New Hampshire. He got 3 times the amount that Obama got the last time an incumbent was running for re-election in 2012. So he ran the numbers for Biden versus Trump in terms of the primaries. And he gives, based on that, plus with the pendulum swing, he gives Trump a 91% chance of winning re-election. Now, he is saying this is unprecedented territory, but if it plays out the way it's been playing out for the last 100 years, we should see Trump in a blowout. We'll have to see. So I know what you mean. I'm with you 1,000%. I'm scared too. There's just so much going against him and everything like that. But Norpoth is standing by his prediction, and he was right in 2016. Yeah.
Did he do this before the pandemic?
So he did it before the pandemic, and then if you go to the website, primarymodel.com, he has a caution on there. He says, now that we had this outbreak, I'm going to be watching to see if there's a massive disruption in Trump's poll numbers. If he goes down to 15%, he'll probably say, all right, forget it. My primary model isn't going to be applicable to this anymore. So he's been watching the poll numbers. And of course, I mean, his polls go up and down, but of course, the Gallup polls have been pretty impressive. Trump has positioned himself as a wartime president, and his support among Republicans has remained absolutely solid. So his support among independents is around that 50%, 60% mark. So he seems to be doing so. Helmut Norpoth has since said, the one thing he said is the last thing we got to watch out for is just the economic data that comes out this summer. If we're going into this election with 20% unemployment, all bets are off. But if he can bring that back down, we can open up the country again, which you've noticed blue states don't want to do, interestingly enough.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I think they know it's going to really hinge on that.
Well, it's all very unknown because the situation is so unprecedented. And I guess the question is, are they going to be able to hang blame for this on Trump? Are they going to parrot the communist Chinese line and do that? I think that in my opinion, we should be grateful. And I pray to God that Trump's president during this thing, because if we had the liberals and the left in office, we'd probably have concentration camps right now for people who step off the lawn.
I can't even imagine.
Take a look at some of these states. I mean, like Oregon is now, moving the opening date up to August 1st. I mean, it's and they only have like a couple of hundred cases. So it's not. It does show the authoritarian nature here, and we could go through other states. My own state of Massachusetts actually has been somewhat moderate so far.
Okay.
I guess maybe because we have a Republican governor. I don't know, but it's not as bad as Michigan or as some of these other states where they're arresting people for going to
Yeah.
church.
Yeah.
So, I think that all of it, however, remains to be seen. I think that I don't want to sound too tin hat here, but I wonder if they're trying to damage the economy as a way to stop Trump. I mean, I know
Sure.
that sounds far fetched, but given the lowness of this, I mean, impeaching him and doing all these other things and all these, frankly, these conspiracies, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, I
Yeah.
just, to my way of thinking, I mean, they'll do anything. So, because we're
Absolutely.
not talking just about Donald Trump, we're talking about, as we started, Steve, a global movement
Hmm.
that is, at which people are beginning to wake up. They're getting really woke, to use the term, and
In a
they're
good way,
realizing,
right?
yeah, in the real sense, and they're realizing that they don't want to. They want a government that protects their rights, not takes them away and decides to grant them on whim, and that they don't want to have this global entity that doesn't care about the individuals and the communities in their own nations. I mean, these things are basic common sense. And I think that the international community, what we talk about, the globalists, they don't want people to wake up to this, and they
Right.
want to stop it. So I wouldn't put anything past them.
Right. No, I agree with you. I do. Unfortunately, I have to. I mean, just look what they tried to do to Brett Kavanaugh. I mean, that was
Oh,
insane.
yeah.
That
and look
was
at and look what's happening now.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I know.
I
I
mean,
know.
we
That's
have
the joke. That's the
Elizabeth
joke. Be
Warren,
careful.
always a hypocrite. She's coming out
Yeah,
and
yeah.
says
There you go,
she
Elizabeth.
thinks
And
Biden is
I'm from
credible.
Connecticut, by the way. I'm a fellow New Englander as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know. Be careful what you weaponize. It's always going to end up being used back against you. And yeah, that's you just look at what they were willing to do to destroy in order to stop. And well, I mean, it comes down to exactly what you said, Charles. You had a great distinction. We can disagree. We're all for disagreement. That's fine. It's derangement that we have an issue with.
Exactly, exactly. All right, Steve Turley, let my viewers and listeners know where they can read your excellent work, where they can see your excellent YouTube program.
They can go, so if they want to see just the whole panoply of stuff, go to turleytalks.com. It's my last name, T as in Tom, URLEY Talks, like TED Talks, turleytalks.com. And then just all you have to do on YouTube to check out the YouTube channel is just punch in Dr. Steve Turley. It'll take you right to the page.
All right, Steve, listen, I want to thank you for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you, Charles.
All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. Brent Waltz is my guest. Brent, you Indiana State Senator. You were prosecuted by the Department of Justice in the Biden administration. I want you to talk about what happened to you in the context of what I would argue has happened to a lot of people who are conservatives, Trump supporters, whatever, MAGA, since this regime was put in place, including hundreds of people who were peacefully protesting on January 6th and who were doing things like trespassing, which is not really a felony, it's more of a misdemeanor. And people like Stephen K. Bannon and others who have been prosecuted for doing things that really are not previously such matters as would require the level of prosecution and jail terms that they would receive. So, before we go into your particular case, give us a little background of what's going on in this country right now, where you have, I would argue, essentially people who could be described as political prisoners.
Well, that's the title of my book, A Prisoner of Washington. And so
Yeah.
I'm in complete agreement with your assessment on this. I think you're absolutely spot on in your analysis and your assessment. I had never heard the term lawfare until a few years ago. It was a
Right.
foreign concept to me. I'd never heard the phrase, didn't know what it meant, but I am acutely aware of that now, as are dozens, if not hundreds, of people who are conservative, that are Republican, that support Donald Trump. And what I have seen is the use of the Justice Department as a weapon. Now, if the Justice Department was an equal opportunity indicter, if you will, where they would take liberals and conservatives and say, okay, if you were coloring outside the lines, we're going to indict you and we're going to hold you accountable for your actions. Then I don't think too many Americans would have a problem with that. Neither would I. But when they specifically look and target people first and then try to determine whether or not they did anything untoward or illegal or that could be spun to be made or viewed illegal in front of a jury, that's an entirely different metric. That's an entirely different criteria that when I went to law school anyway, we were never informed that. And I find it extremely offensive, first of all, as an American citizen. I find it very troubling, as a conservative Republican and Donald Trump supporter. And I think it'll have a very chilling effect on other people who are inclined to try to support conservatives, try to support Donald Trump, donate to their causes or his campaign in the months ahead. I think that's what it's all designed to do, frankly, Charles.
Oh, I think it's entirely about not only intimidation of the public in general, who are afraid to say things publicly like that they think that the 2020 election was stolen. You could end up being picked up by the FBI, which has been completely weaponized since the appointment of Mueller as FBI director back in the 1990s. And you have situations where the law itself, our system of justice, is now used by the people in power to go after their opponents, as opposed to going after real criminals like, I don't know, drug dealers or, child pedophile people, traffickers and whatnot. Instead, they're focusing on their own political opponents, both in terms of intimidating them generally and specifically taking people off the field, like they have done with Stephen K. Bannon, who's one of President Trump's chief advisors, and who they're not going to let out of prison until a few days before the election. So, we have a situation here which is really similar to what you might have in a dictatorship type of a country. I'm not saying we're an outright dictatorship, but certainly there's a sense that we're moving in that direction when you have this phenomena. Alan Dershowitz, who's a Harvard law professor formerly, speaks about this very well on his own podcast, which I recommend, The Dersh Show, where he goes into it as a professor, very easy to understand terms, how this government is using our system of law and abusing it in this manner. This is not what our system of law was set up for. It's not what we're supposed to be all about, using the legal system to go after enemies, whether it be Christians protesting or standing anywhere near an abortion clinic, whether it be parents at a school board meeting who are critical of child sex change operations or masks, or Catholics or anyone else that apparently this government views as enemies. I mean, they've deferred to them as domestic terrorists. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that happens in communist China, and it's very frightening. And and we're all chilled by it. We're all chilled by the censorship of losing our shows. I mean, my show was taken off a few years ago on YouTube, and and I think that it's going to get worse before it gets better as we move toward the election day and as they try to continue to consolidate their power. Now, Brent, I want you to talk about what happened to you over in Indiana, where you were a state senator for many years. What happened? How is it that they went after you and why?
Sure, I'd be happy to explain. I was a state senator for 12 years, conservative Republican, A+ rating with the NRA, lifetime card-carrying member, 100% rating with Indiana Right to Life. So about as conservative of a Republican as you're going to find in one of the reddest of red states. Never had any issues with law enforcement, never had any issues with investigations. 2016, I decided to run for Congress. I lose the election in the primary. One of the gentlemen who's a longtime friend of mine supported one of my opponents. In fact, the Indiana Attorney General at the time was named Rod Ratcliffe. He was in the gaming industry, was a majority shareholder in a couple of casinos in Indiana. And even though he did not support my campaign, certainly I considered him a very good friend, known him for 25 years. Again, not really had any issue with law enforcement with him. He's probably one of the most investigated men in the state of Indiana because of his gaming licenses. So the Indiana State Police investigate him. He has to turn in all of his financial statements, his tax returns, his business tax returns. If he was jaywalking, he would lose his gaming license and potentially cost him tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And so he is well incentivized to stay way, way, way on the correct legal side of the line on everything. In 2016, he was a strong Donald Trump supporter. He became Indiana's campaign finance chairman for Trump in the summer of 2016. Shortly after he was named campaign finance chairman for Indiana, the FBI calls me. They want to meet with me. So I met with them for coffee. Two agents show up, very gruff, trying to be intimidating, not really asking me any questions about any actions that I ever did. They were asking about Rod. They were saying, do you know anything that Rod has done that might be illegal? Are there any people who might know something?
Can I just ask you a question here? Did you, when you went to the FBI, and by the way, this is James Comey's FBI under Obama, and your governor was running as part of the team as vice president, that being Mike Pence.
Yes.
So it's not like it was a big secret to be a Trump supporter in Indiana at that time.
Right.
But when you went to this meeting, did you go with a legal counsel and with witnesses? Because I think that when one goes to a meeting with the FBI, it should be like you're going to a meeting with the IRS. It's not that you did anything wrong, but you want to make sure that everything is on the record, everything is filmed, every question is answered with a legal counsel sitting next to you, because they may engage in a thing called entrapment, like they did to General Michael Flynn and others. They'll find some little technical thing. Oh, I did this on March 3rd, but it actually was March 4th. I did it at 2 o'clock. Well, it was actually 3 o'clock. And they'll get
Then
you can
charge you with a felony lying to the FBI. Correct.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So is that what happened here?
No, in my case, I had done nothing wrong. And let me assure you, as somebody who I'd like to think is reasonably legally sophisticated, I went to law school. Had I done anything that could have even been remotely viewed as negative, I would have lawyered up. I would have had an army of lawyers with me, or I just simply would not have had the meeting. But in this case, I thought back. Is there anything that
you went in as an innocent, honest American being called into a meeting by a government agency, figuring, okay, maybe I'll help out here. What do you need? You know what I mean? You weren't like suspecting any kind of entrapment.
No, not at all. And more to the point on that, Charles, you're absolutely right, is that when I asked, as I think most people would when you originally get a phone call like that, what is this pertaining to? Of course, they won't tell you. They'll say, we have some issues we'd like to discuss with you. Oh, okay. And, it was all about Rod. They wanted, he was pushing for some legalization of marijuana legislation a couple years before that. Nothing illegal about that. He has every right to advocate for that. I opposed the legalization of marijuana. I voted against the legislation.
Opinion. Okay.
And I said, well, as far as I know, he's done nothing illegal about this. He has every right to advocate as a. Did you lose me there?
No, then you're back.
Okay. He has every right to advocate this. I opposed his view, but at the same time, he has every right to advocate this position. And clearly the FBI was not happy with the responses that I gave. And as they continued investigating, they went through all of my tax returns. They went through all of my campaign finance information. And there were a couple of donations that they viewed as questionable. There was a campaign. It's very similar to what happened with Dinesh D'Souza. You may recall.
Oh, I was going to ask you about that.
A few years ago with that.
Apparently he gave a little too much money to a candidate. And also it's similar to the way they've gone after Donald Trump, in that they took a misdemeanor and they turned it into a felony and then attached it to a alleged campaign violation. Now, just as a matter of law here, and I'm speaking here as somebody who myself, I also ran for Congress many years ago. And I remember how the Federal Elections Commission worked, and they questioned me pretty heavily on something which I ended up proving my innocence on, because it had to do with a Boston Globe ad. They claimed that I had done something with that. I got the Globe editor and publisher to call them back and verify me, so everything went away. But the point is, I had to spend a lot of time on this, on the phone, and I didn't want to hire a lawyer. But the point I'm making here is that they found campaign Federal Election Commission issues are not crimes. They're violations. I mean, Hillary Clinton got hit with a $7 million fine for Federal Election Commission violations with regard to the Steele dossier. But it wasn't a crime. It was a misdemeanor. And she paid the $7 million, or campaign, probably some rich, I don't know, George Soros, maybe, I don't know, somebody stepped forward, and they paid the fine for her. So why is it then, therefore, a crime for you, or a crime for
Well, it apparently was a crime if you're a conservative Republican, because I spent 176 days in captivity. So it may be okay for Hillary to do these sorts of things, but apparently if there's any confusion on a campaign finance, and the irony to this is that the person who donated the money to my campaign was interviewed by the FBI 3 times. And he admitted to doing it. And he also said that I had no knowledge of this. In fact, he said that he intentionally tried to keep this from me. And the FBI had this information. They had these, on the record. And rather than charging him with lying to the FBI, if they didn't believe him, I'm assuming that they would have or should have done that. They kept that information out of the grand jury. They intentionally hid information that would have been exculpatory, to me, in order to get an indictment. And this is something that, unfortunately, in lawfare, they do. The Department of Injustice, as I refer to them, they're consistently doing things like that. In the case of
Brad, let me just ask you on this point. If someone is in a situation like that, where a grand jury is having evidence withheld, isn't there some kind of a legal recourse there? I mean, doesn't the grand jury hear minutes of a trial where that evidence can be presented? I mean, if you have evidence, exculpatory evidence that would exonerate you, don't you have a legal venue to present that evidence?
Well, you do a trial, but you don't during the grand jury process. The grand jury process is secret. I never had an opportunity to testify before the grand jury. So essentially, you have rumors that they're investigating you. And then the next thing you know, at 6:20 a.m., you get a knock on your door with a half dozen armed FBI agents, getting ready to invade your home and slap handcuffs on you. That's the state of justice in the United States today.
And this is what happened to Roger Stone. And in his case, there you have, they pull an elderly man out of bed and drag him out onto the front lawn in his underwear with the CNN cameras rolling. Apparently they knew about this in advance. And they bang his door down with a bludgeon, and they're showing up guys in like SWAT outfits. He's never.
Well, and I described this in my book, POW Prisoner of Washington, that I had seen what had happened to some of our fellow conservatives. And so not wanting to have a picture of my hair all, sticking out, or, being drug out of my home in my underwear, first thing in the morning, I took a page from General Mattis, who said that during a period of high tension in North Korea, he slept fully clothed. And so that he'd be able to get up, at literally a second's notice and be ready.
But in this case, this is America, and they're doing a perp walk.
It's designed to humiliate. It's designed to try to color, I think, public perception.
Because they want to destroy your reputation in public.
Exactly right.
This is defamation, in the classic sense, to do this. So you're dragged out into the front lawn, and then what happens?
Well, actually, it was more into a black SUV, but they then go through and they put you in a local jail cell. I had a co-defendant who was the general counsel of the company that Rod Radcliffe was in charge of. and they got him on a minor income tax violation. He apparently, a company that this company involved, apparently mislabeled a professional service contract, and it was a campaign contribution instead. And it was about a $14,000 tax liability. This is a company that was doing $720 million in sales of the year in question. A $14,000 tax liability, but because he signed off on it and it was over the $10,000 statutory limit, this 70-something-year-old man, a longtime state legislator, Marine, spent 6 weeks at the Terre Haute Federal Prison and is now a convicted felon for the rest of his life. This is crazy.
Even if he knew that there might be a question about the classification of that deduction or that contribution, that still is the type of situation that normally would be handled by an accountant meeting with the IRS, doing some kind of negotiation, and then if you are found to be in error, you pay the difference. I mean, you end up being billed, being fined with interest, and that's how it works. You're not taken into prison for 7 years for this.
No,
I mean,
nor should they be. I'm an investment banker, and I have clients that are literally owe hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they work through the IRS, and none of them get carted off to jail. They pay it maybe in installments over time. They pay a penalty, they pay interest, and they move on with their lives.
It happens all the time in business. I mean, it's just, this isn't. We're talking about again about misdemeanors here, about technical violations that are usually handled with some kind of a settlement. And it particularly rankles me to think about this because under the Biden regime, they're bringing in 80,000 new IRS agents, and those are we're going to go after the rich. Nonsense. The rich can afford to have all their fancy accountants. They get every little penny. If I recall, people like Ted Kennedy, he never even owned anything. Everything was in a trust. They would just pay his bills. It's an attempt to go after, average John and Jane Q schmo, trying to earn a buck. I mean, it's an attack on the middle class. Anyway, Brent, so what happens then?
Well, so I spend 2 days at the Marion County Jail, and so I was placed in a room without a toilet, without water. I was given, I think it was 12 ounces of apple juice in a 36-hour period of time.
Cruel and unusual punishment.
Well, it was definitely unusual. I'll just put it that way. I'll leave it to your listeners to decide the depth of cruelty as far as that goes. But it was definitely unusual. Okay. And I encountered something very similar to that in my 176 days of captivity. I walk in and turn myself in. This is a couple years ago, to do my 176 days of captivity. And I was asked if I had had a COVID shot. Well, I had not taken a COVID vaccine for whatever reason. And they said, well, we're going to have to put you in quarantine. And quarantine was a 6 by 8 foot cell, a standard jail cell. And I was kept there nonstop for 10 days. I was not released out of that for any exercise. I asked for books. The guards, oh yeah, we'll get you a book, and of course they never did. That's the kind of now that is cruel and unusual punishment. That is a direct violation of a citizen's constitutional rights.
At least they didn't forcibly. At least they didn't forcibly jab you.
Well, that's true. That is absolutely true. They say we can give you a jab, or we can keep you in this 6 by 8 foot metal box for a week and a half. I chose the box, but to each their own.
Right, I would have too. So after that little stint, what happens?
Well, after that, then everything was fairly calm and peaceful. When I was by myself in my jail cell for that 10 days, I started writing my book. I thought that somebody needs to chronicle this. I think of myself as a pretty decent writer, and I said, I can either hide in the corner and let these people win, or I can shine a bright light, as former Justice Felix Frankfurter used to say, that sunlight is the best disinfectant.
Indeed.
so I thought at that point it would be a good idea for me to share my experience, both to make people aware of what is out there and what the government does do and can do, and hopefully allow those people who are in positions of authority, our Congress, our court system, to be able to understand this and start asking some very hard questions of these bureaucrats who have never held a day of elected office in their life. And maybe they're just grumpy that they lost their student council election in 8th grade. I don't know. But for whatever reason, they seem to want to target conservative Republicans who did. And,
Well, they get
and here
these
we are.
sadistic people to kind of do the dirty work on the front lines.
Yeah.
And to pull this kind of thing off. And at least they gave you pencil and paper.
Well, I had to use they didn't give me paper. They give you a manual of do's and don'ts, right? So I used actually the back page of that to begin writing my journal. And they had it's not really a pencil. They have a small, it's about an inch long, kind of a rubberized, graphite thing that you have to kind of use your thumb and forefinger with, kind of drill down and use that. Took a great deal of effort to write, but I wasn't going anywhere, and apparently I had plenty of time at that point. So
sounds like something they do in Siberia.
Well, it would be very similar in a lot of ways. Nevzlovsky, I think, the gentleman who was a big critic of Vladimir Putin, who passed away under rather curious circumstances a few months ago, would have felt right at home, I think, in that cell.
Right. I mean, he was challenging Putin's election. Let's just leave it at that. Now, you then go into the general population. I saw your press release. You said it reminded you of one of my favorite sitcoms, Hogan's Heroes. How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you have this vision, or at least I did, of, these bars and these guards and how everything, what you see in the movies. Now, to be fair, I was in a minimum security camp. And so other people's experiences would undoubtedly vary. But as far as the camp's concerned, of the 140 people, I'd say there were probably 50 to 60 cell phones that were spaced out and hidden. Drugs were smuggled in consistently. Buffalo Wild Wings with extra hot sauce smuggled in consistently. Tequila.
That's contraband in prison.
I was offered a cell phone, I think, within my first probably 10 or 15 minutes there. Since if you have a cell phone, you can go through Venmos and Cash Apps and things like that for the economy of that. But it was very similar to Hogan's Heroes. But the difference being, instead of German accents of incompetent guards, you had very thick Southern accents of incompetent guards that took themselves way too seriously, I think.
Right, and you didn't have any problem. What were the prisoners like? What was it?
I found many of the people quite fascinating. In fact, on my there's a term called a shot caller. Basically, the inmate who runs the jail, at least as far as the prisoner's point of view is concerned on that. And I was kind of proclaimed the shot caller for my remaining last couple months or so that I was there. Not a particularly exciting job. If two people have an argument over something, they kind of come to you and ask you to adjudicate the dispute. That kind of thing. I'm not a huge man by, I weigh 150 pounds. And so when the previous shot caller, who was transferring to a prison in Pensacola for his final 6 months or year or whatever it was, suggested that I take on that role. He was a former mixed martial artist, right? Used to compete. And I remember looking at him and laughing at him and saying, I'm not quite sure I'm qualified for that position. And he called over 3 or 4 very large, burly guys, all of them having been convicted of drug offenses. And he said, well, you guys like Brent, right? Oh, yeah, we like Brent. Yeah, he's cool. If Brent ever got into trouble or anything, you'd help him out, right? Oh, yeah, sure we would. And never had a problem.
It sounds like a scene out of Wallace Beery's The Big House.
I'm not familiar with that, but I'll take your word for it. But it was just it was just absolutely ridiculous,
Yeah,
going from being a state senator to being a shot caller. And there's a lot of very humorous aspects in the book POW Prisoner of Washington
sure.
that I convey, as well as a number of issues that are frankly quite serious. Healthcare
Sure.
in our prisons are virtually non-existent. And only occur when there is a serious crisis. I didn't know this, that if you have a cavity, you're given two choices in prison, whether you're in long-term or short-term, a camp, or in supermax. The dentist will either extract your tooth, just yank it out, or it'll rot out on its own. There's no such
Yeah.
thing as fillings
No drill.
in
Yeah.
federal prison. They're prohibited. Dentists are prohibited doing it by contract, which I thought was interesting. So
Yeah. No, that's serious, and it could be a serious health problem.
absolutely.
I know that I've heard stories like that here in Boston,
Yeah.
with prison. So yeah, I mean and you also talk about racism in prison.
Absolutely. I was at the camp during Martin Luther King Day, and I was very surprised when the guards would go up to African American inmates and wish them a James Earl Ray Day. Of course, the assassin
Oh,
of
yes,
Martin
of
Luther
course.
King.
Yeah.
And just not one guard, multiple guards did this. They thought it was hilarious. During holiday meals, they try to have a meal that's reflective or endemic of the holidays. So for Thanksgiving, we're given turkey. Christmas, we were given a Cornish game hen, for our meal. They gave us fried chicken and melon for Martin Luther King Day.
Okay.
You just can't make this stuff up.
Well, that's a cultural thing, but
It's something.
yeah.
It's definitely something.
So Brent, here you are. You've gone through the fire, as it were, and you've come out pretty sound and pretty safe. You seem like you're in good shape, thank God.
Yeah.
What are you up to now that you're out, and are you getting back into politics?
Well, my first thought, of course, I'm blessed. I'm fortunate to be in a financial position that I really don't need to explain myself to a potential employer. I'm not married. My family's always been very supportive of me going through this legal process, and so I appreciate my parents and very much in this regard. And so I think it's important first to be able to publicize, my story. I don't, plan on making any money on this book. I will donate it to charity. That's not my purpose of this. It's strictly to shed some light on lawfare and what the Department of Injustice does to conservative Republican Donald Trump supporters. Personally, I continue on with my private equity venture capital business, and so and that's done fairly well, thankfully, over the years, and hopefully will continue to do so in the years and decades ahead.
No, that's a great field to be in if you know what you're doing, and you seem to. Are you involved in presidential politics or Republican politics as we approach this election?
Not yet. No, I certainly don't want to inject myself into the discourse as it might be a distraction. I think it's important first to be able to explain what has happened, and then let my fellow Republicans decide in what role, if any role, they would like me to play in terms of the public discourse. And so at this point, in terms of the overall public relations or public discourse, I think the best thing I can do is to shine a light, shed some light on what's happened to the Michael Flynn's of the world, the Roger Stones, the Paul Manaforts, the Peter Navarros, and the list goes on and on and on, because it's a very recurring, consistent thing.
Indeed, we have political prisoners. We have, I think there's still about 200, mostly men, some women, who were detained on January 6th of 2001 on the lawn of the U.S. Capitol building, basically for trespassing, who have not yet been charged. And, you have an attorney general even now who is not only bragging about this, but who's threatening anyone who questions the upcoming election. I think people were afraid to question the 2020 election, even though we all saw what happened with our own eyes on election evening on television in real time, because they see what can happen. I mean, they can, there's polls I don't think were accurate because people are afraid to tell the truth. They don't know if that information might end up with the FBI. This is what's happened, I think, in this country. And I think that this,
Think about the inconsistency that with the mostly peaceful protesters when they were torching federal courthouses in Oregon and Washington State, and that reaction January 6th, and you see. Charles, it's been a pleasure speaking with you today.
yeah, Brad, for some reason I'm getting a lot of feedback. I wonder if it makes me paranoid. I think someone might be, dropping in on this show. But anyway, Brad, let our listeners here and viewers know where they can get your excellent book and anything else you'd like to share in terms of websites and whatnot.
Sure. Prisoner of Washington, POW Prisoner of Washington is the name of the book. It's available on Amazon and various bookstores, but you can go on Amazon.com and pull it up anytime.
Okay, Brent Waltz, I want to thank you for joining me this afternoon. Great talk. Let's stay in touch. Let me know if anything develops. You're always welcome here. It's amazing what you can do with technology now,
Yeah.
And here we go. All right. Welcome, everyone. Charles Moscowitz, Monday through Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I want to thank the good people over at TECN TV, the Exceptional Conservative Network, which is now carrying the show live, and their owner, Ken McClanton, great conservative out of Washington, D.C. If you want to chat, you can do so at rumble.com/Moskowitz. And we actually take calls here, 617-396-4958. My guest is Captain Seth Keshel. Captain Keshel has been, he's a former naval intelligence officer.
Army.
Army, thank you, sir. And thank you for your service. And you have been on the issue of the great election steal since Election Day. I have followed you. You have an extraordinary breadth of knowledge with a particular orientation towards statistical analysis, which is very important. You have traveled the country. You have spoken on the issue. You like to have fun, I noticed. You do some recordings, so you bring a real energy to this issue at a time when those of us who are critical of the election have been vilified often, and it's not always easy. It's kind of a lonely trog occasionally. So I thank you, Seth, for what you've done, first of all. So
You're welcome, Charles. I appreciate the invite to the show. We've been trying to connect for quite some time.
Indeed. So let's go right to it here. I mean, the whole country knows, I think, and polls indicate that most people know that the election of 2020 was stolen. 60% Republicans polled even recently still believe that and still understand that. And I don't know if there's polling on Democrats, but I'm pretty sure it's probably 20 to 30%, and a large number of independents. The way polling works oftentimes as well, people might be afraid or intimidated to speak the truth when asked, because when you have the FBI kicking down people's doors, you don't necessarily want to mention that you believe this because you might end up on the wrong end of that kick on a door. So, suffice to say that everyone knows damn well what happened in 2020. And I think that you are bringing a lot of data to this and science to it that further reinforces what happened. So let's just talk for starters about your methods of analyzing the election state by state, county by county.
All right. So there's 3,143 counties or county equivalents in independent cities in the United States that contribute votes in our presidential elections and also in statewide elections in those states. And of course, they are going to have a finite number of votes, which maxes out clearly at the number of registered voters, which we'll get into is a serious problem. Now, some of these counties, including in the key states that are key for the Electoral College with any Donald Trump run for the presidency and really any Republican run now that the map is shifting around, you have states like Pennsylvania and Michigan, Ohio, Iowa, Wisconsin, Indiana, all across the Midwest, the Rust Belt. And a lot of those counties are stagnant in population, so they're fixed. The population hasn't changed much, or it's declining. And in counties like that, Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania is my favorite example. When you have what's called a coalition shift, people that vote this way that then start voting the other way, when the population is dropping because jobs are leaving, then what that means is one party's stack of votes continues to go down. You can look at Westmoreland County for 3 decades, declining vote totals, election after election after election. And what you have there is a record Trump performance in 2020, and at the same time, a record Biden performance as well, shaving Trump's margins by about, it looks like 18,000 plus votes in my estimates, in a state decided by 80,000. So it takes into account population change, whether that's a surging stream of new population, or whether that's a trickle, or whether that's a decrease. Then we have the party registration where it's available in 32 states. You can see in the counties which way the trends in the elections should be going. And if you don't believe in that, you can take any state that has party registration and put down the registration trend between presidential elections, and whichever party made the advantage is the party that benefited in the next election, whether that was a tighter loss or an expanded margin of victory or a flip of the state. You can see that coming with party registration. So in a state like Massachusetts, I can see coming that the state's going to become more Democrat with an expanding Democrat registration. In a state like Pennsylvania, when it was a 21-to-1 ratio of registered Republicans to Democrats in Trump's term, that is signaling very strongly that Trump is not only going to win Pennsylvania again, he's going to win it by a wide margin. My number for Pennsylvania is 6.4%.
Okay, so let's just focus on Pennsylvania because it's one of the most egregious examples of what happened. I think it was public knowledge before the election that Republican registration was way up in that state. That was in the news. I recall reading about it. We also had a situation where the state legislature was being undermined by a very corrupt attorney general and secretary of state, mainly installed due to financing from George Soros, who were switching and changing the laws against the U.S. Constitution, Article 2, which says that only the state legislature holds the plenary power to make election laws. And they challenged that, and the challenge was thrown out by a corrupt state judiciary. Eventually, it made its way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ignored it after the election. So, you know, the issue of the corruption of our judiciary is a separate question. But the point I'm making here is that Pennsylvania, you know, like several other states, and I know this is such a complex issue. There's so many moving parts, but on election night, it was one of the states that simultaneously shut down and stopped counting. And at that time, Trump was ahead by almost 750,000 votes, right? Then they reopened the next day, and they start recounting and recounting and recounting until a week later, they suddenly find enough votes so that the media, the mainstream Mockingbird media, could declare Biden the winner. And that was how he won. Now, I mean, what do we do to counter that? Because that kind of corruption is so pervasive and so ingrained there now that I don't see how there's ever going to be another free election in that state, given those circumstances.
Pennsylvania has gotten much worse since the 2020 election. This has been a stealth play ever since Trump won the states in 2016. So you have the Trump flip of PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, and a near flip of Minnesota in 2016. Minnesota was on the same trend as the rest of the states and should have been a Trump state in 2020. So when we look at the data on those states, you can see in 2018 that the 2018 midterm is when the Trump level election manipulation actually began. But because Donald Trump wasn't removed from office, most people didn't notice, especially since the end result, which was a flip of the House. And hey, there's actually a split decision here. We got more Senate seats. Most people didn't notice the massive turnout. My number suggests that there's 12 to 21 million more votes cast than are feasibly possible based on historic turnout figures since 1974. So that's the 2018 midterm. And that midterm was instrumental in Pennsylvania for reelecting Tom Wolf and making sure that Pennsylvania had statewide Democrat leadership in place for 2020, because they had it in place for 2016. But in 2020, they needed it because Pennsylvania looks like it had a rightward lurch in the 2018 midterms as well. And then you see in Michigan, 2018 was important for getting Nessel, Whitmer, and Benson in office there in Michigan.
Right.
All three of them were swept in 2018. John James also lost his Senate seat in 2018, and that was when he ran against Debbie Stabenow. He probably should have won that race as well, but instead the result was they got their beachhead in there to prevent Trump from carrying Michigan in 2020. And in Wisconsin, you have Evers, who snatched the governor's seat away from Scott Walker in 2018. That was with the Milwaukee dump of votes late in the night and put it just over the recount threshold. Walker conceded the race. So that is the origins of this. They got their people in place, and of course Minnesota did the same. And they made sure, and Arizona did the same. You have Katie Hobbs was put in 2018 after the race was called for Steve Gaynor, who ran against her for Secretary of State. And they counted in Maricopa County for days. It's when they got Kristen Sinema in the Senate. And you've seen it all throughout the state. Brad Raffensperger went into Georgia in 2018. And we have this nexus of politicians that were put in place in 2018 or before to ensure that Trump wasn't able to get reelected in those key states, because those 6 states are what I call the contested states: Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I have all 6 going to Trump easily. The closest state of those 6 is Pennsylvania at 6.4%. None of those states belong in the actual top 10 of the 2020 election. I also have Minnesota as a Trump state, and I have a number of states that you would never think of in a million years that are within 6 points, that are perpetually blue states.
Right. I mean, that would be if we actually had an honest election.
Correct.
So you had the Soros's project of installing secretaries of states, attorneys generals, and corrupt district attorneys, that because he understood that that's where the power lay. That's where you could have people manipulating the law in such a way that would benefit them. And you've mentioned several of those situations. I mean, Jocelyn Benson in Michigan, along with the other 2 witches, she changed the laws regarding signatures on absentee ballots. That was overturned, her law. 6 months later, of course, it was too late by then. And then just before this recent election, after a citizens group brought evidence that there were 200,000 ballots that no longer resided in the state, they were from people who had either died or had moved out of state, and that they demanded that she remove those ballots, and they had all the names. She just ignored that as well. So we're talking about serious corruption here that in an ordinary time would have been involved with would have been felonies. But yet they are still there. They are more powerful than ever. They were able to, regain their seats in this last election, I think, under very strange circumstances. Do you go into the business of the numbers of ballots that are on the books that are from people who had either died or who are no longer residing in the state?
So people in the state election integrity groups, they get into that because they have to, and that's their piece of terrain that they can control. Where I came in at a national level. At the end of the 2020 election, while President Trump was still in office, I was brought in to give statistical guidance, just like I do now, and it was to provide material for the lawsuits. So I had context, which of course the courts don't care about that, because statistical proof is not hard evidence of a crime like you might find on a security camera. But it supports, hey, something's not right here. Your blood pressure is 200 over 150. Something's not right here. And that is what my statistics show. So I came in at the national level. And then when the election integrity movement kicked off with a national perspective, I've never really been at the county or state level. That doesn't mean I don't have insight on it, but the people that are working at the counties and at the states, they know very closely. They know their county officials, their elections administrators, their county commissioners. And for me to get involved in it would really only create a more difficult path for them. They're going to say, here's a national election denier, or one of the more prominent election deniers in the world at this point. And that is something, but I am aware of the New York Citizens Audit for one. I'm aware of all the election integrity movements across the country, and there's a lot of really good ones. You have them everywhere. Audit the Vote Hawaii is outstanding. Audit the Vote Pennsylvania is outstanding. All across the country, we've got, even in Alabama, dark red states, we have people that are doing good. Even there in Massachusetts,
Oh yeah,
you've got some groups there that hosted me in Middlesex County last year, and that was fun. We had about 10 Antifa show up with their masks on, and they took a look at me, decided they didn't want to do anything about it, but
they're out there. Yeah, they're the thugs, or the kind of what Lenin called the shock troops are brought in occasionally to deal with the lower side of the scissors, the upper side being the institutional, kleptocracy, I guess you might call it. The oligarchies, who are really determined to do whatever they have to do to advance their power. And at this point, it's open, it's out in the open, even more so than in 2020 when we all watched it happen on TV, all the states shutting down. I mean, it just, they just did it in broad daylight. And I'm talking now about Maricopa County, where they literally sent ballots in that jammed the machines. I mean, that they were fitted in such a way that they shut down machines in only the most Republican of precincts and wards. And in a way, I suppose you could say that Republicans kind of stepped in it with that one, because we announced in advance that we would be voting in person. And maybe if we had been a little bit more stealthy about it, we could have pulled it off. I don't know. But the point is that that was the most open, the most egregious steal of all. Now, do you get into the business that Mike Lindell has done such a good job with in terms of looking at the algorithms in the machines? I mean, I know that during the forensic audit in Maricopa County, the corrupt, really rotten election board there refused to relinquish the passwords to the machines. They couldn't actually go into them. And that the company that runs them, that I'm even afraid to mention by name here because they sue everybody with slap suits, they would sue, as I say, I mean, they sued anybody who criticized this.
Well, so all the machine companies, all election machines,
yes,
are vulnerable to misuse, to potential hacking, and to manipulation. So as far as my involvement with Cause of America or Mike Lindell, I am tightly wound with a number of their key personalities. I do a lot of travel, and I regularly present with people who are tight with Mike. I'm on good terms with Mike as well. And my stance on machines, and from early on, just like you said with Maricopa County, from early on, Maricopa County's officials, their county commissioners, they were the big tell that something was up with the electronic elections equipment. Because if they had nothing to hide on that, they could have acquitted themselves easily by turning over all electronic election equipment, letting people look at it, letting cyber experts and forensic experts go through everything, see what the deal is, reconcile the electronic vote records with hard ballots to reconcile it with the voter registrations, and they didn't do that. In fact, they did everything they could to prevent them from being turned over. So that is something to me, given the circumstances, that, and it's not frivolous, it's something they were subpoenaed for, logs, routers, and other electronic elections equipment. The fact that they resisted that so much is a pretty big tell. Now, what can the machines do? Well, the electronic poll books are a big problem. They can determine on election day who's not voted. It's right here on electronics, and not on a binder anymore where you show up at the precinct, sign your name, and go vote. That is by design, that we're herding people into voting centers and that we're trying to make this as digitized as possible, because now we have much more data, and people are now abusing the data, and they are using duplicate or triplicate registrations. They are not cleaning voters off the rolls that have moved or died or moved out to a different precinct. And then you have, of course, completely fictitious voters, which you can find everywhere in those 6 key contested states, especially. But they are on the march in Texas as well. And there is a lot of election fraud in Texas. Yesterday, Smith County, which is the home county of Tyler, Texas, which is a mid-sized city in East Texas, it's heavily Republican. They showed a sample size of 584 fraudulent ballots that were cast in Smith County. as in these are absentee ballots that don't on the count that don't match the hard count of ballots on hand. And that's a small sample size of the county. I'd have to go look at my records to see how many estimated votes I had Smith County, Texas as being over. In fact, I'm going to do that right now.
Right.
But
my understanding, Seth, is that some of the methodologies being used here are so subtle that even most, good conservatives and good vote integrity groups can't detect it. And that includes things like setting up phony separate accounts online that then suddenly appear, they accept votes, and then they disappear. There's a lot of weird stuff that's happening. You have this organization, the name escapes me right now, but they have a headquarters somewhere in upstate New York that has gotten many counties around the country to sign up for them handling the counting of their votes, and that they are very secretive about how they do this, that the votes go to their center. And then you have this group, ERIC, ERIC, which was contracted 10 years ago, including in some red states like Louisiana, to basically clean the voting rolls. And their record is that they've done absolutely nothing, and that the head of their group is a radical left-winger who was funded by George Soros. So, do you know anything about those things?
Yeah, ERIC is something in Alabama. Alabama just got away from ERIC, the electronic voter registration infrastructure. Now we also have in Texas, the state Republican Party is reportedly getting ready to get behind a push to get rid of ERIC. Now, will that actually happen legislatively? I don't know, because the Secretary of State of Texas, they rotate them out constantly. John B. Scott was the Secretary of State until a couple months ago, and he's gone now. So the Secretary of State in Texas is not an elected position, so there's not any voter accountability there. And now we don't really know all of the positions that the current Secretary of State has. All I know is that Harris County, even in the Secretary of State's own audit, Harris County, home to Houston, and also you can look at some of the other counties, Dallas County, Tarrant County, Collin County, they were also audited. Harris County and Dallas County had very poor remarks come in. Now, Tarrant County's got issues too. There's an elections director there named Hyder Garcia, who I am aware of. I've never spoken about him directly. I don't do a whole lot of personal probing. I do all the top level 30,000 foot stuff. Well, he is sniffing around and went to the papers to cry about my numbers, even though the Democrats stayed stuck in the 200,000s vote range for 4 consecutive elections, then completely finished those off, went through the 300,000s and topped Trump, who had a record Republican vote gain in a county that had been Republican since 1968.
Very suspicious.
Right. So all we really need is transparency. We don't need really the result of a lack of transparency is the wrong people get in office. I mean, look at New York. My number suggests that Lee Zeldin should be the governor of New York today, not Kathy Hochul.
I think that I saw you right about that you had some very strange swings in certain counties in upstate New York where the vote turnout did not match the number of registered voters.
Well, correct, but it's not so much about the registered voters. It's the statistics over time, over duration. The statistics provide us an expectation of output of how many votes should be cast. It's just like if you look at baseball, we'll use the Red Sox for example. Ted Williams played from 1939 to 1960. He had 521 home runs. So Ted Williams probably averaged. He missed 4 or 5 seasons solid being at WAR. But Ted Williams must have averaged 35 home runs a year if he played a full season. Now, if we have him at 35 a year, we can look at some of his highs. He probably finished in the 40s here and maybe had a season that was cut short in the 20s. Now, if all of a sudden he's got one season that it's 71 home runs, well, what happened here? Now, you can see it in the 90s where you have the steroid era where players are cracking home runs out like softball leagues. But statistics generally give you an expectation. And if everybody all of a sudden starts hitting 50 and 60 home runs, then you know something is going on. So if Joe Biden has 81 million votes, or if even in the 2018 and 2022 midterms, America just started voting all of a sudden and we have record high turnout everywhere, then we should see that everywhere. And still, I can go through the map in 2020 and find places that did not have a spike. Suffolk County in Massachusetts looks normal to every election year. So according to my model, I flagged that as green. Now, I'm sure that any big city, county like that has its inherent issues that are
Well,
always
that's because it's been corrupt for 50 years, but that's putting that
correct.
aside.
But in all the right metros, they corrupted 2020 as well. So Baltimore County in Maryland, Baltimore City in Maryland, and then not Baltimore County, Baltimore City, and then Suffolk County, Massachusetts, or you can look at Bronx or Manhattan, New York. They look normal compared to every election trend. In fact, Trump trended New York, or he trended Manhattan, Bronx, Queens heavily in his direction. But you can look at other places like all of a sudden, why is there no motivation for Biden among rural black voters in Alabama or in Arkansas? But it's really an enthusiastic block for him in Georgia. So these things don't make any sense to me.
Right, and it does look a little strange when you see, these kind of anomalies. And another factor that, of course, enters into the picture is the amount of money that poured in from people like Zuckerberg, who wrote a personal check for $420 million to fund these two turf organizations, which basically spread it around, as they used to say, greased a few palms, only in the battleground states, only in Georgia, Arizona, I think in Detroit, where basically people, and Wisconsin, where people were doing activism, like, harvesting ballots and signing people up and setting up tables at fairs and doing all the kind of the street work. The thing that's amazing to me about that is that there's very few whistleblowers amongst people who were doing this kind of shady work. Was it just because, there was one or two that spoke to Dinesh D'Souza in his movie 2000 Mules, but it's amazing how tightly sealed that whole thing is. Why do you think that is?
I think that people become too siloed in their understanding of what happened in the 2020 election. It's not just the computers. Some people go in, it's just ban the machines. That's part of the problem. But the mechanism of the election of 2020 and other elections is to use various means that are allowed by state law. You can look at the West Coast, Washington, Oregon, California. Ballot harvesting is legal. Then you have other states where it's not. So when you do it, you're going to do that at the risk of getting caught. Georgia, Arizona, but then you have compliant, wimpy, useless state legislatures and corrupted courts that refuse to crack the whip on that. Now, in Florida, ballot harvesting is not only illegal, it's a felony. And there was the creation of an election crimes task force, which threatens to come into those boiler rooms in the event of a close election that might be trying to flip the state. Mm-hmm. So as far as why is there not a lot of people that talk about it? There are. The Maricopa County has been caught red-handed time and time again. So I've heard it put recently, the 2020 election there was a Bigfoot sighting and nobody got it on camera. Well, 2022, that was on camera. Everybody saw Maricopa County operating in real time to make sure Kari Lake didn't win. In fact, Kari Lake never even took a single lead. Abraham Hamadeh took a lead for a split second before the lead went away. So I think that Kari Lake was kept below even just to make sure she didn't.
I think they had to stop her, because if she had won, the whole rotten thing would have been blown open. That would have been the beginning. And so they didn't even care. They just did it out in the open. And even with Hamadeh too, he lost by what? Less than 200 votes?
Hamadeh lost by less than 300 votes after a slight adjustment in December. Now, he's recently been out there on record saying that the look at the provisional ballots would have given him the victory. But my numbers for those guys, that whole slate in Arizona was an all-star slate. My numbers for those guys suggest that Hamadeh, of course, would have finished first if that were to be the same all the way down. But Kari Lake's margin of victory is about 9.9%.
It's huge.
The most conservative estimate. That's more than 200,000 votes over Katie Hobbs. And that's me being very generous towards Katie Hobbs. So Hamadeh is probably an 11-point winner. And then you have Kari Lake at 10. You have Fincham and Masters are about 4 and 5 points apiece at that rate. Now, Masters, of the four, Masters is the only one that conceded the race, which was completely foolish of him.
Right, I agree. And I think that Kari's that's going to an appeals court
I kind of think that the judge in the state, Thompson, I think he might have been threatened or something. I mean, I think that, these people play hardball because that was such an obvious case of fraud. And yet, he's decided it wasn't. I mean, it just, could he be either that corrupt or I think he might have been frightened. But either way, it's now in an appeals court. Where are they now? Do you know?
So the main issue that you're getting at here with Thompson is a nationwide epidemic. Judicial corruption has been the foundation of that has been laid for decades.
Right.
You really started getting into that when politics got very divisive in the 90s. You might remember red state, blue state became a conversation topic around Bush Gore. So the political well was poisoned. Politics is supposed to be boring. You had remember in 1976, it's Gerald Ford versus Jimmy Carter, and they were arguing about inflation. Now we argue about inflation now because inflation is getting worse and has potential to get much worse and devalue the entire monetary supply. But with politics in the 70s, it was very boring. Now we have every election is do or die. The country lives and hangs by this special election. And Judge Thompson was probably put in place by the McCain cartel. I believe he was appointed in 2010 or 2012 by Jan Brewer, who would have been governor then. So Thompson saw the evidence. He looked horrified by Hobbs's defense team. And of course, the Lake team came up with absolutely excellent. With very little time to present it in a 2-day trial.
And that's after he kicked away several of the charges, except just two.
72% of Americans agreed with Kerry Lake that the Maricopa County Elections Board and county commissioners rigged their own election and prevented their own voters from being able to vote freely on election day. So that's where we wind up with, okay, you acknowledged all this, you saw all this, so why is there not a ruling that provides proper relief? Now, Lake's team requested either she be named the victor or she gets a new election. And a lot of that, it's somebody has to be the first person to throw the ruling to allow for a country like ours to have transparent, free, and fair elections that people actually trust. We should be able to do this. Children in kindergarten can vote for what's for snack on paper, and you can go look at the vote and make sure that only eligible kindergartners voted,
right,
and verify what they want. But somehow the nation that won 2 world wars and put somebody on the moon and has cured certain diseases and viruses, like we can't figure out how to run an election. All you need is more people to run the election with more transparency. We have 330 million people here. You're trying to tell me that the largest counties need to count votes for 7 days, but the smallest ones don't? How about just get a proportional number of people working the elections in a broken down precinct operation? And that's why you have the large voting centers in the large counties to make this practically inauditable.
Right, and that's been a recent trend as well, to centralize the voting centers. We should note that it was only a few months ago that France held a national election. It's a country of 50 million people. They had it done within hours of the closing of the polls. No machines, all hand counted. It's it really can be done, and the fact that it's not in this country is, it's obviously a scandal, but it goes to the fact that we're going to lose our freedom. We're going to lose our ability to be a self-governing people. I mean, unless we solve this. Now, the other leg on the stool, the first one was, of course, the media, the Mockingbird media, which was completely in the bag. They demonized anyone who questioned the election immediately after the election day. They attacked viciously. Anybody can read that. It's obvious. The second thing was the judiciary on the state level. Hundreds of cases were brought. The Trump administration brought several, and they were all kept out of the court. And this was used as a vehicle by the Biden coup, as I call it, to further try to legitimize their claims by saying that these cases were dismissed because there was no evidence, when in fact, they never really reached the inside of a courtroom. They were dismissed on technicalities by clerks whose job is to actually try to dismiss cases and technicalities, but they have a little judgment there, and they can make judgments, and they did so uniformly to stop any of these cases from entering the court. Now, my memory is faulty here. Maybe you might know something about this, Seth, but I seem to recall that there was one case that made it to an inside of a courtroom, and that was in Wisconsin, and the judge, the name escapes me, he heard the evidence. He said this is very convincing that the state had been stolen, and that was a really obvious one. But that he would not rule on it because he did not want to get involved with politics. He did not want to make a ruling that might change the outcome of an election. Am I right about that?
Wisconsin had a lot of issues, and even some of the sheriffs have been involved. Sheriff Schmaling from Racine County has identified, no doubt, slam dunk election fraud in nursing homes in Racine County.
Oh, yeah. That was a big one, yeah.
Racine County is in the far southeast of the state, and that's a county that's got at least 10,000 fraudulent votes for Biden, which is half the margin in the state between the two. Then you have Justice Gableman's investigation
Indeed.
in 2021 that was so thorough that even Robin Voss had to admit with the press in his face that the election in Wisconsin was severely compromised and basically stolen. Now, Robin Voss won't do anything either. So it doesn't surprise me that people that owe their judicial careers to these political bodies rule in the same vein, or they comment in the same vein as the politicians do. So yes, that's a punt, and it's also a head fake to suggest that you have the ability to see that something's not right, but I don't want to be the one to do anything about it.
Oh, that to me is one of the most outrageous things, because the judiciary is supposed to be independent. They're not supposed to look at the politics. They're supposed to look at the facts. They're supposed to be, if we don't have, that's a complete compromise of the principle of a balance of powers, that they would say, we don't get involved in politics like hell. I mean, that's outrageous that they would take that position. But that is the position they took across the board, including the Supreme Court. They just decided at some level, and I'm not saying it was a conspiracy, the people sitting around in a room somewhere and talking about it. It was just more of kind of an informal decision that they would not get involved in politics. So,
well, it's not politics when people's voices are disenfranchised.
Right.
American citizens can't cast their vote as constitutionally prescribed. Then it goes beyond simple politics. Where you don't want to get involved in a squabble between two political parties as a bill is being debated. It's injustice at that point. So can you imagine? Can you imagine if we had an issue today that was clearly involving discrimination of some sort? Imagine slavery on the table, and history records that people didn't want to get involved in politics. Well, there are people that didn't want to get involved in politics. In fact, the Democrat Party for many years would run a northern man of southern intentions, and they would carry the states in New England and of course the South, and they could win starting with Martin Van Buren and Andrew Jackson. So then eventually it became something where everybody has to oppose. And now that excuse wouldn't fly that you didn't want to get involved dealing with injustice over politics. So the same thing is true. The voting issue is the civil rights issue of our lifetime. And it's the reason that the hit pieces don't work on people like myself or anybody else who goes around talking about election fraud is because 60+% of the country agrees that the elections are toast. If you don't believe me, go ask some people that don't look like your standard Republicans and start talking about that and mention Build Back Better. And then if there's a head nod, talk about the election issues. Almost everyone I've talked to agrees with that. So I'm not an extreme majority in this point.
Oh, no. The whole world is looking at the United States, and they see that this regime is illegitimate. And it's kind of common knowledge. I mean, it's not even, something that's up for grabs, but it's particularly disappointing to me, the judiciary. You bring up the Civil War. It was a judiciary. It was jury nullification, actually, that got rid of the Fugitive Slave Act because they said this is not constitutional. And it was Massachusetts, of all states, the founding of a lot of things, which got rid of slavery because of lawsuits brought by slaves and representatives into the state judiciary, and it ended up becoming so costly to keep a slave that they got rid of it, not because the government wanted to. So the judiciary has a very important function here, and it really has fallen down on the job. Now, the third third leg in the stool was the events of January 6th, the assembly. The assembly was when every 4 years, the president, they get together and the delegates basically confirm who is going to be the next president of the United States. And every 4 years, going all the way back to Jefferson, there have been many cases where there has been a contest, including Jefferson's contest himself in 1800, where Jefferson, as the president of the assembly and as the vice president of the United States, declared himself president of the United States. I mean, it's an extraordinary power that president has, who is also the vice president. And there were 7 delegations that were being contested. There were signed letters with at least one representative and one senator jointly signing a letter requesting a hearing on 7 states. That was in the process of happening. The media was there filming. Those states were the states you've mentioned, Seth, along with New Mexico, apparently. And Arizona was first because alphabetically the states are called. In the middle of the hearing, all of a sudden the guy shows up with the Viking hat, and it's over, and everything got shut down. And if anybody was watching television at that time, and I was, they were rolling out extraordinary evidence of fraud, and the whole country was watching. And so it was put to a stop by that incursion. Of course, then later that night or in the wee hours of the next morning, they reassembled and they just gavelled Biden through. Talk about a coup. No hearings, no media, no one saw it. So what say you about that particular incident?
Mike Pence could have, if you've read the Brunson brothers case. Now,
yes,
I am not somebody who is bullish that courts are going to see the law and see the facts and do the right ruling. So yes, is as far out in left field as that case appears to be, it's actually correct, because these are people that took their oath and they vowed to support the United States Constitution and defend this country, and with it, the rights of the people. And when you have the dozens of congressmen or senators that hesitated to certify the results or asked for audits to be done on the results and to delay, they neglected to debate and deliberate on the merits of that subject, and in doing so recklessly certified this result. Now look at the global impact of this person being president and his appointments and the precedent that this is set for us to just go ahead and say that it's real. I mean, the epitome of what it is to be an American is to not trust the government.
Of course.
Because that's the foundation of this country. In fact, the foundation of our nation is right there, basically where you are in Massachusetts, how far that's fallen. But those were people that knew better than to trust the government with everything, including your liberty, including your wealth. And so, yes, Mike Pence should have paused the certification of the Electoral College and sent the electors back. One of the major Sorry, I'm in a hotel here.
That's okay.
Get some of the background noise. One of the major problems President Trump faced in his last days in office was people began to bail on him. You could see the entire cabinet, saying that this is bad. We've already done our challenges. And one of the things the left did is they rushed right ahead, or even the so-called right, these Republican houses, they rushed right ahead and certified their election results. And then what they did is they appointed their Biden electors. And then they slammed it through on January the 6th. So they cemented in their goalposts as they moved them. And everybody that was part of the legal challenges in 2020 thought, before we really saw the extent of the judicial corruption in this country, we were like, well, this is very obvious to everybody that they, screwed this election up big time. So certainly we're going to get the right outcome. And then, of course, here's the hearings in Georgia. Here's Texas versus Pennsylvania, which was from the Attorney General of Texas, Ken Paxton, which alleged that Pennsylvania's miscarriage of the 2020 election led to Texas's 38 electors being disenfranchised. Well, they
Indeed.
tossed that case too on procedural grounds or on standing. So nobody could get in to the courts, even though you can read some of the sidebar about Clarence Thomas's wife and her opinions about the election. And you would have had at least one justice that would have tossed the election. That'd be Clarence Thomas.
Oh, yes, for sure.
You know where John Roberts is. And I will also say that Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh have been major disappointments on the court,
Indeed.
in my opinion.
No, I agree with that.
And Neil Gorsuch has been hit or miss, but he's.
But on that one, they completely fell down. Nobody wanted to hear that case, and that was such an obvious one, with amicus briefs from 5 other states. They were simply saying that this state of Pennsylvania had violated the law by allowing their governor and their attorney general to make laws and put the whole country at jeopardy by putting in place a fraudulent system. And to me, that I mean, the fact they wouldn't even hear that is it just shows how deep the corruption goes.
Yeah, it's not a single issue, just like the elections. It's not just machines. It's not.
It's a very complex issue. There's so many moving parts to this, and it all kind of fell in place. I mean, there's a new book out by Dr. Alexander that he talks about. He was on the COVID task force, and he says that Fauci and Birx they trusted him mainly because he was black and because they had like an Indian accent, and so they thought, oh, he must be one of us, a Trump hater. So they kind of let their hair down around him and talked about how they were trying to sabotage Trump by using the COVID virus. I mean, can you imagine how despicable that is? They don't care that people might be dying from a virus and the country's locked down. They wanted to prolong that because they thought it would hurt Trump. So there were so many moving parts. We didn't even talk about the Hunter Biden laptop and the fact that 55 intelligence officers, including a former CIA director, lied and signed a document saying that this had been a Russian plant. The New York Times eventually admitted it a year later. It's too late. But it just has such a coordinated look to it. I mean, I think that it has everything to do with this kind of world order movement. I don't want to put on a tin hat right now. So let's just say that, I think the same thing happened in recently in Brazil with Bolsonaro, all electronic machines, all voting a certain way. In some cases, he was getting more than 100%, the other guy, 100% of the vote. It just didn't look right. And I think that it's going on all over the world right now.
The whole world is upside down. Every coalition, just about every alliance that's out there, the way that people goad people into alliances and wars is really the same as it's been for more than 100 years. You could see that with I was on Bannon's War Room today, and he mentioned that a lot of what's going on in Europe today resembles the beginning of the Great War that happened in 1912, 13, 14.
Yes.
And, with the potential for involvement and engagement.
Now we have a nuclear confrontation
in other nations.
Yeah, except now they seem to be planning for a nuclear confrontation. I mean, the leadership is really even more demonic than it was then, in terms of the potential to really destroy half the world in order to achieve their bizarre and hateful agenda of world power. I mean, it's really kind of overwhelming. But since we are reaching toward the end of the program, Seth, on all of this unhappy information, I know that we need to talk about what can we do positively as citizens because you are out there doing a lot of very important work here, and other people can contribute in their own way. What do you see that's good? What can we do positive? I mean, one bright light, frankly, I think, was the election in Virginia, where Glenn Youngkin, who was a multimillionaire, and we need a few more of those, fielded a team of thousands of people who volunteered at the polls, who volunteered in the counting rooms, who showed up. These are retired people, teenagers, students, people from all walks of life, and that the Republican National Committee put money behind it. They knew damn well what had happened. And he won. Probably the cleanest election in that state since Jefferson, and I'm not even sure that one was so clean. So what can we do, Captain Keschel?
People have to get involved in every corner of the country.
Yeah.
And for my field of fire, which is elections, I've
Right.
set up something called 4 for the Core. And that is to address 4 issues of the 10 points of true election integrity that can be handled potentially, depending on the state, at the county level. And that would have to do with voter registrations, the abandonment of electronic voting systems, security, getting rid of drop boxes,
Mhm.
and finally the push to provide more transparency, whether that's a small county agreeing within the confines of the law to hold its vote counts back until the larger counties report for a change. Can you imagine
Oh,
if
yeah.
if 66 counties in Pennsylvania waited out Philadelphia, and every time they won and Philadelphia lost, what the uproar would be? And those are the 4 points I think that activists can push at their county level. And we're getting some feedback, whether that is a confirmation of how hardened people are to putting in election integrity measures, or even positive feedback. And that would be forforthecore.com, FOUR, thecore.com.
Excellent.
And the instructions are there for people to sign up. We have about a fifth of the country in terms of counties committed for the Core to provide us information for phase 1. Phase 1 is simply information gathering. And we'll be able to determine from what comes in what can be acted upon, what is actionable for phase 2, which would be sending experts to discuss voter registration databases or perhaps issues with electronic voting systems.
Okay. All right. Listen, Captain Seth Keshel, thank God you're out there doing what you're doing. And I think that everybody can play their role, however it is, within their own capacity to try to preserve freedom in this country. And the most basic and fundamental element of that is to make sure that we have a free election, that we preserve the sacred principle of one man, one vote. So, Seth, thanks for joining me today. I really appreciate it. Let's stay in touch.
All right. Appreciate you, Charles. Thanks for your show.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay. So Seth Keshel is with us there. Thank you very much. I shall return, God willing, tomorrow, 3 p.m. The program is Monday through Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am not sponsored, so I basically am sponsored by myself. My books. They're available at Amazon Books. You just put my name in the server, Charles Moscowitz. That's like Moscow with a Witz. And you will see about 20 books come up. My most recent book being The Populist Wave. Let me see if I can just hold that up briefly to the camera. And other books include The Biden Coup and a bunch of others. Right now, I'm actually writing a book about Judaism, which is interesting. So, check them out. They're there. They're available as soft covers, hard covers, in some cases, ebooks. And please sign up for the program at Rumble. I would really appreciate it. Rumble is still the flagship station. I'm expanding the footprint all the time in terms of getting on, figuring out technically how to sign up new streams, especially since I was kicked off of YouTube, for discussing issues like I just did with Seth Keshel. And I don't want to go back on YouTube for that reason. I don't want to worry about censorship. I'm a former radio talk show host. I understand what censorship is, and I know the difference between censorship and community standards, which I observe. And what we're dealing right now with in this country is political censorship, pure and simple. And I wish that there were more people on the left who were with me. I keep hearing them take pot shots at Elon Musk. And in fact, today I heard Jim Brody over at WGBH in Boston refer to Elon Musk as right wing. Really? Right wing because of why? One reason only. That is that he's ending censorship at Twitter. That makes him right wing. And I suppose he's right. That does make him right wing because the left is authoritarian and they want to clamp down on freedom of speech and specifically freedom in general. So on that note, I want to thank you for joining me. I want to again thank Seth Keshel, Captain Keshel,
You can check him out on Telegram. I think he's got a website, captainkeshel.com. I shall return tomorrow. I've got 2 guests tomorrow, so you might want to check that out. Charles Moscowitz, please check out my books and check out my Rumble page. Thank you for joining me, everyone. God bless you all. God bless America. All right, welcome to the program, Charles Moscowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. My guest is Vince Everett Ellison, who is the author of Crime, Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. Excuse me. Vince Ellison was born on a cotton plantation in Haywood County, Tennessee. In 2000, Vince received the Republican Party nomination for South Carolina's 6th Congressional District. In 2019, Vince wrote The Iron Triangle, which became an Amazon #1 bestseller. And this book deals, I think, in a less than veiled way with the Democratic Party, a little bit of history of it, and where it stands today. So, Vince, why don't you introduce your book a bit here? Give us a thumbnail on its story.
Well, this is my book. It's Crime, Inc.
Indeed.
It says how Democrats employ mafia and gangster tactics to gain and hold power. In this book, I just take the Democratic Party and I show that they are very similar to a organized crime family, how they use similar tactics and they have similar goals, and how they also coordinate together. So how I've proven in the first chapter that the Democratic Party, just like the mafia and the triads and MS-13, are a foreign entity. Their ideology comes from a foreign government. Their ideology comes from Moscow. It's not an American form of ideology. It's not an American ideology. And I show how the civil rights movement was used to infiltrate the Democratic Party into this Marxist communist group right now. So the NAACP, RAM, the Black Panthers, SELC were all communist fronts. And even the white people, even the white atheists and Marxists and weirdos and hippies back in the day infiltrated the civil rights movement and backed it up so that they could take over the Democratic Party, which they did in 1972. And since then, the Democratic Party does what the mafia does. They make their money through hits, and the mafia has hitmen. The Democratic Party has Planned Parenthood. They do trafficking. You know, the mafia does human trafficking and drug trafficking and sex trafficking. The Democratic Party does through by allowing the borders to be open. Mm-hmm. The mafia grooms their children very, very young. They get them when they're 9, 10, 11 years old, and they get them in the gangs. And, you know, the gangs do the same thing. But the Democratic Party uses public education for the same thing. They groom the children to join the Democratic Party and do all this weird stuff. They're into porn. They hate women. They hate minorities. They send the drugs to the minority areas. They control the minority areas. When you read this book, you'll see that the Democratic Party and organized crime are one and the same. Even when it comes to false piety, you know, the mafia, the triads, all of them try to act like, and all these Crips and Bloods act like they're so religious. They go to church and they pray and whatnot. But then when it comes down to it, they'll kill you. They'll take children and use them for porn. They'll do anything for money. So it's a false piety. So as you read this book, you will ask the question: did the Democratic Party cause organized crime, or the organized crime form the Democratic Party? They're both one and the same, hand in glove.
You know, it does seem to be like kind of a double-faced entity, kind of like the Roman god of Diana, which had 2 faces. And on the front face is this pious, benevolent group, and then behind the back is an entirely different agenda that is really hard to explain. And since they control the high ground of the media and the culture, you don't get to question it. You talk about groups that purport to be civil rights groups like the NAACP and others that have been infiltrated by the left, certainly. Same thing is true in my case, with Jewish groups like the ADL, and with women's groups like the National Organization of Women, and they're all, even with gay groups, you have them basically acting as enforcers in that they're going to take out a microscope and try to find something that somebody who is their opponent because of political reasons, they might have said 20 years ago that was insulting. Maybe now they're doing it to men who might have had a bad date 20 years ago, and all of a sudden somebody comes out of the woodwork and is accusing them of rape. Or they'll do, they'll somebody suddenly is a Holocaust denier. I mean, these crazy charges that can destroy a person's life. They can destroy the reputation of a company, and they manufacture these things to do that, to suppress. Not only does it destroy someone who's in opposition to their leftist agenda, but it chills the public debate because people see this happening and they keep their head low. Nobody wants to be accused of these things. It's kind of like in the times of the Spanish Inquisition, there was an auto da fe. They would take someone out in public and they would publicly humiliate them and then probably execute them because it sent a chill throughout the entire society. Hey, I better not step out of line here. Look, this is what they did with Jesus. I mean, right? They had they would crucify people outside the gates of Jerusalem in Golgotha, known as Calvary, to scare the entire country into sort of, kowtowing to the will of the mighty Roman Empire and to scare people who would step out of line. They would take advantage. They would make examples of people. So this is their tactic, and it is a mafia tactic, both in terms of tactically, but I agree with you, Vince. It's literally a mob situation. It's an organized criminal syndicate.
Well, they've always been that way. It's never been a time in the history of the country where they haven't been that way. From 1800 to 1860, with a part of slavery, raping women, putting them on selling their own children.
Oh, the horrors, of course.
Yeah, and making them work without pay. Then after that, they were the part of the Confederacy. They succeeded from the United States of America and killed their own countrymen in order to keep on doing the evil that they were doing. And after they lost the war, they got worse. They became a part of Jim Crow. They started raping, maiming, keeping people from voting, extra-constitutionalism, breaking the law. The law meant nothing to these people. They were criminals. Every city, right now and then, had a Democrat political machine. In New York, they had Tammany Hall. In Chicago, they had the Daily Machine. In Memphis, they had the Crump Machine. In Los Angeles, they had the Bradley Machine. In Missouri, they had the Pendergrass Machine. They always had these political machines that controlled the politics of the area. And they sent their mafiosos out to intimidate and hurt people to make them vote for the Democrat Party. The union representatives were the same way. They come out and they beat you and slap you around and make you vote for the Democrat Party. This is who they've always been. And when John F. Kennedy stood in front of the Berlin Wall, he said, if people think that communism is a good thing, let them come to Berlin. What I say, if people think that the Democratic Party is a good thing, let's go see what happens in the places where they rule. If you think the Democratic Party is a good thing, well, I'll tell you, let them go to Detroit. Let them come to Chicago. Let them come to Washington, D.C., Memphis, Houston, L.A., Milwaukee, Philadelphia. Wherever the Democrats rule, there's nothing but chaos. There's nothing but death and destruction.
You're obviously absolutely right.
Perverts, liars, hypocrites, and anti-Christian bigots. And we need to run them out as quick as we can. Y'all buy Crime Inc., read it, share it with your friends, use it as a gun and as proof who these people are. Educate yourself, and let's send them packing in 2024.
Well, this is what we need to overcome here, because as you point out, they have controlled the big American cities, I think, absolutely since the mid-1960s, when they started with these riots that were communist inspired, and that they enthroned these machines that are stealing elections. They have these they shut down when the polls shut down. They have people in there, these ward healers, who fill out the ballots. There's plenty of witnesses of this, and I think that has only been enhanced by electronic machines that are online and all these other mechanisms, these mass mailings of the absentee ballots that people get like 30, 40 ballots at their house, or they go to a vacant building and they get somehow mailed in and they stuff the drop boxes. We all know what happened. Everybody knows it, whether they want to admit it or not. And it has really become worse. You know, I don't think it's an accident that these corrupt Democrat machines are controlling these cities, and these cities have literally gone to hell. People aren't voting for that. I don't believe they are. I mean, I don't believe that people are that.
No, the Democrats have been stealing elections since 1872. That's why the Civil Rights Movement was precipitated, because the Democratic Party wouldn't let black people vote. They were stealing elections then. They never stopped stealing elections. They would rather steal an election than win one outright. This is just who they are. And I go into a lot about Martin Luther King Jr. and how the communists were controlling the Civil Rights Movement. In 1956, Taylor Brandt wrote in his book, American the King Years, he said in 1956 that the Comintern gave a order that their people in the Civil Rights Movement were supposed to turn the black community to a replica of the old Soviet Union, And they did that. We have one party rule, dictator worship, false religion. They brought the communists to the black church and they made it apostate. Martin Luther King Jr., a lot of people don't know these things about him, but he was excommunicated from the black church in 1961. He was excommunicated from the National Baptist Convention for trying to take it over for the communists and the Civil Rights Movement. So he started his own religion. He called it the the Progressive National Baptist Convention. Look it up. The Progressive National Baptist Convention was started when the National Baptist Convention, a 10 million member unit, kicked Martin Luther King Jr. out of it. He killed a preacher on the floor, rioting, trying to take it over in 1961. Also, a lot of people don't know that Martin Luther King Jr. was the first recipient of the Margaret Sanger Award in 1966 for abortion clinics. They also don't know that he was the reason for the man out clause in welfare. They ran the father out of the house. They said that the mother could get money only if the father was out of the house for welfare. Yeah, King was behind all of that. See, Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy told King before the March on Washington that he had communists in his organization. You need to get them out because they want to help. They want to destroy America. So people need to understand the history of King, and I talk about this a lot in my book. His "I Have a Dream" speech, which people read which little school children now have to recite, was written by two communists, Clarence Jones and Stanley Levinson. And King said in that speech that he had 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Negro is still not free. Well, that is a lie. I was born free. God gave me my freedom. According to John Locke, my freedom is an unalienable right. It is irrevocable, non-transferable, and unsellable. And he also said that we should be ashamed of the color of our skin, that we dream of one day that I will not be judged by it. I will not walk up to a racist and ask him to look over the color of my skin. Never me. If Martin Luther King wants to do that, let him do that. I don't care how you feel about the color of my skin. That's your problem. If you put your hands on me, you're going to have another one. So I want all your viewers and your listeners to go to my website, VinceELlison.com. That's VinceELlison.com. You'll see my blogs. You'll see my books for sale. You'll see my documentary, and buy them, and they'll rock your world.
Oh, you bet. So, Vince, your book is Crime, Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. You know, it obviously makes a lot of sense. And you get into in your book these really explosive charges about the late, great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who I will still say I give a lot of credit for, because he did stand for nonviolence and he didn't want to have a violent revolution, unlike
but nonviolence is not a Christian virtue. Non-aggression is a Christian virtue. That's why he told that lie that nonviolence was a Christian virtue. It's not. It's non-aggression. There's no virtue in me and you walking down the street and seeing a 3-year-old girl getting raped and accosted, and we stand there and say, well, since we 3, 2, do anything.
Of course.
No, our job is to grab him, whoop him till he stops fighting, and then can't turn him over to the police to testify at his trial. There's no virtue in you and I as godly men, me as a Christian, allowing men to come in my house and rape my wife and my family. Where's the virtue in that? No, Christianity is a religion of non-violence. When Jesus went into the temple and he told the money changers not to come into his house anymore, changing money, and they disobeyed him, I don't know how many times, what did he do? He got the cord, he ran them out. Yes, he also told his disciples tonight. You remember when I told you not to bring your no clothes nor money? Well, tonight you'll need some swords. How many do we have? And Peter said we have 2 of them. He said that's enough. Look, it's a lie, and because of that, Martin Luther King Jr. and his nonviolent concept made us a generation of stalkers. A tree is known by the fruit it bears, isn't it? They asked Christ, how you know a false prophet? They said by his fruit, not by what he says or he does. When you look at Martin Luther King Jr. and you look at the condition of the black community, and it's revealed that we made more progress the 100 years after slavery than we have in the last 50 years, how can anybody say he was a success? The black the black community is destroyed. The black family is destroyed. The black education system destroyed. Black business is destroyed. 5 times more men in prison. Show me one place that he's been successful except for getting more black liberals and Democrats elected into office. What place has he been successful?
I think you make a brilliant point. You know, I mean, it's
nowhere. So how so he's a
and also
prophet.
I think
Jesus said that you will know them by their fruits, and his fruits
and
are
what
right.
I've also heard, Vince, is that Martin Luther King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and his whole group, they purged the black church of conservative ministers. And, you know, they kind of took the high ground with the full backing of the establishment that actually was hoping to keep black people down and keep black people in their place. You know, I think that the 1960s saw left-wing organizers implement Lyndon Johnson's War on Poverty and Great Society, which, as you said, it damaged the black family. I mean,
well, it was Martin Luther King Jr. was behind that. Listen,
yeah, I believe that.
Patrick Moynihan did the Moynihan report.
Yeah, that's
in 1965. Right. He told Lyndon Johnson that we need to use the federal government to put the black man back in charge of his family. Lyndon Johnson agreed. In his book, Bearing the Cross, David Garrow talks about this. He told Moynihan to take his report to the civil rights community. McGeorge Bundy was with Moynihan when he did it. He took it to Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights community at this convention they were having. And McGeorge Bundy wrote, it was a wonder Moynihan got out of that room alive. They cussed him out, called him everything but a child of God. The feminists said that marriage was like slavery. And they did not want to put the man back in the head of the family. And so they put the man in-house clause in welfare and said if the man is caught in the house, instead of the family getting welfare, he gets none. They only get money if the man is out of the house. And in one generation, we went from 80% of our children being born in wedlock to 80% being born out of wedlock. And that's because Martin Luther King Jr. turned down Lyndon Johnson's, when Lyndon Johnson said he wanted to put the black man back in the head of the family, they turned it down. People like to put this on LBJ. It was not LBJ. It was MLK. And my documentary proves it, and my book proves it. I have a documentary out. It's called Will You Go to Hell For Me? And in this documentary, I asked the question, can a Christian vote for a person that says, I'm going to cut off the breasts of little girls and call them little boys, castrate little boys and call them little girls, give them puberty blockers that mess up their lives forever, vote for 9-month abortion, killing children on the table, do the sex trafficking and fentanyl across the border that's killed 100,000 Americans every year, trap children in failing schools where they never learn to read and write, take weapons from people in war zones so people can kick their doors in and kill them and defund the police so they can't be protected. Can anybody vote for that and think that they won't be held responsible in the eyes of God? I say no. What is evil? I'll make it simple for you. Evil is anyone that'll harm a child. Jesus Christ said anybody that will harm one of these little ones, they put in a millstone, be tied around their neck, they'd be thrown into the sea. Well, I hope these Democrats can swim.
You make, as I said, I mean, I can't really add anything to that. It's a brilliant presentation. I hope that it reaches enough ears. And I know they're trying to censor you on YouTube and all of that in your documentary. Vince, where can people get your documentary?
They can go to VinceEEllison.com. VinceEEllison.com. You can get my books. You can read my blog. You can get my documentary there. If you want to see the trailer, go to VinceEEllison.com. You can watch the trailer there, and it'll send you to a link where you can buy the documentary, stream it, or where you can buy the DVD. I debuted the documentary on Tucker Carlson's show a month before he left Fox News. Tucker said it's one of the most powerful trailers he's ever seen. Sean Hannity said the same thing. I would ask you to watch that trailer and then look at this documentary. Buy it or buy the DVD or stream it. But it will change your life. All this stuff about Martin Luther King Jr. and how they let the communists infiltrate the civil rights movement and how they went into the Democratic Party. It's all in there. All about the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights worker being used as conduits by rich white liberals to keep black people under control. It is all there. Every question you have about why
excellent.
Black
I mean,
Christians,
the black church began to be corrupted in the late 1930s with Margaret Sanger and her so-called Negro Project, where she set up an abortion clinic in Harlem, knowing that as a white woman, she wouldn't be able to convince black people to go have abortions. So they started to pay ministers to encourage it. And
she was a very close friend of Ernst Rudin, who was a Nazi sociologist, and she would publish his work, and she believed in race theories, and she considered black people to be a dysgenic race, and
Well, the
and
sad
all of
thing is
this.
that black people believed it. It's not that white people believed it. They can believe what they want to believe. But the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights organizers taught black people to believe it. This is why we kill each other in such astronomical numbers. And this is why the most dangerous place in the world for a black person is inside the womb of his mother. So they teach us to kill one another while we're in the womb. So we definitely kill each other after the child is born. We have a dysfunctional society, and that's because we always had a dysfunctional clergy. And the clergy was taught by the plantation owner to tell black people to kowtow and keep themselves in line for white people. And this is why black people during the civil rights movement turned into stalkers. They had their own schools, they had their own communities, and we've been the only people in the history of the world that ever forcibly asked or forced our oppressor to allow us to integrate with them. That's because of the Stockholm syndrome and the cognitive dissonance. It made no sense. It makes no sense now. Most of the other minorities, whether it be Indian or Jewish, think about Jewish people after the Holocaust going up to the Germans, asking them to integrate with them. It's ridiculous. Instead, just like Brigham Young, what did they do? Brigham Young went out west,
created his own state.
His own group. The Indians did the same thing. Give us our reservations. Most people want to get into an enclave. They want to remain American, but they don't want to be under the heel of their oppressor or the people that they think are their oppressor. The black American, led by the Democrat Party, asked, cried, and demanded to live under the heel of their oppressor. And that's where they are now, under his heel. And it's not the white Democrat, it's not the white conservative that's doing it. The white conservative, the best decision the white conservative ever made was to leave the Democrat Party in the early 1970s. Because if they had, they would have fallen victim to the same stuff that the black people have right now. They would have had them at the bottom of every socioeconomic statistic in America also. Instead, when you come down south, the white conservative is doing fine. He saw it coming. He saw the LGBTQ coming. He saw the atheism coming. He saw the lies, the deceit, and the poverty coming. And he said, the heck with the Democrat Party, and got out of it. Saved himself. But black people wanted to hold on to the master. Hold on to that D. Nancy Pelosi held a glass of water and said, in minority communities, people will vote for this glass of water that had a D on it. That's how brainwashed black people are with the Democratic Party.
And here you have it again. We talked about in the 1960s, as you say, they scuttled the Moynihan Report. They replaced it with welfare that paid women to get rid of their husbands and then have more babies out of wedlock. So you have young black men growing up without a father figure in the house. You have leftist economic programs that are stripping the neighborhood of entrepreneurialism and opportunity and all of it. You've got the school system that's been infiltrated and taken over by ideologues who are not teaching things like phonics to help a person know how to read and all of the methodologies and the Constitution. Instead, it becomes a behavioral soapbox run by these leftists.
Man.
And that includes it particularly affected black families because they had already started to destroy the family. And they didn't have the support.
And Martin Luther King Jr. and them and all of them backed it up. I mean, it's the stupidest thing in the world. You say you hate George Wallace and you hate Orville Faber and Lester Murdoch and all those guys, right? All those old Southern governors. But then you have a school system that you have absolute control. We said, no, we don't want to scuttle that school system and hand our children over to the racists. It's like Jews saying, I want to hand my Jewish children over to Nazis to educate. Now, look at what's going on now. The children can't read, they can't write. Baltimore doesn't have one school that can educate children properly in math or science, not one, or reading, not one. Nevertheless, when people start talking about school choice, black people, when you poll them, will go 95% for vouchers and charters. But when it comes time to vote for the politicians, they say, I won't vote for a Republican because he's a Republican, but I vote for a Democrat. It's brainwashing, it's Stockholm syndrome, and they demoralize them to a point where they cannot even think. They think that they are what they say they are. You're no good, you're ignorant, you're stupid, you don't deserve anything, but the crumbs that fall from the table, that's all you're going to get. Don't try to do any better. Don't try to do any better. And when Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson walk out there talking about, how can you pull yourself up with your bootstrap and you ain't got no boots? Telling black people what they can't do all the time. Jesus Christ said what? He said, you're more than a conqueror. You cannot be a victim. You cannot be oppressed. They said, thou shalt not covet. But what do these guys say? income inequality. They say, he said, my peace I leave with you. What are they screaming? No justice, no peace. They walk around here begging and stalking white America, looking in the window. Everybody hates a stalker. I don't care how pretty a woman is. If she's a stalker, she's despised. And they turn Black America into a generation of stalkers who are pitied and despised all over the world as opposed to be respected. That's why I can't stand the Democrat Party. They are a cabal of liars, perverts, psychopaths, anti-Christian bigots, full of pride, full of hate. They destroy everything they touch. Crime Inc. tells you all about them. Get the book. Learn about this evil party and never vote for them again, because you're putting your soul in hell. You're putting your soul in jeopardy when you vote for this party.
Yes, indeed. And we talked about what they did economically to the Black community, how they try to force integration, what they did with welfare, what they did to the Black church, what they did to Black education. Then, of course, in the 1980s, they introduced drugs. And now, you have young Black men mostly who don't have a father figure and who are therefore susceptible to this. They don't have employment because of this bad economic agenda of the left. And so they turn to things like drugs. And then the final line of defense is police department keeping the 99% of people in that community who are trying to get to work and get to school, keeping them safe from drug gangs, many of which have been imported. And then they want to defund the police and basically leave the neighborhood completely.
The one thing they do, Mr. Moscowitz, is they keep people from praying to their God. If you go to a football game now and you kneel, if you are praying to protest, if you're kneeling to protest your country, they will give you accolades. But if you're kneeling to pray to God, they want to put you in jail. They have taken God out of schools. They brought the drag queens in. They've taken the Bible out and they brought porn in. My mommy, my two mommies, and my two daddies. Right. They're allowing demented men in dresses to go in the bathrooms with little girls and women. They're allowing demented men to participate in sports with women. See, this party is insane. And when you start voting for an insane party, like people are doing here, you're going to be held responsible in this life or the next. There's no severability between you and your vote. You ask the Nazis about that, the ones that put Hitler in charge. Did they not pay for it? Of course they did. Ask the Russians about it, the ones that put Stalin in charge. Did they not pay for it? Of course they did. Ask the Italians about it, the one that put the crazy Mussolini in charge. Did they pay for it? Of course they did. And America is going to pay for this if they do not repent. This is what we got to understand, because what the Democratic Party tells you, and this is what they do, their biggest sin, is they tell you not to repent because you've done nothing wrong. They tell you to walk around in pride. C.S. Lewis said that pride is the most damnable sin. All other sins are flea bites and pinpricks compared to pride. All sins derive from pride. All of it. Murder, divorce, envy, hatred. And that's all the Democratic Party is. Envy, hatred, covetousness, everything that's evil, they want to make legal. Everything that's good, they want to make illegal. They want to make death legal. They want to make aborting children legal, bad schools legal, drugs legal. You name it that's bad, they want to make it legal. And these people aren't criminals because they litter and run stop signs. They are evil because they kill and destroy people, and they enjoy it. They're not trying to change things in Baltimore. They're not trying to change things in Memphis. They're not trying to change things in Chicago and New York. Oh, they strutting. Yeah, they're happy. They run for re-election. Talking about, look how good we've done. A Democrat Party heaven is an American hell. Never forget that. And we have to beat these people in 2024.
How? How can we do it? I mean, you've got the same.
They are panicking right now because they just saw this poll that said Trump is ahead by 10 points, and that the Black
but they still.
20%, about
I know
20%
this, but
That's
Black people now, Black men are up. Yeah, I mean, look, Trump obviously is a natural hero for Black people, for minorities, for young people, for people, blue collar, everyone that is basically trying to participate in the American way of life. But they still have their corrupt machines that are running the show, and they don't care. How do we defeat that? I mean, that infrastructure that stole the 2020 election and stole the 2022 midterm, they're still there. No one's doing anything about it.
Well, we're hoping. We're hoping that something is done about it. we're hoping that they will have all their ducks in a row and that Trump will have his people in parts of the inner city. All he has to do is go into he has to go into Detroit, Milwaukee, Charlotte, and Atlanta, and he'll be fine. Because they stole the election in Wisconsin, they stole in Pennsylvania, stole in Michigan,
Oh yeah.
they stole in
Obviously.
Pennsylvania,
And everyone knows
and
it, but nothing is.
so
Those
all
states
you
are
got to do
still
is
run by the
go to
same
those
people.
5 cities. Well, you go to those 5 cities and you put your people there to watch the polls, and you know how they did it last time, and they've done a good job at taking out all the ballot harvesting and the drop boxes. The legislators have changed the law quite a bit in a whole lot of those cities and also the mail-in balloting. So they have an opportunity now if you want to come in and watch the polls, because we also have decided that we're going to get involved in the early voting and also the mail-in voting. This is something that the Democrats used to just control. We just came out to vote on election day, and they would already have the lead on us by 1 million votes. So what we need to do is do what they do. We need to take advantage of the same thing they do: the ballot harvesting, the street money, all of it. We need to play the game the way they play it. This is a war, and if you're not willing to use the same tactics as your enemy, you've already lost.
No, I agree. You can't come to the war disarmed. They had Zuckerberg give them a check for $420 million for walk around money on the street.
Like Coke and everybody else, and Elon Musk, we gotta do the same thing. This is how you beat them. You got to play their game. You don't go into Oakland Raiders to play the Oakland Raiders and think you can play some type of pity pat football. You got to go in with the sledgehammer when you're playing them. That's how you beat them. So when you go against the Democrat Party, you got to understand who you're dealing with. You're dealing with the mafia. You're dealing with the triads. You're dealing with MS-13.
Literally.
You're dealing with the criminals, man. This is why I wrote this book. You got to have a J. Edgar Hoover to go in and take these guys on. And that's why the left hates Hoover, because Hoover went in there and played the game the way they played it, and he beat them. And they try to bastardize his name even right now because he beat them all. Every time he beat them.
I know Hoover, at least Hoover went after some genuine enemies of America, like the Klan and like the communists and like the mafia. Yeah, he did.
And if we had a Hoover now, they wouldn't be here now. Hoover took them out. And that's why they use the public education system right now to try to take Hoover down, because they want to bastardize Hoover's name because Hoover did such a good job on it.
Vince, now we have an apparatchik who is putting men in jail for 22 years for expressing their opinions. But Vince, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book, where they can get more information about your documentary. I really applaud what you're doing. I'm glad to see that you're out there. It's very encouraging.
Go to VinceEEllison.com. 3 E's in the middle. VinceEEllison.com. Look at the trailer for my documentary, Will You Go to Hell For Me? It's about 2 minutes long. As Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity said, it's the most powerful trailer they ever saw. Look at it. Stream the trailer or stream the video or buy the DVD. You can also buy Crime Inc. on their website. And my other 2 books. All of my books have been bestsellers. I've sold over 100,000 books in the last year. They 25 Lies, Iron Triangle. And this is why the Black community is turning for Donald Trump. It's because of this. Because of what I'm doing out here, what other people are doing, and we're going to keep on going. And what my friend tonight having me on his show so I can talk to y'all. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to talk to your audience. And I hope that they take in what I'm saying, because this is so very, very important. They've been lying about you. They've said that you're homophobes, that you're racist. You're not. Stay strong. I speak for you. Buy my book. Put it in your liberal friend's face and say, now answer this question.
Drop it on the coffee table of your liberal friends. All right, Vince Ellison, I want to thank you for joining me. It's been an honor. Let's stay in touch. Thanks a lot. All right, take care. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Welcome to the program. I just want to make sure I'm live on Getter. Getter's a big growing site for me. It's really amazing. And also Roku will be on board next week. All right, Boris Epshteyn, investment banker, political strategist, attorney, advisor to President Donald J. Trump, co-host on the War Room Pandemic with Stephen K. Bannon. I try to take that in every day. What an excellent show. It's amazing he's still, they can't seem to touch him, that he's still up there. Before we get into a talk about the Bitcoin, the FJB, I have to ask you about current events, and I have to talk about the ransacking of President Trump's house.
and what a now an Israeli journalist has referred to as America's Kristallnacht. I don't know if you saw that. But what's going on? I mean, how is President Trump?
Well, I mean, what's going on is very clear: is that this is a politicized persecution, a weaponization of, of law enforcement, and it's clear as day that Biden and his feckless administration are doing all they can to try and intimidate President Trump from running again. But it's not going to work. President Trump's going to continue to fight for the American people.
I can't believe how amazing Donald Trump is as a man. I mean, to withstand this kind of personal attack against him and his family for 7 years. I mean, I hope that he knows how loved he is by so many people in this country. When you look at the strength that he's displayed, I don't think there's been a case of leadership like that probably since Lincoln.
No doubt about it. The president is this country's leader. He's the irrefutable leader of the Republican Party, the MAGA movement, but America as a whole, because he's got the broad shoulders that we need to lead us during this difficult time.
You know, it's a relatively new phenomena in this country for FBI agents and people, ninja dressed law enforcers showing up at private homes and banging the door down and pulling people out of bed at 5 o'clock in the morning. This is not normal. Has this ever happened? I mean, other than obviously for drug dealers and crime.
It's unbelievably troubling. It's using and weaponizing law enforcement to target political opponents. It's what we thought could only happen in third world countries, but now it's happening right here in America, and it's a scary time, a dark time in America, as President Trump said in his statement.
Indeed. And I think that there is a huge backlash against it, even among some people on the liberal side. Certainly there's a break on the part of independents. I think some of the rhino Republicans, the Trump-hating types, are queasy about this, and they've even come out and said that they're against it, maybe with some outliers like Liz Cheney, with an exception. And you only see a few liberals, like maybe Rachel Maddow looks like she's having an orgasm on television. But other than that, I don't see them exactly standing up and cheering for this.
I mean, the old ACLU liberals who used to stand for freedom and against tyrannical government are not for this. Libertarians are not for this. Independents are not for this. Charlie Sykes, National Review.
Boris, you have followed since day one the election steal, and you've been one of the people that I've looked to as a great source of information, particularly in the 6 states where the election was stolen, probably more than that, probably 7 or 8 states. President Trump, all of his endorsed candidates in the primary won their primaries. All of the Trump-hating Republicans who voted to impeach President Trump lost their primaries, with the exception of Liz Cheney, and she's going down in about a week. Does this have anything to do with this home invasion, do you think?
I think the President Trump's continued strength in terms of the midterms, strength in the polling for 2024, and just that CPAC among Hispanics at 81, the next guy's at 16. Overall, he's at 69, next guy's at 24. I think, yes, President Trump's political strength has everything to do with this raid, with this break-in of his home. Absolutely, it has all to do with that.
To just look at the break-in itself, I understand, according to the Gateway Pundit, that President Trump's lawyers were not allowed to go in and observe what was happening, that they were in there for several hours. Possibly, did they plant something? I mean, is there something, going on here? I think they were just trying to soak up some gossip, that just like they did with the Steele dossier, where they could spy on Trump and listen in on his phone calls.
Well, it's possible, to truly know at this point in time. Been out there a lot in reports, but also President Trump's account on Truth, that it's definitely concerning the way that this was handled by the DOJ is concerning. It was completely unnecessary. President Trump and his team are in full cooperation with the necessary agencies, and this kind of ransacking, break-in. They had asked President Trump and his team to put a lock on a specific door. They went and broke that. So. Same broke a save. This kind of break and raid, absolutely unprecedented and deeply, deeply unnecessary. And it's very concerning for all Americans, this sort of abuse of FBI power. And you've got, the Washington Post is writing it up. The Wall Street Journal is writing it up. There's a true deep concern up and down the block.
And obviously take a president taking home
archival information is something that goes back to John Adams when he left the White House. This is nothing new. It is perfectly legal and appropriate. A president is not held by standards of classification. They can take that home. It's not like Hillary Clinton with the 30,000 emails after she was subpoenaed by Congress, destroying them. She wasn't president. So I don't see where they have a case for this.
It's complete nonsense. It's just, again, it's political targeting, and the Democrats and the deep state, the establishment, they know they've got a major enemy in President Trump, and they're doing all they can to attack him and attack his family. That's, in the end, is what it's all about. Of course, President Trump followed all proper rules and regulations, and as chief executive had wide authority over documents. I mean, the whole premise is so ludicrous, and that's, I think, why there's been such a general and overarching uproar against this. And I think you're going to see that continue.
And I think the Gateway Pundit also mentions that there were several attorneys that are on the team of Attorney General Garland that were there at the site. So
I don't know anything about that, but I will tell you that this was a production that was completely unnecessary. It was a political stunt, and that stunt is blown up in the Democrats' face.
It has, and I think they just reelected President Trump to a third term. I mean, it seems to me. Maricopa County is still counting, ironically. I mean, are they still trying to stop Carrie Lake? What's going on over there? Do you know?
Well, I think that election's over, and Carrie Lake has won it, and now it's now it's on to going up against Katie Hobbs for the in the general there. And
there couldn't be a better example of what happened in 2020 than what's going on right there in broad daylight. Right. In Michigan, Dana Nessel has said, Attorney General, very corrupt, has commented that she's going to prosecute Matt DePerno and that she's going to bring charges and felony charges. This is what the Democrats seem to be doing now, rather than running.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're obsessed with. They're trying to use the law enforcement to target it against their opponent, and it's very disappointing. My friend, I'm so sorry. I've got my phone's blowing up. There's a lot going on. It's just
briefly, Boris. Yeah, let's wrap it up. But briefly, talk about the Bitcoin, the F Joe Biden.
Crypto. It's FJB. It's FJB coin. FJBcoin.org. FJB stands for obviously what it stands for, but also Freedom, Jobs, Business. And it's a community in cryptocurrency, which is another way to push back against tyrannical overreach, against radical woke corporations who debank you, deplatform you with credit cards, and that's this is a big part of that. Steve Bannon and I have been a part of that community now for months, and are proud to see it grow. They just introduced a wallet through which you could purchase and buy and sell crypto, not just FJB, but other coins as well. So FJBcoin.org, if your audience would check it out, I think they may find it interesting.
And how do they get to it, and how do they get more information about you, Boris?
FJBcoin.org about the coin, and on me. Thank you so much for having me. BorisEP.com is the website, BorisEP.com. It's at BorisEP on Twitter, at BorisEP on Getter, at Boris on Truth, and Boris_Epstein on Instagram.
Way to go. All right, Boris Epstein, thanks so much for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you, my friend.
All right.
Appreciate you. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
We're now live on Rumble. And also I want to be live on Rockfin, of course. Rockfin is the new kid on the block for me.
Oh, right. I don't know even a thing about that one.
Oh, it's a good one. All right. So my guest is Larry Schweikart. He's the author of The Patriot History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline. Larry Schweikart has won a wide acclaim for his number one New York Times bestseller, A Patriot's History of the United States, which, by the way, I read and I love. It's a great book.
Thank you.
Larry, thanks for joining me today.
It was my pleasure, Charles.
Larry, you talk about the rise of globalism and how that has impacted America. Of course, this is an interesting theory. I mean, various people have a lot of different takes on the origin of it. From a spiritual standpoint, I view it as going back to the Garden of Eden. Mm-hmm. When the serpent told Eve that she could be like God, and she could know all things, good and evil, in the planet, and thus overthrow God. And I derive that from the introductory chapter, the letter to his children, written by Whittaker Chambers in the book Witness, mm-hmm. which I think where he captured that. Your theory, which is amazing goes back to the defeat of Napoleon and the rise of the great powers of Europe. So let's start from there and we'll bring it up to today.
Sure. Well, I think one of the most important themes of the book is this is nothing new. As you say, it goes back to the Garden of Eden. Others would say back to the Tower of Babel. But it's always been around where some people are trying to control other people. But what we saw with the fall of Napoleon was for the first time, large groups of people, in Napoleon's case, monarchs, tried to set up a new world order of the day. And just like they do with the post-World War I era, with the Versailles Conference, with the UN after World War II, it's always for the good of the people. We're always going to do this for the good of the people. That's what they say in public. But then as you read in the chapter, behind closed doors, they're saying something much different. And many of the participants of the Congress of Vienna are going, this has nothing to do with the people at all. We're moving populations around to please kings.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's also part of the great, probably what I would argue is the greatest hoax of modern history, which is Karl Marx's communism. The idea that somehow this is a system that's going to be helping the working person, helping the little guy, that all you need to do is transfer your powers to this enlightened elite who will then take care of everything, and they'll make sure that everything is evenly distributed, and they'll create a one world ant colony. But we're talking here about the kind of the aristocracy of Europe, and eventually their clash and the collapse of their vision of world order, which led to World War I and then World War II.
Right. And you know what's interesting? One of the most famous globalists of all is Henry Kissinger. And he praised the Congress of Vienna. Oh, this is such a wonderful thing. It preserved peace. I'm going, wait a minute. There were two major European wars between 1815 and 1900, the Crimean War and the Franco-Prussian War. Did I miss peace in there somewhere? I mean, it's a war about every 30 or 40 years, right?
Right.
So you get up to World War I, and Woodrow Wilson and his cadre of elites arrive, and they're going to fix things. They're going to make things all wonderful for all the people. They do exactly what the monarchs did. They start moving around entire blocks of people. Millions of people move from Germany into Poland, from Poland into Czechoslovakia, on and on and on, without ever once consulting the people. And so it gets to be quite a common reoccurrence of these elites just completely ignoring what the people want and moving forward with their own agenda.
Right. And it's the exact opposite of the American conception, which is that rights come from the people under God. Kissinger, I think, referred to Count von Metternich as his mentor, who was the Austrian count at the Council of Vienna. And, they basically, as you say, I mean, it led to the development of these super states in the middle of Europe, namely Germany, which was a hyper-nationalist, socialistic state. And this led to conflict, of course, with the Anglo-American establishment, as established by Cecil Rhodes, and as described by Professor Carol Quigley of Georgetown University in his book, Tragedy of Hope. So you have this colossal international clash and competition between these superpowers who sought to dominate world order. So here we are now after World War II and the collapse of Nazi Germany, the rise of the Soviet international entity, and then eventually that collapse in 1990. Francis Fukuyama, the social theorist, wrote The End of Time, where he says that now the United States is the last standing hegemony in the world, the last controlling power. But what he failed to talk about was who is running the United States.
Well, let me go, and I don't want to spend too much time on Napoleon, but there's some amazing stuff in that first chapter. And you mentioned Metternich, and Metternich was, he's a very shrewd politician, but he's also love struck with this woman called the Countess of Dagon, as was Alexander of Russia. And these two guys are vying for her attention the whole time. They're supposedly carving up Europe. And there's one great scene where all of the other people at the Congress of Vienna, the Castlereagh and Alex and some of the others, are all in a corner looking at maps. And Metternich's over in another corner writing love letters to the Countess of Dagon. And it reminded me of that scene in the 90s where Bill Clinton was on the phone, literally deploying troops in Yugoslavia and bombing missions in Yugoslavia. And he was, well, shall we say, being getting the attentions of one Monica Lewinsky, right?
Right. It sounds like Helen of Troy, if you want to look at it
Really?
historically, who led to the war between in the Iliad and the Odyssey, or even the rape of Lucretia, which led to the Roman Empire.
Right.
So you have these situations where this incredible woman steps in, and everybody goes berserk.
Well,
So-
let's get back to your Fukuyama comment, who's
Yeah.
running America. Before we do that, what Fukuyama missed was that all of that was taking place under the Bretton Woods Agreement and the post World War II financial globalism that was set up in order to control world trade. And for people who don't know, Bretton Woods did a lot of things, set up the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. But the most important thing it did was it established an unwritten agreement in which the rest of the world would sign on to free trade protected by the U.S. military and especially the U.S. Navy. We're seeing some problems of that in the Gulf right now, where neither our Navy nor the Brit Navy can really protect all of these flankers from lunatics like the Houthis,
Right.
whoever they are. and
Right,
so,
some kind of Iranian-backed proxy, I think. But you're talking about the World Trade Organization, which was the third leg in the stool of the the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, and that was a kind of a world order institution that would basically transfer the right to regulate trade, which is a constitutional right for this American Republic, to this faceless body of international bureaucrats
right.
that would then be able to penalize American companies and penalize the United States for trade imbalances or lack of agreements that they decide arbitrarily should be in place. And then, of course, the new stool in the chair, and you get into this in your book, Larry, is the World Health Organization and their hegemony over what constitutes health crisis. And they certainly flexed their muscles during the so-called pandemic, and I think that most people now know that there were elements of that were grossly overblown.
Right. Well, and I think most people today, if offered a chance of the Who, the rock band, or the Who, the World Health Organization would gladly take the rock band over that.
Oh yeah, sure.
Let me go back to your earlier comments about the international trade and development and all that stuff. Bretton Woods was set up with this notion that the dollar would be the basis for all international trade. But that in itself relied on an undergirding notion that the dollar would be as good as gold. Now, we were not on the gold standard, but by and large, people, the dollar was pretty sound. The problem was that the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, all of these trade agreements, international trade agreements, required the U.S. to spend money on international aid, what we call foreign aid. And more of this spending drove up deficits, which made the dollar less and less and less valuable. So this was something called Triffin's dilemma. An economist recognized this early on, that there were contradictions built into the very Bretton Woods Agreement that would cause it to unravel. And we are certainly seeing that unravel now. So then they had to turn to other things, which is, as you mentioned, medical globalism.
So you're talking about in your book, A Patriot's History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline, a point at which, and you can't define it by exact dates, but there is a decline in this globalist entity. And I think that you seem to be tracing that to the inexact value of the American dollar, maybe the rise of the BRICS nations, which are now talking about depegging from the dollar as the international unit of currency that was set at the the International Monetary Fund convention at Bretton Woods, and that and also, I mean, in 1970, President Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard, which created a fluctuations that maybe were unforeseen. So you have essentially a demonetization or a decentralization of the world's monetary system. Is that the
Right.
point of departure where the globalist agenda is declining?
The departure from Bretton Woods begins to unravel really with the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. And you start to see the massive military spending, whether you agree with the premise or not. The result is that gradually the public came to say, we're tired of this kind of overseas adventurism and expense. And the US budget started to just explode, whether it was under Bush or Obama or Trump or certainly Biden, whom I
Right.
affectionately call the rutabaga. It's just absolutely exploded under these guys. And the public is saying no more. I mean, I think the sentiment against war, certainly whether it's Iran or anywhere else, is very high right now, which makes it very difficult for Biden to do anything, because he's trying to slip us into a war through Yemen while we're all watching Iran. But I'm not sure how far that will go. So it's a twin path of moving away from globalism. One is the breakdown of Bretton Woods, which is really outlined very well by Peter Zehan in a number of books. And then the other is this growth of the U.S. debt and deficit, and an increasing reluctance of Americans to spend money on other people, since we don't even have it to spend on ourselves.
Well, okay, and the other leg of the breakdown is, as you mentioned, it was sort of implemented during the Wilson administration with the embrace of what was called by historian Charles Austin Beard perpetual war for perpetual peace. And that was a policy of the international establishment from that time right up through Kissinger and right up actually to Trump. Trump kind of put a stop to that to a certain extent, which is maybe at least one of the reasons why this international elite fears and despises him and seeks to put him in prison. And that is that he did no longer would engage in these adventures of nation building and intervention where we were constantly overseas fighting wars. He wasn't an isolationist by any means, but he did begin to wind down these interventions. He demanded that the NATO nations pay for their own defense, which was the first time that had happened, even though successive administrations, both Democrat and Republican, gave lip service to that. Trump got it done. You know, they're now dealing with their own defense. And at the same time, the nations of the world, particularly Russia and China, did not engage in adventures during his administration because he created an aura of uncertainty in terms of what we might do. Now we're back to the old, rotten Anglo-American establishment policy of international perpetual war for perpetual peace. It's been a return to that.
Yeah, he, of course, he made the famous trip to Korea, the only American president to actually meet with Kim.
Right.
And he said, I'll meet with anybody. I'll meet with Putin. I'll meet with Xi. I'll meet with Kim. We can talk this out. Now, the one exception to that was ISIS, which he crushed without hardly any American casualties. And one of the main ways he did this was he just ordered a drone hit on Soleimani, and that pretty much put those guys out of business.
Indeed.
So did he want to move away from that? Absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right. That's why he is so detested and feared by the international elites, as he doesn't play this game. He doesn't play the perpetual debt game. He wants to bring businesses back to America. I'm sure you saw yesterday he met with the United Auto Workers in Washington, which I predicted he would cater to the unions. Huge. That's amazingly big.
And the rank and file, even the head of the UAW acknowledged when he endorsed Biden that the rank and file are major supporters of Trump, and that Trump as a businessman brought something different to the table, which was why he was able to get the Abraham Accords done. And that was moving forward at the time. Unthinkable, never done before, going all the way back. And of course, now Biden has thrown that right in the garbage with releasing billions of dollars to Iran, which is now they're using to help fuel the Houthis and attacking American bases in Syria and Iraq, and funding Hezbollah, which is attacking Israel on its northern border. So you have a complete instability, not to mention giving $1 billion to UNRWA, which helped fund the attack out of Hamas in Gaza. So you have this return to this amoral, divide and conquer Anglo-American policy under Biden. And I think that Americans are aware of that. You talk about the overall decline, which is, I find very interesting, of the globalist order. They certainly are either taking their last gasps right now under Biden, or they're going to implement this. These people don't mess around. I mean, they're not going to give up quietly. We don't know what could happen between now and election day, or even if Trump wins, what could happen. What do you see? Do you think that they're on the way out, or do you think they're going to further consolidate their power?
I don't want to spike the football yet, but I think that they're on their heels like they have never been before. When you look at the Supreme Court, by the way, Trump's court picks haven't agreed with him on everything, but man, they've just been nailing it on rolling back the deep state. And I talked to Steve Bannon about this. I said, what was going through your mind when you guys would present a list of names to him? And he said the number one question that they tested these applicants with was the Chevron doctrine, that was even above the social concerns like abortion. And well, you're seeing that the EPA, West Virginia versus the EPA, you saw it in the Jarkizi versus SEC case, which has now been appealed. There were a couple of other of these cases where the court is consistently ruling against the deep state and the administrative state being able to define its own powers. And so the Jarkizi appeal is coming up very soon. And all indications are that Gorsuch is leading the charge on overturning the Chevron doctrine. So that's a very important step against the deep state judicially and in terms of regulation. You look in terms of elections. I saw that 7 European nations have moved toward a more populist government here just in the last 2 months. And that doesn't include Slovakia, Hungary, Estonia, Italy, which had already had more populist elections, and then our friend down there in Argentina.
Oh yes, Malay.
Another guy who read him the riot act at Davos. That was pretty cool.
Oh, and El Salvador, they basically cleaned up their drug cartel. So, and Taiwan has elected a pro-Taiwan prime minister who's standing up to China. So, yes, it is a worldwide movement toward a common sense nationalism, putting one's nation first. I think that there's moves in Canada for Poilievre as well. And so we're seeing this development, and it's really moving on. What is this? You mentioned the World Economic Forum in your book. I got that in your press release. What went on there, and what are they? I mean, as I say, these guys aren't sitting around twiddling their thumbs. I mean, they mean business. What do you think they're going to try to pull?
Well, their big push, and this is the next to the last chapter, has been climate change, which is nonsense. The climate always changes. It's changed for thousands of years.
Right.
And this whole push for electric vehicles, which I think is really interesting. They kind of put their eggs in the electric vehicle, the wind and solar baskets, and those are all coming unraveled. We saw 2 big wind power companies pull out of contracts on the East Coast in the last month. Every day, new news surfaces about how bad the electric cars are.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of weight. I had one in my today's news, for example, that Canada is figuring out because they're heavier cars, their guardrails won't hold the cars in. And so they're going to have to replace.
Didn't Ford Motor Company just cancel the development of an entire line of electric cars, and that they don't work well in very cold and very hot climates?
Right. And they don't go well with water either. You don't want to get those batteries wet.
Plus the batteries themselves. I mean, that's they like to wrap themselves in ecology. That's a disaster waiting to happen 5-10 years down the road. those toxic metals are going to be creating landfills that
Right.
are going to be a world problem.
And the same thing with the wind turbine blades are equally not biodegradable. They're a huge problem. The lithium mining that's using child labor, a huge problem. Every place they turn, my point at the end of the book is that any path they go down right now, they are in trouble. They are on the defensive, and they're I think fighting a rear guard action. And to go back to Napoleon, the only question is whether Murat's cavalry can encircle them and outrun them and get to the main body before it escapes.
Well, that brings me to my final point here, which is that they are openly running against President Trump, not on any issues because they know they'll lose those, and they are losing them, but on an effort to basically put him in prison.
Right.
God forbid they may even consider the JFK solution.
Right.
What do you see? I mean, I think these are very perilous times, especially since Trump is now clearly, has the Republican nomination in his grasp, and he's ahead in all the polls, particularly the battleground states.
Right.
We can get into the question of the 2020 election. Let's leave that there. But either way, we know that they can't steal it this time, even if they did. I mean, because of the overwhelming attention and light that's being shined on that, and because of the great growth in numbers, particularly among minorities, Black men in particular, and younger people. What do you think they're going to do? I mean, are they going to get him? Are they going to get him that way? Are they going to? I mean, they seem to be twisting the entire system of jurisprudence out of proportion in order to do it.
Right. They launched a two-pronged attack, one civil court with this E. Jean Carroll and the whole attack on his assets in New York, and one in criminal courts, the 3 cases. All of my court sources, including my friend Zen Master, a federal court guy who's never been wrong yet, say that none of those criminal cases are going to come to fruition before the election. And so basically they shot their wad on that. They knew it when Smith wanted a quick resolution from the Supreme Court, and they said, "Niet." And, what's interesting is that I think a guy named Shipwreck Crew wrote that the Supreme Court is going to rule in favor of Trump, but they're not going to leave their fingerprints on it. And they're just going to do it by delaying it past the election when it will become moot. Now, as to the other civil cases, those will probably be overturned at some point. So they're not going to get him out by lawfare, or as I call it, indict fair. That's not going to work. But something else is happening, and I call it the 2 Democrat civil wars. One is Israel versus Hamas, Jews against Muslims. And Biden cannot take a position on that one way or the other because he'll lose the other group. And he can't afford to lose either of those groups. So he's just got to shut up. Trump is already on record as saying, let us have peace. U.S. Grant, let us have peace, right? The other one,
Trump, by the way, is picking up support among the Muslims of Tehran. Because they're more conservative on social issues. So there's different ways. The other thing, I mean, that the Democrats, one of their last gasps, of course, is Taylor Swift. But, I don't know, your young girls are going to, I mean, it's sad, but, it says a lot about the electorate today, but that's one of the things they're trying to pull off. Anyway, Larry, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book.
Okay, so you can get A Patriot's History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline, at Amazon for pre-order. It'll be out in 2 weeks. You can also soon find it on my website, thewildworldofhistory.com. And, that's my general website. If you want to talk politics, I have a political site called thewildworldofpolitics.com.
Excellent, Larry. Listen, thanks so much for joining me. We should do it again, certainly before the election. Thank you very
Carl.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Take care. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moscowitz here. Welcome to the program. And my guest is Robert Spencer. And Robert is the author of Empire of God, How the Byzantines Saved Civilization. Robert Spencer is the author of over 25 books, a prolific writer. He is the director of Jihad Watch. He's Silman Fellow at the David Horowitz Freedom Center. Robert, thanks for joining me today.
Good to see you, Charles. Thank you very much.
Well, before we get into the topic of the Byzantine Empire as a very important historic issue, given your expertise on the nature of Islam and your best-selling books, I need to ask you, in the aftermath of the bloodbath in the state of Israel with the Hamas slaughter of over 1,000 Jews and Israelis, there has been this huge support for Hamas, and in the United States, that's translated in the form of people on the far left, including the Jewish left, I may add, coming out in favor of Hamas. And in Europe, even worse, more troubling, you have the rumblings of what looks like, Islamo Europe. I mean, it's like a takeover of entire zones and cities. I guess that for the first part of my question, is Europe to be saved for Christendom, for the West, or has it reached a tipping point, do you think?
It's going to be very difficult. The Europeans have been setting the stage for what's happening now for many decades. What's happening goes back to the 1970s, when the European Commission and then the European Union entered into a series of agreements with the Arab League that would encourage mass migration of Muslim Arabs and not require any assimilation. They would, in other words, be allowed explicitly by the word of the European governments to establish enclaves where Islamic law was enforced and the laws of the land would be ignored. These enclaves have only grown with the steady rate of migration that accelerated. As a matter of fact, in 2015, when Angela Merkel in Germany started her Wir schaffen das campaign, we can do this, to bring massive numbers of Muslims into the country, and many of other Western European nations followed suit. The European Union is completely on board with this initiative, pressuring Poland, Hungary, and other states that have been reluctant to go along into dropping their objections and opening their doors also. Poland is just about to do that now, as a matter of fact. And it seems as if they didn't realize that this would mean the Islamization and the Islamization of their countries and the subjugation of the native population. Now, of course, there are some groups that are waking up to it. Geert Wilders, who has long opposed this initiative, was just given the largest vote in the Netherlands, but even then, he just dropped his proposals that have been on the table for 5 years to ban the Quran and close the mosques, because he can't build a coalition or become prime minister while favoring those things. And so it seems as if Europe is in a very difficult situation. It would take major upheaval to reverse what's happening now. And if it's not reversed, then Europe will be Islamic by the end of this century.
Robert, we would assume by conventional wisdom that nations would act in the interests of their own futures, of their own people. And obviously, it does not seem to be the case with regard to the welcoming in of a mass influx of Muslims from Africa, from Asia. So what exactly, I mean, I could put on a tin hat here and think about some kind of conspiracy, but in conventional parlance, what exactly is their rationale for this? What exactly what did Germans expect to achieve by letting in 1 million Muslims? I mean, how is this marketed to the average German?
Yeah, Europeans have had a declining birth rate for quite some time now, and
Right.
it's below replacement level. And so it was sold to them on that basis, that these societies are aging and they won't have people to make up the workforce. And so the migrants were sold, the mass migration was sold to the Europeans as a way to make up for that shortfall. The migrants would come in and do the work as the European native population aged. Now, the problem there is manifold. And one aspect of it is the fact that The Quran stipulates that Muslims must fight against non-Muslims. And then it says in chapter 9, verse 29, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. Now, the jizya is a tax. Historically, in Sharia societies, societies that imposed Islamic law, the non-Muslims had to pay this tax for the privilege of continuing to live as non-Muslims. And they were subject to various other forms of humiliation and discrimination and harassment that were institutionalized in these societies under Islamic law. Now, when the tax is not enforced, because it's in the Quran, because it's commanded to the Muslims collect it in the Quran, when it's not collected, there have been Muslim clerics, even in Europe, who have said, in lieu of the payment of the jizya, you can go on welfare. You can collect the benefits that these states offer. And this is why Germany is such a magnet for mass migration, because it offers more generous welfare benefits than the other countries in Europe. And so many of the new arrivals come into Italy or Greece, but they pass right through because those countries are relatively impoverished and they don't give great deals to the migrants compared to what Germany gives. So they were brought in to work and they're going on
Well,
well.
that's what I was going to say. I mean, it kind of contradicts the original selling point for this, which was economic, that they would basically contribute to the economy. They would take jobs, as Bush used to say, you know, that no one else wants, which is really not true. But they're obviously not taking those jobs. They're becoming a burden and a ward of the state, which means a further drain of an economy and a further burden on a dwindling population, thanks to policies like abortion. So you have this phenomena where large groups of people are taking over particular neighborhoods and areas in Europe, and they are not working, and therefore you have all kinds of social problems emanating from that. Like in Britain, you've got these gangs who are, you know, rape gangs, as Tommy Robinson says, and he's just been put in prison, by the way, for even mentioning this. And similar situations in Sweden and Norway, and I think parts of Germany. So the situation there is pretty bad. But in the United States, I am told by my liberal left-wing friends that American Muslims have done a great job of integrating, of being assimilated into the American culture. And they point to Dearborn, Michigan, which has the largest Muslim population outside of the Middle East, as an example of Americanism and people who are productive. And in a way, many of them are. What is the difference between the United States and Europe in this regard, if there is one?
The difference is really only in the percentage. About 10% of France is Muslim now, and the percentages all over Europe are almost as high. And so in the United States, meanwhile, you have like 2% Muslims, maybe 3. That's it. And so the situation, and also a much larger landmass, you're going to have much less of the kind of societal pressure emanating from people who want to see Sharia implemented than you see in Europe. But as that number grows, and it's certainly growing, that's going to change, and we'll go down the same road that Europe is going down now. That is proven by the historical record. There's never been a case where large numbers of Muslims move into a country and adopt its mores and assimilate and don't try to impose Islamic law. It's never happened in history. Why should it be different here?
Right. And if you want to understand what you mean by Islamic law or Sharia, you can check out Robert Spencer's books. He's got a New York Times bestseller on the topic of Sharia. Also, the issue of jihad, which is unique to Islam. It's not something that exists in Christianity. I'm told by my liberal friends again that this is not what we think it is, other than maybe Al Qaeda. It's actually a personal struggle. It's an internal improvement. They make it almost sound like a Western value. Is there an element of that? I mean, there are portions of the Islamic world that embraces this sort of westernized peace, love, and freedom version of jihad, or are they all believers in the bloody version?
Well, there is a tradition within Islam. It's not just a Westernization or a Western influence. There is Islamic tradition of jihad as spiritual struggle. And the famous statement of Muhammad that he was coming from a battle and said, "We're leaving the lesser jihad and going to the greater jihad," which is often quoted in the West to show that fighting is only a secondary aspect of jihad at best. Now, this is actually quite misleading, and there are many Muslim authorities who will point out and have pointed out that that statement is considered of dubious authenticity by Islamic scholars, and that statements involving jihad as warfare are much more common, much easier to find, and much more central within the Islamic texts. And so the idea that there is some sort of a benign understanding of jihad that rejects the violent aspects is just an uninformed view that does not take into account what Islam actually teaches. The teaching of jihad is very clearly primarily warfare against unbelievers. The easiest proof of this is the fact that in chapter 8, verse 41 of the Quran, it says that when you fight, you should give a fifth of the spoils of war to Muhammad. He gets his cut like a mafia don. And the thing about it is, Charles, that the spiritual struggle, if that's what jihad is, there's no spoils of war. So it's very clear that the Quran, when it's speaking about fighting and struggling, which is what jihad is all about, struggle, then it means warfare, that kind of struggle, and not any other kind.
Right. It's warfare and a looting operation, and the very word booty comes from Arabic. And the word Islam means total submission of the entire planet in order to match a complete and one Almighty God in the Islamic understanding. It's a physical, military subjugation of the planet. It's in a way, the world's first world order movement. The what should be done? I mean, my own thoughts are that Muslim minorities in the United States and in Europe and in elsewhere, they ought to take an oath of loyalty to the country that they reside in, and if they violate that oath, then they should have to go. As far as Islamic countries are concerned, let them do whatever they want. I mean, respect their sovereignty within reason. I mean, if a country is going to be so evil in terms of human rights, then the world will have to respond to that. But for the most part, if they want to be Islamic, be Islamic. But if they want to engage in aggression against their non-Islamic neighbors, they have to be met on the field of battle.
Well, yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that we should be doing if we had a sane administration in Washington that took into account the real meaning, the real history, and the real understanding of jihad that prevails among Muslims today. The nation's mosques should be put under surveillance with the understanding that if they teach something regarding the overthrow of the government, regarding the imposition of Sharia in the United States, then that will be considered to be seditious. In other words, all we really need to do is enforce laws that are already existing. But nobody wants to do that because to do it would be Islamophobic or would appear to be discriminating against Muslims. There was talk of monitoring mosques 10, 15 years ago, right after 9/11, and the Muslim groups objected, saying, well, then you should monitor synagogues and churches. And I thought, well, in the first place, synagogues and churches aren't producing terrorists. They don't have texts that teach warfare against unbelievers as a cardinal element of the religion. But if you have terrorist activity in a synagogue or a church, then yes, certainly it should be monitored. And there are plenty, for example, the Dar al-Hijra Mosque in Virginia or the Islamic Society of Boston, they have many jihad terrorists who attended there.
Indeed.
And that ought to be an occasion for saying we need to take a look at what's being taught at these places.
No, exactly. Instead, they're spying on Catholics because they're pro-life. You say Islamophobic. I don't think there's anything phobic about concern over what we're talking about here. There's some genuine issues that need to be brought up if we are to secure our future in this world. And to get back to history here, the book in question is Empire of God: How the Byzantines Saved Civilization. Robert Spencer is here discussing this most recent book. Robert, the Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire, existed for almost 1,000 years, from the time of Constantine the Great, who was the founder and who moved the Roman capital to Constantinople, which at the time previously was known as Byzantium, right up till the 1453 final sack of Constantinople by the Seljuk Turks. You have, as you say, a bulwark against this advance, which of course busted out of Arabia in the 7th century. What was Byzantium like? I mean, what kind of a civilization was it?
Well, this is the civilization really that was the foundation of Western civilization. You know, people talk about the ancient Greeks, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and so on, as being the source and really the standard for all political thought, philosophical thought, even theology in some ways, ever since then. But we would not even know about those writings were it not for the Byzantines having preserved them and then taken them west at a time when the empire was imperiled and then later when it fell. In Western Europe in the 15th century, they only had 2 books of Plato and very little understanding of his philosophy. And it was Byzantine teachers traveling to Italy who began to teach about Plato and introduce the other books that had been lost in, or never known in the West, to the thinkers in Western Europe, which sparked the Renaissance. So that's one great, tremendous way in which the Byzantine Empire influenced Western civilization. Really, we wouldn't be even having this conversation now had it not been for the Byzantines holding off the forces of jihad for 800 years until they fell to the Ottomans in 1453, because they would have overrun Europe. The Byzantines were the ones who were holding them back. And if they had not been there, then Europe would have been conquered and Islamized. Western civilization would never have developed. In the United States, if we were here at all, it would have been a vastly different place.
Right, and as it was, the Ottomans reached the gates of Vienna and the southern outskirts of Poland, and were beaten back in the famous Battle of Vienna by Sobieski, the Polish general. And but again, not to echo a liberal historian who's a very close friend of mine, when I mentioned that I was discussing this, they claim that it was the Byzantines who destroyed the great library of Alexandria, when in fact my understanding is it was the Muslims who destroyed it. Who destroyed that library?
Yeah, you know, there's an old story about the Caliph Umar, the second successor rather, of Muhammad as the leader of the Muslim community, going into the Library of Alexandria, ordering it be burnt. And they said, "What are you doing, burning the library?" He said, "If the books in it agree with the Quran, they are superfluous. If they disagree with the Quran, they are heretical. Either way, we don't need them." And that is, many people question the historical accuracy of that story, but it's much more